You are listening to Horror Game Developer. My games aren't that scary. By Entril J.I. Novels from Novelfire. Chapter 501, You Can't Fail 3. This is ridiculous. Stepping out of the section chief's office, it felt as though the weight already on my shoulders had grown even heavier. Don't fail. What sort of ridiculous perquisite was this? No, thinking about it deeper, I could understand why the guild master was trying to push this. Unlike the others, he was aware of my true abilities. At least he was aware of half of them. He probably even suspected that I was the butcher. In his mind, there was no way I could lose. Not with the power that I held. And so, he was now trying to grow me. He was trying to make me one of the faces of the guild. But why was he doing this? I had previously expected him to treat me as some sort of secret weapon that he could use, but instead, he was now trying to push me up into the spotlight. My stomach rumbled, the indigestion I'd been dealing with for the past week growing even worse. I didn't like what was happening, but at the same time, I understood that it was now my time to pay back for what the guild master had done for me. This was probably his way of telling me, it's time for you to pay back on the investment I've made. I could only bite the bullet on this one. No, this is fitting as well. I did resolve myself to do this. Maybe a little bit more slowly, but this works out as well. I need a lot of money in order to fuel myself. I should also take some time to ask the guild master for some fragments. It's about time that I reach the fourth order. I've been waiting for too long. Space. The aggressive campaign pushed by the guild didn't go unnoticed by those within it. By now, it had become one of the main talking points throughout the branch guild. Kyle, are you seeing this? Zoe's head popped up from behind Kyle's cubicle. Her emerald eyes were wide, and judging by her slightly ragged breathing, it was clear she'd sprinted all the way to reach Kyle. Taking out her phone and flipping it, she pointed at the screen. Do you know what the hell is going on? Why is the guild suddenly pushing Seth this much? I don't know. Kyle replied slowly, his eyes drifting to the article displayed on Zoe's phone. Judging by his lack of surprise, it was clear he was already aware of the articles. This is crazy. Zoe mumbled, turning her phone back and reading the article once more. The more she read, the deeper her frown became. Kyle remained seated in his seat, his expression unchanged. Never failed, 0. What sort of cringeworthy name is this? Zoe paused, covering her mouth briefly as she found Seth's nickname a little ridiculous. Her amusement didn't last long, though, as her expression quickly turned serious. Have you talked to Seth about the situation? No matter how I see it, this is bad. They're really pushing the narrative that Seth has never failed before. This. But is it wrong? Kyle suddenly cut Zoe off, making her pause and look at him. For some reason, ever since she'd shown up, he'd been acting a little strange. His voice sounded hoarser than usual, too. Are you feeling well? Now that I look at you, your face is also a little pale. Looking closely, he was also sweating quite a lot. I'm fine, Kyle replied, brushing her concerns aside. I think I've caught a cold. A cold what? How is that possible? I haven't been wearing my jacket often. I guess I'm getting old. Zoe's eyes narrowed as she scanned Kyle from head to toe. After a moment, she looked away and let out a sigh. Well, be more careful. I will, Kyle hoarsely replied, taking out a tissue and coughing a couple of times. Seeing him like this, Zoe was about to say something but was interrupted by Kyle. As I was saying, the articles aren't wrong. What? Seth has never failed before. Whatever Zoe had been about to say died in her throat as she realized she had no way to refute him. Indeed, it was true. Seth had never failed before. While it was also true that he had gone through small gates, it was also true that he was instrumental in the Hotel Claire Gate and the Twisted Man situation. She hadn't realized it, but Seth had quietly built up a resume that put most rookies to shame. But still, even during the Malovia incident, an incident that had the entire world shaking, he didn't fail. A lot of people attribute his success to luck, and while there may have been some element of it, there's no denying his skill. Deep down, everyone knows it. They'd be naive to think he has no skills. That's why everyone here is talking about him. Kyle raised his head and looked around. Zoe did the same. That was also when she finally took notice of the atmosphere around them. The layout of the common area was similar to the one back in Malovia. A space filled with cubicles. Unlike Malovia's, however, the walls here were much lower, with many stations reduced to simple tables with no partitions at all. Massive windows lined the far end of the room, letting bright light flood the space. The place, while smaller, was a lot nicer than what they were used to, and at the moment, a certain tension hung in the air. The two of them could see many people staring down at their phones, all wearing the same tense expression. It wasn't like this before. Kyle spoke, his voice still hoarse. Everyone's mood was a lot more relaxed before. Everything changed the moment you arrived, which is also the moment you told me about the article. They're wary. Kyle paused, bringing a fist to his mouth as he coughed a few times. He swallowed hard and took a couple of steadying breaths, but before he realized it, even breathing was beginning to feel difficult. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll probably clock out soon, but that's besides the point. Brushing his hair back, Kyle pressed his lips together and looked around once more. Everyone looks down on Seth. They claim he's gotten to where he is by luck, but look at the faces of everyone around him. Do they look like the faces of people who really think that he got to where he is due to luck? Deep down, they know. Kyle's voice turned even hoarser. Deep down, they know it was more than just luck. They might try to pretend otherwise, but their expressions tell the real story, their real thoughts. Biting her lip, Zoe continued to look around. The more she observed, the clearer it became. The tension, the anger, the resentment, the anxiety, and even a subtle hint of fear on some faces as they stared at the articles. But above all, the seriousness with which they looked at them. Seth isn't a nobody anymore. Kyle's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, and when Zoe looked at him, she couldn't help but lower her head. But the articles, they are doing too much. I know that he's never failed before, but what if he fails now? I'm not saying that he will fail soon, but we've all failed. Even the best have failed before. There's never been someone who has never failed before in this industry. What then? Can't you see the amount of backlash he'll receive then? Don't you think that it's too much? Kyle turned quiet for a moment, his head lowering. Zoe had a hard time reading Kyle's expression, but soon. It is too much, I know that, but it's too late. There's no changing it, that's why. His voice reached her ears. He can't fail, he isn't allowed to fail. Chapter 502, Unexpected Sponsorship 1. Ha, if it isn't the newest star in the guild. The woman looked to be in her mid-40s. She wore a dark blue cardigan with a red scarf neatly draped over her shoulders. As she turned to greet me, her light brown hair swayed gently. She smiled brightly. I've been meaning to meet you, but you've been dodging my invitations. I'm glad I finally managed to get you to come here. I was on the 28th floor of the building. The marketing department. I'd always planned to avoid this place, but things changed the moment I received a certain message. But more importantly, the stairs feel very burdensome. Feels like I'm in a zoo all over again. Damn articles. Massaging my face, I nodded at the woman in front of me. Hello. Judging by the title in the email I'd received, she was Rosa Madeline, the head of the branch guild's PR department. Because this business didn't just consist of taking care of anomalies and gates, a PR department was necessary in order to manage the reputation of its members. Aside from that, they handled another important thing. You're here for the sponsorships, right? I am. That's good, but before that... Department head Rosa spun around in her chair and pointed towards a certain office. Let's go over there. I'm sure the stairs around are starting to feel burdensome. I'm glad you noticed. Thank you. I was the first to enter the office. The department head told me she'd join me after gathering a few things, and as I took a seat, I looked around. The room was fairly spacious, with a soft gray carpet, bright overhead lighting, a monitor at the far end, and a large table with 8 seats. A stereotypical meeting room. Leaning back in the metal chair, I tapped lightly against the armrest. I was curious. Just how many sponsorships did I receive and how much are they offering? Should I receive them? The email also mentioned something about my squad. This was the first time something like this had happened to me, and I wasn't quite sure what to think of it. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait for long. Clank. Shortly after, the door opened, and 3 people entered the room. Ugh, I'm so tired. Thomas, did you manage to fill out all the reports? No, I've still got several ones to finish up. It was the department head, and 2 men who seemed to be a little bit older than me, perhaps in their mid-30s, while the 2 men carried 2 large boxes in their hands. The department head carried a thin laptop with her. As if they were already familiar with the room, they each took a seat and calmly sorted. Through the boxes. Seth. Yes. I looked up at the department head as she sat opposite me. Let me introduce myself again. We're part of the PR team in charge of our section. In short, we're in charge of all the image matters related to the members of the guild, be it main or branch. Whatever plan you have for the future, it'll have to go through us first. Oh, and if you fuck up, we're the ones who clean up after your mess. The department head seemed satisfied with her introduction as she took out a pair of thin, oval glasses and put them on. A faint smile crossed her lips as she opened her laptop. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, and after a short while she paused, her head lifting to stare at me. Not bad, I can work with this. Words of praise suddenly flowed out of the woman's mouth as she looked at me in satisfaction. What's gotten into her all of a sudden? I think I mentioned it before, but I've been looking forward to working with you. Our guild's super rookie. Excuse me. Super rookie? There's no need to be modest. We've all seen your feats in Malavia. We've also studied all of your achievements prior. You sure are something. One of the assistants beside the department head spoke. He had short brown hair and green eyes. Thomas Chamberlain, that's what the name tag on his shirt said. The other one said James Cole. He was on the chubbier side and had blonde hair. A lot of the people in our team have been talking about it. Some say it was all luck, while others think it's skills. Personally, I think it's a bit of both. There was some luck, but you can definitely see you've got the skills. Thomas seemed to be rather talkative as he rambled about all sorts of things. I just quietly listened to what he had to say and occasionally nodded. I had no idea about what he was talking about, but I still occasionally added a few words of my own. I stopped talking already. We've got work to do. The department head came just in time to save me. Checking her watch, she looked at Thomas. Quickly get me a cup of coffee. No, two. Thinking for a moment, she lowered her head and mumbled in a tone just enough for me to hear. Would two even be enough? I don't think we'll be sleeping tonight. My mouth twitched. What's with the we? Surely not, right? It turned out to be even worse than I'd expected. It wasn't so much that I was receiving a flood of offers, but that there was simply far too much that needed to be handled, especially when it came down to the upcoming ranking announcement. The chance that you might get ranked is slim to none, but that's not really the point of attending such an event. One of the most important things when attending the event is to push your image out there. It's also a great way to build connections. There are many high-ranking members of other guilds, including officials that you can get in touch with, and even sellers that can sell you anything you need. Does that include fragments? Fragments? Well, I guess so. The department head gave me a strange look, as if silently asking, why would you need fragments? Can't you just request them from the guild? I coughed, pretending to be oblivious. Thankfully, the department head had something else in store for me. Well, everything aside, this is the last thing that I wanted to mention, and probably the thing that you were most looking forward to. Reaching for one of the boxes on the table, the department head pulled out a few files and slid them across the table toward me. These are the sponsorships. My gaze momentarily halted on the files and then the department head. Taking note of her expression, I paused. Why did she look so troubled? It's my job to look through them and give you a rundown of the offers. I can say that they're all great offers, but one of them seems too good to be true. Pardon? Have a look. The department head slid one of the offers over to me. Looking at the file, I didn't hesitate and reached out for it. As I began reading, the department head's crisp voice echoed in the background. I've gone through the terms again and again. I tried to find some kind of loophole or trick, but there isn't one. Everything presented here is legitimate. This offer is several magnitudes higher than anything else you've received so far, but that's not even the strangest part of it. Pausing, the department head's brows creased tightly. RW Tech. My hand brows slowly rose as I looked at the numbers and the offer presented to me. This wasn't just good, it was ridiculously good. Just what sort of? In the history of the company, they've never sponsored anyone outside of one guild. They're known to only pick members from that guild. And, taking a look at me, the department head's brows were even more furrowed. You're the first one they've chosen, the first person they've ever invested in who isn't from Obsidian Bastion, one of the big 5 guilds. Chapter 503, Unexpected Sponsorship 2. For a moment the meeting room was quiet. I felt the eyes of everyone pause on the file in my hand. I was similarly speechless. not just based on the value of the offer, but the words that came out of the department head. Obsidian Bastion. I was well aware of the name. There were only 5 guilds that were considered to be a part of the Big Five, and Obsidian Bastion was one of them. It was an extremely powerful guild with several paragons in it. Of course, the main reason why I was aware of them wasn't only because they were the biggest guilds around. In reality, it mainly had to do with the backlash that they were currently receiving. Despite being a world-class emergency, the biggest guilds didn't provide their full support, keeping their best members with them. They just sent enough where it looks like they helped when in reality they hardly did. Their excuse ran along the line of, they're in the middle of a gate excursion and they can't go out. We've already relayed the situation to them. There was perhaps some truth to it, but everyone knew that if they really wanted to, they could have gone out of the gate and gone to Malavia. What do you think? I put the file down and looked at the department head. What was there to think? It must be a mistake. Even if the company wasn't officially part of the guild, the fact that they had only ever sponsored members of the Bastion Guild, and never anyone else, meant there had to be some kind of mistake. I did gain some fame from the gate, but not to the extent where I'd be more lucrative than those from the big guilds. This had to be a mistake. I thought the same too. The department head nodded thoughtfully, leaning back while adjusting her oval glasses. As she did, however, she took out another file from the cardboard boxes. But have a look at this. This is a transcript of the conversation that I had with the company. She slid a paper to me. One look was enough to make my heart pause. I've contacted the CEO of RW Tech, and he personally told me that this is a decision that the company made, that there's no mistake. But what about Obsidian Bastion? Surely they... That's where things get interesting. I've also contacted them. She slid another transcript. I didn't get in touch with the guild master, but their secretary. There isn't much, but basically they don't really care about what RW Tech does. Even if you do accept the sponsorship, they won't be petty enough to cause trouble for you. I can see that. The transcript wasn't long. It was rather short, but I could see exactly what the department head was talking about. But still, it seems a little suspicious. The terms are just too good. The offer wasn't just good. It was too darn good. Let alone all the other terms, the sponsorship valued me at around $250,000 per month. That was around $3 million per year, and that was just the base offer. The numbers would only get higher the higher my order became, alongside my fame. It was a ridiculous offer regardless of how I viewed them. The money isn't the only thing that's good about the offer. The department head suddenly spoke up, her eyes gliding across the file in front of me. I'm sure you're aware of what sort of company RW is, right? No, not quite. I scratched the side of my face. There were still a lot of things that I wasn't familiar with in this world. This is the first time that I've heard about them. The room turned silent for a moment. Looking closely, it almost seemed like they all wanted to smack their own faces. What? I really didn't know. I should have seen this coming. That guy did tell me that you're quite unique. That guy? Who is that guy? Anyway, they're one of the biggest companies dealing in gate diving equipment. I'm sure you're familiar with anomalous items found inside gates. Essentially, RW Tech specializes in developing those kinds of objects, but with little to no side effects. My brow raised. There was such a good thing. Their items can be quite pricey, and nobody really knows how they do it, but it seems like they've found a way to convert regular anomalous objects and twist their properties so that the side effects are minimal. In that regard, they're a really good company. The guild often purchases goods from them. And you're telling me that such a company wants me? That's why we're all in shock. The department head put on a helpless smile. Twirling a pen around her fingers, she stopped and tapped on the table. There's only one real reason I can think of for why they'd make you an offer like this. Tapping onto the table once more, the department head looked at me straight in the eyes. For a moment, I felt my breath come to a pause. Until... The Obsidian Bastion Guild is interested in you. I don't know why, I don't know how, but the guild might be interested in you. Perhaps, not far from now, we'll receive an official offer for your title. Now I really felt like I had lost my breath. The meeting stretched well into the morning, and before I realized it, I hadn't slept for the past 24 hours. Even so, I didn't feel too bad. If anything, it reminded me of the past, when this kind of schedule had been the norm for me. It was the same for the 3 people in the room. Huam. Besides the occasional yawns and the glaring black circles in everyone's eyes, everyone looked fine. In fact, it looked like they could still go on for another day. Please no. Tech. Settling her pen down, the department head finally looked up. All right, I think this is enough for now. I can see that you're tired, should we call it a day? The eyes of the two next to her lit up as they nearly sprang up from their seats. But their joy was only short-lived. No, not you two, we still have some work to do. I'm talking about our super rookie, we can't keep him up for long. But you already have. I'm sure you have other things to do. We've pretty much sorted everything that needs to be sorted. You can leave if you wish. I'll do so. As I stood up, I couldn't help but look towards the other two. I pressed my lips together as I did. I honestly felt quite bad for them. Just looking at them, and it almost felt as though their entire world had come crashing down. I really did feel for them. Well. As if having second thoughts, the department head looked at me. Actually, there is that much more to do. That is, unless you wish for us to review the other offers. What do you think? Flick. Suddenly, two heads flicked in my direction. Their eyes were wide and their faces looked desperate. They didn't speak, but for some reason I could tell what they were saying. Don't accept it. Reject it, please. Please reject it. Pausing right at the door, I couldn't help but take a moment to look at their despairing faces. Yeah, it really looked like they were despairing. If I said no, they could probably go to sleep, have some rest. So, please. I looked at the department head, feeling a certain tingle in my chest. Please review them. As you wish. Chapter 504, Eve of the Ranking One. Hiya, it's so hot. Someone turn on the AC. No, please, it's too cold. And I'm telling you it's hot. No, I will really die if you make it any colder than this. This is just right. A war had broken out in the small office. Despite being smaller than the main guild, the branch guild was still large enough to accommodate everyone. Not only that, but the selected squads for the World Congress each received their own office room. While it was smaller than the one in Malavia, the members of Seth's squad were still satisfied. That was until a problem arose. What the fuck do you mean you'll die? Are you that weak? I really am. You fucking... Nora stopped herself, covering her face while mumbling, why am I even wasting my energy and time with her? She's obviously mentally impaired. Hey. Mia frowned, feeling the urge to retort, but held herself back when she noticed Nora's glare. In the end, she could only force out a weak reply. No, you. Hey. For a moment, the office turned silent. Nobody said a word, a series of eyes turning towards the increasingly embarrassed Mia. But that silence lasted until Neil suddenly spoke up, his finger reaching for the bridge of his glasses as he pushed them up. Actually, I agree with Mia on this one. Joanna, it's really a bit too cold. Mia's eyes lit up. Although she wanted to say something, feeling Nora's gaze, she held herself back. Still, her eyes said it all. Go, let her have a piece of your mind. You guys are young, I'm old. I'm more sensitive to the temperature than you two. That's nonsense. You're practically the same age as us. Mentally, I'm not. Actually, I agree with Nora on this one. Oh no. Mia looked at Joanna, who had suddenly entered the conversation. Damn it, this traitor. Pinching his sweater and flapping it lightly, she added, it's kind of hot in here, it wouldn't do. Any harm to change the temperature to make it a little bit cooler? Well, there you go. Nora looked at Mia and Neil with a victorious grin. Since the acting squad leader has spoken, you two don't have any objections, right? Joanna. The two looked on the verge of breaking down. Desperate, the two looked around before, eventually settling their gazes on Min, Sarah, and Ariel. Faced with their pleading gazes, Min and Sarah hesitated. The large boy wasn't one to speak much, and neither was Sarah. With Joanna's and Nora's eyes added to the mix, the weight of it all felt suffocating. Their bodies remained still, their faces tense, while their eyes darted around, unsure where to settle. They looked pitiful. Only Ariel truly looked indifferent. With her fist propping up her chin, silver hair cascading down her shoulder, she glanced at the group only briefly before looking away. It was a familiar sight, one that didn't bother anyone, and they all quickly averted their eyes. There was nothing to doubt about her strength. However, even in the months that they had spent together, she never opened up to them. She felt like a robot. Do you have something to say, Sarah Min? Do you also have a problem with us turning on the AC? The two hesitated, turning to look at each other. For a moment it almost felt as if steam were rising from their heads. Then, just as they opened their mouths to speak, the door burst open. Clank! A pair of haggard eyes appeared. In that instant, everyone in the room fell silent, turning to look toward Seth as he entered. Feeling everyone's gazes, Seth paused. However, he soon realized something. It's pretty warm here. Mia's and Neil's faces changed drastically, while Joanna's and Nora's faces lit up. It almost seemed like the two wanted to laugh out loud. But their joy merely lasted a few seconds. Kreya. NNN's Heek. W8 squad leader, I think that's a little too much. Yeah, I think it's a little too much. Is it? Seth replied, tilting his head while taking note of everyone's reaction. Even the usually indifferent Ariel was staring at him as though he were some sort of animal. I get that it's warm, I really do, but isn't this a bit too much? Like, do you have to power it to the maximum? Too much. Hugging her body, Mia's eyes shook. Seth looked at everyone's reaction and then nodded. You guys are probably right. Then what? Seth tilted his head and took his seat. His desk wasn't as big as the one in Malavia, but it was still quite nice as it stood at the end of the room, facing everyone else. Interlocking his hands seriously, he began speaking. We have more important things to discuss. I'm here to talk about the upcoming Congress. We'll be participating as a team, so we need to start preparing. Space. There was something about the way my squad was looking at me that felt strangely pleasing. Seeing their trembling bodies and resentful expressions, I felt a strange tingle inside my chest. I quietly clenched my shirt. It's happening again. It was becoming increasingly harder for me to hold my urges. Just the thought of seeing people suffer made me feel a certain way. I need to stop this. I'm not like this. Yeah, I'm not. I smacked my lips. That said, I wasn't dense enough to miss why they were glaring at me. It was true. The AC was cranked up to full blast, but it wasn't without reason. The cold helped keep me awake. After not sleeping for the past day, I needed something to stay alert. That and the fact that my body had become noticeably less susceptible to the cold. Perhaps due to the knife or the fact that I was still not quite used to this body, I was a lot less sensitive to the heat and cold. Even my sense of smell was not quite there yet. Thankfully, my sense of taste was still fine. Pushing those thoughts aside, I turned my attention back to my squad. Their glares felt even more piercing. As I was talking about earlier, the World Congress is coming soon. We'll need to start practicing together soon, and with the ranking announcement coming soon, I'll be busy a bit. Nevertheless, I'll still be able to attend the practices. I hadn't been too keen on attending the World Congress in the past. There just didn't seem to be a lot of tangible benefits. But things were different now, not just sponsorships, but fame and all other things. I was now prepared to do everything in order to earn more money. The cognitive shard, while taken care of for now, still existed. I wasn't allowed to stop growing. I needed to continue to grow. Not just games, but also in individual power and experience. I couldn't stall. I came to this realization not long ago. And staring at my squad, I made a firm decision in my mind. It was unlikely, the chances were extremely low. But, as unrealistic as it seemed, I wanted to reach the top. I didn't want to settle for the middle packs, even if it was where we were most likely headed. I suddenly felt the urge to smile. But for some reason, the moment I did, everyone started to flinch. Was my smile that scary? Surely not right. I've made some adjustments to my previous game. I've been looking for some people to test it out. It's a lot better than it was before and... Clank. I was abruptly stopped by the sound of a chair falling. When I looked up, several trembling eyes were directed at me. Even their faces were pale. Can't we just go into Gates? Yeah, Gates are good. Right, Gates has to be Gates. Yes, I love Gates. Heck, give me a high-ranking one, too. Opening my mouth, I soon closed it and nodded. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but for now, Gates are off limits. That's why we don't have much of a choice. Consider this good practice. A clear look of despair appeared on the faces of a few before me. Seeing them like that, I really did feel the urge to smile. This job, I was really starting to like it. Chapter 505, eve of the ranking too. There were so many things I wanted to do, yet I had so little time. I was swamped. Boss, I've completed my part. I think it's ready for testing. I'm not done yet. I need more time. Also, it seems like we will need this software, but it's quite pricey. Do you think we can afford it? Boss, the mornings were all about the game. From the moment I was allowed to enter the gate, my team and I got ready to work. There was so much to do and so little time. If not for the fact that I need to do this in order to unlock the new feature of the system. I could only bite the bullet and continue working. Do we really have to test out the new game? I think we can wait. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. What do you say, squad leader? No. The afternoon was spent on squad building and game testing. I had my squad enter the capsules and run the games over and over again. On a good note, their progress was quite good. They were no longer as scared as they had been and could go through each scenario without issue, but they were still not strong enough. If my goal was to aim for the top, then they were still not good enough for that. They were still lacking compared to the other teams in the guild. If I had to put a ranking on our team, we were probably the 6th or 7th best of 12 teams. This wasn't bad, but it was far from ideal. Thankfully, Ariel is here. She was the difference maker. In terms of strength, she wasn't stronger than Kyle or Zoe. She was just a little bit shy of the 5th order, but it wasn't her order that set her apart from the others. On paper, she was supposed to be the most useless member on the team, given her decree, Whisperer. It was a brainwashing type of decree. One that only worked on humans. Nevertheless, it was that very same useless decree that made me believe in the idea of reaching the top with this team. If utilized properly, alongside the capabilities of every member, although slim, I was of the belief that we could receive a very high ranking. I'm also glad that she's been behaving. The original Ariel that I knew was a total psychopath, one that was far worse than the rat or anyone else that I had met. She was crazy enough to make me shiver at the thought. I'm happy that she's not like this, but I'm also worried. I looked at the monitor in front of me, where several windows displayed the situation inside each member's capsule. I could see Joanna, Mia, Nora, Neil, Sarah, Min, and Ariel. They were all doing well. All with the exception of Ariel. She was struggling, but I didn't expect much considering that she thrived in group settings. The reason why I was paying so much attention to her was because of her expression. It was so indifferent, so unlike the Ariel that I knew. For her to turn like this, I don't know what the guild master did. Did he brainwash her, threaten her? Just what in the world did he do to her to turn her like that? Whenever I thought about the guild master, I would get a strange feeling. On one hand, I felt a strange sense of admiration for him. He was both incredibly skilled and decisive. On the other hand, I felt wary. I never knew what he was thinking, nor what sort of methods he used. Could he also turn me like that if he wished? No, I don't think so. He would have done so by now if he really wanted to. Pressing my lips together, I sighed and looked away from the monitors. Leaning back on my chair, I looked at Ryan, Noah, and Joseph as they analyzed all of the data and inputted everything on their laptops. Right. I also got to work. Let's just focus on this now. I don't have much time left. Space. The days passed like this. Besides, when I needed to go to sleep, I stayed most of the time inside the gate. I even neglected going to the gym, something that I had been rather consistent with, but it couldn't be helped. I simply had too much work. At the same time, the squad showed up daily, testing the game daily. I did everything I could to make the game more difficult for them. I wasn't just using them to test the game. I wanted to train them too. The progress was obvious. And soon, the day for the ranking announcement arrived. To talk. Hearing the sound of someone knocking, I turned my head. The door opened not long after, Kyle appearing as he looked around before settling his gaze over to me. Are you ready? Almost. I adjusted my tie while looking at myself in the mirror. Honestly, I hated wearing suits. They were incredibly stuffy and just not comfortable. But you almost look like a completely different person. I guess. The results of my consistent training were starting to show. My shoulders had broadened noticeably, and my chest had grown more defined as well. It fit well with the dark suit that I wore. Standing next to me and staring at the mirror, Kyle pinched his chin. He didn't look too bad himself. Unlike me, however, he wore a gray suit, while his brown hair was neatly parted to the side. He was always one who maintained his image, so there was nothing to say about his looks. The more I look at you, the more I'm starting to feel like you're not you. What nonsense are you saying? No, really. Kyle continued to look at the mirror. You were much skinnier before, and while your eyes are still dead, they're much better than before. It finally looks like you're catching up on yourself. There's still some work to do, but you could probably be a model if you tried. Well. He stopped the moment he noticed the expression on my face. I was just saying. Not interested. Modeled. Not interested. Kyle Seth. Just then, another figure came in. Turning around, a pair of emerald eyes greeted my vision. With her hair cascading down her shoulders, Zoe entered the room. She looked at the two of us before pausing. She then nodded. Not bad. Right. Not perfect, but it's not bad at all. He has potential. Right. What are you, a dog? Seeing Kyle nod at Zoe's every word, I started to get annoyed. But still, looking at Zoe, I couldn't help but secretly praise her myself. I half expected her to wear some sort of nice dress, but contrary to my expectations, she wore a blue suit, one specifically designed for women as it nicely highlighted her curves. A few loose locks framed her blonde hair, and her lips looked rosier than usual, accentuated by the light makeup she'd put on. Added to her face, and I suddenly realized why she had so many followers. HMMMM. Zoe's eyes narrowed as she looked at me. Her gaze felt rather uncomfortable, and when I was about to say something, she simply shook her head and took out her phone. Let's go, there's not much time to waste. We'll be late at this rate. I sighed in relief, feeling her gaze a little too burdensome. That heavy gaze lingered even after we left, as she would occasionally glance at me, open her mouth as if to say something, then stop herself. Damn it. If you want to say something, just say it. The gaze carried until we entered the main area, where several black cars lined up, waiting for us. I paused the moment I took notice of another pair of emeralds, my expression nearly crumbling as our eyes met. Hi. I was soon greeted by a bubbly smile as she waved her hand at me. So fake. Thankfully, it looked like she would at least keep her pretense in public. Still, I could tell from her eyes that she disliked me quite a bit. Hello. I also kept the pretense and entered the car. Fortunately, it looked like we had been divided into different groups. I entered the car alongside Kyle, Zoe, Clara, and even Rowan. I sat next to Rowan and Kyle, while Clara and Zoe sat opposite us. You were invited. Not quite. Rowan shook his head, momentarily looking in Zoe's direction before looking at me. I wasn't invited to the event like you guys, but I can still attend as a representative of the guild. In some way, you can think of me as your. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't stop myself. Finally unable to hold herself back, Zoe, who sat opposite me, reached forward and reached for my hair. I momentarily froze, a nice scent reaching my nostrils. Shortly after, she took her hands off my hair and sat back in her seat, crossing her arms and nodding in satisfaction. Much better, what? As if finally taking note of the weird stare directed at her, Zoe looked around before looking back at me. Then, as if not satisfied with something, she once again reached forward and grabbed my face, pulling it closer while messing with my hair. Now that I look at it again, I think this part can be changed too. Totally oblivious to the stares she was receiving, Zoe continued to mess with my hair while reassuring me. Don't worry, I do this for a living. That's not the problem. Chapter 506, Eve of the Ranking 3. Click, click, click. It felt like a full-blown celebrity event. Cars pulled in one after another, a red carpet laid out to greet them as a butler opened each door, only to be met by a sea of reporters. Please look over here. Over here. Look my way, look my way. You look absolutely amazing. This way. Camera flashes went off in blinding bursts, and people dressed in all kinds of strange outfits paused to have their photos taken. This was no different from the events that I was used to back in my world, and just the mere thought of having to step onto such a red carpet made me feel sick. Do we have to go? There's no other way, Kyle shrugged. You need to move past the red carpet in order to get to the entrance. Surely there is some sort of back entrance. Maybe so, but it's too late now. Kyle pointed at the back, where I saw several other cars lined up. I then looked at the front, where another car appeared, and realized that we were trapped from both sides. Even if I wanted to leave, I'd still be surrounded by reporters and photographers. I want to puke. Not even anomalies made me feel this way anymore. So many strangers. Rubbing my stomach, I reached for my pocket and took out some indigestion pills. Taking a bottle of water, I downed them in one go. Halfway through my motions, I stopped, feeling a certain gaze directed my way. I hesitated before showing her my bottle. "Do you want some?" She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes narrowed further. I gulped silently. "Don't tell me." I'm still not satisfied. I moved to the side. "No, not this again." "Never mind, get ready." Looking away, Zoe reached for the door as the car slowed down. And soon, the car stopped and Zoe opened the door. "Let's go." Click, 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 click. I was met with a sea of light. Space. "Luther, Luther, look this way, Luther." Click, click, click. The sharp clicks of camera shutters echoed non-stop, mixing with the shouts of paparazzi and photographers calling out from every direction. Standing at the center of the red carpet was a tall man, nearly 2 meters in height, his dark hair slicked neatly back as his broad frame towered over those around him. His presence was no joke. Despite not being close to him, his presence felt suffocating for the many reporters standing. It was almost as if they were standing before a warlord from ancient times. But, click, click. Just a little longer. Please stop for a little longer. Yes, please just stay like that. What do you think about the upcoming rankings? Will you finally crack the top 50? I heard that you're thinking of moving guild. Is there any truth in the notion? Work was work. As suffocating as his presence felt, it wasn't anything that the reporters weren't used to. One after another, they each threw a question, from rumors about his guild allegiance to even dating rumors. They asked just about anything they could think of. Wiping the sweat from his brow, reporter Song glanced at his camera and scrolled through the photos he'd taken. "This is good, this is not bad, I guess I can work with this." Luther was quite famous. He was ranked within the top 100, and whilst he hadn't participated in the Malavia incident, he had been on his way to support. Whilst his general image amongst the public had dipped, it was still fairly high. "I guess this will do." Reporter Song was confident his boss would be satisfied with the pictures that he took. "Oh, it's not bad at all." Suddenly, a head popped up next to the reporter, startling him for a moment. "You?" "Haha, it's me." With a camera hanging from the strap around his neck, dressed in loose clothes and sporting an unkempt beard and hair, the man slung an arm around reporter Song's neck. "It's been a while, reporter. I see that you're taking photographs of everyone." "That's because I'm employed, unlike you." Pushing the hand away, the reporter fixed his clothes while glaring at the man standing next to him. Reporter Song was all too familiar with him. In fact, he had even worked with him. It was just that the man was too unconventional. He was someone who had too high a standard. "How did you even get invited to the event?" The reporter looked at the man up and down. "Especially dressed the way that you are." "Who said that I got invited?" "I'm fucking with you." Crudely smiling, the man glanced toward the red carpet while absent-mindedly fiddling with the camera in his hand. Luther was still standing there, posing for the cameras, but the man showed little interest. If anything, he looked outright bored. "You really haven't changed, Simon." Reporter Song sighed. "I don't get it. You're actually quite good at your job. In fact, you're probably one of the best in the business." This was no lie. As infamous as he was, Simon was a sort of legend in their industry. At one point, he had been dubbed Midas Eyes, in the sense that he never failed to spot a talent when nobody else could. He was also the one who had predicted that the current top-ranked Paragon would take first place way before they were even famous. But alas, all legends eventually faded. From never missing a talent to always getting it wrong. His name faded into obscurity not long after. Still, even if your eyes aren't the same as they were in the past, if you just wrote a random article here and there, you wouldn't be out of a job. You wouldn't even have fought with the boss and gotten fired. Why can't you just? It's not that I have high standards, it's just that everyone has low standards. Simon answered, still fiddling with the camera in his hands as the smile slowly faded from his face. "You see, I have very special eyes." Simon turned around, looking straight at reporter Song with his grayish eyes. "I can just tell when someone is special." That's... Reporter Song wanted to rebuke him, but seeing his current state, he could only hold his lips shut. Well, sure. In the end, he gave up. He didn't want to argue further. It was also at this point that the surroundings grew rowdy. All of a sudden, another one of the cars opened, and several figures began to show up one by one. Click, click, click. Over here. Look this way. Please look this way. Members of the Severed Guild this way. The commotion was nowhere near as loud as when Luther had arrived, but it was still quite rowdy, especially after the events that had occurred in Malavia. The Severed Stars Guild's fame had skyrocketed, and they were now just a hair's breadth away from reaching King Grade. Stepping out of the cars, several people instantly grabbed the attention of all the reporters and photographers. Kyle, Zoe, and Catherine. The three of them simply stood out the moment they got out. It wasn't just their looks, but the way that they carried themselves. Everyone present could tell that all three of them had massive potential. Click, 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 click. Not bad. Even the usually indifferent Simon couldn't help but praise them. But then, another figure stepped out of the car. The moment he did, the clicking paused for a moment. No one could really explain it, but the moment he stepped out, it felt as though the air itself had grown colder. His appearance was striking, yet that alone wasn't what made everyone pause. His eyes. Yes, his eyes. There was something about his deep eyes, so dark that it seemed to hold no light at all. To some extent, his eyes almost made it seem as though he was alive, so that some shuddered at the sight. But that was all there really was to it. He looked intimidating, but his presence was nowhere near as large as that of everyone who had appeared before him. Not even Kyle, Zoe, and Catherine. But still, the surroundings turned chaotic. Click, 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 click. Over here. It's him. He's the one. Oh my God. For everyone had recognized him. He was Severed Stars' newest ace. Seth Thorne. Click, click. Not bad. Rumors about him are definitely exaggerated, but he's definitely not bad. I can see why they're pushing him. Taking photos, reporter Song turned to look at Simon when he froze. Especially when he noticed the sudden change in his expression. Huh? A chuckle escaped Simon's lips, his hands trembling as he brought his camera to his eye. What others couldn't see, he could see. The endless darkness that surrounded the man. A darkness so vast that it almost seemed like it wanted to swallow everything. Click. Fuck me. Chapter 507, Ranking Announcement 1. Do you think you'll gain a placement in the upcoming ranking? Given your achievements in Malavia, luck or not, there's no denying your contributions. Do you think it's worth enough to achieve a ranking? What do you think? Do you think he'll achieve a ranking? The questions wouldn't stop. It was the same with the camera shutters, which clicked relentlessly without pause. Click, click, click. It was getting really annoying. And yet when I looked up, I saw Kyle, Zoe, and the others smiling and waving at the cameras. At times, they even paused, making sure to pose for better shots. Right, they're used to this. I didn't really feel the need to copy them. Instead, I followed quietly from behind and ignored all the questions directed at me. It was one of the instructions I'd been given before the event, specifically by the PR team. Something about building a mysterious image and whatnot. I found the entire idea to be weird, but it worked out for me since I didn't want to talk. And so, just one question. Please answer one question. What do you think of the upcoming announcement? Are you aware of the fact that if any one of you manages to reach a ranking, the guild will reach the king grade? There must be a lot of anticipation. My steps suddenly paused. For some reason, the last part of the question struck something within me. The guild will reach the king grade if someone manages to get ranked? This is new to me. Nobody had told me something like this. Looking up, my gaze landed on Section Chief White. Unfortunately, it seemed he had been chosen as our representative. He hadn't done anything bad to me personally, but there was something about the way he looked at me that felt quite uncomfortable. He doesn't like me. Of this, I was almost certain. Thankfully, he seemed responsible enough not to cause any trouble. This way. Past the reporters, we were finally guided into the main building of the event. The space was grand, vast enough that my footsteps echoed clearly even as the crowd continued to file in behind us. High ceilings stretched overhead, arched and imposing, lined with intricate patterns carved right into the stone. The polished marble floors reflected the lights above, each step forward producing a sharp, hollow echo that lingered longer than it should have. The corridor eventually opened into a massive hall, and what immediately caught my attention were the long rows of banners hanging along the sides. Each one bore a distinct insignia, proudly representing a different guild, their colors and symbols filling the space with a quiet, overwhelming presence. Rows upon rows of seats curved outward in a gentle arc, all of them facing a raised stage bathed in warm, golden light. Crystal chandeliers hung overhead like frozen constellations, scattering soft glimmers across the hall. Long crimson carpets stretched along the floor, guiding guild representatives toward their assigned sections. It really did feel like one of those grand events I was used to seeing on TV. Except that instead of actors and directors, this place was filled with people who could level entire cities. Everywhere I looked, there were famous names, guild masters, vice captains, and elites whose exploits were something that the news reported all the time. Some laughed casually, others spoke in low, guarded voices. A few simply sat in silence, eyes sharp and calculating, as if judging every soul that passed before them. The moment we entered, I felt several stares directed my way as whispers followed. "We're here." Section Chief White stopped, turning his attention back towards us. "The event will begin in about 10 minutes. Until then, everyone should find a seat. Our assigned seats are on the far left, row 17, section Z." The section chief gestured toward our designated area. I was about to follow the others when he suddenly stopped me. "Actually, wait a moment." He looked at me through his gold-rimmed glasses, then gently nudged me aside. "There are a few things that I need to talk with you about." The others stopped, looking at us with questioning expressions, but I ignored their gazes and turned to the section chief instead. In the end, I nodded and mumbled, "Sure." "Don't worry, it won't take long, you guys go." After dismissing the others, the section chief led me toward the stairwell, where the crowd thinned, and there were fewer people around. Coming to a stop, the section chief looked around before adjusting his glasses. The smile faded from his lips. "I don't like you." "Shocking." This piece of news shocked me to the core. "No, it didn't. I saw it coming from miles away. I don't like how you've suddenly become the ace of the entire guild while your true capabilities remain unclear. I acknowledge that you managed to resolve the situation in Malavia, but the fact remains. You're still far weaker than most of the people present here, and your achievements pale in comparison to theirs." Crossing his arms, the section chief paused as he looked to the side. A group of 2 appeared, and as they passed us, he gave them a nod before turning his attention back towards me. "I honestly can't understand why the guildmaster would place his hopes on you, when a single mistake on your part could cause our entire reputation to crumble. I don't understand why the guildmaster is willing to take such a risk, but the facts are these, and I can't do anything about that. That's why I called you here to warn you." Taking out his glasses and polishing them, the section chief's tone turned harsher. "Conduct yourself properly. From this point on, everything you do will represent the guild. No more sloppy appearances. No more swearing on live streams, and no more crude behavior." Putting his glasses back on, the section chief adjusted his clothes and proceeded to walk away. "I hope you heed my warning. I'll be closely monitoring you." Clank. He left right after that. Staring at the door that led to the main hall, I didn't follow him immediately. Instead, I leaned back against the side of the wall and closed my eyes. Thinking about how he knew about the live stream, I couldn't help but smile. He sure is quite dedicated. Space. Ranking announcement, main hall. One by one, the guilds arrived. Camera shutters clicked non-stop as photographs were taken of every new arrival. The excitement hung thick in the air, and just as one group began to move on, another line of cars pulled up. The moment the cars arrived, the entire venue turned quiet. Then, "They're here. Quick, quick, they're here. Click, 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 click." A wall of white. That was the best way to describe the scene as the cameras flashed without pause. Soon after, the door to one of the cars opened, and a figure stepped out. A long black dress flowed down onto the red carpet, and her equally long black hair swayed gently behind her as she emerged. A pressure that was different from any other that had come beforehand emerged, filling the entire venue as the reporters stopped at once. Unlike the suffocating pressure exuded by paragons like Luther, this presence was far more subdued, yet undeniably regal. It felt as though it belonged to someone who naturally stood above everyone else. Leora Hillcrest walked forward, eyes ahead, never sparing a glance at the mass of reporters closing in around her. One by one, figures exited the car behind her. Their auras were sharp, intimidating enough to unsettle even veteran guild members. Yet they followed her without question, as if that too were inevitable. They crossed the carpet in silence, the crowd parting instinctively. At last, Leora spoke. "You said that he's here, correct?" "Ah, yes, he should be." One of the people following behind her answered. "He's already arrived." Ahem. Leora's dark eyes flickered as she looked towards the entrance of the venue. In all honesty, she wasn't particularly keen on attending the event. Rankings meant little to her, especially when she already received more than enough benefits from her guild. Nevertheless, it was still an event that she had to attend. But she was curious. "What do you think about him?" Her pace never changed as they passed beyond the red carpet and into the main hall. Only then did the figure beside her answer. "I've looked into him. His record is impressive but not extraordinary. A promising talent, exceptionally consistent. There are rumors he's never failed." Never failed. Leora's lips pulled into a thin smile. She found it to be somewhat amusing. "I was like that too, was I?" Yes, you were also like that once. But eventually I failed." There have been many like him," Leora continued, unbothered. "Rookies who shine brightly and capture the attention of a lot of people. Still, in the end, we all fail. There's no one who doesn't fail. There's bound to be a failure somewhere." The entourage remained silent as Leora slowly turned her head, her sharp eyes flickering with a certain light. "So tell me, why would my grandfather bother sponsoring this one? Is there something that I'm not aware of?" Chewing over her words, she and her entourage finally entered the hall. All attention fell on them as they arrived. How could it not? For they were the representatives of Obsidian Bastion. One of the Big Five. Chapter 508, Ranking Announcement 2. The larger guilds came last. Was it a show of strength, or was it more to leave a lasting impression? Well, it's certainly leaving an impression. Staring at the new group that had entered the venue, I couldn't help but sit up straight as the pressure coming from them left me breathless. Their presence was unlike anything I had felt from the other guilds, and as they entered, it was almost as if everyone stopped what they were doing. All heads turned and whispers followed. "It's them, they're finally here. They are the first ones to arrive. What do you think they'll rank this year?" "I don't know, but I'm sure it's going to be high. With all the resources they have available, there's no way they'll rank high." Listening to the conversations around me, I had a better idea of who the newest entrants were. This prompted me to give them another look. Obsidian Bastion. How could I not be familiar with them? Especially after the recent events with the sponsorships. Even now, I was left confused by the sudden offer. I mean, how could a company that exclusively worked with members from one of the top 5 guilds suddenly want to work with me? There was something going on in the background, and it was no doubt orchestrated by the guild. I just didn't know what it was. It was also for this reason that I was extremely cautious when it came to them. As if I had been staring for too long, one of the guild's members suddenly turned their head in my direction. The moment our gazes met, my expression froze, a pair of deep black eyes locking straight with mine. It was as if I had been submerged in the deepest pits of the sea. The surroundings constricted tightly around my chest and neck, the noise fading until all I could see were those pitch-black eyes staring back at me. I can't breathe. Under such a gaze, I found it impossible to breathe. I wanted to reach for my throat with both hands. But thankfully, before things reached that extent, the eyes looked away, and the figure walked off alongside everyone else. The last thing I recalled seeing was her long black hair, swaying with her movements as she slipped out of my vision. By the time I snapped out of my daze, they were already far gone. Leaning back against the chair, my shirt clung to my body, sweat sticking tightly to it. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath. Just who in the world was that? "Are you all right?" As if noticing my strange behavior, Kyle turned to look at me. He wasn't the only one. I felt numerous gazes directed my way, the section chiefs in particular feeling rather stinging as I shook my head. "No, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I am just a little uncomfortable." Kyle seemed to understand as he finally looked away. "Too many people." Too many. Makes sense. He proceeded to lean back against his chair. Everyone else followed. All besides one gaze, her eyes fixing on me for a tad too long. Looking back at her, our eyes met. Catherine's brow rose and she mouthed, "What are you looking at?" Stop looking." Only after noticing my speechless expression did she turn around, looking completely satisfied. Looking away, I turned my attention towards Zoe and couldn't help but shake my head. Why are the two of them so different? Zoe tended to be prickly, but only if you crossed her. I did that, and I acknowledged my fault. It was completely different from her sister, who just seemed to be naturally crazy. As if noticing my actions, Zoe's gaze met with mine. She blinked. Why? I looked away. Why? Space. Each guild received different treatment based on their standing. Please make yourselves comfortable. This was only normal, taking into consideration the size and power of each top guild, especially for a guild like Obsidian Bastion. Not only were they among the top 5, but their annual turnout of fragments and clearances was also among the highest. The owners of the venue wanted to build good connections with them. But outside of that, they also commended a lot of respect. If there's anything that any of you desire, please let us know immediately. We will try our best to accommodate you. Dismissing the attendant, Leora walked toward the balcony, allowing herself a glimpse of the entire venue. From high up, the view was quite grand. She could feel several looks of envy directed her way, but none of it concerned her. She was used to such stares. But it's peculiar. There was one particular gaze that Leora couldn't forget. It had merely been interest at first. She had just wanted to see if there was anything special about the one her grandfather had chosen. Taking a look at him firsthand, he really didn't seem to be that special. He was still at the First Order, there was no denying that. But it wasn't his order that grabbed her attention. Those eyes. Leora thought back to those eyes that had stared at her, seemingly dead and emotionless, eyes that hadn't even wavered under her gaze. To some extent, they resembled her own, in an almost chilling way. But her eyes were special, something that only those from her family had. But more than anything, there was a slight difference between her and his eyes. While her eyes carried a deep darkness, his were different. Rather than holding the darkness, it was almost as if they were trying to contain it, as though those eyes were a cage restraining the darkness within. Am I overthinking things? Gripping the marble rail before her, Leora's eyes narrowed as she continued to survey the people below. Flick. The lights of the auditorium flickered at once, allowing for the darkness to take over. All noise ceased at once. And through such silence, Leora's lips parted. Are those the eyes that belong to a human? Space. Flick. Light came after the darkness. The stage lit up at once, and a figure appeared at its center. He wore a dark suit, his black hair neatly parted to the side, and he smiled broadly. The MC of the event had finally arrived. Applause followed. I mimicked those around me, despite not knowing who the man was. But judging from the reception around, he appeared to be quite well liked. Even Kyle looked excited. Thank you very much, thank you. Welcome to the ranking announcements. The man bowed a couple of times before the noise ceased. Off in the distance, the swooshing of cameras echoed as they moved about, capturing every moment of the event. Right, this event was being live-streamed. For those following us, it'd been a tough couple of months for us. Adjusting his tie, the man put on a troubled expression. Well, at least most of us. He eyed a few groups in particular, prompting laughter to echo out. I blinked a couple of times, not quite understanding the joke. Then it clicked as I watched the expressions of a few turn ugly. He was poking fun at those who didn't attend the Malavia incident. Well, jokes aside, not too long ago, an incident swept across the entire world with the emergence of one of the most dangerous gates to date. An SS-ranked gate. It was a gate where many of our colleagues died and were unfortunately taken from us. And even though in terms of deaths and casualties, it was lower than most major outbreaks, those losses still leave a sting upon our world. With a sigh, the man looked up. This is no easy job. We risk our lives every single day in order to protect the general peace of this world. It's for this reason that we host an event such as this one. Not merely for recognition, but to remind the world that capable people exist. That even in the hardest times, we'll be here to hold the lines against the dangers that plague us. You may despise some for not showing up, but their achievements speak for themselves. Their contributions have been marked for the world to see. Therefore, I'd like everyone to appreciate all the colleagues who have made it this far. They aren't here due to connections. They're here because they've earned it. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause followed his speech. Looking around, I could see that many were moved by the man's words. Even Kyle looked moved. His hand reached for the corner of his eye. The fuck? All right, without further ado, let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into the ranking announcement. I'm sure everyone present is eager to see what their ranking is. Pausing, the MC smiled ambiguously as he looked around. As he did, I couldn't help but feel his gaze linger on me a tad longer than on the rest. This wasn't my imagination, right? There's going to be a lot of surprises. Chapter 509, Ranking Announcement 3. Because there are 1,000 names we need to announce, we'll be doing so in batches. This is to ensure the event proceeds smoothly and doesn't drag on for the next several hours. The MC reached for his pocket and took out his phone. For everything to flow smoothly, those who are likely to be announced for the rankings will receive a notification on their phone. They are to stand up and head to the stage at once with everyone else who has been called. In the meantime, as they make their way up, I'll be announcing their achievements. We'll proceed in batches of 50. After that, everyone will receive their official ranking and will move on to the next batch. The instructions were straightforward. There was nothing anyone could complain about. In fact, I was glad things were set up this way. The thought of attending an event that lasted for hours, with every single individual giving their own speech, felt nauseating. Shall we start? The MC smiled at the cameras, and the lights dimmed. An attendant stepped onto the stage shortly after, handing the MC a golden envelope. For some reason, the atmosphere turned tense, all eyes fixed on the MC. Looking around me, I could see everyone else wearing the same strained expression. This was especially true for the section chief. He kept casting glances in Clara's direction. Thinking about the piece of information that I had learned, I knew that she was the guild's greatest hope in achieving a ranking. If she received a ranking, then it was likely that she would be promoted to king grade. Shifting my attention towards Kyle, I mumbled, I wonder if he's got a chance too. Overhearing my thoughts, Kyle turned around. He then pointed at himself. Me? I shrugged. Why not? Impossible. Kyle shook his head. My achievements are not nearly enough. He sounded rather confident. Well, fine. I turned my attention back towards the MC as he finally began speaking. For our first paragon of the year, taking the 1,000th rank, we have Randy Cavalier from the Iron-Bound Guild. A wave of applause followed immediately as a tall man in a gray suit stood up. His face gleamed with joy the moment his name was called, and brushing back his slick hair, he walked toward the stage with confident strides. With an average clearance rate earning a solid B grade, more than 150 successful gate clearances, and notable contributions to the recent Malavia operation, Cavalier has secured his place among this year's distinguished honorees. Making his first appearance in the rankings at just 26 years of age, his future shines with remarkable promise. Please join us in congratulating Cavalier. The claps grew louder as Cavalier finally reached the stage, where the MC handed him a shiny metal card. From where I sat, I couldn't see exactly what it read, but it was most likely official confirmation of his ranking. But not everyone seemed happy. The section chief's expression was rather strained, his hands gripping the armrest incredibly tight. For a moment, it almost felt as though the chair was creaking. Next up, we have another new entrant. Holding onto the card, the MC smiled. And at the same time, he did. Ding! I heard a sudden notification. The area around us froze at once as all heads slowly turned. The fuck? Holding onto her phone and staring at the message, Zoe slowly lifted her head. Before she even had the time to properly process the situation, the MC spoke. At rank 999, we recognize Zoe Turline of the Severed Stars Guild. Through undeniable talent, she has ascended to the 5th Order, and her decisive contributions during the Malavia incident have not gone unnoticed. Yes, many of you may already sense the pattern emerging tonight. This year, service rendered in Malavia carries considerable weight in the ranking measurement. Please join us in applauding Zoe Turline. Still stunned, Zoe slowly stood up. That's me, right? I'm not imagining things, am I? You're not. The section chief spoke up, his expression oddly tame as he loosened his grip over the armrest. Was he happy or was he angry? I couldn't tell. You should hurry, everyone is looking. Yes. At the section chief's behest, Zoe snapped out of it and immediately walked toward the main stage. The round of applause was just as loud as before, with many congratulating her along the way, but judging by her expression, I didn't think Zoe even registered the situation. She looked completely out of it. But that wasn't the end of the surprises. And at rank 970th, we recognize another distinguished member of the Severed Stars Guild. Like his colleague, Zoe Turline, his accomplishments at the Malavia Gate were impossible to overlook. Ding! Kyle's phone rang a moment later as he stared at it in a daze. In the end, he walked toward the stage in much the same fashion as Zoe. When he received his card and stood beside her, the two looked at each other with the same dumbfounded expressions. Is this real? I leaned back in my seat, glancing at the remaining members of the guild. There was one person in particular I was paying attention to. Catherine. Although her expression looked normal, happy even, I could feel it deep within me. She was seething. The way she looked at her sister and the way she gripped the armrest of her chair were the biggest giveaways. Looking away before she could explode at me, a new name was called up. This isn't her first time in the rankings, but it is the highest she's ever been ranked. Usually, dropping out and then coming back in, we have another member of the Severed Stars Guild. Pausing, the MC muttered, they seem to be on fire this year. Ding! Clara stood up without even looking at her phone. The applause was far more subdued this time, everyone's gaze shifting between her and Kyle and Zoe on the stage. Although they sat at the lowest rank, the Severed Stars Guild now had 3 paragons. That was an achievement that nobody could ignore. I could feel the way people look at us change slightly. No, it was more like they were giving us a second look, something nobody had bothered doing since the start, aside from staring at me out of sheer interest. This will be it for the first batch. Let's have a round of applause for everyone. In just a few moments, I'll be announcing the next batch. For those standing on the stage, please return to your seats. A loud round of applause followed as everyone walked back to their seat. Clara, Zoe, and Kyle returned a moment later, and as they sat down, none of the 3 said a word. Until, this isn't fake, right? Zoe spoke, her eyes wandering to the card in her hand. Kyle shook his head. It's not. We really ranked, right? Yeah, we did. How did we even make it? Realistically, it shouldn't be possible. Zoe covered her mouth, the weight of the situation finally dawning on her. Taking a deep breath, Kyle put his card away. They already said it, no. It's because of our contributions in Malavia. Yeah, but if we're talking about contributions. Then, as if something clicked in her mind, she turned to look at me, her eyes widening slightly. She wasn't the only one. I could feel numerous gazes turn in my direction. Feeling all their gazes, I merely shook my head. Impossible. There's just no way. Chapter 510, Ranking Announcement 4. The notion that I could even make it in the rankings was ridiculous. Let alone the fact that I was publicly a first order, but besides the Malavia incident, what other achievements did I truly have to warrant a ranking? I had juggled with the idea of potentially making it to the rankings, as unlikely as the idea was, but in the end, I realized that it was simply not possible. If by some crazy circumstance I did make the rankings, it'd be towards the very end of the rankings. At around the 900s. Therefore, and with that, the 17th batch comes to a close. In just a moment, we will continue with the next under the same rules. But take note, we are drawing ever closer to the top 100. By now, all thoughts about making it into the rankings were gone. I could maybe force a reason for the 1000th spot, but near the top 100. Nonsense. It was simply not possible. I guess you didn't make it, huh? Eve, Kyle, and the others had long given up on the idea of me getting ranked. I felt a lot more relaxed, as if a weight had been taken off my shoulders. It wouldn't have made sense for me to have made it in the rankings. I'm still at the first order after all. Yeah, I guess. Kyle didn't say anything else. He just patted me on the shoulder, seemingly trying to cheer me up, but it wasn't like I needed it. I never had high hopes in the first place. I knew my limit after all. But I think it doesn't make sense. At least I assumed that everyone was on the same page as me. Turns out maybe not. I get that Seth isn't as strong as the rest, but if the Malavia incident is a strong weight for the upcoming rankings, then he should have been ranked. This seems a bit unfair. Surprisingly, it was Rowan who complained. With his legs crossed, his finger tapped against the armrest in a steady rhythm. He spoke as the MC started to announce the next batch. Seth's achievements aren't just small. Taking into consideration what everyone here did compared to what he did, it's practically negligible. He practically cleared the gate by himself. Although there was an element of luck, it doesn't take away from his achievements. He should have gotten a ranking. I don't think you're wrong, but there's never been a paragon that's only at the first order. Kyle spoke up, his lips pursed. Although it looked like he had been resigned a moment prior, it did seem like he also thought the same as Rowan. At least, a small part of him. Nowhere near as much as Rowan. Never happening doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. That's ridiculous. Unable to hold back, Zoe joined in on the conversation. Do you guys realize the amount of backlash the BUA will receive for placing a first order in the rankings? The way she looked at Rowan and Kyle was as if she were looking at two weirdos. Taking aside the fact of whether he deserves it or not, the citizens will start to think of the rankings as some sort of joke. Not just that, but Seth will probably incur a lot of hatred and ridicule from the papers and other paragons. It would just be bad for all parties involved. There's nothing good about Seth getting a rank. I silently nodded my head. Yeah, pretty much. The idea of getting a rank was tempting, but it was far from practical. Even though there was a lot of attention on me, it was still manageable, if I got a rank and became a paragon. I started to shudder at the thought. Yeah, but so what? It was as if Rowan didn't care at all about Zoe's points. Instead, his brows were furrowed. Seth deserves a rank. I'm just stating what is fair. Use sigh. With a sigh, Zoe looked away. I swear it's like a cult. Overhearing her words, I raised my brow. Cult, what sort of nonsense was she spouting? But then, he's right, you know. An unexpected voice chimed in, prompting everyone to freeze as we slowly turned our heads to stare at the indifferent Clara, her gaze still locked onto the stage. Based on his achievements, he does deserve a ranking. After a brief pause, Zoe turned to face my direction. Then with her eyes wide, she muttered, What have you done to them? I'd like to know myself. Clara's involvement was wholly unexpected, even to me, but just as my lips opened to speak, my phone vibrated. Ding! A chime followed right after. It almost felt as though time itself had frozen. No, it was more like the entire area around me had frozen. I tried my best to remain relaxed. There's no way. I probably got a message from someone. Taking out my phone, I looked at the message that I received. But, congratulations, you've made it through to the rankings. Your name will be announced in just a few moments. Please get ready. My hand turned weak. For a moment, I almost dropped the phone in my hand, as several eyes locked onto the message on my phone. There's no way, right? Zoe's dumbfounded expression was interrupted by the MC's words as he began to speak. The next name may come as a surprise. By all expectations, he should not have been in attendance this evening. And yet, after rigorous evaluation and careful consideration of his contributions at the Malavia Gate, he has broken into the top 100, carving his name at the very top of the Paragon list. Slowly, I raised my head. My stomach churned the moment I did. Feeling the weight of all the stares in the venue, I felt my stomach turn weak. By now, there was no doubt about the validity of the message on my phone. I could pretend like it was a joke a few seconds ago, but not anymore. The MC continued. For the first time since the creation of the ranking system, we see not merely an entry but a complete surge past every threshold, culminating in a place within the top 100. This is a feat without precedent, and one unlikely to ever be repeated, especially when one considers that the individual stands at only the first order. Luck may be argued, fortune may be questioned, but the conclusion is undeniable. The results are final. With a pause that seemed to hold the collective breath of everyone present, the MC announced the next name. At the 98th ranking, please welcome Seth Thorne of the Malavia Guild. My name. Chapter 511, Ranking Announcement 5. It was as if all the noise had been stripped away from the surroundings. With the silence, thousands of eyes shifted in my direction. My skin crawled. I felt every hair on my body raise as I struggled to comprehend the situation. And yet, my body moved on its own. Standing up as though it was only natural, I began to walk towards the stage. The gazes felt piercing, but strangely, they didn't seem to affect me as much as I'd expected them to. Instead, the more time passed, the more the gazes felt right. It was odd, this strange sense of calmness. Even when facing the guild master a while back, I had felt this strange sensation. For what reason am I acting like this? For what reason was I able to remain so calm under such extreme circumstances? It wasn't like I didn't feel fear anymore. I still felt it, just not as much as before. But even under such fear, my body and expression remained calm. It was a strange feeling that I couldn't quite explain. Take this, congratulations. From this moment forward, you'll be a paragon. Arriving by the MC, he handed me a sleek metal card. Taking it, I got a good look at its simplistic design. The card was entirely black with a photo of me on the right. Written in large, light gray numbers big enough to span the entire card were the digits 98. That was all the card had. However, I knew that it wasn't that simple. The card wasn't just an ID, it had extra features I could use. I think I'm supposed to download an app or something. I wasn't too sure. Nevertheless, I knew that Kyle and the others most likely knew. I could just ask them. Thank you. Putting the card away, I walked toward the main area and stood next to the 99th and 100th ranked. Their expressions weren't quite good. It looked like they had both eaten shit. They weren't the only ones. I could see the same sort of expression on many of the people in the venue. If not for the fact that the rankings were fixed, I wouldn't have been surprised if they had all jumped out of their seats and started shouting things like, "This is bullshit. This is unfair." What went through your mind to do something like this? Yes, there's also them. I looked at the cameras that were pointed at me, thinking about the online discourse at the moment, and the articles that would inevitably be churned out. I knew the next few days were going to be very annoying. Still, I couldn't change the situation. Since things had already progressed to this point, the only thing I could do was accept the result and make the most of the benefits assigned to me as a paragon. Names continued to be called after that, but the mood had already been ruined. Standing under the bright lights, I felt increasingly uncomfortable, not just from the eyes of the audience, but from the people around me as well. They were clearly the most annoyed ones. Our next honoree is a name well known to us all. A long-standing presence within the rankings, her most recent exploits during the Malavia incident have propelled her several places higher this year. Representing the Royal Chamber Guild and entering the 54th spot, please welcome Geneva. Finally, the applause grew more genuine as a certain woman stood up. Her long blonde hair flowed down her back as she wore a suit that, despite looking rather loose with her tie not done properly and top buttons unbuttoned, fit her well as she walked toward the stage and received her card. After which, she proceeded to stand with us. Just like the others, the moment she arrived, she also stared at me. Her gaze in particular felt rather bothersome to me as she fiddled with the card in her hand. Personally, I had never interacted with her. However, the same couldn't be said for the doppelganger. As the boss of the gate, I had been aware of everything happening inside. I knew that the doppelganger and she had teamed up for a brief moment. While I didn't know the exact words exchanged, I knew the doppelganger had given her a hard time. I could practically feel her resentment coming from miles away. "Oh shit." That concludes this batch. Please join me in giving all our honorees a well-deserved round of applause. We kindly ask those on stage to exit through the rear and return to their seats. The round of applause did come. It wasn't very enthusiastic, but it came. Shortly after, we filed out through the rear, slipping past the heavy curtains beyond the stage. Staff were waiting on the other side, quietly guiding us along the proper route back into the venue. I followed in silence, trying to not bump into anyone, afraid of giving them an excuse to start something with me. But it looked like I didn't even need to do that as I soon felt a hand press against my shoulders. I came to a direct stop while holding on to my breath. "You?" A rough voice followed as several others followed. Drake Ferguson? This was the man who had ranked right after me. Seeing his expression, I knew that he didn't mean well. And sure enough. Frankly, it's difficult not to find this embarrassing. People here have worked relentlessly, pushed themselves to the brink to earn their place in the rankings. And yet someone like you, barely within the first order, has managed to reach a position many of us nearly died countless times to achieve, all because of some luck. You may fool the world, but you can't fool me. The few around us stopped, turning their attention towards me. I could tell from their expression that none of them appeared to be interested in stopping whatever was happening. If anything, it looked like they were interested in seeing how I'd reply. I could have accepted it if you'd merely made the rankings. Absurd as that already is, I would have let it pass. But for you to climb this far, it's difficult to call that anything but absurd. His grip over my shoulder tightened. Surprisingly, my expression continued to remain unchanged. Not because it didn't hurt, or not because I wasn't scared, but because my attention was elsewhere. It was towards the numerous red dots on his body. My hand twitched. For a moment, I almost felt my hand grasp something, almost like a knife. But the sensation only lasted half a second. I quickly realized I wasn't holding anything. But I could have sworn. I have a suggestion for you. Drake's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Looking straight into his deep brown eyes, I watched as his bushy brows narrowed. If you have any sense of shame, return your card. Other people deserve the ranking over you, and... Stop. A soft voice suddenly cut through. All heads once again turned, falling on a certain woman. Drake's expression changed. Geneva, that's I am. Shut up. Reaching into her pocket, she took out a pack of gum and shoved a few pieces into her mouth. Chewing, she looked around and shooed them away with a wave of her hand. What is this crap? All of you are old enough to start your own families, and some of you already have children. I'd expect better maturity from the lot of you. Go on, stop holding the line back. Can't you see you're troubling the staff? But, fucking did you not hear me? Chewing even harder, Geneva glared in Drake's direction. He stared back at her, unwilling to back down, but eventually shook his head, realizing it wasn't worth it. In the end, he childishly bumped my shoulder and walked away. Of course, he didn't forget to glare at me the entire time. I didn't bother looking at him, and instead looked at Geneva. Just as I was about to thank her, she walked past me and muttered, I didn't do it for you, I did it for him. A loud chewing followed. I know what I saw. She proceeded to leave right after that. Blinking slowly, I lowered my head before looking back at the staff. Where am I supposed to go exactly? Chapter 512, Enough to Shake the World 1. In the end, I never made my way back towards my seat. This wasn't something within my control. Apparently, news of my ranking had shaken the entire world. Reporters swarmed the entrance, while the online community fell into complete chaos. It's better this way. Thankfully, the venue had a sort of secret exit that the people attending could use. But it only made sense considering who was in attendance. It was a pity that I couldn't see the remaining ranks, but it was for the best. The stairs were uncomfortable anyway. Making my way out of the venue, I was eventually led to a secluded parking lot where a black car waited for me. Recognizing the driver, I went in and took out my phone. The others were already aware of the fact that I had left earlier, so I didn't message them. Instead, I started to scroll through the internet. I wanted to see what sort of outrage the event had caused. Breaking, stunning debut. Seth Thorne enters Paragon rankings at an unheard-of 98, shocking or scandalous. Breaking, outrage in the latest Paragon ranking, a never-before-seen feat. Breaking, outcry over weakest Paragon, as judges grant unprecedented 98th rank. Breaking, questions mount as Seth Thorne, and others receive shockingly high Paragon ranks. Breaking, a new power emerges. Can the severed stars hold king-grade momentum to the World Congress? Every time I refreshed the page, a new article would pop up. They were endless, and it didn't seem like they would stop anytime soon. The online community also showed no sign of stopping, with threads appearing all over the place. Seth Thorne places 98th in the Paragon ranking. What do you guys think? Honestly, I'm not even surprised. They did say that the Malavia incident holds a lot of weight. There's no denying his contributions, and so it's only fair. Yeah, but he's still a fraud. He has no real achievements under his name besides that incident. That incident? You speak as if it were some sort of trivial incident. Guy got fucking lucky. And you're still here because of that very same guy. Bah, that's bullshit. Not all the Paragons were there. I'm sure they would have been fine even if he wasn't there. That's bullshit, and you know it. TBH, I don't really care. He'll eventually fall off anyway. Let him enjoy his ranking since he did help in Malavia. Don't see what the problem is. But he took Drake's position. So, the discussions were endless. I felt a headache just looking through them, but surprisingly, not all of them were negative like I had originally expected. The general public seemed to be okay with the decision, while the people who were more in tune with the Gate world deemed it to be a robbery. This wasn't surprising. I had noticed the pattern back before the ranking announcement. The general public liked me, while those from the Gate world didn't like me. Still, this is getting quite annoying. Going back to the home screen, I quickly deleted several apps. The number of notifications I was receiving from them was starting to get really annoying. This was mainly due to the sudden influx of followers that I was getting, but they were making it really hard for me to use my phone. Clank. Right then, the door of the car opened, and several figures came in. How are you still so calm? You do realize in what sort of mess you're in, right? Kyle was the first to enter, his expression still weird as he looked at me. I scooched over to give him some space. Who said I'm calm? Your face. Seems I'm not calm. I really was. Sure. Kyle sat next to me, while Zoe, Clara, and Rowan came in right after. Entering the car, Zoe looked at me with a dazed expression. I could tell that she was still struggling to process what had happened. I was too. But soon... This is absurd. Zoe muttered, her hand reaching for her face. This is so fucking absurd. Removing her hand, she raised her head to look at me. You're fucking absurd. Space. Severed Stars Branch Guild. News of the results had already reached every corner of the place, a joyful mood suddenly engulfing the guild. Confetti flew and drinks were shared. With several members of the guild suddenly reaching Paragon status, the guild was set to officially become a King Grade guild. This piece of news was something that was worth celebrating. The difference between a Queen Grade guild and a King Grade guild was massive. King Grade guilds held far more power, and the benefits were just as significant. The increase in status was also something few could ignore. Guild Master Office. Unlike the joyous mood enveloping the Guild Master's office was rather quiet. Almost as if the guild's imminent rise to King Grade was meaningless. Scribble, scribble. Accompanying the scratch of a pen on paper were slow, deliberate footsteps drawing closer. They soon stopped, and the section chief fixed the guild master with a tense stare. Eventually, the scribbling sound stopped. Guild Master. The section chief's voice followed. The results of the rankings have been announced. Will be promoted to King Grade. Zoe, Kyle, Clara, and Seth have all reached a ranking. The guild master showed no reaction. Instead, he just carried his usual smile. I knew the Malavia incident would carry considerable weight, but I didn't expect it to influence the final rankings this much. Were you aware of this as well? Putting the pen down, the guild master leaned back against his chair and tapped his finger against the desk. Tap, tap, tap. Stopping, his lips parted. There's a lot we need to prepare for. Since we'll soon be reaching King Grade, I'm sure the nearby guilds will try something. We should contact the press and present our stance on the situation. It would also be good to hold some kind of event with the other guilds to build connections. Standing up, the guild master turned to face the large glass windows behind him, allowing himself a glimpse of the city's bright lights as cars moved below. We should also work to stabilize our position. I'm sure we'll receive plenty of offers for the others, but let's hold off for now. The guild may not be as rich as the others, but we're not in desperate need of money. We're not a feeder for the bigger guilds. The guild master continued outlining the next steps and moves the guild should take. But as he spoke, the section chief's lips pressed into a tight line. This wasn't what he had asked. Suddenly, the guild master paused. As if reading the section chief's thoughts, he slowly turned around, his lips curling into a faint smile. Whether I knew about their rankings in advance or not isn't relevant. What matters is that we make full use of the situation to our advantage and advance the guild further. We shouldn't be satisfied with merely reaching King Grade. We need to aim higher. I understand, but... You're worried about Seth, aren't you? The guild master suddenly interrupted the section chief. With the same smile, the guild master turned his gaze back to the view below. He should be the last person you should be concerned about at the moment. He's in the very position that he should be in. But what if he fails? He's not just a paragon, but amongst the top 100. It'll be hard to keep his ranking. What if he fails, then? Then I'll be disappointed. The guild master answered calmly, and the city street below reflected in his calm pupils. I'll be disappointed. Chapter 513, Enough to Shake the World Too. Even as the days passed, the news didn't die down. Instead, it grew even more explosive. The entrance of the guild was practically packed, making it almost impossible to enter. From reporters to scouts of other guilds, all sorts of people had gathered. Aware of this, I didn't leave the guild the entire time. Not that it mattered, since I usually never left the guild anyway. My room was also in the guild, and do I have a life outside of the guild? I sighed and looked up. Wow, it doesn't look like it'll die out anytime soon. This is pretty crazy. The amount of hate that you're receiving is crazy. It's even gone as far as reaching our game. Our rating has dropped quite a bit. There are some that are supporting us, but it's nowhere near the amount of the ones that are dropping our ratings. Still, the sales are constantly jumping. Listening in on the conversation, I stood up and left the game studio. Walking back into my office and checking my phone, I didn't know how to feel. Black Circle. Trash. 0.1 hours played. Honestly, I expected more from this game. It wasn't really that scary like they're trying to suggest. A massive waste of money. Black Circle. There were a lot of reviews like this. I knew most of them were from trolls dissatisfied with their favorite star being replaced by me, along with the usual troublemakers. I contacted Doc in order to address the issue, but they had yet to reply. Perhaps there were simply way too many trolls for them to do something quickly. On a good note, I'm at least making good money. And it wasn't like all of this was bad. In fact, it was good. The more people who purchased the game, the better. I put my phone away. Soon. The update was coming really soon. By then, to talk. A sudden knock on the door disrupted my thoughts, as the door opened not long after. Excuse me. Holding onto a box was a person I wasn't quite familiar with. Meeting my gaze, he lowered his head, seemingly afraid of looking at me. I was told to hand this to you. This is... I walked and took the package. I scanned the top of the box and felt at a loss. But soon, taking note of a certain notification, my brows jumped up. Okay, I'll take this, thank you. Yes. Not wanting to stay any longer, the one who delivered the package to me left, closing the door on his way out. I didn't pay any attention to his attitude and placed the box on the table, extending my finger as a dark film formed, and I swiped down, cutting the tape off. Haha. Staring at the contents within the box, all I could do was laugh. Good thing it's finally here. Reaching down, I took out the fax machine and placed it on the table next to me, patting it a couple of times. I was just about to get impatient. Now that it's here, I guess I can start reaching the fourth order right away. Reaching down from my desk, I retrieved a small bag. This should be enough. With the Guild Master's sponsorship, I wasn't worried about lacking fragments. He had sent me quite a few, including several of high purity. I gathered all of the best fragments and placed them on the table. Of course, I didn't forget to remove their attribute as I did. I also used the fax machine to improve the purity of each of the fragments. I didn't bother saving any of the SB I had, and just tried my best to increase their purity. The end result. 40 fragments have been located. You have met the criteria to advance. The purity level is 86.4%. Do you wish to advance? Play button yes, no. I hesitated. This should be good enough, right? 86.4%. The purity of the fragments wasn't what bothered me. For me, this level of purity was good. Great, even. What worried me most was my cognitive shard. Even though I had supposedly improved it with the Emblance shard, a part of me was still uneasy. What if I turned? What if? Why are you hesitating so much, human? A voice suddenly whispered into my ear. Turning slightly, I saw the conductor staring at me with its empty eyes, the stitches already torn as the darkness in its gaze locked firmly onto me. I can tell your mind has stabilized a lot. Even though I can see something else trying to influence it, your mind is far more resilient than before. There shouldn't be any problems with you entering the fourth order. I need you to hurry. The conductor's lips twisted sadistically. Now that I've had a taste of your abilities, I can't wait for you to become stronger. It won't be long until you can freely replicate what you did back in Malavia. For that, I need you to improve quickly. Grasping the table, the conductor's hollow gaze seemed to twist as its body trembled, almost as if it were experiencing withdrawals. I don't know how long I can endure. Dio it. You must do it quickly. The conductor's eyes twirled even further, and for a moment, chills ran down my entire body. This was also the moment I pressed yes. I didn't quite understand what the conductor was going through, but I didn't plan on stopping. My goal was clear. I wanted to reach a high ranking in the World Congress. Alongside the fact that there was still a traitor within the guild that seemed to be aware of some of my secrets, I knew that I couldn't waste time. A familiar pain invaded my body a moment after I pressed yes. The fragments flared to life a moment later, their light blinding the room as I drew a sharp breath, trying my best to hold myself back as my mind entered a familiar space where I took notice of a large lattice. This place. I had been here before. I recognized it immediately as I noticed a certain mist off in the distance, alongside a red dot that seemed to call out to me. Beneath were thousands of different orbs, each divided into different layers, connected with one another. The lattice trembled as I fixed my attention on 3 orbs in particular. I could feel my connection to them, and as I stared at those orbs, a new path appeared, linking towards a series of different orbs. I felt connected to the new path, as if I could move it at will. Looking around the lattice, I stared at the numerous different orbs that I could connect to. I didn't really know what I was doing, but as if my mind were already aware, I locked my eyes onto a particular orb, not hesitating as I connected to it at once. I didn't even know why I connected with such an orb, but it just felt right, and the moment I connected to it, the world faded from my sight. A string of notifications followed right after. Advancement complete. Second order shop unlocked. Intermediate node, herder. Fragments 080. Chapter 514, enough to shake the world 3. H-who? Slumping back into my chair, I felt exhausted, not so much physically but mentally. The step wasn't particularly hard or painful. At least, when compared to the previous times, it had been a lot easier. Perhaps I had long been ready to reach the 4th order. Nevertheless, it was still rather exhausting. But, herder's high. I closed my eyes and felt my new node. I didn't quite know what the new node did, but I had a hunch. If it's based on the fact that I did reach the 4th order before, even if I wasn't in the right state, it should be that skill, right? I tried my best to hide my smile. If it really was the skill I was thinking of, then it would be a massive boost to my strength. Alongside the knife, I was almost certain my rank wasn't unjustified. In fact, I had a feeling that I could probably rank even higher. But these were just my guesses. At the end of the day, I didn't truly know how strong I had become. I guess I'll find out soon enough. I turned my attention towards the conductor. It seemed that the conductor had calmed down a little bit, its expression a lot more relaxed as it sat on the seat opposite me, its hand over its interlocked legs. With its lips curling, it raised both hands and started clapping. Congratulations, it seems like your ascent was successful. Clap, clap. I could tell that its praise was genuine, but the way the conductor was clapping seemed almost sarcastic. It's not too bad. It's certainly a start, but... The conductor paused, its hands stopping. Are you satisfied with just this? I frowned. What do you mean? I can see your strength has increased a lot, so much that you might even think you're as strong as those humans deemed paragons. But the conductor's eyelids opened, revealing its dark eyes once more. You're still not at their level. You might think that they're weak considering what had happened back on the island, but it was simply due to the fact that you had become too strong. My frown deepened. The conductor wasn't wrong, but was my strength really not comparable to theirs, if I went all out? Why must you corrupt yourself for power? The conductor's words shattered my thoughts. If you wish to become powerful by turning or by letting your mind be corrupted, then be my guest. I won't stop you. In fact, I'd encourage you to do so. A raw, ripping sound echoed as the stitches on the conductor's lips snapped, its mouth pulling into a twisted, sinister smile. Coupled with its twisting eyes, my body subconsciously started to tense. I'd love it if you could just return to what you were back on the island. The more out of control you are, the more amusing it is to me. A sinister laugh escaped the conductor's lips. It truly did seem to mean its words. I was once again reminded of just how twisted this conductor was. Unfortunately, I'm sure that you don't want things to progress in such a manner, correct? Yes. I didn't plan on losing myself anytime soon. In that case, you're still far from strong. I'd even guess that your friend, Kyle, is stronger than you. Maybe. You don't sound convinced. I didn't say anything. Well, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. What matters is that you can become far stronger than you are now. How? Don't tell me it's by reaching the 5th order. I'm still. Of course not. You've just reached the 4th order. There's no way you could become a 5th order so quickly. I'm talking about a different method. I paused, letting the room fall into a state of silence. Then, What is the method you're talking about? I asked, trying my best to keep my voice even as I stared into the conductor's deep eyes. Eventually, its lips curled further upward as the conductor pointed at itself. How else? A chuckle left its lips. By acquiring another anomaly. Not finished, it added. One as strong as myself. Clank. Even as I left my office, the conductor's words continued to ring inside my mind. It wasn't as if I hadn't entertained the idea of acquiring even more anomalies. So far, I had acquired 4 anomalies. The Realm Walker, Myrle, Mr. Jingles, and the Conductor. I had yet to reach the limit on the number of anomalies that I could acquire. Although I didn't know what the limit was, I knew that I could still absorb 2 more without any problems. The only issue was that I didn't know which anomaly to acquire. Since I knew I couldn't just take in every anomaly I wanted, I had to be careful with my selection. But finding one that was just as strong as the Conductor. This was a bit too much. In fact, it was practically suicide. I had been lucky with the Conductor. Had it not been for the fact that it wasn't looking to kill me directly, I would have already been dead by now. There was no guarantee that the next anomaly at that level would simply make a bet with me. In fact, I should just quietly improve the skills of all my anomalies. Yeah, let's not rush this decision. There was still time for me to think about things properly. Making up my mind, I headed back to my room. I needed to get some sleep. Space. The days continued to pass. A week and a half had passed before anyone knew it. Despite this, the excitement and controversy behind the ranking announcement had yet to calm down. In fact, it had only gotten worse. So much so that it became impossible to leave the guild without getting bombarded by questions. Nevertheless, everyone quickly adapted, and things moved on. The guild officially became a king-grade guild. This piece of news once again dominated the headlines. The birth of a king-grade guild was nothing short of trivial, regardless of where the guild belonged. Added to the fact that this was the same guild that had dominated the headlines for the past week, it only added to the excitement of the situation. The online community was once again thrown into chaos. Even more reporters showed up at the front of the guild, but despite all the chaos within a certain room, aside from the rhythmic sound of keys being pressed, everything was relatively silent. Click, click, click. It was as if the noise outside had no meaning to them. And soon, done. Click. I'm also done. Click, click. I'm also done. Final check complete. Click. 3 heads raised in unison, turning toward the figure seated at the main desk, his dark eyes fixed on several large monitors. Quietly massaging the dark circles beneath his eyes, Seth eventually stopped. He reached for the mouse and checked a couple of things. The room bathed in silence as all attention remained fixed on him. And soon, click. A click echoed, followed by a certain voice. I've sent it. Seth raised his head to look at the others, his expression even more lifeless than usual. The update is live. Chapter 515, Update 1. The moment I heard the words, it was as if a massive burden had been removed from my shoulders. I instantly leaned back against the chair and closed my eyes, allowing for the darkness to take over my vision. I need some sleep. In order to make sure everything went well, I slept less than usual. There was simply too much for me to do. But that wasn't the main issue. The goal of the game wasn't just to make more money, but it was to reach the 3-star grade. In all honesty, I still didn't know the final grading of the game. I had added everything possible before uploading the game. Opening my eyes to stare at the monitor, I sighed. Loading grading. This was the first time I had seen something like this. Usually it was rather quick with its grade, but this time it was acting differently than usual. Why was that? Is there something different about the 3-star grading, or is it putting a lot more effort because of the quest? The more I thought about it, the more curious I became. I had a feeling that things weren't so simple, that something big was about to happen. Boss. Hearing my name get called out, I looked at Ryan, who looked a little restless. He seemed to be curious about something. How do you think our game will do, do you think? Hi, Eric. A muffled scream tore through the room, startling everyone. All heads turned towards a specific pod. How Hilik. The lid of the pod opened, and a figure jumped out. Haryak. The scream grew louder as she rushed out of the pod and stumbled around. her expression pale as she looked back at the pod with trembling lips. Tea that. Swoosh. Before she could get her words out, another pod opened. A figure walked out after that. However, unlike Mia, Nora looked fine. Well, Hessie. Staring at Mia's appearance, Nora smirked, almost laughed as she walked away. She even seemed to mutter something like, pussy, as she stepped over Mia. But after taking a few steps, she stopped, her gaze falling on the trash bin beside Joseph's desk. You need that? She calmly asked, her composure worthy of admiration. As expected, she had improved a lot over the time that I wasn't present. No, feel free. Not thinking much of it, Joseph handed the bucket to her. Nora smiled. Then, Uyeyerg. She started puking. Uyek. Of course, Nora made sure to make eye contact with me the entire time. She didn't say anything, but her glare said it all. You sadistic bastard of a squad leader, how could you create something like that? Oh no. I covered my mouth and looked away. Swoosh. Just then 2 other pods opened, and Joanna and Neil walked out. Their faces were relatively pale, but unlike Mia and Nora, they didn't cause much of a scene. Or at least that was what I initially assumed. Hey. Joanna suddenly started shouting as Neil reached for one of the wires. I couldn't sit still at the sight. Was he trying to destroy the pods? The game is over. You don't need to hang yourself anymore, Neil. At least wait until I do it first. Swoosh. The final 3 pods opened up. Unlike the others, none of them left their pods even as the lids opened. Instead, I was greeted by the sight of Sarah, Min, and Ariel blankly staring at the ceiling, as if they had lost all ability to think. Did their brains get fried? It seemed to be like that. That boss. As Noah's head alternated between me and the others, I merely waved a hand, muttering, It's fine. They'll get over it soon. You should be used to it by now. Although their reactions were a lot more extreme than usual, it wasn't like this was the first time they had acted like this while playing our game. Still, I took a good look at everyone. Mia sat in the corner of the room, clutching her head as she trembled all over. She seemed to be muttering incomprehensible things to herself. Nora, on the other hand, was still puking. Joanna and Neil were fighting over the wires, shouting things at each other like, Me, I'll do it first. No, let me. Gentlemen first. And that's bullshit, it's ladies first. Lastly, Min, Sarah, and Ariel were still in their pods, blankly staring at the ceiling with empty looks. It was total chaos. Taking a good look at everything, I felt a sudden tingle rise up in my chest. I tried to suppress it. I really tried. But, I inevitably failed. And that also seemed to start a chain reaction. Suddenly, as if a bolt of electricity had run through their minds, they all stopped. Mia stopped trembling, Nora stopped puking, Joanna and Neil stopped fighting, and Sarah, Min, and Ariel snapped out of it. All at once, they turned their attention towards me. Every hair on my body rose. What? I stood up. Squad leader. Joanna was the first one to speak, her eyes narrowing. Was that a laugh? You're imagining things. I grabbed the coat from the back of my chair and calmly packed my bag. Basically, I just put away my laptop. No, I think I heard it. Nora suddenly interjected, turning to Mia, who nodded quickly. I also heard it. Must be the after effects of the game. You're not fooling anyone. Ariel suddenly interjected, brushing her silver hair back as her cold eyes fixed on me. For a moment, her gaze shifted as she looked at me in a way that reminded me of how she had been back in the game I'd developed. It was enough to make me shudder. Not that crazy, bitch. I had no choice but to keep denying it. Must have been your imagination. No, it's not. It is. Then why are you still smiling? I paused, touching my face, specifically the corner of my lips. That was when I noticed they were raised far higher than they should have been. Aw, damn. I looked up. Everyone was much closer to me now. I could see the deep sense of malice in their gazes. Maybe it was my imagination, but it almost looked like their eyes had turned red. Had they suddenly turned into anomalies? That would be problematic. Despite this, I still remained cool-headed. I had encountered all sorts of things in the past. Twisted man, conductor, demon, and even butchers. I was a different man compared to how I was in the past. Feeling the malice in their gazes, I didn't let that get to me. Instead, I just found it cute. With all my experience, I know exactly what I need to do. I turned to face the door. Then, I ran. Well, I'm a little exhausted. I didn't get much sleep, and it's not like I can use my powers. A tactical retreat. Yes, this was what it was. Nothing more, nothing less. He's running away. Quick, get that bastard, make him pay. Where do you think you're going? Come back here, I'll see if you can continue laughing. Chapter 516, Update 2. Splash. Water trickled down the bathtub, petals drifting across the surface. The pleasant scent of roses lingered as a figure sat back against the tub, his long black hair cascading down its side. He sat and enjoyed the bath with his eyes closed, exposing only his flawless features and upper body, which seemed chiseled to perfection. Eventually, his eyes opened. Have you done your research? Yes, it's completed. A dry voice replied next to the man. It's as you initially expected. He started not too long ago, almost a year in fact. From what we found, he was originally a game developer for Nightmare Forge Studios, which has since filed for bankruptcy. The reason was the backlash they received after a certain scandal linked to the man in question. Go on. His rise has been rather meteoric, with noteworthy achievements in several dungeon clearances, and most recently, the Malavia incident, which placed him among the Paragon rankings at 98th place. He's someone the entire world is paying attention to. I'm aware of that much. Splash. Water splashed once more as the figure slowly stood from the tub, donning a red robe that fit his body neatly. As water and petals fell to the floor, he calmly walked out of the bathroom. The thing I'm interested in is his games. Tell me more about his games. The voice followed as he went. His achievements in the game industry may not be as flashy as his others and are often overshadowed, but his most recent game has performed quite well, with an update recently released for review. What about the trajectory of his games? He first started with PC games, moving to VR more recently. From what I've gathered, his games have strange properties that can elicit fear in those who play them. However, after investigation, there doesn't seem to be any foul play. Of course not. The man smiled as he entered a grand room filled with modern decorations and large windows that offered a view of the lights below, their glow bright against the darkness of the night. Sliding one of the windows open and walking onto the balcony, the man's robe and hair fluttered as he stood in silence, admiring the view below. Eventually, his eyes flickered. Get me a copy of his most recent game. After that, have his account suspended on dock. Make sure the game doesn't gain any more traction or make any more money. It wouldn't be good if it did. I understand. The voice didn't question his commands. It just followed his orders. Get that done before the day is over. As you command. The voice faded right after that. Once more, silence fell over the surroundings. But the silence didn't last for long as the man smiled. Seth Thorne. He chewed over the name, the bright lights of the city beneath reflecting from his gaze. You've been standing out a little too much. If not for that, I probably would have had a much harder time finding you. Shaking his head, he muttered. A pity. I'm sure that I won't be the only one to figure it out. That's why it's important not to stand out so much. Now. He chuckled. The sharks will be coming for you. Taking out his phone, a notification appeared on the man's phone. Ding. New quest. Space. I woke up feeling quite sore. Ugh. Every part of me ached. It almost felt as though I'd been run over by a truck. No, perhaps I had been. Sitting up straight, I ran my hand through my hair and reached for my phone on the bed. I tapped here and there before lifting up the bed sheets. Swoosh. Where is it? But even then, I couldn't find it. I frowned and got out of bed. Tossing the sheets aside and still finding nothing, I threw the pillows as well. When even that proved fruitless, I looked down at the bed and then along its sides. Where the hell? I tapped onto my bed, going back to the sheets and tossing them in the air. Perhaps it was stuck there. But, no. Seeing that it wasn't there either, I stopped and stared blankly at my surroundings. I didn't know how long I stood there for, but eventually, I decided to head to the bathroom to wash my face. Oh, that's also where I found my phone. I'm too addicted for my own good. Still, it couldn't be helped. I was really interested in seeing the result of the update. I wanted to see the sales and reviews. I even wanted to see the reaction online. I could already imagine all the curses that I was going to receive. But, tia-ra-ra-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra-ra-ra. The moment I unlocked my phone, the first thing I noticed was the number of missed calls directed at me. 50 missed calls. I instantly answered. Boss. A panicked voice filled my ear the moment I answered. Boss, you finally answered. Hey, this is bad, this is really bad. My stomach sank the moment I heard the urgency in his voice. Calm down for a second. What is going on? Why are you so panic? Our account has been suspended. Our game is off dock. I had to take a moment to process the words. My voice lowered as I did. What did you just say? Our account has been suspended from dock. Our game is off the market. The update was also suspended. I took a deep breath. I had no choice but to take a deep breath as I felt something boil within my chest. Thinking about all the effort I'd put in, everything I'd gone through just to get the update running, only for it to be cancelled. Someone was fucking with me again. Boss, what should we do at this rate? Don't worry, let me handle it. But, let me handle it, I'll get back to you. I closed the call and opened the dock app right after that. Your account has been suspended. If you have any problems, please contact. Once again, I drew a deep breath. The boiling sensation in my chest grew even more intense as my grip on the phone tightened. I was trying my best to remain calm, but it was clear that it was no longer possible. It had been a very long time since I had been this angry. Why can't I ever have no problems? Why does a new problem always arise whenever I do something? Why can't I just be left alone in peace to do my thing? Before I knew it, my surroundings had turned red. I was seeing a lot of red. My right hand subconsciously clenched, almost as if it were trying to grip something. I should just find them and get rid of them, right? Yeah, I should do that. This is the best option. I'll take care of it like last time. I won't let things drag on any longer. Or should I use Mr. Jingles? That's also an option. All sorts of thoughts flooded my mind as I gripped the sides of the sink. I was starting to spiral, and just as the surroundings took on a deeper shade of red, I heard a notification coming from my laptop in the main room. Pausing, I walked all the way to my desk and opened my laptop. A notification followed. Quest completed. Reach 3-star rating. Congratulations on receiving a 3-star rating. It shows that you've finally grasped the essentials of game development and are ready for the next step. Ding. Reward. Horror Gate Developer System. Chapter 517, Update 3. The shock merely lasted a few seconds before I was able to calm myself down. No, calm myself down was a bit of an overstatement. The shock still lingered as I stared at the new section that appeared on the app's interface, integrated with it. Select Game Engine. U-Engine. Game Developer Engine. Virtual Game Engine. Horror Gate Developer Engine. So this entire time, the system was trying to get me ready for this. It wasn't like I hadn't thought about the possibility. In fact, it made sense. Why would I receive a system that would help me create better horror games? There had to be more to it, and in fact, there truly was. Given how a 3-star rated game was so hard to create, this only makes sense. I thought back to my recent smiles and laughed bitterly. Yeah, this makes sense. If reaching a 3-star rating was this hard, I couldn't help but wonder how difficult reaching a 5-star rating would be. It almost felt impossible. But now, I think it's possible, but... Frowning, I sat down on the chair. Why do I have a feeling that I can still create a 5-star game? Realistically speaking, a game's limit was most likely 3 stars, after which one had to move on to gates and create higher-rated games. But for some reason, I had a feeling that I could still go higher. I wasn't sure why I was feeling this way. But I just did. How ridiculous. I ruffled my hair. However, just as I did, I received a new notification. Ding. Main quest activated. Difficulty NA. Reward 1 million SP. Objective, develop your first gate. Location NA. Description, you finally met the requirements to create your own gate. With the experience you've gained, you are now capable of completing one on your own. Use everything you have learned to create a gate. The minimum acceptable result is a 3-star grade. Anything below that will not be accepted. Time limit 3 months. Not unexpected. In fact, it was pretty obvious that this was coming. I was quite used to the system by now. I pretty much knew that it was coming, hence my lack of surprise. Looking at the quest reward, I nodded. This is quite a lot of SB. It was a number that I had never seen before, and had not even come close to in the past. Taking into consideration how I needed to use SB to develop my latest games, I knew that things wouldn't be different for the gates. In fact, there was a good chance I'd have to spend quite a lot. Right now that I'm in the 4th order, I should have unlocked even more things in the shop. I planned on checking the shop, but before that, let me see the new features. I pressed on the Horror Gate Developer Engine section. The moment I did, my surroundings changed completely, and I was brought into a white world. Oh, this isn't much different from the VR interface. A panel appeared next to me. Furniture. Oak bookshelf, 40 SB. Mahogany chair, 25 SB. Walnut cabinet, 60 SB. Pine stool, 15 SB. Cherry dresser, 55 SB. Black circle ebony side table, 35 SB. Furniture. In this regard, it wasn't much different. Other than that, there were also furniture, background, structure, items, miscellaneous, smell, temperature. Oh. I paused, finally taking note of 2 particular sections that weren't present before. Type. Anomaly. I immediately clicked on Type, which expanded into several clickable tabs. Anomalous. Hoarding. Timed. Zoned. So it's for this. Out of curiosity, I pressed on the anomalous section. A new screen popped up after that. Set the rules of the gate. Rules. Description, set the rules of your gate. You have a maximum of 4 rules you can set. The rules must align with the selected anomaly's abilities. More rules don't necessarily mean better. I see. I instantly understood. In essence, before starting the gate, I need to set 4 rules that must be followed. That lines up with what I know. But can I increase the number of rules? Since I can set at most 4, is it tied to my order? Or am I overthinking this? Despite the small description, I was practically going in blind. There were a lot of things that I didn't understand and could only make assumptions. Next, I pressed onto the anomaly section. I wanted to see how this one worked. Anomalies. Twisted Man, 40,000 SB. Blood Butcher, 25,000 SB. Slot Open. Slot Open. Description. Available anomalies are judged based on those encountered and analyzed. The maximum available slots are 4. Encounter more anomalies to unlock additional ones. Captured or contained anomalies will not be included in the list. I narrowed my eyes while reading the description. In the end, I closed the panel. I more or less understood how it worked now. In essence, in order for me to unlock more anomalies, I had to encounter them. If I did end up capturing them, however, it wouldn't count. But why? Not only that, but it seemed like the contained ones would also not count. This was quite annoying since my original plan was to go to the guild containment area and find an anomaly to analyze. Well, I guess I can understand the ones I captured. Those anomalies were synonymous with the Jester. I couldn't allow them to appear in the near future. Their appearance would create too much chaos. I think this should be all. Honestly, it wasn't too different from the virtual developer engine. It didn't feel like it was something that I couldn't do. The only issue was the price of the anomalies, but considering what sort of anomalies they were, I could justify the price in my mind. I planned on closing the interface, but right as I was about to, something else captured my interest. Black, 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 black. It was a different section that I hadn't seen at first. The letters were obscured and the entire engine was grayed out. I tried pressing it, but nothing happened. Instead, I received a notification. Locked. I wasn't even surprised. In fact, it almost felt as though it was the most natural thing. Yeah, of course. There were still more features that I needed to unlock. I'll leave that for later. For now, I should take care of the dock situation. Given how much the anomalies cost, I need to make as much money as possible. That wasn't all. I needed to carefully think about which gate I planned on entering next. Since I needed to analyze the anomalies in order to place them in the interface, I had no choice but to enter gates. Especially since I couldn't analyze the ones the guild had already contained. Exit. The white world faded, and I massaged my eyes. Standing up, I reached for my coat and headed outside my room. Now that things had reached this point, I needed to get to the bottom of the situation and figure out just who in the world was messing with me. For what reason were they messing with me, and how could I handle this as cleanly and fast as possible? Chapter 518. What it means to be unable to fail one. A mist formed as I let out a breath. Looking at the clear blue sky above and feeling the fresh air, my mind started to feel clear. A lot had been weighing down on my mind, from the new engine to the case with Doc. I needed to take a moment and breathe some fresh air to clear my mind. But it's crazy just how packed the guild is. The entrance of the guild was not just packed, it was practically overflowing. From reporters to people that I could only assume were from other guilds. It's a good thing I'm wearing these glasses. I touched the sunglasses that I was wearing. They weren't the sunglasses that I was used to, but a different pair given to me by the guild. Apparently, they served well to hide my identity. They also seemed to be a product created by the very same company that wanted to sponsor me. RW Tech. I continued to stare at the entrance of the guild for a few more seconds before eventually turning away and moving to a different place. Scrolling through my phone, I checked a series of different gates. As of right now, I couldn't get into gates. Given what had happened with the butcher, it was only natural. But I wasn't too worried. With the guild master's support, I was certain that he'd allow me into any gate that I wanted. I just needed to choose the right one. There are quite a few that come to mind, but I need to carefully look at the anomalies that are present. Since I only have 2 available slots, I need to be extremely careful when choosing. That wasn't all. I also needed to properly think about the gate's rules and design. This wasn't easy. Where am I? Before I knew it, I found myself standing in the middle of a park. I looked around until settling my gaze on a certain bench. Taking a seat, I tapped the back of my phone. Setting the issue with me needing to analyze more anomalies, there was also the issue with my money. With my account suspended, all the money that I had earned was put on hold. The update also didn't have as much of an impact as it should have had. This was setting me back quite a bit. And to make matters worse, I didn't know who did it. I also didn't really have a way of finding the culprit. Not even the compass appeared to tell me. What am I supposed to do here? I fiddled with my phone, mindlessly scrolling through numerous contacts. Eventually, I settled my gaze on one contact. One that I wasn't so sure would answer. But in the end, I still called. I had no choice but to. And soon, "It's rare for you to call." The guild master's voice whispered into my ear. "How can I help you?" Space. Severed Stars, Guild Master Office. Do. Setting the phone down, the guild master smiled. Leaning back against his chair, he waited patiently, staring at the door to his office. He sat in silence for at least 10 minutes before he heard the sound of a knock. "To talk." "Come in." The door opened and a figure walked in, his dark eyes locking with the guild master's. He proceeded to walk towards the seat opposite the guild master and sat down. "I need help with figuring something out." He didn't beat around the bush and proceeded with his request. He knew better than to waste time with pointless nonsense. The guild master's expression remained serene. "Yes, you've told me. How can I help you exactly?" "2 things. Seth raised 2 of his fingers. "I'd like your help with 2 things. "Oh?" The guild master's eyes flashed with interest. "Tell me." "My account for my recent game got suspended. I can't quite understand the reason for this, nor do I have enough connections to figure it out. Can you help me understand what is going on?" "That shouldn't be a problem. I can do this much." This wasn't a hard favor. The guild master was more or less aware of what Doc was. Seth's face eased. "Thank you. It's only natural that I take care of our guild's ace." The guild master laughed, easing the tension within the room. Seth started to feel more comfortable, his breathing visibly easing as he nodded gratefully at the guild master. "You said that there were 2 requests. What is the next request?" "I'd like to enter a gate." Seth asked carefully, staring at the guild master's expression, trying to detect any changes. "But that can also be arranged. Let me know what gate you wish to enter, and I'll give you exclusive access to it." Seth remained silent. Honestly, this went a lot easier than he had expected. Much of the weight that had been pressing on his shoulders seemed to ease as he nodded gratefully at the guild master once more. "Thank you. I will let you know after I find a gate." Pressing his hands against the armrest of the chair, Seth prepared to stand up. But halfway through his motions, the guild master's voice reached his ears. "How are your preparations for the World Congress?" "World Congress." Seth paused, looking back at the guild master. Taking note of his smile, he proceeded to slowly sit back down. "I have been training here and there. Lately, I've been focusing on getting my game update, so I haven't had enough time to train properly. But now that I'm finished, I'm planning on spending the remaining week getting ready for the Congress." There wasn't much time left until the Congress. About 1 to 2 weeks. It was also for this reason that Seth was rushed to get the issue with the update sorted. He desperately needed the money to buy items from the system store. "That's good." The guild master nodded along. "It's important that you focus on the upcoming World Congress. This is one of the most important competitions of the year, and with our guild recently reaching the king grade, we must achieve a good result." "I will try my best." Seth once again stood up to leave. But just like before, the guild master stopped him. "Here." The guild master slid a stack of paper over to Seth, causing him to pause. Turning around to look at the papers, Seth reached for them and took a look at them. As he did, Seth's expression stiffened as he slowly raised his head to look at the smiling guild master. "This is the candidates that I think will best fit you for the upcoming Congress." "Wait, what?" "They are the most elite members within that I could find available within the branch and main guild. You can choose and pick any of them. With them, your odds of reaching a good rank should be even higher." Seth didn't reply. Instead, he stared at the papers in his hand. In there, he could see over several dozen profiles, from their age, their specialty, past record, and even their decree. The profiles were incredibly detailed. "But, are you telling me to change my team?" "Yes." The guild master didn't even hesitate to reply. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Chapter 519, What It Means to Be Unable to Fail Too. I took a deep breath, trying my best to remain calm. At present, aside from Ariel, no one on your team is capable of keeping pace with you. While their progress has been acceptable, it falls short of what is required. To achieve a strong result at the upcoming World Congress, you will need to bring in additional team members. Review the list and select your candidates. If you prefer, I can make the selections on your behalf. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over me, washing away every trace of relaxation from my body. My stomach churned as I looked away from the files and onto the guild master. That smile, it didn't look so friendly anymore. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Let's try to remain calm. His offer made sense to some extent. I was also aware of the fact that my team lagged behind in some aspect, but I knew them well enough to know that they were capable. I had worked with them a lot, and our synergy was quite good. Not only that, but I had also trained them in the VR world. I was confident in their abilities. Changing teams wouldn't make sense, and I didn't want it to happen. Therefore, I had no choice but to reject this offer. Thank you for the offer, and while I understand your concerns, I am confident in my ability to lead the team to a good position. If you... My words came to a halt as the guild master shook his head. You don't really get to choose this time. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly gripped my heart, squeezing it tightly in its grasp. 0. The guild master continued, his tone light. That's the nickname that the media has given you. Do you know why you were given such a nickname? Because I've never failed. I answered after a short pause, trying my best to keep my expression straight. However, the more I looked at the guild master, the more it felt as though I had eaten shit. No, I probably did eat shit. This was how I currently felt. That's correct. The guild master replied, his expression casual. You've never failed before. And I'll make sure I'll never fail again. I hope so too. But we've got to minimize risks, Seth. The guild master calmly cut me off, his finger tapping against the marble desk. After a moment, he stopped and placed his palm flat up. Your momentum is high. In the eyes of the citizens, you're the type of rookie that has never been seen before, even going as far as defeating an SS-ranked gate. You're a prodigy in the eyes of many, and also someone who has never failed in the past. In that regard, what do you think will happen if you fail once? I didn't reply. I couldn't reply, for I already knew the answer. Plaque. The guild master's palm fell flat against the desk. Just once, All it takes is one single failure for everything that you've built up to crumble. I swallowed, trying my best to think of a way to deny his words. But the more I tried to deny it, the less I could find the words to argue. The upcoming World Congress is one of the most important events in the world. It's a direct show of power to the other guilds, a clear statement about our capabilities. It's important that we do well, but what's more important is that you, in particular, do well. Like I said before, you can't fail. Kyle can fail, Zoe can fail, Clara can fail, Catherine can fail, but not you. You're the only one who can't fail, because everything will crumble the moment you do. I really felt it at the moment. The unbearable sense of suffocation made it hard for me to breathe. Suddenly, I was reminded of who exactly I was sitting in front of. Leaning back against the chair, the guild master pushed a new document before me. Here's another list. They're recruits from other guilds that we can recruit. I'm willing to invest the money to get them into your team. If you don't want to choose, I'll choose for you. Although it has been a while, I've got quite an eye for talent. The guild master gave me a meaningful look. Staring at the list, I remained silent. My chest felt incredibly stuffy. It was hard to put into words, but it felt like shit. A deep sense of discomfort settled in, making me feel nauseated. Let me know your decision. I can wait a couple of days. The guild master's tone remained light. But to me, each word sounded incredibly heavy. Nevertheless, what if I were to reject this? I looked straight at the guild master. The sense of discomfort only grew as the words left my mouth, his smile slowly fading as the tension within the room grew. Are you attached to your team? I am, but that's not the main reason. If not, then what is the reason? It's because I know I will do better with them than anyone else that you select. I've been with them for a long time, and So, the guild master cut me off. All the members on the list are the uttermost elites that you can find. They will know how to cooperate with you without any problems. In fact, they should be able to listen to your commands better. I licked my lips. They felt incredibly dry. I understand, but I'd still like to stick with them. The guild master remained silent, his gaze feeling incredibly pressuring. For a moment, I felt like giving in. I felt like accepting his request. But I couldn't. I couldn't allow myself to accept it as I took a deep breath and stared back. I'll give you a couple of days to think it through. Let me know the answer by then. I opened my mouth, but soon closed it, nodding faintly. After that, I turned around and headed for the door. But just as I was about to leave, I stopped. If I choose to reject the offer, what will happen then? I didn't look at the guild master as I spoke, my gaze fixed on the door. What sort of expression was he making? I didn't know, nor did I want to know. And then, I'll be disappointed. His calm voice reached my ears. I'll be quite disappointed. Space. Step, step. The calm and even sound of steps echoed within the otherwise empty corridor, the stale white light shining from above as Kyle calmly followed the nurse ahead. Despite the slight pallor on his face, he wore a simple smile, his hands grasping a bouquet of white flowers. Looking around, Kyle maintained his expression. He was actually quite nervous. It had been a while since he had visited. In fact, he never had gotten the chance to really visit after the incident a while back. This was the first time he had gone back to see them. Maybe I should come with Seth next time. He's been rather busy, but they've been asking about him. Please come this way. The nurse guided him towards a certain door. 701. Coming to a stop, she looked back at Kyle. This is the room. You have 15 minutes. That's how much time you have available for the visitation. The patient's condition isn't quite stable yet, so please avoid any sensitive topics that might cause a disturbance. Once you're done, please ring the bell inside and I will escort you out. I understand. Kyle replied calmly, adjusting his tie as he took a deep breath and stared at the door. Eventually, he reached for the door and opened it. Bright lights spilled in along with a gentle breeze as Kyle's attention focused on the woman seated by the bed, her hair fluttering softly. Stepping in, Kyle smiled. Matriarch. Chapter 520. What it means to be unable to fail 3. My vision was narrow. I couldn't see anything around me. Walking back to my office, it was almost as if nothing existed along the path leading there. All the noise, the stairs, and everything else around me seemed to fade into the background. The only thing I could think about was the conversation I'd had with the guild master. He wants to replace my team, They're not good enough for me. That's ridiculous. My steps quickened. It's true that their degrees are lower than mine, but it's not that much lower. Not just that, but they've been getting good results lately. I also have a fundamental understanding of how their decrees work and their personalities. He just doesn't know. Yes, the guild master simply didn't know. But was that truly the case? I thought back to the guild master and pressed my lips tightly, my vision narrowing further as I turned right and entered the elevator. I don't know what it is about him, but he seems to be always right. I don't think there's ever been a moment where his decision has been wrong. The same was true for when he decided to help me during the Malavia incident. While there was the fact that he knew about my identity as the jester, the fact that he went ahead to support me was also a decision that most people wouldn't make. It was as if he were a seer. No, perhaps. My steps stopped, my hand reaching for the knob of my office door. I hesitated. If he can really. No, that's not possible. I immediately tried to deny the possibility. I had yet to hear about a decree that could allow one to see the future. It was just not possible. But then again, there's also no decree that allows one to control anomalies like mine, at least recorded. Who is to say that other unique decrees don't exist? Perhaps he really. I clenched my teeth, my chest feeling stuffier. I was jumping to absurd conclusions. There were no real hints that the guild master could see the future. If anything, I was just being paranoid. Perhaps I was afraid of him being right. Right? Thinking about the way he spoke to me with such confidence stirred something within me. Whether he was right or wrong, it was up to me to decide, not him. Turning the handle, I pulled the door open and entered. This disgusting feeling. It was just like the system. I hated it when someone or something tried to control me. Yeah, that's probably why it rubs me the wrong way. Space. Hey. A voice called out. Hey. It called out again, its pitch higher. Hey. Even higher. Hey. God fuck, would you just shut the fuck up? I'm trying to sleep. End. Mia let out a startled yelp as Nora removed her eye mask and glared at Mia, raising her fist in a threatening manner while muttering things like, I'll hit you if you continue. All right, stop it, you two. With a sigh, Joanna put her pen down. She then looked at Mia. You've been calling for some time. What is it? Oh, that. Mia fidgeted with her fingers, her lips moving as she muttered, so that. Aim. Wait, don't tell me you actually had nothing to say. Nora sat up in her seat, her expression turning fierce. End. Mia's entire body straightened as she hastily shook her head. No, it's not that at all. Then spit it out. Yes. Mia looked at Joanna and immediately asked, I just wanted to know about today's schedule. What do we have planned? Are we going to be trying the games again? It was as if a grenade had dropped. All of a sudden, heads that had been resting on the table shot up, all turning to stare at Joanna with widened eyes. Even the usually quiet duo of Sarah and Min had no choice but to show a change in reaction at Mia's words. Ariel was a little more subtle, tilting her head slightly as she rested it on the table. Oh, that. Joanna smiled, patting Mia's shoulder. There's no need to worry about that. I've talked with the squad leader and he said that there's no need to train for today. We can have a rest. Thank God. There was a collective sigh of relief in the room. The tension that had suddenly gripped the surroundings eased as Mia slumped back on her chair, letting out a relieved laugh. Is that so? Haha, I'm glad, not that I hate it. Yes, I'm just tired, that's all. Bullshit. Everyone could smell the bullshit coming from Mia. None of them liked their sessions in the games. In fact, all of them much preferred real gates over the games. There was something about the games that felt so realistic and affected their minds. Despite exploring so many gates, they all still ended up falling for the schemes of the games, and with the most recent game, they've all killed themselves at least several dozen times. To make matters worse, the sensation of death was incredibly realistic. Even the pain. I've been thinking lately, but do you think the squad leader is a sadist? Nora suddenly threw the question out. And the response? Yes. Has to be. I thought it was obvious. His smile is especially creepy whenever he hears us scream. He tries to hide it, but I can see it. Overwhelming agreement. In other words, their squad leader was a pervert who enjoyed the suffering of others. There was no discourse on the matter. He was a pervert. Just as the group was about to resume resting, the door opened, and Neil walked in, his expression grim. "What's wrong?" Taking note of his expression, Joanna was the first to ask. Neil stopped in his tracks, showed a look of hesitation before eventually adjusting his glasses and closing the door behind him. Clank. His strange actions caused the entire group to look at him. This was unlike the usual him, and just when Joanna was about to ask again, Neil spoke up. "There's a certain rumor passing around the guild." "Rumors?" "Yes." Neil nodded at Joanna, his expression even grimmer as he sat in his seat. "Although I can't say for certain if it's true, from what I understand, the squad leader is looking for new members, and the squad will most likely be the one attending the Congress." Everyone's expression changed. "What?" Nora stood up, her hand smacking against the table. "Are you saying that he's going to ditch us for a new team? Why?" "Because we're no longer in the same league as him." Joanna's reply brought the entire room to silence. Brushing her soft blonde hair to the side, she lowered her eyes. "The squad leader is no longer just a regular person. He's now a paragon, and not just any paragon, but one ranked in the top 100. Given how the guild has marketed him as someone who has never failed, if he doesn't achieve a good result at the upcoming Congress, everything will crumble." The silence that stretched across the room felt even more intense. Nobody spoke, nobody had any words to say. What could they even say? As of right now, if he stays with us, we'll only hold him back. From a business point of view, he's not wrong to do this. But will he really just ditch us like this, without talking with us? We've trained so much, I'm sure that we can. Maybe, but we're nowhere near the best in the guild. Many are better than we are. There's no denying that. Joanna cut Nora off, trying her best to smile through her words. But unbeknownst to everyone, her hands were balled into tight fists beneath the table. From the moment the ranking had been announced, Joanna had been aware of this possibility happening. It only made sense. It was for this reason that she was able to remain calm. As of right now, the gap between them and the squad leader was too wide. Clank. Suddenly the door to the office opened, and Seth walked in. All eyes immediately fell on him as he paused and looked around the room. And then, "Oh good, everyone is here. I wanted to talk with you all." Several faces turned pale. "Pack your stuff." Chapter 521, Preparations for the World Congress 1. The moment I entered the room and spoke, I noticed a strange tension linger. Pausing to look around me, I immediately noticed their stiff faces. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Is something going on? I tried to address the situation quickly. In fact, there wasn't much time. I had already made up my mind. I wanted to train as much as possible with the team for the upcoming World Congress. We had about a week and a half, and while I couldn't guarantee results, it wasn't as though I was completely helpless. There's the system. I can use it to help everyone become stronger. That's it, you're just going to tell us to pack up like that. A resentful voice shook me out of my thoughts. Looking in Nora's direction, I paused when I saw the frown on her face. What sort of? Not even a word in advance. You're just going to tell us to pack our shit and leave. So that's the problem. I guess she had a point. You have a point. However, there's not much time. The World Congress is near the corner, and I want to make the most of the little time available. For some reason, everyone's face stiffened further. No, seriously, what's going on with them? I was just about to open my mouth when Neil spoke over me. So in order to maximize your chances of winning the Congress, you have to send us packing. Well, yeah, pretty much. Although I agreed, I paused for a moment. Wait, this didn't sound quite right. I see. Neil smiled, adjusting his glasses and reaching for his bag. At the same time he did, he started to pack up his stuff. Joanna was the next one to start packing up. You're all really packing? Nora looked around incredulously, as though she found the entire situation to be ridiculous. But after seeing that neither Joanna nor Neil responded, she clenched her teeth and muttered, "Screw this. Who am I to force myself to stay?" She soon started to pack up as well. Still confused, I looked around. I noticed the complicated look that I was receiving from the likes of Sarah and Min, after which I looked at Ariel. She looked the same. On the other hand, Mia looked the saddest, her head hung low. From the way she was acting, it almost felt as though the entire world had given up on her. Did they really hate the idea of going out that much? Maybe they prefer training with my games. I thought about it and found that to be a reasonable possibility. In that case, so have you already decided who to replace us with? I blinked, turning my attention towards Nora. Her back was facing my way. You must have some candidates in mind since you're telling us to leave so quickly. I hope that they're good. After all, we can't catch up to you anymore. What was she talking about? I looked around. Everyone was giving me the side-eye, packing while seemingly waiting for me to explain. Explain what? Wait a moment. I frowned while looking around me. What are you talking about? With a smirk, Nora slowly turned around. You don't have to pretend. Since you've already told us to pack, there's no point in pretending like you aren't trying to replace us with a new team. I felt even more question marks appear in my mind. Given your recent success, it's only natural that you have your team upgraded with more valuable and important pieces. While we've all grown stronger, we're still far from your level, especially since you become a paragon. Although I can't say that I'm not disappointed, I understand. Can you all stop for a second? I held onto my forehead while looking around me. I felt a headache coming. What in the world was running through their minds? I think I know what's going on. You all think that now that I've become a paragon, I'm going to replace you, right? The silence that followed gave me enough confirmation. I really felt like smacking my head this time. No, I'm not trying to replace you. But you said... Well, yeah, I said to pack up because I wanted to go to a gate. Since the World Congress is close, I wanted to spend as much time as possible training with you guys. The room fell quiet once more. Everyone paused whatever they were doing. Then, you know, I always had faith in you, squad leader. I was like, no, there's no way he'd abandon us, and all that, you know. I always knew that you trusted us. It's just rumors spread and everyone panicked. I was the only one who didn't panic. Just know I am your #1 supporter. And like what was that for? Mia suddenly turned around and glared at Nora, who had just smacked the back of her head. Nobody is going to buy your nonsense, especially since your eyes are still red from crying. Mia immediately tapped her eyes, muttering, No, I didn't cry. What are you talking about? It was just some dust. Squad leader, believe me. I didn't pay attention to her and continued to look ahead. We had left the guild and were now headed in the direction of one of the gates that I had selected to train. However, on the way there, I couldn't help but think about the entire situation. It hasn't even been long since my discussion with the guild leader, and somehow there are rumors about me wanting a new team. Is this a coincidence? I didn't think so. No, I was certain it was. This was very likely the guild master's way of pressuring me to accept his offer. The stuffy feeling inside my chest grew further. I really didn't like this feeling. The more he acted like this, the more rejection I felt towards the idea of going with a new team. It almost felt as though he was telling me that I was going to fail unless I went with his option. I clenched my teeth. Squad leader. My steps came to a sudden pause as I turned my head. Joanna stood not far from me, her eyes looking at the group ahead. After a moment of hesitation and waiting for the group to move ahead a bit, she muttered. Although nobody is saying it right now, I'd like to say it for everyone. Thanks for believing in us. We'll try our best not to let you down. Her words brought my mind to a complete halt. Then, pursing her lips, Joanna moved ahead. She didn't say anything else, but she didn't have to. I stared at her parting back and then looked at the others. There was no need to think about it more. Taking out my phone, I scrolled through my contacts before pausing at a certain number. After a moment of hesitation, I dialed the number. It didn't take more than a couple of rings for the call to be picked up. It looks like I'll have to disappoint you. I spoke softly while looking ahead, feeling a gentle breeze brush past my face. I don't think I can go through with your arrangement. Chapter 522, Preparations for the World Congress 2. I didn't wait for the guild master to answer. I closed the call and took a deep breath, putting my phone into my pocket and pressing my lips together. The guild master was probably not very happy with my decision. After everything that he had done for me, I probably looked extremely ungrateful. Perhaps he was going to give up on me and stop helping me. Even worse, there was also a chance that he'd stop investigating the dock situation for me. But, no, I don't think he's that type of guy. He was disappointed, yes. But I had yet to fail. I was still useful to him. Until I failed, I could act like this. But the moment I failed, I drew a deep breath looking ahead. Squad leader, hurry, we're going to miss the train. Why are you so back? Adjusting the straps of my backpack, I calmly resumed walking. This is going to be a very long week. From the moment I made up my mind, I didn't spare a single moment and went to different gates. None of the gates were anything absurd, but they were all relatively difficult. Thankfully, we were able to keep our identities a secret while exploring the gates. If not, then the amount of trouble that we'd be subjected to would be enough to make it impossible for us to train. Thankfully, we encountered no problems the entire time. In reality, the entire train with gates was just an excuse. The team already had a solid foundation and good teamwork. Even if we explored new gates, we wouldn't improve so quickly. The main reason why I decided to enter the gates was that I needed a place that had no eyes on us. Consume this and try to get to the next order. I handed each member several fragments of the highest quality. Wait, what? Aren't these? Why are they so pure? Squad leader? I could see the confusion on everyone's faces. I would have been confused too had I been put in their position. In fact, staring at the numerous fragments that I had given away, I felt a massive pinch in my chest. This wasn't cheap at all. The amount of SB that I had to spend was ridiculous. Thankfully, I had some to spare. After signing the contract with RW Tech and receiving their official sponsorship, I was given a sizable sum of money. Combined with the passive earnings from my games, I was able to use it to produce a large number of high-quality fragments for the team. My games in particular made me a lot of money. Although my account had been suspended, I still made a sizable amount from the wave of trolls and people who wanted to try out my games after I received the Paragon ranking and beat the Malavia Gate. I guess there are benefits to being famous. Getting cheap fragments wasn't hard anymore. Given how I was now a Paragon, I had access to sources that could provide me with any fragment that I wanted. I bought as many low-purity fragments as I could and turned them into high-purity ones. I knew that the best way to get my team to become stronger would be by increasing their order. Either way, fragments are no longer as useful to me since I reached the 4th order. I now need different stuff in order to reach the next order. In particular, essence. That wasn't easy to get. You guys told me that you wanted to become stronger so that you could be more useful to me, right? In that case, don't bother staring at me like that and consume the fragments. Take this in case something goes wrong. It should help you. I tossed them each a pill. It was the very same pill that I used to consume to handle my cognitive shard. I gave Sarah a meaningful look. It should help you all in case you're struggling. I didn't let any of them get a word out. Time was of the essence. I also need to reach the next order. I wish you all the best of luck. Once you're done, we can all go to the next gate. I left them to their own devices right after that. Regarding reaching the 2nd order, that was a lie. There were other things that I needed to take care of, like earning even more money. Space. A week passed by. By now, the fervor surrounding the new Paragon rankings had died down, and in its place, a new wave of excitement had begun to sweep across the main island. The World Congress. The biggest event in the world, one that showcased the skills and abilities of its top members. This wasn't just a clash between the very best, but a battle between the guilds themselves. Not only was the monetary award for the top contestants incredibly lucrative, but the fame that came with reaching the very end was enough to propel anyone to the top of the world. Brand deals offers. It was enough to set one for life. Obsidian Bastion Guild. The air was tense. Facing several groups all dressed in dark uniforms, Kaelric Hailcrest quietly scanned the groups. Despite his gaze felt extremely pressuring, enough to make one wince under it. And yet, none of the members present showed any reaction. If anything, they all met the gaze head-on. The old man's lips curled into a smile after he looked away. Not bad, he muttered, satisfied with what he was seeing. Gathered here today are the uppermost elite of our guild. You are the best of the best in the entire world, and I expect nothing short of strong results from all of you. Not only will you be up against the other 4 guilds, but you'll also face many talented individuals. It is imperative that you show the gap between you and them. The old man's voice carried a deep sense of authority as all members stood still, listening without moving a single muscle. It was as if they were a well-oiled unit with no single flaw. Sweeping his gaze over every individual member, Kaelric looked at one individual in particular. "I expect a lot from you." Leora remained quiet. "Among all the people present, you're the most talented and most powerful member. It's important that you support everyone and ensure everything runs smoothly. There are only a handful of individuals who could truly pose a threat to you. Do not engage unless necessary." "Yes, sir," Leora finally acknowledged. "Good." Kaelric smiled, looking back at the other members. "You are all dismissed. Best of luck in the upcoming Congress." Leora was just about to follow the rest when all of a sudden, she heard a certain voice whisper in her head. "Leora." Leora's steps came to an abrupt halt. Then her grandfather's voice echoed in her mind once more. "I'd like a favor from you, if you meet this person." Chapter 523, Preparations for the World Congress 3. Step, step. Leora's calm steps echoed through the corridor, her dark robe fluttering with each stride as her brows furrowed deeply. "I was a little doubtful at first, but now it seems true. Grandfather really seems to have taken an interest in him." "But why?" This was something that Leora truly couldn't understand. She had seen him in person during the ranking announcement. Although he seemed a little interesting, that was about it. He didn't give her any overwhelming sensation or anything of the sort. He just felt bang average. Am I missing something from the picture? Leora calmly chewed over her thoughts. The more she thought about the situation, the more confused she became. Regardless of how much she tried to make sense of her grandfather's interest, the more confused she became. Was it because of Malavia? Sure, that wasn't bad, but it shouldn't be enough to attract grandfather's attention. At least, not in the way that was explained in the official reports. Then, could there be something that I don't know and only he knows, but I don't see any other major guild showing any interest in him? Still, although Leora had her doubts, she didn't dare voice them. Her grandfather may have been old, but he wasn't someone who would make mistakes. He had built his career on being able to find the best talent in the world. If he had set his eyes on Seth, then there was a good reason. Leora's thoughts grew lighter once they reached that point. Either way, all she had to do was help him in case he needed help. That was all her grandfather asked. Not that hard of a request. Adjusting her hair, Leora continued to walk ahead. But just as she had taken a few more steps, she stopped. Her eyes narrowed the moment she caught sight of the two individuals approaching from the opposite direction, their strides even and their gazes indifferent. They bore an uncanny resemblance to her, especially those dark eyes of theirs. But unlike her, their eyes bore nothing but coldness and indifference as she stepped to the side and bowed slightly. "Father, mother." Neither of the two stopped, moving past her without even acknowledging her. Leora closed her eyes and silently clenched her fists. There was nothing surprising about the situation. They had always been like this, and Leora had gotten used to their indifference. But, it's whatever." Without saying anything else, Leora adjusted her expression and mood and walked away. There was no need to dwell too much on strangers. "Space. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome." A man dressed in a pristine suit spoke, his smile wide. "The stage is set, the tension is building, and in just one day the World Congress begins. You can feel the anticipation rising across the globe. The analysts are lining up, the predictions are rolling in, and yes, the bookies have already opened the board." A table appeared beside the man, displaying all the odds for the upcoming World Congress. "It'll be an interesting year, this one," Adam Poirier said, adjusting his neat gray suit as he placed his hands over the round, oval white table and continued to speak. "And let me tell you, the anticipation for this upcoming Congress is building by the minute. It's not just about which guild will rack up the most points and claim the spotlight. No. All eyes are on the bigger question. Will the so-called unmovable Big Five hold their ground, or are we about to witness a shakeup that no one saw coming? The World Congress was more a measure of guild prowess than individual performance. It was a stage where guilds sent multiple teams and accumulated points over the course of the event. By the end of the event, the guild that reached the most points would end up becoming the winner, with additional rewards being Tournament MVP and Breakout Star of the Year. Every year, the Big Five have monopolized the top spots. Will this year be any different? Will a guild finally show signs of breaking the deadlock? What do you think, Merlin? Adam turned to his colleague on the right, a woman dressed in a neat suit with her dark hair tied in a bun. Her clean white teeth showed as she smiled, highlighting her soft and pleasant features. That's a good question, Adam. She took it from there as a new panel appeared next to her. There are a few candidates to watch besides the larger guilds. Most notably, I'd say the Arithmus Guild is one to keep an eye on. They've built a solid reputation recently, with several rising stars making it into the Paragon rankings. They now have 4 Paragons, including the new entrant Hermes, who placed around 700th. 4 profiles appeared besides her as she started to go through each and every one of them. Besides the Arithmus Guild, there's the Evening Sun Guild, the Melson Sanders Guild, the Asteroid Guild, the Samsara Guild, the Nirvana Amber Guild, and lastly, the Severed Stars Guild. The Severed Stars Guild. Adam showed a look of surprise as he looked at his colleague. Yes, I have also included them on the list. Despite the bookies showing that they've got the lowest odds amongst the listed guilds to break the status quo between the big guilds, I firmly believe that they are a guild to watch out for. Is it because of the newest rank Paragon, Seth Thorne? There's that, but they also now have 4 Paragons of their own. Not many guilds can boast that number. Indeed, besides the top guilds, most guilds only had 1 or 2 Paragons maximum, with the guild focusing all of their resources and attention on them. For a guild to have 4, that was no easy feat. But do you seriously think that they have a chance at making it? Honestly, no. Marilyn replied honestly. In fact, even now, I doubt the qualifications of some of the members who have reached the rankings. None of them should have qualified, yet here they are, ranked among the top 1,000 in the world. Still, regardless of my doubts about their abilities, the fact remains that they are ranked. But that's not the main reason I don't think they'll perform well. Oh? Adam raised his brow, curious to hear her thoughts. Taking a slow breath, Marilyn looked at the cameras. The real reason why I doubt Severed Stars Guild will make it is because of their star, Seth Thorne. Before anyone could say a thing, she continued. Let's set aside my doubts in his skills and the fact that he's a first order. My main cause of concern is his team. From what I've heard, he's decided to dismiss any possibility of going with an elite team and instead chose to stick with his old team, who, quite frankly, should not even be able to qualify for the Congress. What? Adam's eyes widened. Are you serious? This can't be right. Yes, I can confirm this much. Marilyn replied, her voice turning sterner. From what it seems, he's overly attached to his own team, despite not being strong enough to keep up with them. In a tournament as important as this, your team is one of your most valuable assets. To stick with a mediocre team when you have the chance to join an elite one is, quite frankly, a very unwise decision. It's for this reason that, while I've listed the Severed Stars Guild as one to watch, it's more for. Click. The TV shut off, and silence fell over the room. For several seconds, the silence persisted. But then, was it really a good decision to leak the news about the team situation, Guild Master? A voice broke the silence, one of the Guild Master's assistants looking at the Guild Master. Placing the remote down, the Guild Master smiled. If I hadn't been pushed to this extent, I wouldn't have done it. But now that you have, there will be a lot of buzz online and from the reporters. That's fine. The Guild Master replied, his expression still calm. It's not like we're not used to such buzz, am I right? He gave his assistant a meaningful look. The assistant opened his mouth, but eventually closed it. Are you worried that this was the wrong decision? The Guild Master suddenly asked, as if reading his assistant's thoughts. The assistant opened his mouth, trying to speak, but in the end he simply nodded. Yes, this just seemed. I did it so that he can have some leeway. The Guild Master calmly cut in, his demeanor poised. When he does fail, we'll at least have an excuse for it. While his reputation may take a hit, he won't fall to the very bottom. We can attribute his failure to his team. And above all, the Guild Master paused, his hands interlocking before him. He needs to bear the weight of his decision. Chapter 524, Preparations for the World Congress 4. Signs, the capital city of the main island of Andorra. With an estimated population of 48 million people, the city was the largest known city in the entire world. With multi-layer infrastructure and transit systems that ran both above and below the skyline, Signs functioned like a living machine suspended in the sky. Elevated maglev lines stitched together distant districts, while subterranean grids handled utilities, cargo, and gate monitoring without disrupting the surface flow of daily life. It was truly a city from the future. Everyone, please carefully board the bus. We'll be departing shortly for the central urban megabelt. Yawning, I looked at Section Chief White. The mere sight of him made me want to turn back and not participate in the event, but I knew that I couldn't do it, and so I could only pretend like he didn't exist and board the bus. There were already quite a lot of people sitting inside. I even spotted Kyle, Zoe, Clara, and the rest. I thought about greeting them, but stopped when I noticed just how tense their expressions were. Most importantly, feeling a certain gaze, I decided to take a seat. How can two sisters be so different? I rubbed my cheeks. Even now it almost felt as though her glare could sting. I wonder how long it'll take to reach the urban district. Signs was divided into 5 districts, each vast enough to function like a city of its own. The Apex district stood at its center, all glass towers and government spires. Beyond it stretched the Guild district, carved into a quadrant claimed by the 5, with the other guilds located within each quadrant. We were also there. The urban megabelt spread outward, where most of the population lived. Past that lay the industrial and infrastructure ring, and beyond even that, the peripheral satellite cities. Low urban cities with cheap housing. Given how the urban megabelt has the largest population, it's only normal that they host the event there. But as far as I'm aware, there's another reason for hosting it there. I'm not quite sure, though. It looks like everyone is here. Getting on the bus, Section Chief White held onto a notepad. Adjusting his gold rims, he began to speak. The journey won't be long, about half an hour to an hour, depending on traffic. We'll be entering the Cillian Arena, where the other guilds are gathered. Since the events change every year, I can't say for certain what will happen or what you'll be required to do, but it will by no means be easy. The main objective is to accumulate as many points as possible without getting eliminated. None of you must be eliminated. He paused, and looked straight at me. Not everyone else but me. I frowned, but that was also the moment he looked away. Getting eliminated will deduct points from us, which would make it harder for our guild to have a good placing. Naturally, the team with the most points acquired within our guild will be rewarded. I hope that all of you can strive to achieve such honors. The section chief put the notepad away and swept his gaze over everyone. Be ready, he muttered, his voice carrying a certain tension. From this moment forward, the Congress will begin. The bus began to move right after that. Cillian Arena was beyond my wildest expectations. The moment the bus neared the arena, an enormous structure, far beyond anything I had ever seen, came into view. Its massive oval frame, coated in a gleaming metal surface that reflected the sun's glare, almost resembled a bird's nest. If I hadn't felt it before, the fervor for the upcoming World Congress was now unmistakable. It was evident in the countless cars lining the elevated roads that arched through the air, as well as in the planes and helicopters overhead, each bearing different banners. Thank God for the fact that we have our own designated road. Otherwise, I watched as the bus passed the other cars. As it did, loud beeping followed. Beep, beep, beep. Each came from the cars around, the people inside waving in our direction as some opened their windows to take pictures of the bus. I quietly pursed my lips before looking away, closing my eyes and adjusting my mind. The scale of this event had far exceeded my wildest expectations, and as I leaned back against my chair, I unconsciously brought my hand to my chest. That was also the moment I felt it. Bah thump. This. I immediately took notice of the situation and opened my eyes. Am I excited? Everyone get up, we're here. Before I knew it, the bus had come to a stop. Looking around and seeing everyone stand up, I followed along with them and got out of the bus. The tension that lingered across the surroundings was even more pronounced than at the start, and as I got out of the bus, I also noticed several other buses stopping, other individuals stepping out at the same time as us. The moment they took notice of us, they froze, their expression turning hostile. I took note of their expressions and adjusted my backpack as I followed the section chief, who led us toward a tunnel where a group of men dressed in black stood waiting to greet us. They took a quick look at our IDs and did a similarly quick scan of us before giving each one of us a pass. Participating member, Seth Thorne. Severed Stars. I placed the pass around my neck and followed the section chief through the tunnel. Nobody spoke. Nobody could speak. Thump, thump, thump. A loud thumping sound echoed across the tunnel. It was extremely loud, so loud that everyone could feel it. With each thump, it almost felt like a small earthquake was taking place. What is happening? What's going on? There was inevitable confusion, but it didn't last for long as we reached the end of the tunnel. Thump, thump. The thumping grew louder, and goosebumps rose along my skin. Thump, thump, thump. My heartbeat quickened, and my steps slowed as light began to spill from the end of the tunnel. After which I heard a loud voice. Next up, let's welcome the members of the Severed Stars Guild. BOOM. It was as if the entire world exploded. My vision widened as we stepped out of the tunnel, a sea of people greeting me, thousands shouting at the top of their lungs. The hair at the back of my hand rose even further as I took in the sight before me. But above all, I heard it. Boo! Get the hell out of here. Frauds, boo! The jeers coming from the crowd were slowly overtaking the cheers. A lot of them were most likely from the supporters of other guilds or even individuals. But above all, I could feel that a lot was directed at me. You're a fraud, all of you are frauds. Give back your ranking, fraud. For some reason, I found myself covering my mouth the moment I heard the jeers. You're a scammer. A lucky bastard, fraud. Hearing the jeers, I massaged my face. Everyone else looked at me. Some were worried, others were smiling. Taking it all in, I put more force in my hand. Ah shit, this isn't the place. This really isn't the place. I shouldn't be doing this. But why? Why can't I stop smiling? Chapter 525, World Congress 1. Besides the jeers, there were some cheers. There were people who appeared to care about us and me. But to my ears, such voices were drowned out by the jeers and boos I was receiving from those who disliked us. I need to keep it together. I couldn't let myself smile, otherwise. This is ridiculous. Not surprisingly, I wasn't the only one taken aback by the numerous jeers directed our way. Looking around her, Zoe frowned. Are we seriously that unlikable? No, not you, him. I looked as Kyle pointed at me. Zoe opened her mouth, most likely trying to disagree with him. For some strange reason, she had been acting strange around me. It seemed like she was trying to help me more and pay more attention to me, but I could also tell it wasn't from a place of affection. To some extent, it almost felt as though she was trying to say something to me, but couldn't. In the end, Zoe sighed and closed her mouth. Looks like she can't think of anything to disagree with Kyle's assessment. You're ruining our reputation, Kyle said while staring me straight in the eye. His face was straight, and I could tell that he was joking. Thus, I just nodded. I know. After that, I focused on my surroundings, ignoring the boos and attention directed at us. The arena was massive, larger than anything I had ever seen. Teams were scattered throughout the space, each gathered beneath banners that represented their guilds. Each guild wore a different uniform, their styles unique to each guild, and as I looked around, it didn't take long for me to find our banner as I walked towards it. For now, it's important that all of you stay together. No one knows what the trials will be like or how they'll unfold. Each Congress is different. The only thing you need to know is that you must be absolutely ready for whatever is coming. Section Chief White continued to lecture us even after we arrived at our banner. We could only silently listen as the crowd stopped paying attention to us and turned to the newer guilds that entered. Wiley. Cheers, jeers. I heard them all. Taking the time to move towards where my team was, I was just about to talk to them when I was suddenly stopped by a woman with short brown hair and a mole under her chin. She was dressed in neat clothes, and after staring at her, my eyes narrowed. For some reason, she seems familiar. Hi. Her voice was friendly. You must be Seth Thorne, correct? My name is Elizabeth Modip, and I'm here to conduct a small interview with you. It'll be aired later. Is that okay with you? Hello. Suddenly, I recalled why I recognized her. She was one of the main hosts of the event. I immediately thought about rejecting her, but just as the thought crossed my mind, a hand pressed against my shoulder. Yes, he will take it. Huh? Kyle's head popped up next to my shoulder as he pushed me. Just have a small conversation with her. There's nothing to be troubled about. It'll be good for you, trust me. He continued to pat my back. This traitor. Great. The woman's eyes sparkled as she took out her phone and brought it closer to me. In that case, I won't waste a single second. I'll ask first. How do you feel about the current atmosphere? Many here say that it's overwhelming. What about you? For someone so new, it must also be incredibly overwhelming. Oh, it is. I'm very overwhelmed. Well, considering how there was no going back, I decided to take the interview honestly. In all honesty, I was indeed a little overwhelmed. There were people everywhere, and it just felt weird being stared at by so many people. Really? The woman looked at me with a doubtful look. Why are you looking at me like that? Your face doesn't seem to match my words. Is that so? No, but I really was overwhelmed. Well, fine. The woman decided to switch topics. There are rumors that you're entering the Congress with the same team as before, despite being given the option to join the best elites available. Is it possible you've grown too attached to your team and don't want to leave them? That's usually a rookie mistake, especially since death is so common in this industry. How many of the words that I said are true? And what is the main reason for sticking with your old team? I paused to give the woman a second look. Elizabeth, was it? I knew that such a question was coming, but I didn't think she'd go straight to the point like this. It was almost funny. Most of it is true. I eventually nodded, maintaining my cool. Then, the reason is simple. I answered, my gaze falling on her. There, enough. I watched how her eyes slowly started to widen, her hand trembling at the same time. I wanted to say more, but right as my lips parted, a change began to occur over the surroundings. The conversations across the arena began to thin out as heads slowly turned toward the entrance. Even the guilds that had been laughing moments ago straightened unconsciously. Then, the distant tunnel lights dimmed gradually, almost as if the arena itself was drawing in a breath. Hum! A low, resonant hum echoed from within the tunnel. Then the first banner appeared. It slid out of the darkness of the tunnel, fluttering under the faint breeze in the air. At first glance, it looked black, but that wasn't entirely accurate. The fabric shifted subtly under the arena lights, revealing undertones of deep violet and indigo, as though a night sky had been woven directly into the cloth. Thin streaks of silver ran across it like distant stars fractured by invisible cracks. At the center rested a symbol, a crown, broken cleanly down the middle. A murmur spread through the stands. Eclipse! The Eclipse Sovereign Guild had arrived. They did not stride in with exaggerated confidence, nor did they slow their pace to draw attention to themselves. They walked at a steady, controlled rhythm. Their uniforms consisted of long, fitted coats trimmed with faintly glowing runic embroidery, the patterns so intricate they seemed almost alive when viewed from afar. There was no chatter among them, no glances exchanged, no visible nerves. They moved like a single organism. At their forefront walked a tall woman with black hair cascading down her back. Her expression remained half-lidded and unreadable, as though the silence around her meant nothing. But soon, BOOM, the place erupted. They're here. Eclipse, Eclipse. Seraphine, she's here. Seraphine Dark, the current spearhead of Eclipse, ranked 11th in the Paragon rankings and one of the youngest members attending, barely 19 years old. The pressure that radiated from her wasn't overwhelming in the conventional sense. It didn't crush or suffocate. Instead, it lingered at the edge of perception. It was both sharp and refined, like a blade resting lightly against skin without yet applying force. The crowd erupted in applause, some out of admiration, others out of fear. Eclipse did not acknowledge either. They reached their designated section and stopped in perfect formation beneath their banner, not bothering to wave or respond. Mia swallowed beside me. That's we can win this, right? Before anyone could properly process their presence, the ground vibrated again. This time differently. Swoosh! A burst of golden light flooded the tunnel entrance, so bright that several spectators instinctively shielded their eyes. The energy felt warmer and far less restrained. When the light dimmed enough to see clearly, a second banner stood proudly at the front. Threaded with gold that shimmered beneath the sun's bright glare, the white flag stood proudly in the air. At its center blazed a radiant sun emblem, its rays extending outward in sharp, symmetrical patterns that seemed to pulse with restrained energy. The Helios Vanguard Guild. Unlike Eclipse, they were a lot more flashy. Laughter spilled from the tunnel before they even fully emerged. Confident voices overlapped as their members stepped forward, clad in reinforced white battle attire accented with golden plating along their shoulders and gauntlets. Their gear was practical, but polished to near perfection, reflecting the lights in sharp glints. They weren't trying to look intimidating. They simply were. At their front walked a radiant man with pale white skin and short golden hair brushed back nicely. A confident, yet serene grin rested permanently on his face, as though he was the sun itself. Leon Draven, Helios leading combatant. A name frequently mentioned, alongside Seraphine's in ranking discussions. He lifted his hand casually, and the arena detonated in cheers. Where are you? The cheers were deafening, enough to make me feel as though my ears were bleeding. Oh dear. Elizabeth's mutter reached me despite the chaos, the phone in her hand lowering. From the looks of things, she seemed to have lost all interest in interviewing me. And here I thought I had more time. She muttered to herself, after which she looked at me, offering me an apologetic smile. I apologize, but I must go. The big guilds have finally arrived. The woman left right after that, alongside many others, as they all rushed towards the groups that had just arrived. I merely gave them a sparing glance before turning away to face my own team. Tea that. The first thing I noticed was Mia trembling, her eyes darting in every direction. Beside her, Nora stayed quiet, her eyes closed as she ignored Mia, but despite her best attempt at hiding it, she was trembling subtly. The same went for the others. Even if they didn't show it openly, I could tell they were all nervous. And I couldn't blame them. The top guilds, just 2 of them were enough to make me feel overwhelmed. Chapter 526, World Congress 2. One by one, the major guilds began to appear. Each time a new one stepped forward, the crowd erupted. Obsidian Bastion was next, their presence just as intimidating as the others. They were soon followed by the Argent Vanguard Guild, and lastly the Crimson Oath Guild. By the time the last of the great 5 guilds appeared, the atmosphere in the arena had reached an all-time fervor amongst the audience. On the other hand, the same couldn't be said for the remaining guilds standing in the arena, the tension almost palpable. Thankfully, the tension didn't linger for much longer as a voice suddenly cut through the surrounding noise. May I have everyone's attention? The voice was neither soft nor overbearing. But the moment it sounded, it pressed down on everyone's minds. Conversations cut off mid-sentence. The distant cheers stuttered and died. Even the restless energy that had filled the arena moments ago seemed to freeze in place. A ripple passed through the crowd as heads turned toward the center of the arena. Space distorted, and a single figure stepped into the middle of the arena, almost as if he had teleported there. What the... Where did he come from? Who is he? Murmurs spread across the surroundings. I was similarly confused, but above all, I could feel my chest growing heavier at the sight of him. The hair at the back of my neck tingled as a cold chill ran down my spine. Just who in the world is he? At first glance, he didn't look particularly imposing. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in a dark, immaculate coat bearing the insignia of the BUA stitched in silver across the chest. His hair was slicked back neatly, his expression calm, even bored. But the pressure radiating from him, that was something else entirely. My lungs tightened. "Who is that?" Mia whispered, voice barely audible. Nobody answered. But the silence didn't last long as Joanna's lips parted. "That's Vice Director Armin Vale." I tensed subtly. Vice Director? One of the highest authorities within the BUA. Although I didn't know much about him, I knew of his importance. I knew just how much power he held. He stood at the very center of the arena, hands clasped neatly behind his back, posture relaxed and gaze collected. He didn't raise his voice. May I have everyone's attention? He didn't need to. The second time he spoke, it wasn't louder. It was clearer. Every word of his entered the minds of everyone present. I trust your travels were uneventful. His words earned a few strained chuckles from the crowd and even the guilds. Some looked more relaxed than others, in particular those from the Big Five, while others looked incredibly tense. Thankfully, the vice director didn't drag things out. He went straight to the topic. As some of you are aware, I'll be officiating this year's Congress. I've been tasked with ensuring that the trial is both adequate and fair, but let me make one thing clear. His eyes narrowed, his gaze sweeping all of us. My presence does not guarantee your safety. You should all be aware that the Congress is not without casualties. Since you'll be dealing with real situations, deaths will occur. If you're not strong or capable enough, there's a very real chance that you and your team will die. I hope you considered that carefully before joining. His words only added to the already climbing tension. However, the eyes of many remained resolute. Everyone had been made aware from the start. The World Congress wasn't simply a tournament for fun and games. It was a real event that fully displayed the abilities of people dealing with real-life anomalies and situations. If one feared death, then they shouldn't have been here in the first place. So, is it too late to leave? Aim. Since I'm the one in charge of this year's Congress, I made sure to keep things fresh, both for the audience and all of you. Murmurs immediately flooded the surroundings. Everyone started to wonder what he meant by his words, and just as everyone's curiosity reached the peak, the vice director's next words brought the place to a complete and screeching halt. This year's Congress will be held inside the mist. Not even the members of the major guilds were able to keep composed, let alone the members from the regular guilds, as the place erupted. The mist. What the fuck is this for real? This isn't a joke, right? The mist. That's ridiculous. Has he lost his mind? Even the people around me were at a loss. Nobody could keep their calm. Perhaps I was the only one, but not for the same reasons as everyone else. It was mainly due to my ignorance regarding the mist. The only thing that I knew was that it was one of the main reasons why floating islands even existed in the first place. The mist was the main reason why the world had been forced to live high above. But what did he mean by it'll take place in the mist? Is he saying that we're going to the land beneath? I suddenly felt curious. I guess I should have expected this reaction. The vice director smiled upon seeing the reactions he was receiving from the crowd and guild members. In fact, he almost seemed to take pleasure in it. Sadist. Well, I can't say that I don't understand everyone's confusion, but I'm doing all of this to change things up. What is even the point of hosting an event where everyone goes into the same gate, and we determine their effort based on how fast they clear it? Where's the fun in that? Sighing, the vice director's smile widened. Why not try something new entirely? The entire reason why we even clear gates and get rid of anomalies is so that we can get a better understanding of the mist and reclaim the land beneath. His words echoed loudly across the surroundings, his fervor rubbing in the minds of the spectators. The surroundings started to grow louder. The mist holds countless secrets and answers that could help us overcome this crisis. If we remain trapped in the status quo, we'll never reclaim the land beneath our feet. That's why I've decided for this year's Congress to take place in the land below, because that is what humanity is fighting for. His voice boomed once more, and the crowd stood up, their voices growing louder. Yeah, you're right. This is going to be exciting. The way he effortlessly swayed the crowd into accepting the changes to the Congress was impressive. Yet the mood within the arena was nothing like that of the audience. The tension among the participants was thick enough to be felt. I exchanged glances with Kyle, his expression extremely tense. And just as he seemed to be about to say something, the vice director spoke once more. Let's not drag things any longer. Let the first phase of the Congress begin. Snap. With a single snap of his fingers, the surroundings froze. What's going on? All of a sudden, it was as if time had been frozen. No. I could still see the audience moving. It was just me and everyone in the arena who had frozen. Then, the space around me began to stretch, everyone's appearance distorting and stretching as though I was being pulled into time and space itself. Their outlines softened first, shoulders blurring, faces losing definition. Eyes and mouths flattened into pale smudges. It almost felt like they were being erased, as though someone were carefully rubbing them out, starting at the edges and working inward. All forms of noise ceased, and everything around me continued to stretch. The seats tore away after, dissolving into thin strands that unraveled into nothing. The lights followed, snapping out one by one without flicker. The figures around me thinned and flattened, peeling back like paper burned at the edges. In seconds, the arena was stripped down to a blank expanse that had no color and no depth. Rattle, rattle. The ground beneath me shuddered hard enough to jolt my teeth together. A vibration rolled up through the soles of my shoes, climbed my legs, and settled deep in my chest where it continued to buzz. A low hum followed. Flick, flick. Light burst above without warning, the harsh fluorescent strip snapping alive above me. The sudden brightness stung my eyes. What the? My right hand lifted on instinct and closed around something cold and smooth. A vertical pole. Rattle. The space rattled sideways. My foot slid back to keep balance, rubber scraping against textured flooring that hadn't existed a moment ago. Without thinking, I reached for the pole, stabilizing my footing. KH. I blinked, then looked in front of me. Blue seats lined the walls now. They were made of hard plastic, scuffed. A narrow aisle stretched in both directions. Advertisements above the windows, their colors faded and peeling at the corners. Huh. Looking around me, I blinked once more. This place. Rattle, rattle. Wasn't this a subway? Chapter 527, First Trial 1. Rattle, rattle. The carriage rattled as a low, dying hum crawled through the metal walls, vibrating beneath the seats like something breathing under the floor. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied into a sickly yellow glow that made every face look hollow. I held onto the metal pole next to me, taking in my surroundings cautiously. This is a subway, right? No matter how I looked at it, this was a subway. From the moving darkness behind the windows to the advertisements plastered along the curved walls, there was no doubt about it in my mind. But how was this possible? I was just standing in the middle of the arena. How did I suddenly get transported into this subway? Is this part of the trial? This felt like the most likely explanation. It was also for this reason that my mind sharpened as I continued to observe my surroundings. I took a look at the advertisements, the station map above the door and the seats. Details. Trials always had rules. Rules meant patterns. Patterns meant a way out. The advertisements were the first thing that I paid attention to. At a glance, they were ordinary. Whitening toothpaste, luxury watches, a hedge fund promising worthwhile investments. But the longer I looked, the more I felt that I was wasting my time. There didn't seem to be anything particularly eye-catching, but perhaps it was meant to be like that. Trials and scenarios were never easy to clear. Still, this does feel a little eerie. I was the only one in the subway. There was no one else but me, and it was perhaps because of this reason that everything felt heightened to me. The soft hum of the subway, the faint flicker of the lights above, the restless rattling of the train, and the stale, metallic smell of the place. Every sound, every smell. I could feel it. Rattle. The carriage rattled violently. I stumbled at the sudden jolt, my hand slipping from the pole as I dropped into the nearest seat. The plastic felt cold, much colder than I expected it to be. The lights above burst into erratic spasms. In that split second of light, the aisle looked longer. Or did it? I couldn't quite make sense of what was happening around me. I took deep and steady breaths, my vision going dark with each flicker of the lights. With each flicker, it felt as though something changed about the place. But when I looked, nothing seemed different than before. It all looked the same. It all... Flick. Rattle, rattle. The carriage stopped rattling, the motion smoothing out as though nothing had happened. The steady rhythm of the tracks returned, almost comforting. But unlike before, a deep, unnatural cold seeped into my body. But most importantly, I wasn't alone anymore. Figures appeared all over me, doing their own thing as though they had been in the subway the entire time. A man stood by the pole near the doors, one hand gripping it loosely while the other held an open book. His eyes moved across the page, reading each word with such extreme concentration that it felt abnormal. A woman beside him scrolled on her phone, her thumb dragging down the screen in a slow, repetitive motion. The glow from the device illuminated her face from below, highlighting the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Further down, someone adjusted their tie. Another leaned back with their eyes closed, earphones plugged in. But weirdest of them all was the woman sitting directly in front of me, two people next to her, her naturally sagging face giving away her age alongside the deep wrinkles etched into her skin. Gray hair coiled tightly around her head in brittle, uneven curls, her thin lips nearly colorless, and her pale, papery skin stretched so tightly over her cheekbones that it looked less like skin and more like the last layer before her skull. She stared at me. She was the only one staring at me. Her eyes were wide, so wide that I could see the whites showed all around her irises, red vessels branching outward like the limbs of a dying tree. I swallowed nervously. Hello. I received no response. Instead, she continued to stare at me. I scratched the top of my hand, my tongue pressing against my bottom lip to wet it. The more I looked at her, the more unsettled her gaze felt. Instead, I looked elsewhere. The two men seated on either side of her sat rigidly upright, shoulders squared, hands resting neatly on their thighs. They weren't looking at her. They were looking past me, at the window behind me. Hello. I tried to make small talk again. I wanted to see if I could interact with the people in the scenario, but once again I was met with silence. This time the silence felt even more strained. Shifting along my seat, I took notice of the woman's eyes. They seemed to be following me. I stopped and stared back, feeling her stare to be more and more uncomfortable. The longer I held her gaze, the heavier it felt, like something pressing down on my chest. There was no expression in her face, no change in posture. Just those wide, fixed eyes locked onto mine. I knew that I had to do something, and right as I was about to stand up, the lights turned off. Flick. Darkness once again took over the space. But in the darkness, I heard it. The slow, steady breath from somewhere in front of me, close enough that I could make out the faint rasp in each breath, and strong enough to rise over the hum of the train and the dull rattle of the tracks. Hayo. My heart skipped a beat, my head slowly turning in the direction of where the breathing was coming from. Right in front of me. The old woman. Flick. The lights flicked back on. The woman's face was closer now. Close enough that I hadn't seen her move. The wrinkles along her cheeks sagged deeper than before, folding into one another like soft, collapsing fabric. The skin beneath her eyes hung loose, trembling slightly, as though it couldn't quite hold its shape. Her eyes were still locked onto me. But her pupils had changed. What remained looked faded, washed out beneath a thin, milky haze. That was when I finally noticed the other details I'd missed before, from the gray tint of her skin to the faint blue of her lips. And the fact that she wasn't breathing. Thud. Her head fell over, landing right in front of my legs as I froze. Flick. Once more, darkness took over the surroundings. As it did, the weight on my legs had faded, almost as if the only lady had magically disappeared. But what hadn't faded was the soft breathing sound that rose over the hum and rattling of the carriage. Ha. It was louder now. Warmer. Closer. But when the lights turned on, the scene that greeted my sight left me stunned. The old lady from before had returned to where she was, her eyes wide while she still looked at me. What the hell is going on? Chapter 528, First Trial 2. The cheers of the spectators had long since faded. After the initial confusion, all eyes turned to the screens above the arena, which displayed the many figures inside the subway. Everyone seemed to be facing the same scenario, and the spectators watched the unfolding scenes in rapt attention. In a different section, looks like you've gone all out. You can say that. Vice Director Vale replied with a faint half-smile, his eyes fixed on the many screens displaying the participants inside. I thought that this was the best method to test if they were truly ready for what is ahead of them. This scenario should be a good test for them. Good test. An amused chuckle followed. Standing beside the vice director inside a lustrous VIP box was a woman wearing a mask that covered the top half of her face, quietly fanning herself with a large black fan. How can you call this a good test? Isn't this scenario a replica of the ranked subway murder, gate that killed thousands years ago? You're not wrong. Then are you seriously planning on letting nobody pass? This isn't a scenario that many can clear. In fact, I'd say that besides the top guilds, I don't expect anyone to be able to clear the scenario. Oh no, don't worry about that. The vice director laughed, waving his hands dismissively. I've made some changes to the scenario. It's no longer as brutal as the one from before. I've also changed it enough so that those who are aware of the scenario won't have too much of an advantage. I can tell, the woman softly waved her hand. But it'll still be quite difficult for many of them. Many won't be able to clear the scenario simply because their decree isn't good for the situation, and they're more there as a support. I am aware. The vice director replied, swiping his hand to change the scenes. As his gaze focused on one window in particular, he continued, It's for this reason that even if a person fails, they won't necessarily be eliminated. They'll only be eliminated if everyone within the group fails. So long as one person passes, they'll all pass. So this is a test for the leaders. You can say that. The vice director smiled. But then again, if everyone in the team fails, then it'll mean that they aren't good enough to participate in the first place. I'm just saving their life before it's too late. You make some sense. The woman continued to fan herself, her gaze similarly falling on the screens in front of her. The more she looked, the more impressed she felt with the vice director's ability to replicate such a gate. It was almost an uncanny copy of the one that she remembered, but there did seem to be some changes. It didn't feel as terrifying as the one she had witnessed. But it also didn't feel easy at all. This will no doubt stump quite a few. I wonder just how many groups will be eliminated. One of the things that made this gate so difficult was the lack of information. While the information was present, it was all hidden. One had to truly look for it to learn about the objective of the scenario. But most of the time, by the time someone found out, it'd be too late. After all, it isn't easy to spot the murderer when you don't even know what is happening. Slowing down her movements with her fan, the woman's eyes locked on several of the more renowned figures as she mumbled, "I'm curious as to who will be the first to clear the scenario. Certainly, it'll be someone from the top guilds." "Perhaps," the vice director replied, his hand swiping at the screen of his tablet. As he did, he seemed to have thought of something as he chuckled. "But it'll be interesting to see if there will be someone else to do it. It'll certainly give those from the big guilds quite the scare." Space. What the hell is going on? I looked at the old woman in front of me. Just a moment ago, she had been resting on my legs, and in the next instant, she was back where she had been before. The two people next to her continued to look at the window behind me while the people around. Frowning, I looked at the people around me. A tall man stood by the pole near the doors, one hand gripping it loosely while the other held a leaflet. A woman beside read a book, her hands slowly moving each page in a repetitive motion. Further down, someone adjusted the buttons of their bow tie. Everything felt both familiar and unfamiliar. I could have sworn the man by the door was reading a book instead of a leaflet. That woman too. No, was she? I started to second-guess myself. Just what in the world was going on? Rattle, rattle. Despite my confusion, the carriage continued to move, the soft hum of the surroundings echoing loudly in my ears as I continued to scan my surroundings. I tried to push down my discomfort and tried to analyze everything. But just as I started to think, something unexpected occurred. Scenario spotted. Operation Subway Murder. Class Black Black Black. An unidentified murderer has infiltrated the subway carriage. The train will remain in continuous transit until the scenario concludes. With the passage of time, the murderer will eliminate passengers one by one. Victims will not resist, and their deaths may not be immediately noticeable. The murderer conceals themselves among the candidates and exhibits no obvious external abnormalities. They behave as an ordinary passenger and will avoid drawing suspicion. Participants must identify the murderer before the number of remaining passengers falls below the failure threshold. The more passengers fall, the stronger the anomaly becomes. Eliminate it before it becomes too strong. Scenario candidates will be joining shortly. Do you wish to use any item? You have 10 seconds. I stared blankly at the sudden pop-up before me. This. Right, why didn't I think this wouldn't happen? Staring at the scenario, I read it carefully. The more I went over it, the stranger my expression became. The 10 seconds soon passed, and as they did, the surroundings plunged into darkness. A breath echoed across the surroundings, this time heavier than before. Ha. Closer and warmer, too. The lights flicked back on, and I glanced around. Everyone looked the same as before, but it didn't really matter to me anymore. Because if all I really have to do is find the murderer, then it shouldn't be hard, right? Reaching for my pocket, I activated my node, and a knife appeared in my grasp. Holding onto the knife, my expression turned even stranger as I activated one of its abilities. Bloodthirsty Butcher's Knife. Fourth Order. Through repeated killings, the knife has absorbed vast amounts of blood essence, awakening into a bloodthirsty butcher's knife. The blade now exhibits autonomous predatory traits, granting it several abilities. Ability 1, Butcher's Instinct. While wielding the knife, the user gains heightened perception of vital points of anomalies. Ability 2, Meat Sense. Passively detects living creatures within a short radius, revealing heartbeat intensity, injury severity, and what type of living being they are. Surely not, right? But, looking around the room, one glaring red dot appeared. I opened my mouth, but soon closed it as I finally stood up. Rattle, rattle. The carriage shook, and the moment I stood up, it felt as though every eye had turned toward me. Unease settled in, yet I ignored it and continued walking in silence, drawing closer and closer to the red dot before finally stopping right in front of it. I stood in front of the little boy. He was playing with his Game Boy, seemingly oblivious to me. I didn't hesitate. Activating my first node and coating the knife in black, I pulled it from my pocket and stabbed downward. Spurred. Blood spurted in all directions. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment, the figures around me all turning to look in my direction. Then, screek. The harsh screech of metal echoed through the carriage, as the subway abruptly started to slow down before finally coming to a stop. Not long after, the doors opened. Clank. I stood in silence, not moving a single inch as I stared at the notification before me. Scenario cleared. Did this count as cheating? Chapter 529, Shocking Everyone 1. I was still confused. No, I wasn't really confused. I knew exactly what happened, but... this is fine, right? I won't be suspected of cheating, will I? It hadn't been more than a couple of minutes since the scenario had started, and I had somehow cleared it. With the system telling me exactly what was happening, and using the knife skills, I had no difficulty clearing the scenario. I did it quite fast. Or maybe not. Thinking about everyone who had joined, it was likely that I wasn't the fastest. Considering just how strong some of the people here are, I am probably nowhere near the first place. The goal of the scenario was to find the murderer and kill him. But what if someone simply killed everyone in the subway? Would they pass them? Well, the hardest thing is probably figuring out what is going on. Whatever. I looked at the doors of the subway and proceeded to walk out. Since I had cleared the scenario, there was no need for me to think about it further. One could argue that I had cheated, but so what? What could they do, sue me? As if. Stepping through the doors, I was greeted by a vast room. So large it made me feel small, my footsteps echoing against the walls. Rows of chairs were lined neatly down the center, and large screens hung along both sides of the room. They were all turned off. As I scanned my surroundings, I couldn't help but notice the strange numbers imprinted on each of the chairs. They went from 1 to 1,500. What's this supposed to be? But most importantly, another trial. My stomach churned at the thought. The idea of facing another trial made it twist painfully, but before those thoughts could fully settle, the television at the end of the room flickered to life. Flick. An image appeared. It was an image of me. Next to it were words that said, Seth Thorne, Seat 1. After the initial confusion, I understood. Do I need to sit in the first seat? Was this the next trial? I didn't hesitate. Since these were the instructions, I had to follow them. Either way, I was mainly waiting for the next scenario window to appear. Taking a seat in the first seat, I continued to scan the surroundings. The room had one large door on each side. Is something supposed to come from there? I adjusted my seating. Despite the hints, my mind still refused to process the situation. It was impossible. It couldn't be that way, right? Surely. Clank. Right then, another door opened. Step, step. A series of footsteps echoed through the room. They echoed loudly across the large room, each one drawing closer as a long shadow cast over the floor. As they drew closer, a figure stepped into view, wearing a simple smile, his bright appearance immediately catching my attention. Hum. He seemed to be humming to himself, only pausing when he noticed me, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Flick. The TV flickered right after. A new image appeared, one that said Leon Draven, Seat 2. If my mind couldn't process it before, it could process it now. I had ranked first in the first trial. Out of all the people who had participated in the event, comprised of the best guilds in the world and members who had been at it for years, I had ranked first. I simply closed my eyes and pretended like I was sleeping. Don't talk to me, don't interact with me, I am air. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking from me. I'm surprised you came before me. His voice was as warm as his disposition. Opening my eyes, I saw his hand outstretched in my direction as he smiled. It's nice to meet you, my name is Leon. I looked at his hand and then at him. I really wanted to ignore him, but since it was already too late, I could only shake it back. I know. He let go after a small shake. After that, he proceeded to sit down, facing one of the monitors. I thought he'd stop speaking from that moment, but... My trial involved a strange subway. What about you? Fucking, why can't people mind their own business? Same. Oh, really? He turned to look in my direction. Did you have to find the murderer, too? Yes. That's surprising. He muttered, his arms crossing. And here I thought I was fast, but you were even faster than me. Honestly, I'm surprised considering that you're only in the second order, but then again, you are indeed the guy who cleared the gate in Malavia. You sure are lucky. My ears pricked up at the end of his sentence. This guy... I sighed to myself. The implications behind his words were clear. He was trying to rile me up, get some sort of reaction from me. Whether he truly meant his words or not, I wasn't sure. Perhaps he did, but I had grown used to them by now. Was this simply arrogance? But then again, it was true that I was only at the second order in his eyes. It'd be hard for anyone of his stature to believe that I had somehow outclassed him in the first trial. Thanks. Not getting the reaction that he desired, Leon blinked a couple of times and suddenly covered his mouth as if he had realized what he had said. Please don't take it the wrong way. I'm not saying you managed to succeed this trial by luck. There's a limit to how lucky a person can be, and who is to say order makes a difference? I know plenty who are much weaker than I who can clear gates of high rank. He pointed at his temple. You must be one of those smart ones. Listening to him, I felt like sighing again. Now I really didn't know where he was going with his words. I even started to doubt his previous words. Was this guy two-faced, an idiot, or a rat? I opened my mouth to reply, but right as I did, another door opened. Clank. A new figure emerged. The moment she appeared, Leon's smile faded slightly as he turned his attention away from me. As if also noticing our presence, she paused and looked in our direction, her eyes first falling on Leon before falling on me. But the moment they crossed mine, I saw the noticeable look of confusion and surprise on her face as the TV flickered once more. Leora Hillcrest, seat 3. The moment the screen flickered, her eyes fell on it, her steps coming to a complete halt. Then, as if finally taking in the situation, she began to walk in our direction. Most burdensome of all, the fact that her gaze seemed to remain glued on me the entire time as I looked away from her and closed my eyes. No, not another one, just let me sit in silence. Mysterious image. Just like the PR team said, I need to keep a mysterious image. Yes, that's what I need to do. I relaxed my face completely, pretending to be indifferent to everything. Thankfully, that seemed to do the trick as the steps paused next to me as she took her seat. After which, the door opened once more as a new figure emerged. This time, I didn't bother looking. In order to keep my image, I had no choice but to keep my eyes closed. And so, the once quiet room began to fill one by one. The back of my head burned with each new entrant. Mysterious, mysterious, mysterious. Chapter 530, shocking everyone too. Rattle, rattle. The carriage rattled, the soft hum spreading through every corner of the surroundings as Kyle quietly observed his surroundings, his heart slowly quickening as he took in everything that was around him. How many times has the light turned off? Kyle thought to himself, observing the surroundings quietly. He had initially been confused at first, but the more time passed, the clearer the situation became to him. Something was happening to each passenger in the train, and whenever the light turned off, one would die and everything would reset. But with each reset, there would be changes to the surroundings. The breath that I'm hearing is most likely from the one responsible for all of this. His goal was to eliminate the threat. 23, 24, 25. Kyle quietly counted the seconds. His heart pressed tightly against his throat as he leaned his body forward, sweat dripping out from the side of his face. 28, 29, 30. The light above began to flicker, and darkness engulfed the surroundings. Kyle's eyes narrowed as his node churned. Then, time freeze. Everything froze at once, right as the light was about to fully turn off. Kyle didn't waste a second. Standing from his seat, he quietly scanned the room, his gaze eventually settling on an elderly woman seated nearby, her hand resting on an open book. Kyle stared at her, in particular her eyes, which were staring away from the book, before smiling to himself. Found you. He didn't hesitate. The moment he found her, he pressed his hand against the old woman's heart and activated time freeze once more. At the same time, the surrounding time resumed. The only thing that didn't was the woman's heart, as it remained frozen. Kyle watched as the woman's face gradually grew paler until she eventually collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. Thump. Kyle deactivated his node shortly after. That was harder than I previously anticipated. In reality, the hardest aspect of the trial was finding what he needed to do. He came into the trial with no instructions and needed to figure out the entire situation by observing what was around him. He could see how a lot of people would struggle in this trial. SCRESCH. All of a sudden, a loud scream echoed across the surroundings as the subway began to rattle even more than before. Kyle's feet remained glued to the floor as the subway began to slow down, and as he turned to face the direction of the door, Kyle's attention fell on the reflection staring back at him. Is that? Massaging his face, Kyle frowned slightly. Is that me? For some reason, his face was quite pale. He looked almost sick. Kyle blinked a couple of times, and the subway came to a complete stop, the doors opening for him. Kyle stood in silence for a few short seconds before eventually moving out. Strained. So strained. He didn't feel bad at all. In fact, he felt great. Was he seeing things? Maybe. But most importantly, this should be the end of the trial, right? I wonder if Seth is done. Even though he's barely at the second order, for some reason I don't see him failing this. It's so strange. The Seth he was used to and knew was extremely cowardly. There were times when he'd get so scared he'd start puking. It had happened once when a small child walked behind him in the middle of the night. He had changed so much compared to the Seth he knew in the past. From that point forward, he had given him quite a lot of surprises. Perhaps he was going to surprise him once more. Or maybe not. I know he doesn't like attention. Kyle smiled to himself as he walked past a certain door. Light blinded him a moment after, as a large room greeted him. The place looks quite noisy. There were quite a lot of people already. Looking around, Kyle's attention soon fell on the TV on top as his name and image appeared alongside a number seat, 207. 207, is that my ranking? Kyle looked around, spotting many famous faces he had only ever seen on TV and felt a surge of satisfaction. This score, not bad. He had performed much better than he had expected. I wonder who the top scorers are. Kyle looked at the TVs. The rankings of each person were present, and as his eyes moved up, a certain name stood out to him. The moment he spotted the name, his face froze. But then, he burst out laughing. Right, of course. Why am I not even surprised? Kyle continued to laugh, moving towards his seat as he shook his head. What a show-off. Space. I felt so damn uncomfortable. The more time passed, the more uncomfortable I felt. It felt as though I was being stared at by practically the entire room. The back of my head stung more and more. But more than anything, I was worried. I may have passed this trial, but I could feel that it wasn't an easy one. I was worried about my team. Could they pass? Surely they could, right? I had trained with them quite a bit. I knew of their skills, however, that was the issue. They were all great as a team, but not individually. The same was for Ariel. No, specifically Ariel, who couldn't function by herself. As more time passed and their names still didn't appear, I grew increasingly worried. Surely, my heart sank as more and more seats began to be filled. I could no longer keep my eyes closed, my entire attention fixed on the rankings. The first one I saw that I was familiar with was Clara. She ranked quite well. Kyle surprisingly came not long after, with Zoe following him a bit later. I saw a lot of familiar names, but not the ones that I wanted to see. I started to grow restless. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all those who have managed to pass this first trial. This was far from easy, and for all of you to pass this trial, I would like to say congratulations. A voice echoed from the speakers, my heart sinking deeply as I sat up straight. No, don't tell me. For those worried about their teammates, there's no need to panic. This trial wasn't designed to eliminate a large number of participants at once. We understand that not everyone specializes in solo clearances. Some of you excel in support roles. My eyes lit up. Then, that's why we set a single condition for this trial. As long as one member passes, the entire team passes. So for those of you here, congratulations. You and your team have passed. It was as if a massive weight had been lifted off my shoulders. The moment I heard the last words, my body slacked back onto the chair. Thank God. If they had been eliminated like this, then it would have meant the guild master had been right, and I. Please don't get too excited. This was merely the preliminary stage of the Congress. There's still much more to come. Your ranks will, of course, play an important role in the upcoming trials, with points assigned to each guild based on the rank each member has achieved. A tally will soon be displayed for everyone to see, but before that, let all teams reunite. Snap! A loud snap reverberated through the surroundings, and the world around me began to shift. I barely had time to react before the faces of those around me stretched and warped, a low, muffled sound ringing in my ears. One that sounded almost like a roar. A roar? The sound grew louder and louder as my surroundings shifted, until the roar became deafening. BOOM. The surroundings shifted, and before I knew it, I found myself standing back in the middle of the arena, the crowd around on their feet, their cheers so loud they almost felt like an explosion. Waria. Insane, that was insane. How is it possible? How did he do it? Monster, he's a monster. What the? Chapter 531, Shocking Everyone 3. Waria. The noise was deafening. I could barely hear over the noise filling the arena as I felt countless eyes turn toward me. But unlike before, there was more than just jeers and hatred in their gazes. There were quite a lot of cheers. That was incredible. How is it possible? How the fuck did he do it? That's insane. He was even faster than Leon. What the hell is going on with this guy? The shock was palpable. Standing at the center of everyone's attention, I lowered my head. My stomach churned more than ever before, the feeling of wanting to leave stronger than ever. There were just too many people. I hate people. But more than anything, mysterious, mysterious, mysterious. I had to keep up with my facade. I'm sure those from the PR team will be satisfied with my acting. They were the ones to tell me to act like this. Not bad. Kyle arrived next to me before I knew it. He was smiling. Judging from his expression, it seemed like he had given up on the idea of being shocked by anything that I did. About your face, though. What about my face? My acting was flawless. Never mind. Honestly, I thought you'd rank high, but not this high. I got lucky. Sure. No, I really did. How often can someone be lucky? From Malavia to everything else that I've seen you do. At some point, you've just got to admit that you're incredibly talented at this. Still, it's a good thing that we passed. It means that our teams will now be able to pass for the next round. It would have been bad otherwise. The more teams we have on our side, the more points we can accumulate. I'm sure they'll announce the guild ranking soon. Given that you've reached the top spot, we should be able to get a decent ranking. I guess. The reason why we were all in different groups, and not in just one single group formed of the most elite members of the guild, was specifically because of this. The final ranking was based on the cumulative points earned by each representative team of a guild. If there existed only one good team, then the chance of the guild ranking high would be minimal. More points would be earned by multiple good teams instead of one elite team. This was the usual strategy that most guilds followed. It was essentially a star-driven strategy. One star and members built around that star. Squad leader. A hesitant voice suddenly grabbed my attention. Turning my head, Mia stood not far from me, her eyes swimming in all directions as she bit her lips, alternating her gaze between Kyle and me. Seeing her act like this, I became curious. What's going on? That aim. Mia clenched her teeth before speaking. There's a bit of an issue with Joanna. Can you help out a little? Joanna? I looked around. What sort of issue could there be? If there was anyone that I trusted the most in my squad, it'd be Joanna. She was extremely reliable and was able to lead the team when I wasn't there. Looking around, I eventually spotted her. She appeared to be talking with another group. From the way they were smiling at each other, it seemed like it was a good conversation, too. Well, at least that was how it seemed from the outside. Those are the members from her ex-team. Realization dawned on me. They apparently joined another guild, a pretty big one. They're doing quite well, and while I don't know what they're saying, Joanna looks quite uncomfortable. Can you? All right. I still couldn't see how she was uncomfortable, but seeing the worry on Mia's face, I decided to check things out. This was my duty as the squad leader. Giving Kyle a look, he merely patted my shoulder and muttered, "Well, good luck with your thing. I know how things can be." He then went ahead and joined his group. Seeing him off, I headed towards Joanna. Mia didn't join. She didn't want to make it seem like she was worried. Despite not wanting to, My every action appeared to attract eyes and murmurs. I felt uncomfortable as I walked, but I had no choice but to ignore the noise around me as I drew closer and closer to Joanna. It didn't seem like her or the people she was talking to noticed me, and as I drew closer, I finally started making out their conversation. It was quite disappointing to see you leave our group like that. However, in the end, we all managed to make a name for ourselves after you left. Do you think it's a coincidence? Probably not. Had you stayed with us, you probably would have gotten scouted with us, but then again, there's also a chance that the scouting offer wouldn't have come. You can say that we both benefited from your departure. I'm really glad you're doing fine. I'm also happy where I am. Oh, but I heard you failed your first trial, the same for your team. Are you guys not holding your squad leader back? We all somehow passed, haha. The more I listened to their conversation, the more I felt like I was being shoved shit into my mouth. What sort of ridiculous nonsense were they spouting? Well, the squad leader is quite capable. I hope that he does well with you. But then again, our fortunes did get better after you left, so maybe you bring bad luck. Haha, joking. If there's anyone that brings back luck, it's probably me. I suddenly interrupted the conversation, causing the 5 figures standing in front of Joanna to abruptly turn in my direction, their expressions quickly shifting at the sight of me. Then, hello, we're Crimson Vow from the Arithmus Guild. Hello, we're Crimson Vow from the Arithmus Guild. Hello, we're Crimson Vow from the Arithmus Guild. In a rehearsed manner, they all bowed down to me and greeted me. Their voices were neither loud nor small, but I immediately felt stumped. It's a great honor to meet you. You must be Joanna's squad leader. We're very glad that someone like you is looking out for her. Although our paths have diverged, we still care deeply for her. They were all pretty, with the one speaking being a woman with long brown hair and matching eyes. Her skin was pale white, pale to the point where it felt unnatural. Perhaps a lot of makeup. No, it certainly was a lot of makeup. Actually, it's not like we can say that we don't have any connections with each other. Our senior, Hermes, comes from the same guild as us. We really look forward to the upcoming trials. The more they spoke, the more I felt like puking. So forced. I kept my expression even as I thought about their words. Hermes, I do remember him, but also don't. Who was he again? For some reason, they mistook my confusion for some sort of glare as they all started to tense up. But I really was just thinking, though. With forced smiles, the group looked at each other, and then the leader, who lowered her head to bid me farewell. We wish you the best of luck. The others followed her lead. We'll see you later. Good luck. Staring at their departing backs, I quietly massaged my stomach. Lately, it felt as though I felt like puking for completely different reasons than in the past. Thank you. A small whisper brought me out of my thoughts. When I turned my head, Joanna was staring in the direction of Crimson Vow with a complicated smile. They were the first team that I joined. She started to explain, her voice low. We used to get along in the past, but as our performances started to become worse and worse, they decided to kick me out because they thought I was holding them back. Given how much they've grown, maybe they weren't wrong. Even now I failed, maybe. If you suck, I'll carry you. Joanna abruptly turned her head in my direction as I looked away from her and onto the other members of my squad. They were standing not far from us, all pretending not to look in our direction, but from their expressions, I could tell that they cared. The corner of my lips curled. If you're worried about doing back, don't worry. I'll carry you and everyone else. So don't care about making mistakes. So long as I'm here, make as many mistakes as you want. Don't care about anything else. Because I'm your squad leader. Chapter 532, Guild Ranking 1. Oh, you guys are back. The others pretended as if nothing had happened as Joanna, and I returned to the group. Yes, nothing wrong. I was just talking with my old squad. Oh, that's nice. Mia's eyes lit up, looking very interested in the topic. She suddenly started to move around Joanna like a sort of octopus, constantly questioning her. So, what did you talk about? How is your old team? They all looked quite pretty. Are they better than us? They can't be. At first, Joanna looked patient, but the more Mia talked, the more her face twitched. Hee, they look prettier than you. Were you the ugly duckling? Is that why you left? Eventually. Tonk. N. She hit Mia on top of her head, prompting her to squeal as tears formed in the corner of her eyes. What was that for? Mia protested immediately, holding onto her head while looking at Joanna. Not far from her, Nora laughed, looking extremely amused. You got what you deserved. What are you butting in for? What? Hiyak. Mia hid behind me, holding onto my hips while looking up at me. Squad leader, save me. I closed my eyes and pretended not to see anything. I could feel the numerous stares directed in my direction. Plus, looking at my squad, I sighed. Nora and Mia were bickering. Joanna was mumbling to herself, while Neil, Min, Sarah, and Ariel were lost in their own thoughts. I'm the only normal person in this squad. I sighed once again while keeping my eyes closed. Mysterious, mysterious, mysterious. Him squad leader. I opened my eyes, feeling a tug on the corner of my sleeves. As I did, I couldn't help but notice the multiple stares directed my way. Why was everyone looking at me? Are you okay? Yes, why? Aim that? Mia pressed the tips of her index fingers together as she hesitated. Then she finally muttered. I don't know why, but ever since the event started, you've been making a face like you're constipated. Are you constipated? Hiyak. Mia suddenly jumped behind Joanna, who instinctively stepped forward, extending an arm as if to shield her, her face tense. She wasn't the only one. Everyone around me looked tense. What sort of? Squad leader, you need to calm down. Joanna's voice echoed a moment later, her expression turning even tenser. I know that Mia can be a little bit too much, but she doesn't come from a place of harm. So. Joanna took a deep breath, trying her best to keep herself calm. Stop smiling, please. I blinked. Then bringing my hand to my lips, I was shocked to see that she was right. Indeed, I was smiling. But why? Goosebumps, I'm getting goosebumps. Nora suddenly muttered, holding onto both of her arms as she took a step back. The others followed her example. What are they doing? I suddenly started regretting the previous words that I had told Joanna. Carrie, they could go by themselves. It was a good thing that the vice-director's voice echoed a moment later, otherwise. It looks like everyone has finally reunited with their group. That's good. That's very good. Since that's the case, we can proceed with the announcement of the guild rankings based on the accumulated points from the first trial. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Suddenly, all attention shifted to the large screens at the end of the arena. The noise that had once filled the space gradually died down, and a heavy tension settled over the crowd. As most of you are aware, the World Congress rankings will be determined by the accumulated points of each guild's representatives. With that in mind, let's take a look at the current world rankings, shall we? The screens flashed, and a long table appeared. All noise ceased, every single eye falling on the leaderboard. Guild ranking. 1 Helios Vanguard points, 75. 2 Obsidian Bastion points, 73. 3 Eclipse Sovereign points, 71. 4 Crimson Oath points, 68. 5 Argent Vanguard points, 62. 6 Melson Sanders points, 62. 7 Arithmus points, 61. 8 Evening Sun points, 60. 9 Severed Stars points, 60. Guild ranking. The silence merely lasted a couple of seconds, but the moment everyone processed the information, the entire arena erupted. BOOM. Helios, Helios, Helios. Leon. Leora, Leora. The crowd's frenzy was greater than ever before as members of several guilds smiled, while others frowned. Above all, I could feel the weight of everyone's attention, both from the audience and those around me, pressing down harder than ever before. I knew why. Of course I knew. For the first time in a very long while, a guild outside the Big Five, and outside Oak Circle, which represented the top 20 guilds, had broken into the top 10 rankings. This was the kind of news I could already imagine dominating the headlines. What incredible surprise! Even the vice leader appeared to think the same, his voice echoing across the surroundings as the noise once again began to die down. This score is honestly beyond my expectations. I didn't expect a dark horse like this to appear out of nowhere, but I'm curious whether they can maintain this momentum until the end. This is only the beginning of the trial, an appetizer, some might say. With a grin on his face, he clapped his hands. The Congress is far from over. There's still so much that can happen. In the meantime, may the teams rest. The real Congress will begin soon. Pausing, the vice-director's gaze swept every contender. And trust me when I say you'll need rest. From the moment you enter the mist, you'll wish to get even an hour of sleep. His words were enough to bring back the tension to the event. Even the crowd felt the weight of his words as they started to murmur with each other. Well, let's not dwell on the situation for too long. Everyone should get some good rest and prepare themselves for the mist. All your squad leaders should have been made aware of the things that you need to bring. In case anyone wants to back out now, you are free to do so. Nobody is forcing you to stay. I wish all of you the best of luck. Without further ado, all teams retreated back inside the arena. From what I understood, we had 1 day of rest before the next part began. I planned on taking advantage of the rest as much as possible. But most importantly, I needed to prepare myself. New quest activated. Difficulty, NA. Reward, 10 Essence Shards attribute of choice, 300,000 SP. Objective, enter the mist and find out its secrets. Location, NA. Failure, death. Description, the mist carries unspeakable secrets and horrors. It is the reason humanity chose to tear chunks from the earth and build floating islands above it. What is behind the mist? What could have caused it to develop? Time limit, 2 weeks. Will you accept the quest? Play button, yes, no. Looking at the new notification that had popped up, I took a deep breath. There was no need to think too much. I already knew what I needed to choose. My goal was simple. Find a definitive cure for the cognitive shard in my mind. Not something to manage, but a cure. In order to do so, I needed to get a deeper understanding of the secrets of this world. Therefore, yes, I accepted the quest. Chapter 533, Guild Ranking 2. That marks the end of the first trial. Honestly, the results were more or less in line with our initial predictions, but there's been one variable. In fact, I'd say that variable has been more than significant. The broadcast was in full swing. Adam Poirier, one of the 2 commentators, cleared his throat while looking to his partner. What do you think, Marilyn? What do I think? Marilyn paused, her expression turning complicated as she looked at the camera. In all honesty, I don't know what to think. I think the same should go for practically everyone who is watching, right? This result is way beyond anything that any of us expected. We all knew that he was special, but we didn't know he was that special. How did he even do it? The broadcast feed changed. Appearing next to Marilyn was a small window in which a replay appeared, displaying a certain figure calmly observing his surroundings before suddenly standing up and arriving before a boy. He then took out a knife and ended the trial cleanly. It didn't take him more than a couple of minutes. Not even Leon, one of the most powerful and well-known figures within the Congress, was able to clear it so fast. How was Seth able to clear it so quickly? That's what I'm asking myself. Adam chimed in, his arms folding as he leaned back against his chair. The more I look at the replay, the more shocked I am. I've never witnessed something like this in the past. Do you think it might have something to do with his decree? Adam asked Marilyn, who was the more analytical one between the 2. Marilyn looked back at Adam before sighing. Honestly, it's possible. These trials do favor those with the Hunter decree, but at the same time, nobody actually knows what Seth's decree is. I've tried looking at any relevant information, but I wasn't able to find anything. It seems like the Severed Stars Guild is trying to keep it a secret. Well, that's understandable. He's their current secret weapon. With his achievement, he was able to break past the unbreakable wall of the 5 Bigs and Oak Circle. I'm sure everyone is reeling at the sight of a new emerging superpower. That's for certain, Marilyn added, touching her ear as she continued. From what I've managed to gather, a lot of those guilds have started to ask more information regarding Seth. A lot of them are trying to understand how something like this is even possible. Thinking about the rumors about him never failing, and I'm starting to get shivers. Same, I thought it was just a marketing ploy, but he has not only not failed, but somehow succeeded spectacularly. Wait, hold on a second. Marilyn paused for a brief second. Then, as a smile formed on her face, she looked at the camera. We just received news that we have an interview ready. A respectable figure. Please welcome Guild Master Sanders from the Melson Sanders Guild. The screens at the side of the studio lit up, revealing a round figure with thinning hair. Despite his appearance, he exuded a sharp sense of authority as he faced the camera with a composed smile. Guild Master Sanders, can you hear us? Haha, yes, I can hear you, Marilyn, I can hear you. How have the 2 of you been doing? Good, we've been doing rather well. The 3 exchanged a few pleasantries before Adam eventually took over. First, congratulations on ranking 6th. This is a rather big achievement. Never before has the Sanders Guild ranked so high in the past. Do you think that you can keep this rank until the very end? Or do you think that you can crack the top 5? Let's not go too far, Adam. The guild master laughed, keeping his expression at ease. I am just happy that we've managed to rank so high. The Congress is far from over and there's still so much that we need to do. Can we crack the top 5? Honestly, I don't know, but we'll take it one step at a time. Very humble of you, guild master, Adam praised, although internally he wasn't all too pleased. He would have much rather the guild master had said yes to start some sort of war. It would have been good for the ratings. On another note, do you have any thoughts about the results of the first trial? In particular, the recent Dark Horse. Him. The guild master blinked, but then smiled. If you're asking me about his abilities, then we've both seen it. Be it in Malavia and here. You can say he was lucky once, but twice, he's skilled. There's no doubt. Severed Stars Guild has found a gem, but... The guild master paused and then closed his mouth. He then shook his head, seemingly not wanting to say any more. This didn't go unnoticed by Adam, who immediately started pushing. He could smell something. But what, guild master? There's no need to be hesitant, just let your thoughts roam. This is a safe space. Kadohata. The guild master burst out laughing as he took out his earpiece. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. No, come on. Handing it back to one of the staff, the guild master paused as he thought about it for a moment before shrugging. Well, I would say that I'd normally be worried about him, but after seeing his team's performance with my team, we've concluded that he won't be a threat for the upcoming trials. I believe that the other guilds have come to the same conclusion. The guild master didn't elaborate any further. Following his words, he left directly, but he didn't need to say any more. Everyone watching got the message. Seth was good, but his team was. Thus, he wasn't a threat. Click. The program cut off, and silence fell over the room. A series of eyes remained fixed on the darkened screen, the quiet feeling far louder than it should have been. The silence persisted for an unknown period of time. It continued until, eventually, one of the people in the room stood up and left. Clank. Nora's disappearance was followed by another. Clank. And then another. Clank, clank. One by one, everyone began to leave the room until eventually, there were only 2 people left. Joanna smiled bitterly as her head slowly lowered to look at the floor, where she saw a pair of shoes waiting opposite her. Her lips parted. You know what he said. Her words were met with silence, but the silence spoke volumes. He said he'll carry us, that we can make as many mistakes as possible since he'll carry us. But I don't want to be carried. Joanna's hands clenched tightly. I don't want to be the useless teammate that he has to carry because we were just not good enough. What's the point then? What's the use of us? Joanna's shoulders trembled, and as she eventually looked up, locking eyes with Mia, Joanne's expression crumbled. So what am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Space. Left arrow curving right, he's got an arrogant lol. I think he thinks that he can win even if his team is shit. Success probably got into his head. Left arrow curving right, yeah, lol. What an arrogant prick. Left arrow curving right, but maybe there's a reason he chose his team. It's way too early to tell. Left arrow curving right, early my ass. Just look at their performances. They're all fucking ass, just give up. He's going to fail. Left arrow curving right, why didn't he listen to his guild and just pick a good team? Fucking hell. So much nonsense. I looked at my phone and tossed it aside. Honestly, the amount of nonsense that was being said online at the moment was ridiculous. It all started with one single interview. It came from a rather important guild master, and the moment the interview was aired, things spiraled out of control. The amount of hate that everyone in my team was receiving was ridiculous. For just a moment I hesitated. I thought about going to them to calm them down, but after a while I stopped myself. There was no need for me to do anything. I'll take this as some good motivation for them, and if they crumble under the pressure, then... I paused, leaning back on the bed while looking at the window in front of me. I'll be disappointed. I mumbled, my eyes closing. I'll be disappointed. Chapter 534, The Missed One. Broken glass and furniture littered the room. What had once been a finely decorated room in a luxury hotel was now a broken, scattered mess. Standing in the middle of it all was a figure with emerald green eyes, her gaze absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone. She sat in silence, her thumb gliding across her phone screen as the articles reflected in her pupils. To talk. A knock shattered the silence, after which a figure walked in. "I'm coming in." Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Section Chief White stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the wreckage before settling on the figure seated at its center. From his expression, he didn't seem shocked by the sight. If anything, it was as though he had grown accustomed to it. Moving closer to Catherine, he tried to soften his expression. Everything he had to deal with Catherine, it felt as though he was walking on eggshells. Catherine was the ace of the branch guild. Her talent and skill were no less inferior than Zoe's, Kyle, S, and all the top members of the main guild. Things were a little bit different in the past. He had more control over her. But with her contract soon to be expiring, the section chief had lost most of his leverage. Now, in order to make sure she signed the new contract, he had to make sure to appease her and keep her satisfied. Catherine. He didn't get a reply, as Catherine continued to scroll through her phone. He called out again. Catherine, I am better than them. His words were suddenly cut off mid-sentence. There's no doubt about it. In terms of skills, I should be better than them, but I wasn't lucky like them. I didn't get to go to Malavia. I wasn't there to gain points and jump into the rankings as they have, and so now, they have the world's attention. That's true, but you don't have to worry about that. You can show them your true skills in the Congress. This is why we're here. In fact, if you look at the rankings, you actually didn't do too badly for the first round. You placed just a bit behind Clara and Leon. You still surpassed your sister, that's. But what about that bastard? That bastard? That lucky fucker? Catherine's expression turned rather ferocious at the thought of that bastard. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like she was being shoved shit in her mouth. Thinking about how he had confronted her a while back, she really wanted to cut him into pieces and toss him in some random river. But who would have thought he'd suddenly become a paragon, an extremely high-ranked one at that? Just when she thought the surprises were over, he suddenly ranked first in the first trial. There has to be a limit to someone's luck. Catherine clenched her teeth. She didn't believe for one second that this was all attributed to his skills. Even if Kyle or Zoe did the same thing, she'd also believe it was luck. In her mind, she was the best one in the guild. So him. As if suddenly realizing who she was referring to, Section Chief White's expression darkened as well. Ever since he appeared, Catherine had become even more unhinged. Not only did he take the spotlight away from her, but he somehow made her even more volatile and harder to handle than in the past. As a result, things became much harder for the section chief. That's why he didn't like him. From the moment he appeared, my life became much harder. I really should have done something about him before. But it was too late now. That figure had grown a little too big. Still, there's no need to concern yourself too much about him. The section chief quietly reassured Catherine. He's not going to be a threat to you. I'm sure you're already aware, but because of his arrogance, he's decided to stick with a team that's simply not on the level of the Congress. He won't be much of a threat going forward. You don't have to worry too much about him. Rather than showing any sign of joy or excitement, Catherine's expression remained indifferent. She was aware of the news. Of course, she was aware. Who didn't know about Seth's decision to stick with such a shit team? Compared to your team, he's nothing. If you're unsatisfied, we can still make some changes. I can. I've been thinking. Once again, Catherine cut the section chief off. With her fingers drumming against the armrest of the chair, her next words caused the section chief's face to change drastically. If I ask to be on his team, will they accept? Space. The next day. With one day of rest, I was feeling quite refreshed. All teams gathered at the bottom of the hotel we were staying in, as we boarded the buses not long after, and we were escorted to a different building. Throughout the entire bus ride, nobody made a single noise. It was eerily quiet. Seems like the rumors going around have affected them a little. I looked at my team and then looked away. Either way, I wasn't too worried. They did seem even more focused than before. This wasn't a bad change. Thankfully, the bus ride wasn't a long one. It took even less time than the trip to the arena before we were escorted to a massive building. Rectangular in shape, its metallic frame reflected the sun from every angle as the buses pulled into the parking lot, and we made our way inside. Taking the elevators up, we were greeted by a massive hall where a series of screens appeared at the end of each wall. The layout wasn't much different from the hall at the end of the first trial. Soon the other teams arrived. The tensions rose to an all-time high, as everyone cautiously stared at one another. But it's strange. I looked ahead of me, not towards the other teams, but towards Section Chief White. For some reason, he was glancing at me quite a lot. He also appeared to turn to look at Catherine, but she didn't even spare him a glance. What's going on? I was curious, but didn't have the time to figure it out. Looks like everyone is here. The vice director arrived, his figure appearing in the middle of the large hall as he smiled at everyone. Now that everyone here has managed to rest a bit, it's time for the next part of the Congress to begin. His expression suddenly turned serious, and also the most difficult part of the Congress. I'd like to express this once again. From this moment forward, things will not be the same as they were during the first trial. Death is a very real possibility. Therefore, if anybody here doesn't want to participate, raise your hands and you can leave. Silence. The vice director's words were met with heavy silence. Nobody raised their hands or looked like they wanted to raise their hands. Understandable considering how everyone here is the elite of the elite in this world. If they were scared of death, they wouldn't be doing this. Good. The vice director smiled, his hands interlocking behind him. In that case, let's proceed with the next part of the trial. The large monitors at the end of the room lit up one by one, displaying enormous titles on each one. Here's the second trial. Vice Director Vale spoke, his voice booming across the surroundings. Missed Point Z. Chapter 535, The Mist 2. All attention was fixed on the large screens as the images flashed, displaying a large map. The map was very detailed, with it being divided into 6 different areas. Point Z spans several hundred kilometers. It was once a rather famous area, but with the appearance of the mist, the area has been abandoned. This is where you will be sent. The goal of the mission is rather simple. I need you all to rescue several teams that have been stranded there. The vice director stepped forward, the smile fading from his face as several red dots began to appear on the screen. These points presented on the screens are the locations where the teams have last been found. This happened not too long ago, and unfortunately we weren't able to receive any more information from them. All signal has been lost. The mood in the venue turned heavy. Based on logic, the chances of the group surviving this are relatively low. However, until we've confirmed that they're dead, we will not stop our rescue mission. This isn't just about rescuing them, but also collecting all the research samples that they've managed to find. The vice director's expression was incomparably serious. A lot of the data collected will be useful in the advancement of humanity and figuring out the truth behind this mist. It's for this reason that we've decided to integrate this into the World Congress. Your goal will be to find any clues and bring them back to us. Points will be rewarded based on what you find and if you can rescue anyone. Murmurs immediately filled the space, everyone whispering to one another about the sudden task. Even I found myself frowning, finding this task a lot more troublesome than I originally anticipated. All relevant information has already been sent over to your phones. Although the signal in the land below is almost non-existent, you all should be equipped with items that should be able to communicate with us. In case that doesn't work, you may use your flares to signal us or any other nearby team. Clearing his throat, the vice director continued. Keep in mind that rescuing a team that has used a flare will also count for points, as that will also be a rescue, in some regard. However, also keep in mind that the team that does use their flare will be automatically eliminated from the competition. The noise stalled as all eyes were fixed on the vice director as he continued to brief us on the situation. I paid close attention to every single word he said, knowing just how dangerous the next step of the Congress was going to be. All information on Point Z has also been sent over to your phones. I suggest all of you give it a good read, from the history of the place to the anomalies that have been found. It'll give you a good idea of the surroundings and where you are. That will always be a good idea regardless of the situation. Taking out his phone, the vice director waved it as he scrolled with his other hand. Okay, that's enough from me. I think I've said everything that I needed to say. For now, everyone get ready to enter the world beneath. Please come in your designated teams. Say your goodbyes now, as all of you besides your teams will be separated from one another. Having said everything that he wanted to say, the vice director nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to move towards the main door of the room. Everyone's eyes followed his every movement, and it was only a couple of minutes after he left that noise filled the surroundings. A rescue mission, this is going to be tough. Kyle was the first one to approach me, his brows furrowed as he looked at his phone. Behind him, Rowan and several others followed. Honestly, I've been to the mist a couple of times in the past, and each time I almost felt like dying. Can't say that I am looking forward to this. Though he said everything in a joking manner, from how serious his eyes were, I knew that he wasn't joking. Zoe joined a moment later. He? She looked just as troubled. I said it yesterday, but they're really fucked up in the head for choosing this place for the Congress trial. Pausing, she looked around as her expression tensed. I wonder just how many will actually survive. I seriously can't understand why they're doing this. It's probably because of the Malavia incident. Clara joined in, appearing a little calmer than the others as she nodded at me and just me. Aim. Feeling the weird stares directed at me, I looked away, only for my mouth to twitch as Zoe whispered, "Fucking cult." Again with this nonsense. With the same expression, Clara continued. Given everything that happened in Malavia, the BUA is scrambling to find a way to clear the mist. It's clear that anomalies are growing stronger over time. Kermite-class ones rarely appeared in the past, yet they've become increasingly common. And now that another has surfaced, one that could arguably be the strongest yet, they've all started to worry. At the rate that we're progressing, we're all going to go extinct. In other words, this was all my fault. Cough, cough. Seth. You good? No, I am fine. I held my hand, stopping Kyle and Zoe from approaching me as I rubbed my stomach. Just feeling a little stomachache. Now of all times. Kyle asked, his face clearly showing surprise. Maybe I'm nervous. Why does your face say otherwise? You're imagining things. Clearing my throat, I took a couple of breaths while turning my attention towards the entrance of the hall. The other teams were already moving past, with us being one of the last groups. Without further ado, I bid them farewell and headed towards my group. Let's not waste any time. The mood was still rather tense, but I didn't say anything and just led them towards the main door, walking past it and arriving in another room. It was wider than the previous room, but something about the place felt a lot more congested than the previous room. Perhaps it was the bare walls and a low ceiling that made the space feel tighter than it should have. Elevator doors lined the walls on all sides, their brushed metal surfaces catching the dull overhead light, reflecting it back in faint, distorted shapes. This is... I stopped looking around. Why are there so many elevators? The sight of so many elevators left me at a complete loss. What left me at an even greater loss was how every group stood behind one of the doors, ding, entering after each chime as the lines shortened every minute. In spite of my confusion, I still followed the other groups as we lined up behind one of the elevators. Ding, 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 ding. Chimes were all that I could hear as the atmosphere appeared incredibly tense. None of the teams were talking, besides those from the big guilds, but even they were relatively tense as they entered the elevators. The vice director stood in the middle of the room, overlooking the entire thing with a simple smile on his face as he watched us enter one by one. And eventually, ding, our turn arrived. With the door opening, we all stepped in. There are no buttons. The elevator will go down by itself. Neil answered as she stepped into the elevator with the others. With me, Joanna, Mia, Nora, Neil, Min, Ariel, and Sarah, we were able to fit in without any problems. It was spacious to accommodate all of us. Soon the doors began to close as silence descended over the elevator. I leaned my head back against the metal frame of the elevator, not knowing what was going to happen next. But soon, a low whistle rang in the air as the elevator began to move down. I opened my mouth but soon closed it. And just as the silence persisted, a voice whispered in the elevator. "We will be okay, right?" To that, I simply answered, "Yeah, we will." Chapter 536, The Mist 3. A soft hum carried through the air as the elevator continued descending. I kept my eyes closed, waiting for it to stop. I wasn't sure where we were headed, expecting to be quickly taken to some underground facility that led to the land below. But contrary to my expectations, the elevator continued to move down. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The elevator continued to move down as everyone stared at the door in silence, the tension building up the more time that passed. Just how long is this going to carry on for? I was just about to start getting worried about the situation when finally, a chime echoed across the surroundings. Ding! The elevator soon came to a stop. 25 minutes. That was how long it took for the elevator to finally stop. Rattle, rattle. A metallic rattle followed subsequently as the doors of the elevator began to open. And almost immediately, we all started to feel a difference. At first, it was the smell. I didn't quite know how to describe it. Stale, the smell wasn't anything bad, but it felt closed, like the smell of a room that had been left closed for a very long time. The next thing I noticed was the temperature. It was cold, but not too cold, not to the point where I started to shiver. And lastly, it's hard to see. Mia looked around alongside the others, taking note of the thin layer of fog that had filtered into the elevator room as the doors opened. I moved my hand in the air, trying to feel the fog, but it felt like just regular fog, just that it was a tiny bit darker, matching the stale gray sky. Looking past the elevator doors, we were greeted by the sight of foliage. Trees stood unevenly ahead of us, their branches fading into a thin layer of fog that covered the ground. Bushes pressed close together, forming a wall of green in some places and narrow openings in others. There didn't seem to be any buildings in sight, no sign that this space belonged inside a structure at all. The tiled floor stopped at the threshold of the elevator. Grass began immediately after, creeping close but never crossing the metal frame. The fog shifted slowly between the trunks, and the more I looked at the surroundings, the more my stomach churned. I had seen a lot of things. I thought I had gotten used to a lot of things. But this, I had yet to take a single step into the mist, and yet my heart had already started to beat faster as my palms started to feel itchy. I don't like this at all. But still, I chose to take a step forward. Looking around me, it was obvious that the others were just as tense. Let's go, we don't have much time. Crunch. The branches cracked as I walked ahead. Taking me as a point of reference, the others followed along as I calmly observed my surroundings, keeping one hand in my pocket as I held onto the knife. In case anything comes close to us, I should be able to keep the 9 of us safe. Neil. Maintaining my calm and keeping my gaze forward, I called for Neil. Yes. Give me an overview of the situation. I had already studied the material in the elevator, but Neil was far better at this kind of thing. He had probably analyzed details I'd overlooked. Yes. Adjusting his glasses, Neil took out his phone and began to speak as everyone followed along, cautiously observing the surroundings. In total, 7 teams are stranded in Point Z based on the information gathered. The BUA lost direct contact with 2 teams 8 days ago. They lost contact with 3 more teams 5 days ago. And finally, they lost contact with the remaining 2 teams 2 days ago. I closed my eyes momentarily and proceeded forward. This much I knew. Doing a little bit more digging, I was able to retrieve the recording of the last message that each team sent before disappearing. I'll play the recording now. Neil fiddled with this phone for a few seconds before stopping. Silence filled the space. Then, a loud static filled the air. My heart pressed lightly against my chest. I navigated past the surroundings, keeping a close watch over everything as the fog started to thicken up. The static continued. The more it echoed, the more eerie it became. But soon, the static was broken up by words. Request assistance. Team Callio's requesting for backup. Almost whisper-like voices echoed past the static. The creepiest part of it all was the lack of emotion from the voice. It was almost as if there was no sense of urgency behind the emergency request. Help us, help us, help us, Despite this, the words suggested that the situation was desperate. The parallels between the tone of the voice were enough to make me pause. Everyone else paused too, turning their attention towards Neil, who stopped the transmission. You all have noticed it too, right? The weirdness of the message. No shit, we noticed, Nora replied, looking at Neil's phone with a frown. What the hell was that? I am not sure, to be honest. We were all given recordings for each teams. This was the one that I found to be the weirdest. It could be a trap of sorts. That's why I think we should avoid trying to rescue Team Callio's. And where were they last seen? I suddenly asked, taking out my phone to look at the map of Point Z. No, in fact, where are we? The GPS didn't work here, so besides the fact that we were in Point Z, we didn't quite know where we were. Team Callio's was last located by the edge of Point Z on the eastern side. Neil answered, his expression turning weirder and weirder as he pinched the screen of his phone, his actions pausing as he then proceeded to look around. He continued to do this until eventually, he paused entirely. What? Taking note of his abnormal behavior, Mia bit her lips. What's wrong? Well, it's... Neil pinched his phone again, looking around and then back at his phone. Seeing his actions, I understood immediately, my heart turning heavier. We're on the eastern side, the reclamation forest to be exact. Everyone's expressions shifted subtly, their heads lifting to scan the surroundings. But the more they looked, the less they found. All that surrounded us were faint shadows of vegetation, barely visible through the thick fog. It's not given. Neil suddenly spoke up. This is merely an estimated guess based on the type of vegetation, and the fact that there aren't buildings. There's some notable greenery in the south, in the agricultural belt. But even if we are in the eastern side, so long as we don't engage, we should be fine. His words didn't lighten the mood. Instead, it made the air feel even heavier as everyone continued to observe the surroundings cautiously. I took a shallow breath, tightly holding onto the knife in my pocket. Still nothing, we should be fine, there's nothing to worry about. Neil suddenly directed his attention towards me. Squad leader, what do you think we should do? The moment Neil spoke, everyone turned their attention towards me. I didn't answer immediately. To be honest, I wasn't quite sure. In some sort of way, I was tempted to stay here and figure out what was going on with Team Callio's. If it was true that they were close to us, then realistically speaking, they weren't a bad option. However, taking into consideration of the safety of my squad, I decided against it. Let's not risk it. Let me at least familiarize with this place first. If we're in the eastern side, what is the next closest rescue team? The central area. Okay. I nodded, looking ahead and taking out a certain compass. Let's head there. Chapter 537, The Mist 4. Crackle. The fire crackled, smoke rising and dissolving into the surrounding fog as the group sat around the makeshift campfire, their pupils reflecting the flickering flames. Nobody said a word as they all sat in silence. But the silence merely lasted a few seconds as Neil retrieved his glasses, wiping them with a small cloth as he began to speak. Point Z was originally an unremarkable industrial research district built around a government experimental energy facility. The population of the area was in the hundreds of thousands. It was neither a big city nor was it a small town. Crackle, crackle. As the fire continued to crackle, Neil put on his glasses again. But the reason there's so much interest in Point Z is that, unlike the other areas overrun by anomalies, this one remained relatively quiet. Within just 6 hours of the mist's appearance, all the citizens vanished. But that isn't the most concerning aspect of all of this. What's more concerning is this. Reaching for his backpack, Neil retrieved a small radio, one that looked to have come from several decades in the past. He fiddled with the antenna at the top, and then turned it on. KHHH. Static filled the surroundings, drowning out the crackling of the fire. But soon, the static began to fade. Little by little, it weakened until voices finally echoed from the speaker. It's a sunny day today. How is everyone doing? This is your radio host, Winterhost, and today I'll be bringing you the latest news. Neil looked at everyone as the radio continued. Today has been rather uneventful. A few car crashes were reported, along with some burglaries, but nothing major. The police chief has already arrested those responsible. Click. Neil closed off the radio. It should be impossible for the radio to function, let alone the fact that nobody uses the radio anymore, but there should be no signal here. The mist has made it impossible for there to be any sort of signal. So, Neil stared at the radio, his expression tense. So how is it possible for the radio to function like this? Crackle. His words were met with the crackling of the fire. Nobody answered, nobody could answer. But eventually, Joanna opened her mouth. This could be the work of the anomaly responsible for the disappearance of the people here. It might also be what caused the squads we were sent to rescue to vanish. It's possible. Neil nodded in agreement, putting the radio back. Although he was explaining the situation to everyone, he was aware that everyone already knew all of the information that he was sharing. In fact, everyone had a radio with them as well. The radio. It was one of their most important assets. This is fucking creepy. Nora muttered while sitting up, stretching her back. And uncomfortable, she added while making a face. No, but seriously, for how long do we have to rest? The more we stay here, the creepier this place feels. Nora looked around. The fog had thickened fast and the sky had long darkened. She could still see, but only a few feet in front of her. The branches were the worst part. They didn't look like trees anymore. They looked like rusted needles poking through a white sheet. They were still, but as she moved, the perspective shifted, making it look like they were leaning in toward her. This place gives me the fucking creeps. Get a grip on yourself. Joanna commented while standing up, her lips pulled into a half-smile. We've been through a lot worse. This isn't even that bad. Holding a torch, she began to walk away from the campfire. Where are you going? Where else? Just need to take care of business. Oh, all right. Joanna didn't look back. She switched on the torch and a beam of light cut through the fog, illuminating the path ahead. She didn't go far, just enough to still hear the crackle of the fire, yet far enough that none of them could see her. There, she found a secluded spot to take care of her business. Of course, she had taken precautions, tying a string to her ankle so she wouldn't lose her way. If anything happened, the others would notice. Crunch. The crackling of the fire was the only thing keeping the silence around her from feeling heavy. Joanna looked out, but the world ended 6 feet away. The fog didn't just drift, it sat there, heavy and motionless, like the water in the depths of the sea. It had a weight to it that made her lungs ache, each breath feeling heavier than the last. Everything was unnaturally still. There was no wind to move the mist, no crickets, no rustle of leaves. It was the kind of silence that made her own heartbeat sound like a drum in her ears. Joanna lowered her gaze, trying not to focus on her surroundings. Her eyes eventually settled on the camera strapped to her chest, recording everything. Of course, for obvious reasons, it wasn't on. But staring at the camera, Joanna quietly bit her lips as she looked in the direction of where the camp was. It was quite disappointing to see you leave our group like that. However, in the end, we all managed to make a name for ourselves after you left. Do you think it's a coincidence? Oh, but I heard you failed your first trial, the same for your team. Are you guys not holding your squad leader back? We all somehow passed, haha. The words of her team. The news articles and the comments from the people. I'll carry you. The squad leader's words. She wanted to refute everything. She wanted to say that they weren't useless, that they didn't need to be carried, but the only thing she could do was open her mouth. For all of it was true. Slapping her own cheeks, Joanna shook her head. No, let's not think like this. The squad leader chose us for a reason. I'm sure we can figure this out. We have plenty of time. The Congress is still in full swing. Crunch. Taking care of her business, Joanna turned to trace the string back toward the camp. At the same time, she turned the camera back on. The fog had seemed to thicken in the time it took for her to take care of her business, rising against her throat, making every breath feel even heavier. She moved in a heavy, muffled silence, her boots sinking into the unnaturally soft earth with a rhythmic crunch that seemed to echo in her ears with each step. The beam of her flashlight cut a path through the dense fog as Joanna followed the string on her ankle until the sickly, distorted amber of the fire finally bled through the mist. The sound of the crackling fire grew strong, though the silence around it felt a little unnatural. Joanna's beam cut through the last layer of trees, right before the clearing that led to the camp, but as she did, she stopped, her beam pausing on someone's back. Joanna's torch moved sideways, several shadows casting on the ground beneath as the beam stopped behind several backs. Neil, Nora, and the others were spread out in a wide, perfect circle, standing inches away from the trees, almost hugging them. They were perfectly still, their backs turned from her, staring into the camp. Guys, Joanna whispered, her voice straining. What's going on? Nora's head moved. It didn't tilt or turn, it pivoted very, very slowly, almost mechanically. Her face was pale, her eyes slightly wide and reflecting the torchlight like a cat's. She didn't wince or show any discomfort. Slowly, Nora raised a finger to her lips. SHHH, Nora breathed. Joanna froze. Neil and the others turned then, performing the same synchronized motion. They all mirrored the gesture, pressing their fingers to their lips. SHHH. What's going on? Joanna whispered, staring at their glassy eyes. Neil didn't answer. He pointed toward the center of the camp, urging her forward with a silent motion of his hand. What the hell is happening? Did they spot an anomaly? Joanna's entire body tensed as she drifted toward them, stepping behind a tree near Neil. She leaned out, her eyes following their collective gaze, bracing herself to see a monster, an anomaly, or just anything. But, crackle, crackle, all she saw was the campfire. It was burning steadily. The logs shifted, sending a spray of sparks into the air. But there was no one there. The logs they had been sitting on were empty. The backpacks were gone. The radio was gone. It was just a lonely, starving fire in the middle of a dead world. "There's nothing there," Joanna whispered, turning to Neil. "Neil, what are you?" The space beside her was empty. Joanna spun around. The trees were bare. No Nora, no Neil, no squad, nothing. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the center of the camp. Joanna's head whipped back toward the fire, her breath catching in her throat. There they were. All sat around the campfire like before they left. Neil was sitting on his pack, fastidiously wiping his glasses with a small cloth. Nora was stretching her back, her mouth open in a wide, bored yawn. The squad leader sat still, staring at the campfire while Mia cooked some marshmallows, distributing them to the others. All 8 of them were present. Then, as if suddenly taking notice of her, Nora called out. "Took you long enough. Did you fall over or something?" Chapter 538, The Mist 5. Joanna's complexion was abnormally pale. The moment Nora called out to her, she seemed to hesitate. "Joanna, what are you doing there? Are you feeling okay? It almost looks like you've seen a ghost." "All right." Joanna's lips parted, but no words came out of her mouth. She looked at us, almost uncertain of whether to move forward or stay where she was. Though subtle, her face appeared rather tense as she continued to scan us with her eyes. "Joanna." By now, everyone had already realized that something was wrong. "Are you okay? What's going on?" Nora tried to approach her, but Joanna took a step back. "Jay, just give me a moment." Joanna held her hand forward, stopping Nora from moving forward. "I need a moment." "What? Did something happen?" Nora's brows furrowed, and the surroundings started to feel heavier. I took a moment to stare at Joanna before shifting my attention back towards the fire. "Give her a moment." I didn't know what was going on, but given Joanna's current condition, I knew that she needed time to collect herself properly. I motioned to the others to sit down while Joanna remained standing where she was, her expression gradually calming alongside her complexion. Crackle. Watching the fire crackle, I eventually turned to her. "Are you feeling better?" "Oh, yes." Joanna nodded, still pressing her hand against one of the trees. But this time, she seemed to be able to speak without any issues as she finally moved towards the camp, taking a seat. The moment she sat down, Mia and Nora almost jumped out of their seats, seemingly on the verge of exploding from curiosity, but I held the two back. "Wait." I stopped them and looked at Joanna. "What happened?" The camp turned silent, all eyes fixed on Joanna. Now that she was a lot calmer, Joanna answered after carefully chewing on her words. "I was just returning when I saw all of you standing by the trees, staring at the camp." "NNN what?" Mia's shoulders jumped. "What are you saying? We were here the entire time." "I assume so." Joanna calmly nodded, taking a small breath. "When I tried asking what was going on, all of you turned to look at me and told me to stay silent. Neil even beckoned me towards him." "What?" Neil frowned, but Joanna didn't stop. "I know. I can tell from your expression that you don't remember." "What do you mean, I don't remember?" "I don't know." She was almost whispering now. Turning her attention towards me, Joanna licked her lips. "I don't know whether what I saw was just a mirage, or you guys had been taken over without even knowing. Or..." Joanna's chest rose, her face tensing further. "Or we're currently being watched." Crackle. The fire crackled even more ferociously, one of the logs breaking down as the fire rose and the heaviness in the air rose. Staring at Joanna and then the fire, I wiped my hands against my pants. Holding onto the knife with the other hand, I tried to feel for anything in the surroundings. The more I thought about Joanna's words, the more tense my muscles felt, taken over. Although I wanted the possibility, who was there to say that it wasn't possible? Although the scenario where it was just an illusion felt even more likely, I couldn't dismiss the other scenario. Could this also be a clue as to how the citizens of Point Z have disappeared? "What about you recording?" Raising my head, I looked in Ariel's direction. Her attention seemed fixed on the camera strapped around Joanna's chest. "That's right." Mia smacked her fist against her hand. "If you really did see something, then it might have been recorded. Let's see it." "That's true." Joanna muttered, her face easing a little as she mumbled. I had turned it off when I went to take care of my business, but I did turn it on right after. I should be able to see something. At least, it should be able to confirm if you guys have been taken over or I have been seeing things. Taking out her phone, Joanna tapped it against the camera. As her thumb scrolled across the screen, she suddenly stopped, then slowly turned the phone toward herself. Yes, I've got the video. She tapped play and the video began. Crunch. The first thing I heard was the soft crunch of the branches beneath Joanna's feet, snapping as she moved towards the camp. The fog was thick, but under the beam of the flashlight, she was able to see ahead with no issue. She continued to move unhindered until a small, flickering light bled through the haze. The camp soon appeared, and so did our silhouettes. But strangely, the beam of her flashlight didn't settle on the fire. Instead, it swept past us, trembling as it caught the trees at the perimeter of the clearing. Guys, Joanna's voice whispered through the speaker, the camera shifting around the trees, almost as if she were talking to someone. But there was no one. In fact, looking closely, I also realized that we had yet to take notice of her. I raised my head, meeting the eyes of everyone present as the air suddenly started to feel oppressive. The warmth of the campfire died instantly. With this, we can confirm that we weren't taken over. I tried to keep my cool. I tried to calm everyone down. But, heart-wrenching cries suddenly erupted from the phone's speaker, the sound so raw it felt like the plastic was splintering. The screams weren't just loud, they were distorted, overlapping as if there was more than one person screaming. What the hell? Mia was the first one to jump up as Joanna's hand shook, nearly losing grip of her phone as the screams continued to pierce through the surroundings. Turn it off. Mia shrieked, her hands clamped over her ears. Joanna, kill the damn thing. Joanna's fingers fumbled frantically over her phone, her finger pressing onto the screen over and over again. But the recording didn't stop. The screaming grew louder, overlapping itself until it sounded like 100 people were howling in unison from inside her phone. Then the screams stopped. Amidst the silence that followed, the collective sound of everyone's breathing echoed, all eyes fixed on the screen. Towards the 9 figures sat by the campfire, huddled together while staring at a certain phone. Shivers immediately ran down my entire body, alongside the others, as the crackling of the fire stopped. For just a moment, everything fell completely still. Until, crackle, the crackling of the fire returned, and the recording finally paused. But even though the recording stopped, the sound of our collective breaths didn't, as nobody made a sound, several heads turning in a certain direction, only to see nothing but a dense fog. I closed my eyes, tightly holding onto the knife in my grasp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All of us are here. I couldn't feel the presence of any anomaly. We were still fine. I swallowed. Pack up your stuff, let's head to the central area. We've overstayed our stay here. The others didn't question my order, all jumping up to pack up their stuff. I could tell. Nobody wanted to stay a second longer in this place. But I couldn't blame them. I was no different. Chapter 539, Cooperating One. Crunch, crunch. The crunch of our steps continued to echo throughout the air as several beams of light cut through the dense fog, illuminating the path ahead. Nobody said a word. Nobody dared to say a word, our minds preoccupied with the incident from before. I was no different. Thinking about the recording and what Joanna had talked to us about, I knew that there was something fundamentally wrong with this place. Could this be a sort of illusion created by the fog? But then how did it take control of the phone and take a recording of us? I wet my lips trying to keep my mind steady. I couldn't lose focus now. I needed to remain calm. Crunch. Taking another step, I looked at the compass in my hands. It was pointing right in front of me. We're going in the right direction, right? Nora's voice reached me from behind. I didn't answer immediately because I wasn't sure myself. The compass suggested that I was, but given that the compass wouldn't always bring me to the right place, with the occasional risk of it bringing me to the complete opposite place that I desired, I couldn't downright tell her that we were. And most likely, yes, this seemed like the most appropriate answer. Most likely, what does that even mean? There might be a chance that we are. I can't guarantee anything with this fog. But never mind. Nora seemed to realize as well that, in our current situation, there was little I could actually do. At least, as of now, there isn't anything to worry about. I still can't feel anything around us. But was this a good thing? I was certain that the knife would tell me if there were any anomalies nearby, or any sort of life, but what if the anomaly couldn't be felt by the knife? What then? After all, the knife wasn't omnipotent. There certainly existed anomalies that could escape its influence. No, there's no use thinking this way. Just go to the central area and find a place to rest. All of us were exhausted. We had planned on staying in the camp to take a rest, but as things stood, we had no choice but to leave and look for a new place. It was important that we all rested. What do you all think about what happened back then? Cutting through the silence around us, Neil appeared next to me as he wiped his glasses again. Because of the fog, he had no choice but to do it quite often. It might be something related to the mist. Joanna replied a short moment later. But Ariel's voice soon echoed. No. Her words made us all pause for a moment. She wasn't one to speak a lot, but whenever she spoke, it always seemed to carry a certain weight. If it were related to the mist, then we would have been informed beforehand in the guidebook. But what if it's part of the trial? Nora suddenly asked, trying her best to reason about the situation. Ariel merely looked at her and didn't answer. Or it was more like she couldn't be bothered to answer as she pointed her beam head. Nora's face twitched, her lips opening as she mumbled, "This bitch is ignoring me again." The BUA is crazy, and the World Congress is supposed to test us, but they wouldn't omit such important information. Not only that, but we've all studied the mist. It doesn't have such properties. Joanna was still the most level-headed in the group, as she looked at Nora. If the mist really was like that, we would have known. Fine. Nora waved her hand, pointing ahead as a soft crunch followed her steps. Without saying anything else, she moved closer to me. I merely gave her a glance before looking back at the compass. So far, it still pointed straight ahead, but looking around and seeing no buildings around, I started to grow more and more worried. We've walked for quite a bit, and we should have seen some buildings by now, and yet there's still nothing. Don't tell me that it's leading me in the wrong path, right? My grip over the compass tightened. If this was really the case, then I needed to take some time to properly assess the situation. Thankfully, I wasn't completely helpless. I could always summon the Realm Walker to check the surroundings and path. Maybe I should do that. It could. Swoosh. The thoughts died in my throat. We froze, our bodies locking up instinctively as a low, mournful whistling began to vibrate through the mist. We raised our heads and the world changed. The pale, suffocating darkness of the fog was being drowned out. Blood-red crimson began to bleed through the haze around us, spreading like a freshly opened wound. In that light, the shadows of the trees stretched and thinned, almost as if hypnotized by the red light above. Flare, Mia muttered, her words barely audible. The crimson stain in the fog reflected in her pupils, her eyes dyeing red in the process. What should we do? The answer was obvious. There wasn't anything to think about. Without saying a word, I swung the beam of my torch toward the place where the flare had burned through the dark and started running. The others followed instantly. The crunch of our boots on gravel exploded in the silence, as if the ground itself were brittle bones snapping beneath our collective weight. The beams of our torches jittered wildly, slicing through trees and rock and empty air, never staying still, causing the shadows of the trees to stretch in all directions. Start activating your nodes. Take out any protective item that you might have brought with you. We didn't know what waited up ahead. Without anyone noticing, I also released the Realm Walker while picking up the pace. We were going to rescue the team, but also potentially fight against an anomaly. I didn't know what waited ahead, but we had to be cautious. Ariel. Calling Ariel's name, my mind suddenly cooled. My body stiffened for just a brief moment before returning to normal. If you lose connection with anyone, tell me immediately. Oh yes. This was a preemptive measure in order to protect our minds from any anomaly that tried to do something to our minds. Not only that, but if something did occur to any of us, she'd know immediately, as well as brainwash us into becoming calm if the emotions got the best of us. Like a puppeteer, she controlled all of us. Swoosh. At the same time, Ariel created a connection with us. A shadow shot past us, Sarah's figure fading as she moved ahead. With the little presence she had, she was the best scout. I kept my eyes on her silhouette and quickened my pace, placing each step with care. Heel first, then toe, slow enough to soften the crunch, quiet enough, hopefully, not to draw attention. Everyone else was the same. The faint red glow pulsed weakly through the haze ahead. One by one we switched off our torches. Darkness swallowed us whole. The fog pressed in instantly, thickening around us, crawling into my nose and mouth, making each breath feel heavier. For a moment we were blind. Then, pushing past the trees and bushes, the red emerged again, bleeding through the mist. Sarah's outline stood motionless up ahead. We closed the distance and gathered around her. As we did, the fog shifted, thinning just enough to reveal the source of it all, a single flare stabbed into the earth. It burned steadily, spitting red sparks into the air. The blood-red smoke coiled through the fog, rising up slowly. But most importantly, and most unsettling, was the absence of anything around it. No footprints, no dropped pack, no sign of whoever had fired it. Just the flare. The soft hiss and sizzle gnawed at the silence. It wasn't loud, but in the absence of everything else, it felt invasive. Like a soft whisper inside my ear. My chest tightened as I stared at it, the red light flickering across our faces. Rustle, rustle. The sound sliced through the silence. My head snapped up so fast my neck burned. Every nerve in my body ignited at once. The fog ahead quivered, seemingly disturbed by something. Something pushing through. Branches trembled, leaves shuddered. My pulse quickened in my ears, drowning out everything but that dragging, slow rustle ahead of us. Beside me, someone's breath grew frantic. Another took a step back, gravel crunching far too loud. And then, rustle, rustle. Several figures appeared one by one, their body tensing and freezing at the sight of us. You! A voice cut through the silence as another figure stepped out of the greenery behind, his expression filled with surprise. Were you the ones who released the flare? Chapter 540, Cooperating 2. The man, along with the others dressed in identical white uniforms adorned with golden embroidery, stood tall, around 180 centimeters. He had short brown hair, and his thick brows gave him a naturally fierce expression. I didn't know who he was, but I recognized his uniform instantly. They're from the Evening Sun Guild. Joanna muttered next to me, instantly recognizing them from their uniform. I looked at her and then nodded my head. Yes, it seems like it. I knew of them. They were a guild with a fairly good reputation. Are you not going to answer? The man once again spoke, his voice deeper than before as his gaze alternated between us and then the flare. No. I shook my head. We weren't the ones to release the flare. In fact, we were coming here to rescue the ones who had used the flare. The man narrowed his eyes, as if trying to determine whether I was lying or not. Eventually, he nodded and stepped forward, crouching to touch the flare as it continued to sizzle, though far weaker than before. It hasn't been more than a couple of minutes since the flare was released. He began to speak again, his eyes dragging themselves off the flare and locking onto mine. Up close, the red light pooled in his pupils, turning them completely red. It was impossible to tell where the reflection ended and his iris began. For a moment, they didn't look like eyes at all, just two glassy red dots. His lips parted. In that short amount of time, the ones that have released the flare have disappeared. Given the background of this place, they must have experienced what the citizens have experienced here, alongside the squads that were supposed to rescue. I nodded slowly, looking away from him and onto the flare. At the same time, I activated the ability of the knife in my pocket. Given what had happened a few moments ago, I needed to make sure that I wasn't seeing things, that the people in front of me were not merely an illusion. All good. Thankfully, they weren't, and I was able to relax my guard a little, but just a little bit as I continued to remain tense. Looking at the guy ahead of me, and then around, I spoke. Although the probability of them still being around is low, I still suggest we start looking around to make sure. Let's do that. The man stood up, patting his hands as he motioned to his team behind him. Go and check the perimeter. If you see anything, let me know immediately. Yes. Understood. His team was efficient. They didn't question his orders and immediately got to work, disappearing into the mist. I glanced back at my own team, and they followed suit, leaving just the two of us standing there. Just as he was analyzing me, I was also analyzing him. Since he's from the Evening Sun Guild, he must be quite skilled. Although I don't know him, I'm sure he's very famous. He should be rather skilled. Makes sense considering that the Evening Sun Guild belongs to the Oak Circle. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was the first one to break the silence as his gaze fell on me. I didn't expect you to meet so fast. You're all everyone talks about, and when I looked at you, I couldn't help but be surprised by the fact that you're really at the second order. Are you perhaps hiding your skills, or is this really your order? I'm not hiding anything. Surprisingly, the words flowed out of my mouth smoothly. Thinking about team leader Soren, I couldn't help but smile to myself. A person's order isn't everything. But it sure helps. Maybe so, but it isn't the end of it all in this industry. You can say that I'm the perfect example of this. Perhaps. The man nodded, turning his attention away from me. I know who you are, but do you know who I am? A small smirk played on his lips the moment I didn't answer. Patrick Mance from the Evening Sun Guild. He introduced himself, briefly catching me off guard as I answered a half-beat too late. It's nice to meet you. Not much of a reaction, huh? I guess I don't seem to catch your interest. I'm also a paragon. I scratched the side of my face, not sure how to reply, but he merely laughed as he turned back. Several silhouettes appeared right after, the members of his team returning quickly, scanning the surroundings. Nothing. They all shook their heads. My team also returned, spotting Joanna and the others. Looking at their faces, I understood immediately. Looks like they also didn't find anything. Looks like we were all too late. Patrick said, looking at all of us. Seems like it. And I thought we were fast. If they don't even give us time to rescue them, how are we supposed to save them? What a ridiculous trial. I should leave before whatever thing took them comes for us. Just as I planned on leaving, Patrick's voice echoed once more. What do you think about joining us? I paused, turning my attention towards him as I raised my brow. I could also notice the confusion on his team members' faces as some muttered, "Wait, squad leader." They are. He merely extended his hand and stopped them from speaking. I know who they are. He looked me straight in the eye as he spoke. This place is dangerous. As you've seen from what happened to that team, it's safer to stick together. We've found a decent shelter, an old abandoned building. I can tell you're all exhausted. Why not join us and work together? When the time comes, we can split the points evenly. Honestly, this wasn't a bad offer. Looking back at my team and seeing their tired looks, I felt tempted. But there was only one issue. Can I trust him? He was still a stranger to me. Although I was certain that he was a real person alongside his team, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't backstab me. I needed to think carefully about this. After all, I had to take care of my team as well. But as if reading my thoughts, Patrick laughed. If you're worried about us backstabbing you, then give the thought up. He pointed at the camera strapped to his chest. We've got a reputation to uphold. You may not have heard about me, but I'm sure you know about our guild. My expression turned complex as I looked at the half-sun insignia strapped on the right side of his chest. Indeed, their guild image was rather good. They were known to be rather trustworthy. Sigh. In the end, I sighed. Looking back at my team, and then their team, I eventually nodded. Let's do that. The more the merrier. Great. Patrick smiled, turning around and pointing the beam of his torch in a different direction. Let's get going then. They didn't have a compass as I did, but they all seemed to know how to navigate through the fog. Although I was curious, I didn't ask and just followed them in silence. Eventually, we reached a stretch of path with far fewer branches. The ground was softer, though the strangely shaped trees still jutted into the trail, forcing us to push them aside as we moved forward. Looking at the path we're walking, I can tell we're finally reaching somewhere. We continued to follow the path for 30 minutes, the silence around us only growing. At the end of the road, we finally spotted a sign. Slowly, I raised my flashlight. The beam cut through the fog and landed on the metal sign mounted crookedly beside the tree line. The sign was almost completely devoured by rust. Orange corrosion bloomed across its surface like rot spreading through flesh. The edges had curled inward while the bolts holding it in place were swollen and dark. Whatever paint or lettering had once been there was long gone. Just how long did this sign stay here to turn like this? Let's keep going, we're almost there. Patrick turned to look at me, half smiling as he continued to walk ahead. I didn't say anything and just followed him silently. We continued to walk for 10 more minutes before the scenery changed. The dense, suffocating press of the trees thinned out, giving way to a row of broken wooden railings. They stood apart and splintered in the middle of the forest, like a row of rotten teeth. Beyond the fence sat a massive, sprawling building. It was an uninspiring concrete structure. Its surface was mottled with damp, dark patches that spread irregularly across the walls like advancing necrosis, as though the building itself were rotting from the outside in. Water stains streaked downward in long, vertical trails, resembling old-tier tracks. There were no windows. Or rather, there had been. Squared outlines marked where glass should have been, but every opening was filled with pure darkness. Even when I raised the beam of my flashlight and stepped closer to the building, I could hardly see anything. As we crossed the perimeter of the broken railings, Patrick led us to the main entrance as he eventually stopped, his hand resting on a heavy steel door that was rusted shut, yet slightly ajar. He didn't look back this time. He just stared at the darkness pooling in the gap of the door. "We're here," he whispered, pulling the door apart. "CRRRRRALK." The sound ricocheted through the concrete shell and burst outward into the forest behind us. My skin prickled instantly, the hairs at the back of my neck rising with the sound. But it didn't seem like Patrick had exerted enough effort to open the door as he eventually grunted, his muscles bulging as he pulled harder. The doors jerked apart another few inches, metal scraping against metal with a drawn-out shriek that clawed at my ears. Rust flakes rained down at his feet. One hinge twisted slightly out of alignment, and the sound grew even more intrusive. But eventually, clank, the door fully opened, revealing the dark interior of the building as Patrick stepped in. "Here we are." He spoke slightly out of breath. "Our hideout." Chapter 541, Cooperating 3. This place used to be an industrial research facility, built around a government experimental energy facility. At least, this is what is officially written on the files given to us by those of the Congress. I've heard rumors, though. Patrick lifted his torch and aimed it straight ahead, illuminating the room before us. The beam revealed a wide concrete chamber. The walls were bare, marked by damp patches and lined with long, rusted metal pipes. The floor was cracked and stained, but otherwise empty. He walked a few steps in and stopped near the center, then turned to face us. "You can have some rest in this room. Although it isn't anything fancy and doesn't have any decorations, it's still better than camping outside." "I guess so," although the standard wasn't very high. I moved toward the window, or what remained of it, and touched the cold concrete before leaning my head out as a chilly breeze brushed past me. Below the building sat a small courtyard. The ground was uneven, patches of dead grass breaking through cracked pavement. In the center stood a rusted playground set, the swing creaking softly as it swayed back and forth. A lot of the researchers in this facility had families. With a lot of them being incredibly busy and with hardly any time to go back home, there are a lot of researchers who choose to live here. That's why there's a playground. Patrick pointed towards a distant building, its frame masked by the thick fog and vegetation. "That's the residential area. And have you not thought about going to sleep there?" "We did, but at the end of the day, this place is good enough. This zone is also more central, so if we want to figure out some clues, this is probably the best place. Also, the beds and all the items in those rooms are probably all extremely damp and unusable. There's no real difference where we sleep." "I see." His words made a lot of sense. In this regard, I was actually quite surprised by how he was able to find all of this information. And as if reading my mind, he smiled. "There are a lot of files and papers that are scattered here. Although a lot of them can't be read, there are quite a lot of them. This is a research facility after all." "You're right." I nodded in agreement. In all honesty, I was actually quite curious about this place. From the way he was speaking, this didn't seem like just a regular research facility. There appeared to be more to it, but when I looked at him and saw the simple smile on his face, I knew that even if I asked, he wouldn't answer or make something up. "We're cooperating for now, but we're still competing. There's no way he'll tell me everything." "All right." Patrick turned back to look at the others. "You all should have some rest. We can gather other people with us slowly tomorrow morning. Given the current situation, it's best if we are all grouped. I think that will make things a lot easier for all of us, alongside the fact that it can help us guarantee our safety." Pointing his torch towards the door, he began to walk out. "My team and I will be staying on the lower floor. If you need anything, feel free to come to us. I hope we can establish a strong, cooperative relationship." His words sounded sincere, but the more sincere they felt, the more uneasy I felt. Maybe this was me being paranoid, but after my experience with the rat, I found it hard to trust anyone. This was also one of the reasons why I didn't want to switch teams. I had a hard time trusting people. All right, hope you all have some rest. Patrick's voice faded as he left the room, and his back faded into the darkness that lay beyond the entrance of the room. I kept my gaze fixed on his back, eventually turning away and looking back towards my team. Seeing the exhaustion on their faces, I leaned against the wall and slid down slowly. I'll keep watch for now. We'll take turns to alternate. Go and get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Day one passed like that. The swing outside continued to sway, its soft, rhythmic creaking echoing through the entire night. Leaning against the empty window frame, feeling the cold wind, I continued to stare at it until I heard several rustling sounds coming from behind me. NN squad leader. Mia was the first one to wake up as she rubbed her eyes. Then, as if noticing the gray sky outside, her eyes shot open. Squad leader. Her voice was a lot louder than it was before, awakening the others. Fuck, why are you being so loud in the morning? Lifting her eye mask, Nora glared at Mia. She was about to speak when she noticed the gray sky outside, her eyes widening in alarm. One by one, the others stirred awake, their reactions mirroring Mia's and Nora's. Seeing them react like this, I raised my hand to stop them from speaking. I'm used to getting little sleep. Since I wasn't feeling sleepy, I might as well let you all get some more sleep. Either way, it doesn't affect me too much. But squad leader, it's fine. I stopped everyone from saying anything and reached for my bag next to me. I was just speaking with the squad leader from the Evening Sun Guild. We discussed the current situation and came up with a plan. We'll split into 4 teams, 2 from our side and 2 from theirs. 2 teams will stay in the facility to investigate and learn more about this place, while the other 2 will head outside to locate other teams and bring them here. The discussion took place about 30 minutes ago. While everyone was sleeping, Patrick eventually came up, and the 2 of us had a small discussion about the situation and the way to proceed. This was what we came up with. Considering that the research facility seemed to hold some sort of secret, I agreed rather quickly. Also, this place felt too creepy without many people. I looked around and announced the groups. Joanna, Min, Sarah, and Ariel, you 4 will be the first group. We'll alternate each day. For today, I want the 4 of you to go and look for other teams in the perimeter. In my opinion, this was the most optimal composition for the task at hand. Ariel was the perfect anchor for the group, her skill allowing her to know if anything was wrong with the group. Joanna was also an incredible leader, and the person I trusted the most to lead a team in my absence, while Sarah was good at scouting, and Min was good at shielding them from any unexpected attacks. The remaining 3 will be with me. More than anything, I just needed Neil with me. He was smart. I was certain that he'd help me find something. Everyone's expressions grew serious as they looked at one another. Soon, they nodded and began preparing to leave. As I scanned the room, my gaze settled on Joanna, who was gathering her group. I quietly approached her and placed my hand over her shoulder, causing her to pause. I'll leave it in your care. Joanna's expression froze for half a second, her head lifting to look at me. But I merely smiled at her. I know you'll be able to take care of the situation without me. I trust your judgment. Chapter 542, The Strangeness of Point Z1. In a different area. Banged. A massive wardrobe suddenly lurched from the wall, slamming into the floor with a violent, splintering crash. The dry rot in the wood shattered on impact, releasing a cloud of gray dust that smelled stagnant. Cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed as a figure emerged from the scattered dust, their back pressed against the shattered remains of a wardrobe. Not far from them stood another figure, his cold gaze fixed intently on them. Why were you following us? His words were equally as cold as his gaze. Looking at your uniform, you seem to belong to one of the smaller guilds. Were you trying to spy on us? Cough, that's not. Maybe you were looking to ambush us at the last moment and steal some of our points. If that's the case, I can't allow you to stay. The figure stepped forward, his expression growing colder. But just as he took another step, another figure appeared, grabbing him by the shoulder. Woo, relax, Kyle. There's no need to go this far. Kyle stopped, his head slowly turning in Rowan's direction. His eyes narrowed for a moment as his lips eventually parted. He's been spying on us for quite some time. This is a competition, and we've yet to accumulate a single point. If things go on like this, we won't be able to make it far, and furthermore, we can't take risks. On the off chance that they do want to ambush us and take the credits, we'll only suffer. Let me. Oi, what's wrong with you? Rowan tugged Kyle's shoulder with more force, causing Leon's face to change. You're acting rather weird. Why are you in such a rush? Only a day has passed and no other team has gathered points. I get that you're anxious, but this isn't something that we can rush. Just take it slowly. Kyle stood in silence, his expression hard to read. In all honesty, he was aware that he was acting weirdly. Could he be rushed due to the current situation? The fog, maybe? No, that wasn't it. He's been feeling weird for quite some time. His head, it felt strangely light, and his body felt cold. There just seemed to be times when he couldn't think properly. Stopping, Kyle brought his hand to his face and pinched it. At the same time, he took a couple of breaths, trying his best to calm himself down. When he eventually stopped, Rowan's voice echoed once more. You good? I'm fine, let's go. Kyle gave the spy one last look before eventually turning around, meeting the gaze of his squad as he walked away. I feel so strange, just what is happening to me. Space. Swoosh, swoosh. Several figures rushed forward, their movements swift and agile as they navigated the roads with extreme efficiency. They ran in tight formation, following the figure at the front without making a single sound. The rescue flare should be up ahead. I don't know which team has activated it, but it's very close. Keep the formation thought. Leora's voice echoed quietly inside the ears of everyone present as her dark hair fluttered behind her. She and her team cut through the fog, eventually slowing down before an empty road. A soft yet chilling sizzling sound echoing through the air as an empty flare sat in the middle of the road, staining the fog in blood red. Leora stood in silence, calmly observing her surroundings. Then, bang! A nearby tree shatters, Leora's movement so fast that nobody had any time to react, as smoke flowed out from the barrel of the gun she held. Nothing. Leora's dark eyes narrowed, her hand lowering as she put her gun away. Although ordinary guns were generally useless against anomalies, there were specialized firearms capable of harming them. However, those were relatively expensive and often not worth the cost. In Leora's case, though, the gun in her hand was tailored to her decree abilities, making it a crucial part of her arsenal. As one of her team members returned from analyzing the broken tree, they shook their heads. Nothing, squad leader, I don't sense anything. Did you perhaps make a mistake? Mistake? Leora's eyes narrowed as she looked at the broken tree. Eventually, she shook her head. No, I don't make mistakes. Something was there. Be on your best guard, this place. It's a lot more fucked up than I originally thought. Space. There's a map of the layout of the building over here, squad leader. Although it's a little bit faded, I think I can do some cleanup to get a better idea of where we are and where we should go. Taking out his phone, Neil snapped a photo of the paper pinned to the wall. I stood beside him, watching as he scanned it, the program on his phone gradually restoring the faded portions of the text. Eventually, Neil handed me his phone. Here, have a look. This should make our lives a lot easier. Good work. I gave myself a pat on the back. As expected, it was good to bring Neil with me. To be honest, it wasn't just Neil. Everyone else was useful. Everyone had their own skill set, and while people deemed them to be not good enough for me, that was far from the truth. Okay, let me see. Taking a look at the map, I quickly familiarized myself with everything. In essence, the research facility was far larger than I had first imagined. What I'd mistaken for a single residence block was only the outer shell of something much bigger. Beyond the housing area and the playground, a separate warehouse was present. It was an industrial structure built to store equipment, chemicals, and whatever else they were dealing with. But that wasn't all. If I'm not wrong, squad leader, this area right here should contain a sort of underground facility. It's not quite clear, but judging from the writing that I'm making out, there appear to be 3 sub-levels. Pausing, Neil looked at me. Should we start with this? I thought for a moment and looked around. Eventually, I nodded. Let's do that. Since those from the Evening Sun Guild are staying in this building, we might as well go and explore the underground area. Honestly, this felt like the perfect recipe to get a sort of jump scare. My stomach was already churning at the thought, but holding onto the knife, I felt a lot more at ease. No, not just at ease. I felt something else. A tingle that I had no choice but to push down. Creak. Moving past the playground, the rhythmic creak of the swing still echoing behind us, we continued beyond the residential block. The building's outer walls were marred with dark stains, like scorch marks left behind by a large fire. I wanted to pay more attention to it, but I decided to leave it for now, the torch in my hand wobbling as I continued up ahead. The deeper we headed, the denser the fog became. Dark skinny tree branches pierced through the white veil enveloping us, the silence around us shattered by the soft crunch of our steps. The air was dry, and rusted metal scraps were scattered across the area. I angled my torch to one side, holding the beam steady as it slid over the scattered items on the ground. My attention fell on a certain doll slumped on the ground. Its plush exterior was riddled with small, uneven holes, the stuffing inside darkened and clumped with age. The buttons that once filled its eyes were missing, leaving behind two hollow spaces that seemed deeper than they should have been, quietly catching the light as if they were trying to look back at me. Why is a doll over here? Were the children playing in this area? It's not exactly close to the residential area, but then again they're kids, they play everywhere. I hovered my gaze over the doll for several seconds before looking away, moving forward until a large metal trapdoor appeared in my view. Pointing the light in its direction, I looked back. We're here. The research facility. Chapter 543, The Strangeness of Point Z2. The light from the torch wobbled slightly as I positioned it better, the beam slicing cleanly through the fog and settling on the outline of a trapdoor set into the cracked concrete floor. Residual rust bled from the hinges and pooled along the edges, staining the surrounding concrete in dark, dried streaks. I crouched slightly, angling the beam closer to find the lever to open it. There should be some sort of mechanism to open the trapdoor. Although I don't know why they made it so difficult to enter the research facility, we're talking about something that was made a long time ago. Here. I eventually found the metal lever and reached for it. The surface felt brittle beneath my grip, flakes of rust snapping free and crumbling against my skin as I tightened my hold and forced it open. It resisted at first, a loud groan echoing throughout before finally moving. A sharp metallic snap cracked through the air as the internal locking pins sheared off, the sound ricocheting through the air. It was followed by a heavy, rhythmic clack-clack-clack that caused the trapdoor to shake. Look! With a final tug, the trapdoor finally started to lift as a heavy and deep groan reverberated through the surroundings. Clank! As the heavy iron slab tilted upward, it swung back until it hit the concrete with a dull, echoing thud, causing the ground to shake. Hat was heavier than I thought. I wiped my palms against my pants and peered into the void, where a series of metal rungs emerged from the darkness, bolted to the wall of the narrow shaft like a makeshift ladder. Pointing my torch down, I tried to see what was beneath, but the darkness was all I managed to see. Pressing my foot down, I quietly released the realm walker to check the situation for me. At the same time, I turned towards the others, but as I did, I noticed the strange expression on Neil's face. What's wrong? His gaze appeared fixed on the trapdoor. I'm not sure, Neil replied after a brief stretch of silence, his brows knitting together as he stepped closer to the trapdoor and crouched to examine it more carefully. He brushed his fingers along the edges, studying the worn metal and the flakes of rust clinging to the hinges. After a second, he straightened, his gaze lifting to meet mine. It just feels like it was a little too easy to open. For something this old and rusted, I would have expected it to put up more of a fight. His words made me pause. Right now that I think about it, he's not exactly wrong. While it wasn't easy, it was still not that difficult. Do you think? I am not sure. Neil replied after pulling his gaze away from the trapdoor. Patting his hands clean, he looked down the dark hole. You never know with this type of stuff. The mist could always be a reason for something like this. I'm not sure. What do you think we should do, squad leader? Looking down the hole, I eventually crouched down and entered. According to the Realm Walker, there's nothing wrong. I think it should be fine for us to go down. Reaching for the metal rungs, I started to move down. Let's go. I climbed down slowly, gripping the cold metal and lowering myself one rung at a time. Each step sent a dull, metallic thump echoing through the narrow shaft, the vibration traveling up my arms before the sound was swallowed by the heavy, suffocating air. A second later, more thumps followed from right above me. The darkness seemed to press in from every side as I continued my descent, the faint circle of light above growing smaller with each rung. The air felt cooler the lower I went, to some extent thicker, continuing all the way down as I eventually reached the bottom. Stepping off the ladder carefully, the darkness somehow feeling even denser than before. I pulled out the torch and aimed it straight ahead, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal a long, narrow corridor that stretched as far as my eyes could follow. The light trembled slightly in my hand, tracing the tight passageway and the low ceiling above us. The air felt damp and heavy in my lungs, and the concrete walls on either side were slick with moisture, glistening under the beam as if they'd been coated in oil. I stepped forward, and a cold splash echoed off the low ceiling. Why is it wet? A thin layer of water covered the floor, hiding the cracked tiles beneath. With every step, the water rippled outward in gray circles. I eventually stopped, looking behind me as several figures jumped down. This place... Uck, what sort of working conditions are these? Nora and Mia looked around, their eyes wandering. Why is there water here? Accumulation from the rain, or is a pipe broken? Neil trailed after them, blinking a few times before letting out a quiet sigh. He slipped off his glasses and wiped the lenses on the edge of his shirt, squinting slightly as he tried to make sense of the dim space without them. I waited for him to put his glasses back on before shifting my attention back towards the dark tunnel and proceeding forward. Nobody made a sound, everyone following me in silence as the soft sound of our steps splashing beneath bounced off the narrow walls of the tunnel ahead of us. I shouldn't be surprised by how things are, I told myself, my gaze drifting over the corroded walls and exposed wiring that appeared on the sides of the walls as we headed deeper. This is an old research facility, of course. It's going to look like this. What unsettled me more was the thought that this was only the first floor. There were supposed to be several more levels beneath us, descending even deeper underground. As far as I knew, the place had been built to study some kind of electrical project. So why does it feel like more than that? The layout, the trapdoor above, the heavy locks. It felt a little bit more complex than it should have been. But then again, maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe the dark and the silence were getting to me, turning ordinary and standard things into something far more ominous than they really were. The Realmwalker stopped. It seems to have found a door. My steps slowed for half a beat. Eventually, they resumed as I commanded the Realmwalker to open the door and go inside. In order to make sure that everything flowed smoothly and minimize the risks, I had the Realmwalker scout ahead and act as a me-tame, as a safety precaution in case something did happen. It looks like it's all good. The Realmwalker was efficient. In just a few breaths, it did what I had asked it to do and opened the door, entering and making sure there were no problems. We continued down the corridor until we finally reached the door at the end. I raised the flashlight and let the beam crawl over its surface, taking in every detail. Just like the trapdoor above, it was badly rusted, the metal eaten away in patches, and the hinges on its side worn thin with age. The handle looked brittle, as if it might snap under too much force. I started to reach toward the hinges, intending to open it quickly, but a hand shot out and Neil stopped me before I could touch it. Wait. Huh? I paused and turned toward him, a question already forming on my lips. Instead of answering, Neil stepped past me and angled his own flashlight downward. The beam slid away from the door and settled on the floor just in front of it, illuminating a series of rusted flakes. So, the door has been opened recently. His words bounced off the surroundings, causing Nora and Mia's expressions to tense up slightly as they moved forward, scanning the flakes with utmost seriousness. You're right. End. I also pretended to do so, but I was internally beating myself up. Yeah, this is on me. This was no doubt the Realmwalker's doing. I didn't wait for the three of them to continue looking, reaching for the door and opening it. Wait. Don't worry, there's nothing inside. How do you know that if you look? I just know. I answered quietly, stepping into the room as the air shifted around me, growing heavier, more humid. The door quietly groaned as I let go of it. I lifted the flashlight and swept the beam across the space, taking it all in piece by piece. It was fairly large. A long table dominated the right side of the room, its surface cluttered with scattered papers and corroded instruments. Metallic shelves lined the walls, packed with books and binders, some knocked over, others sagging in poor condition. Large, bulky computers sat on and around the tables, their thick monitors coated in dust, cables snaking across the floor. Several chairs lay overturned, as if the room had been abandoned in a hurry. There's no doubt about it, someone has been here, and it hasn't been long since they were here. Neil commented, his expression tense as he looked at the state of the room. I looked at the state of the room and pursed my lips. Maybe, or the room was just like this, and people ran away due to the mist. Neil looked at me, opening his mouth to say something, but eventually stopped himself. He still clung to his idea. But it wasn't like he was wrong. The idea of someone else coming here beforehand was possible. Perhaps it was one of the teams that we were supposed to rescue, or maybe those from the Evening Sun Guild. I didn't dismiss his idea as I made my way toward the desk, boots scraping softly against the damp floor. The scattered documents were brittle beneath my fingers as I gathered them into a neater pile. I pulled out my phone and began scanning each page, angling the screen to catch whatever faded text still clung to the paper. It'll take a while for the app to properly scan everything and make out the information, but it's not a bad idea to scan everything. You all should start doing this too. Glanced back toward the others, about to say something, then froze. Slowly, I raised the torch and flashed the beam back across the room, the light cutting through the thick air and pausing on two figures. Two. Where Esmia, where? The words died in my throat as a low, distant groan rolled through the corridor outside, like metal bending under intense pressure. It reverberated through the walls and into the floor beneath our feet. Shit. I exchanged a quick, alarmed glance with Nora and Neil, and without another word, we bolted out of the room toward the source of the noise. Our footsteps splashed frantically against the damp floor as the echoes chased us down the corridor. We rounded the corner and finally spotted Mia. She stood in front of another door farther down the hall, her hand clamped tightly around the handle. The metal groaned in protest as she struggled with it, having forced it only halfway open. "What are you doing?" I approached Mia, grabbing her by the shoulders and pulling her back as her shoulders jolted and her gaze fell on me. "Why did you go by yourself, and why did you open this door?" Chapter 544, The Strangeness of Point Z3. A few seconds after I reached her, slightly out of breath, Mia's dry, flaky lips parted as if she wanted to speak but couldn't quite force the words out. Her grip on the handle trembled. But eventually, "What are you saying, squad leader?" She looked at me in confusion. "You're the one who told me to open the door." The words that left her mouth made my expression falter slightly as a cold knot tightened in my stomach. My pulse spiked, pounding hard enough that I could hear it in my ears. "You were standing by the other door when you noticed the flakes on the floor," she said, her voice rather small. "After Neil pointed them out, you changed your mind. You said we shouldn't touch it and told us to keep going." Her grip around the handle loosened. "We walked farther down the corridor until we reached this door, and then—" her eyes locked onto mine. "You told me to open it." I drew a deep breath, trying my best to keep my expression as calm as possible. Looking at Mia's expression and the confusion on her face, I knew that she wasn't lying. This had most likely been the truth. I thought back to the situation with Joanna not long ago and came up with a conclusion. It must be another illusion of some sort. "Do you think it's related to the thing that happened to Joanna not long ago? An illusion?" Even Neil seemed to think the same as he spoke to Mia, but instead of agreeing, Mia slowly shook her head. Her fingers once again tightened around the handle, knuckles paling. "No, that's not possible." She appeared rather adamant, her face turning abnormally pale. "Because the squad leader touched me," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant hum of the corridor. Her hand slowly slipped from the handle as if the memory itself unsettled her. "On my back." She swallowed, her hand touching her back. He told me to open the door." The silence that followed her words felt unsettling, our gazes all turning in the direction of the door. Maybe it was just the atmosphere, or maybe it was the weight of Mia's words settling in, but the air suddenly felt colder against my skin. My eyes fixed on the narrow gap she'd forced open, barely wide enough to peer through, but at the same time not large enough to let anything move in. Standing by the door, I felt strange. My hand prickled as I slowly reached for the handle, the cold metal biting against my skin. For a brief moment, I hesitated, unsure of whether I should pull it shut or force it open the rest of the way and see what was inside. No one around me said a word. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting, the silence stretching until it felt deafening, pressing in on my ears. Even the faint drip of water somewhere down the corridor seemed to have stopped. What should I do? Should I send the Realm Walker to check the situation inside? The knife doesn't detect anything. There shouldn't be anything inside, but I can't be certain. But there might be some important clues. Why was Mia being led here? I was just about to make up my mind, my fingers tightening slightly around the handle, when a sudden sound tore through the stillness. It was deafening yet strangely muffled, as if it had traveled a long distance through layers of concrete and steel before reaching us. The walls trembled faintly with the echo, and our heads similarly snapped backwards. Clank. Something about the air seemed to change. A second later, my expression hardened. Shit. I rushed forward, breaking into a sprint, the beam of my flashlight jerking wildly up and down as it struggled to keep steady in my shaking grip. Shadows leapt along the walls as I ran, boots splashing against the damp floor. Behind me, I could hear the others following just as fast, their footsteps echoing frantically through the tunnel. Although the beam of the torch wobbled violently, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead, I didn't need the light to guide me. I already knew where I was going. Gradually, my sprint slowed to a hurried walk, then to careful steps. The beam steadied as I came to a stop before the metal rungs bolted into the wall. Slowly, I tilted the torch upward. My heart dropped the instant the light caught the underside of the trapdoor. It was sealed completely shut. Well, shit. Space. At the same time, in a different area. Let's stop here for a moment. Let me map this area. Joanna stopped while taking out her phone to scan the surroundings. Once she was finally done, she looked back at the others. The moment she did, she smiled bitterly while scratching the side of her face. The squad leader really assigned the most talkative people in the group to himself, didn't he? Her team was composed of Ariel, Min, and Sarah. Mutes. Unless they absolutely needed to, neither of them was going to say a word. Joanna sighed while putting her phone away. At least it's a good team. The composition was perfect for their task, especially Ariel. With her abilities, Joanna didn't have to worry about the others getting lost or any potential ambush. In fact, Ariel was also good at detecting anomalies, albeit not as well as those from the Hunter decree. Sarah was a good scout, and Min was the perfect person to deal with any ambushes. The team was absolutely perfect in every way. I can't let the squad leader down. Thinking about her old team, Joanna bit her lips. Taking a deep breath, she quickly dismissed all thoughts about them. I'm glad they're doing fine, but so am I. Looking back at the others, Joanna continued up ahead. The fog was relatively thick, clinging low to the ground and weaving between the trees that stretched out in every direction. Somewhere beyond them, there were supposed to be more houses scattered in the distance. But from where they stood, visibility was poor at best. Whatever the situation truly was, one thing was clear. They couldn't stay put. They needed to find the other teams, or at the very least, any clues that might lead them to rescue the teams they were supposed to find. Joanna moved forward with the others, their silhouettes fading in and out of the mist as they walked. The beams of their flashlights stretched ahead in pale columns, slicing through the fog but revealing only fragments of the path at a time. She glanced down at the map in her hand, adjusting her direction to follow the marked route. Just as she was about to step onto the indicated path, Ariel's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. What's that? Huh? Joanna looked in the direction that Ariel pointed and paused. What? In the middle of a small clearing, a two-story house emerged from the mist. The mist drifted lazily around it, thinning just enough to reveal its worn exterior. Broken fences circled the property in uneven lines, some panels collapsed entirely, while others leaned at awkward angles. The front door stood slightly ajar, revealing just a little bit of the interior. Should we check it out? There might be something inside. I also don't seem to sense anything. Ariel suddenly proposed. Joanna hesitated, looking towards Min and Sarah. What do you two think? Sure. Okay. The two didn't have any objections. Seeing the others agree, Joanna gave a short nod and started toward the house. Sarah moved ahead of her without a word, lowering her presence as she slipped quietly through the open doorway to check the interior first. Min followed a few steps behind while Ariel stayed back just enough to maintain her connection with them, eyes scanning the perimeter. When they finally reached the front of the house, Joanna lifted her flashlight and aimed it at the windows. The glass was worn and cracked, thin fractures spreading across the panes like spiderwebs. A thick layer of dust clung to the surface, dulling the reflection of the beam and making the inside impossible to see clearly. Found anything, Sarah? No, nothing. Sarah's voice echoed half a second later from inside the house as Joanna entered. Kriuk. The moment Joanna stepped past the doorway, the wooden floor creaked faintly beneath her boots. She raised her flashlight and the beam swept across a spacious living room. A large television stood against the far wall, its dark screen coated in dust. Opposite it sat a wide sofa, the cushions slightly sunken and dulled with age. Between them rested a small tea table, its surface cluttered with old magazines and a thin layer of grime that glittered under the light. Resting on top of it was an old land phone. It's been a while since I've seen one of those," Joanna commented while turning her flashlight around. But as she did, she suddenly realized something. Where is everyone? She was alone. Sarah, Min, Ariel. Joanna called out for the three of them, her voice carrying through the empty house. No response came back. Her expression tightened instantly, the muscles in her jaw setting as unease crept in. She opened her mouth to call out again, but before she could, the door behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. The sharp sound cracked through the room, echoing off the walls and making her flinch as her heart lurched violently in her chest. And then, "Dia-ra-ring, dia-ra-ra-ring." A shrill ring suddenly pierced the silence. The sound was sharp and bounced off every wall of the small house, growing louder with each chime. Dia-ra-ra-ra-ring. Chapter 545, The Strangeness of Point Z4. Dia-ra-ra-ra-ring. The landline continued to squeal into the silence, the shrill ringing drilling into every corner of the isolated home. Joanna's entire body stiffened at the sight of it. Her shoulders locked, her fingers tightening slightly around her flashlight as the sound echoed off the walls. What's going on? How is this possible? Despite the confusion tightening in her chest, Joanna forced herself to stay alert. Her gaze swept carefully over the living room, windows, hallway, and staircase, cataloging every shadow and corner as the phone continued to ring behind her. Dia-ra-ra-ra-ring, dia-ra-ra-ra-ring. It was waiting for her to answer. No, I need to get out of this place. She turned toward the front door, deciding not to entertain whatever this was. Stepping quickly across the creaking floor, she reached for the knob and twisted it, trying to pull the door open and get out of the house. Clank, clank. But it was no use. The door was completely locked. Should I just break the door? Joanna's mind raced, her body tensing further as she prepared to break the door down. At the same time, her node flared to life as she exerted even more force onto the door. She drove that force into the door, the impact rattling the frame. The wood groaned loudly under the sudden pressure, cracks spidering faintly along the surface as it struggled to withstand the strain. And then, the landline stopped. The ringing cut off so abruptly that it caught Joanna off guard, like something had severed it mid-breath. Silence flooded the house in its place. The air grew noticeably thicker, heavier in her lungs, as if the entire room were holding its breath along with her. Ariel, Ariel, can you hear me? Ariel. Joanna didn't stop trying to force her way out of the house, exerting even more pressure. But for some reason, the door appeared a lot more durable than she had initially expected it to be, as it refused to break apart. Normally, under such strain, it should have broken down. Ariel, can you hear me? Where are you guys? Joanna continued to call out for Ariel in her mind. With her ability, it was possible to communicate through their minds. However, Ariel, Ariel. Regardless of how much Joanna shouted in her mind, no voice replied back. Bang, bang. She slammed her shoulder into the door again, the impact reverberating up her arm and through her ribs. The frame shuddered violently, dust shaking loose from the hinges, but the door stubbornly remained in place. Breathing harder now, Joanna stepped back. If the door wouldn't give, then she'd find another way out. Her gaze shifted sharply toward the nearest window. Maybe. Be-a-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Just as Joanna was about to move toward the window, the ringing came again. It echoed sharply through the room. But this time, it wasn't coming from the landline. The sound was closer. It was coming from her pocket. Be-a-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Be-a-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Joanna froze. The vibration buzzed faintly against her thigh, and her expression shifted to something far more unsettled as the realization sank in. Slowly reaching for her phone, Joanna retrieved it and looked at the caller ID. Unknown caller. Click. The line went through before she could press the phone. Huh. Heavy breathing filtered through the speaker. It felt disturbingly close, as if the caller stood just on the other side of the line, or the other side of the room. Joanna's fingers tightened around the phone, her pulse thundering as she listened to the sound continue, each breath growing heavier than the last. The heavy breathing dragged on for another second before it abruptly stopped. Then, without warning, a man's voice pierced through the silence. Did you go upstairs? Do? Joanna hung up the call. Her breathing was now rougher than before, her entire body sharp, and her mind alert as she moved towards the window. The wooden floor creaked beneath her steps as she raised her flashlight and swept the beam across the dusty glass. But just as her fingers brushed against the window latch, her phone vibrated again. The phone answered on its own again, automatically turning on speaker mode. Why haven't you gone upstairs? Bang! Joanna urgently smashed her fist against the window. The impact should have shattered it. Instead, her knuckles ached. A dull thud echoed through the room as her fist bounced off the glass, pain jolting up her arm. The window was completely unharmed. What's going on? What is this window made out of? You need to go upstairs. Joanna's mind reeled, but the voice continued to whisper from her phone, filling the entire room with a chilling calmness that made every hair on Joanna's body rise. Without waiting for the voice again, Joanna retrieved her phone and turned off the call, silence again settling over her surroundings as her heavy breathing filled the silence. Biting down on her lip, Joanna slowly turned, raising the flashlight behind her. The beam cut through the dim living room and settled on a narrow flight of stairs leading upward into darkness. The upper floor was swallowed in shadow, the railing casting long, distorted lines across the wall. The tension felt unbearable as Joanna kept biting her lip, her gaze flicking between the stairs, the door, and the landline. For a brief moment, she stood there frozen. Then she exhaled sharply and shook her head, forcing herself out of it. Get a grip on yourself. I can't panic at this time. If I lose control here, then it'll just prove everyone who ever doubted us right. Right, this wasn't just about herself. This was also about the squad leader. He trusted her enough to lead the team. She couldn't allow herself to panic. Taking a deep breath, Joanna calmed herself down further. Holding the flashlight steady over the staircase, Joanna pressed her lips into a thin line. The beam stretched upward, swallowed quickly by the darkness above. The doors were locked, the windows wouldn't break. Forcing her way out clearly wasn't an option. Her grip tightened slightly. If escape wasn't possible, then that left only one direction. Up. But wouldn't this be the exact thing that the voice wanted? Why did it want her to go upstairs? What if it were a trap? There was no doubt about the fact that it wanted her to go upstairs. Do I really have no choice? Joanna lowered the torch from the stairs and swept it slowly across the rest of the room instead. The beam passed over faded paintings hanging crookedly on the walls, their images too washed out and worn to make out clearly. Dusty picture frames lined a nearby shelf, the photographs inside bleached and hard to make out. She scanned every corner, searching for anything she might have missed. After a long moment, her jaw set. Clutching the torch firmly in her hand, Joanna placed her foot on the first step and began to walk up. Kriak. The stairs let out a long, drawn-out creak beneath her weight, the sound echoing unnaturally through the house. Continuing to walk up, she could no longer see the living room as she fixed her gaze away, a lump forming in her throat. Joanna, can you hear me? Joanna stopped all of a sudden. Ariel? Her eyes lit up. Ariel, is that you? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Where are you? What's going on? I lost track of everyone. What, everyone? Yes, you're the only one I can get in contact with. What's going on? Where are you? Right now I am standing in front of an old house. Joanna turned around, ready to walk down. I am there. I'm in the house. Can you get in? Wait, I think I see you. Joanna's steps froze, her face freezing along with the steps. The windows are a bit faded, but I can see an outline. Are you on your phone? Is that you? Chapter 546, The Strangeness of Point Z5. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of ice-cold water over her. A sharp chill ran from the back of her neck down her spine, stealing the warmth from her limbs in an instant. Her breath stopped, her pulse quickening as a cold knot formed in her stomach, making her feel wide awake. Every sound, every shadow, every shift in the air around her suddenly seemed to catch her attention as Ariel's voice continued to echo in her ear. That is you, right, Joanna? I can see that you're waving at me. I'm calm. Joanna tightened her grip on the wooden handrail, her fingers digging into the aged surface as if anchoring herself in place. Don't come in, that's not me. Ariel went silent a moment after. Without waiting for her to say anything else, Joanna continued. I don't know what's going on, but that's not me. I am in the house, but I am stuck. I can't get out. The windows and door don't seem to break. I've been getting weird calls telling me to go upstairs. I was just about to do that when I got in contact with you. Is that so? Ariel's response came a few seconds later, like she was carefully processing what she had just heard or sensed. The slight delay only made the air feel heavier. But eventually her reply came. If you're saying that the silhouette is not you, then it's likely from the one that was calling you. The reply made the air feel noticeably heavier, pressing down on her chest. But it wasn't unexpected, not really. From the moment Ariel had pointed out the figure earlier, Joanna had already pieced it together. The pieces had aligned too cleanly to ignore. She... Diarrara. Suddenly her phone vibrated. Joanna's face stiffened as she reached for her phone, but just like before, she didn't get the chance to answer. The screen lit up on its own and the call connected automatically. A faint click echoed, then the speaker turned on by itself. In a demonic tone, the voice screamed. Why haven't you gone upstairs? Geo upstairs. Click. The line closed right after, and Ariel's voice echoed in her ear. The silhouette is gone, it's moving in. Joanna, get away. Joanna spun away from the sound and bolted up the stairs. Her boots pounded against the wood, each step groaning loudly beneath her as she climbed as fast as she could. Her heart hammered violently against her ribs, so loud it almost drowned out everything else. The beam of her flashlight jerked wildly up and down, slicing through the darkness in frantic arcs as shadows twisted along the walls around her. Joanna burst onto the second floor, nearly stumbling as she reached the top. A long corridor stretched out before her with several closed doors lining both sides. The air felt colder, almost freezing. Her gaze darted wildly from one end of the hallway to the other. Without hesitating, she rushed to the nearest door, threw it open, and slipped inside. She slammed it shut behind her with all her strength, the impact echoing sharply through the corridor outside. Clank! Her chest rose and fell rapidly, the flashlight trembling slightly in her grip. She slowly lifted her gaze to take in the room. It appeared to be a bedroom. A large bed sat against the far wall, the sheets discolored with age and slightly askew, as though someone had left in a hurry. Beside it stood a wooden desk cluttered with scattered drawers, some half open, others hanging crookedly from their hinges. A cracked mirror rested above the desk, its fractured surface splitting her reflection into jagged pieces under the beam of her light. Joanna took in the scene until she heard a soft, yet muffled creaking sound coming from behind the door, slowly moving closer and closer to her. Joanna's breath caught, her muscles tensing as she held tightly onto the door. Thump, thump. The steps dragged closer, each one scraping faintly against the floor outside the door. Joanna's throat tightened. Sweat beaded along her temple and slid down the side of her face. Her fingers flexed around the flashlight as her mind raced, thinking of all sorts of ways to escape the situation. Until eventually, a thought crossed her mind. Should I fight it? Joanna had no idea what she was dealing with. She didn't know its limits, its form, or whether it could even be harmed. Charging blindly at something unknown went against every instinct she had. That was why she hadn't considered attacking it outright. But the slow, deliberate steps outside the door left her with fewer and fewer options. The room offered no clear path of escape. The key might be in the anomaly or whatever is responsible for this. If I can take it down, I free myself from this. The door behind her trembled, faintly under the approaching weight. Swallowing hard, she steadied her breathing. I have to catch it off guard. Remain calm, remain calm. Joanna's thoughts fell on her responsibilities, her old team, and how they found success without her. The weight the squad leader was bearing to keep them in their team, and as her thoughts drifted there, her fists clenched. I have to do it. Both of her nodes flared at once, heat surging beneath her skin as power flooded through her limbs. Another step sounded just behind the door. Joanna didn't wait. She spun and grabbed the handle, wrenching the door open with explosive force. Bang! The wood slammed against the wall as she burst out into the corridor, energy crackling faintly around her as she rushed forward, ready to confront whatever had been stalking her. The moment she burst into the corridor, a silhouette stood at the far end. Joanna's heart squeezed. Her hands moved on instinct, fingers snapping around the hilts of her daggers as she charged forward. She rushed with all her might. And then a voice fell over her mind. Stop, it's me. Long silver hair slipped into view first, glinting faintly under the fractured beam of her flashlight. Then a familiar face emerged from the shadows. Ariel. The tension in Joanna's chest didn't release immediately. Her heart was still racing, her muscles still coiled to strike, even as she became certain of Ariel's appearance. For a split second, she simply stared, struggling to come to terms with the situation. But eventually, she had no choice but to acknowledge it. Only Ariel could talk to her mind like that. "How did you?" The door simply opened. Ariel answered her, showing confusion herself. "When the silhouette disappeared, I thought you were in danger and tried to get in, but the door simply opened." "What, that easy?" Ariel also looked a little surprised as she looked behind Joanna, into the corridor that stretched behind her. "Is this where the phone told you to go?" "Yes," Joanna replied, taking out her phone and looking at it. "I don't know why it wants me to go here, but I think we should go." "I think the opposite," Ariel replied, her gaze falling on the doors. "There might be a clue to the situation. We should look." "All right." Joanna bit her lips. In hindsight, Ariel had a point. She had been so consumed by the moment that she forgot all about their objective. "There has to be something here. Otherwise, the phone wouldn't tell me to go upstairs so many times. It might even help us find the rescue teams." Joanna let out a shaky breath and quickly slapped her cheeks twice, the sharp sting grounding her and forcing the adrenaline to settle. Ariel didn't comment. She simply stepped past Joanna, her long silver hair swaying faintly as she moved down the corridor with calm, measured strides. Without hesitation, she stopped at one of the doors further along the hall, reached for the handle, and slipped inside without any real worries. "Wait, don't go by yourself." Joanna moved to follow, but something made her glance down at her phone first. The screen was still lit. Her eyes lingered on it for a second too long, her steps slowing, then stopping altogether. The call log was still open. Slowly, her gaze lifted from the phone to the door Ariel had just entered. And after a moment hesitation, she dialed the number. Diarrararara, diarrararara. The sharp ringing tore through the hallway again, coming right from Ariel's room. Chapter 547, The Strangeness of Point Z6. Diarrarar, diarrarar. The phone continued to squeal, the piercing ring ricocheting off the narrow hallway walls and spilling down the staircase below. It filled every corner of the house, growing louder with each passing second, as Joanna continued to stare in the room where Ariel had just entered. Joanna's mind spiraled with all sorts of thoughts, her heart drumming loudly within her chest as a knot formed in the pits of her stomach. But she was also quick to react. Instead of retreating, Joanna forced herself forward. She broke into a run down the corridor, the ringing still shrieking from inside the room. Reaching the door Ariel had entered, she grabbed the handle and shoved it hard, slamming it shut with a violent bang, as if cutting off the sound by force alone. Bang! Joanna hurriedly pressed her back against the door. Her breathing came fast and uneven, chest rising sharply as she tried to steady herself. The ringtone still echoed from inside the room, but now it was muffled, dulled by the wood between them. And eventually it stopped. Silence. Everything turned silent as Joanna kept her back pressed against the door. But soon the silence was shattered. "Joanna," Ariel's voice echoed from behind the door. "Why did you close the door? What's going on?" The voice sounded just like hers. "Open the door." "To talk." A gentle knock echoed beside Joanna, and her throat tightened as she swallowed. A bead of sweat slid down the side of her face, tracing a cold line along her jaw before falling to the floor. "To talk." "Joanna, are you there? Is everything all right?" Ariel's voice echoed once more, gentler than before. However, it was such gentleness that made Joanna's skin crawl as she kept her mouth shut. She pressed her back harder against the door, refusing to answer, refusing to acknowledge the voice. "Joanna, Joanna, are you there?" The more the voice sounded, the tenser Joanna's body became. "That's no Ariel, it can't be Ariel, she would never speak to me like that. This is definitely a trap, but just what is behind this room? Why is it trying so hard to lead me here? What exactly is its goal?" Joanna steadied her breathing, drawing in a slow breath before letting it out carefully. Her eyes moved across the corridor, scanning the shadows and the narrow stretch of floor caught in her light. The darkness felt heavier now. A faint creak came from the floor on the other side of the door. The wood shifted under the weight of a certain presence. Closing her eyes, Joanna once again tried to communicate with Ariel. "Ariel, Ariel, can you hear me?" Silence was all Joanna was met with. Pressing her lips together, Joanna was just about to try again when a voice whispered into her head. "Yes, I can hear you. Open the door." Joanna's body froze. Yet again, Ariel's voice echoed inside her mind. It was this very same trick that made her think that the Ariel she had seen moments prior was the real one. Or maybe that really was Ariel. Otherwise, how could the anomaly communicate with her? Joanna bit her lower lip. What if the one standing behind me is really Ariel? What if I made a mistake and trapped her inside with the anomaly? Or maybe it was a trick to separate us. Joanna's breath paused, her eyes flicking along the corridor, scanning every corner as a heavy weight settled in her chest, pressing inward until even the faintest sensation felt amplified. The hum of the torch, the soft scrape of her own boots, the creak of the wood beneath her, the distant drip of water above her all rose sharply in her ears. The shadows creeping along the walls in the torchlight seemed to twist and stretch as her expression tightened. "Open the door." Ariel's voice echoed once more, startling Joanna. But this time the voice was less gentle. It was noticeably colder. Joanna opened her mouth, but suddenly, with a sudden crack, the window at the end of the corridor flew open, slamming hard against the wall. Clank! The sharp sound split the silence. A rush of cold air spilled inside, sweeping down the narrow hall and brushing against her face and hands. The torchlight wavered as the breeze pushed past her, Joanna's mind jolting. The window! For a brief, reckless moment, she felt the urge to move, to sprint toward the open window and haul herself through it without looking back. No, it might be a trap. This could be the anomaly's goal. Her teeth clenched, and she remained where she was, pressing her back against the door. The cold wind continued to sweep into the room, curling around her legs and tugging at her clothes. The silence stretched thin, pressing in from all sides. Joanna could hear nothing but the frantic rhythm of her own heartbeat, pounding harder and louder in her ears, as if it were trying to drown out the quiet. That sound was all she heard, filling her mind completely until... In a demonic tone, the voice screamed, "Open the door." Bang! A violent crash slammed against the door behind her. The impact thundered through the wood and into her spine, jolting her thoughts into sharp clarity. Joanna planted her feet harder against the floor, the soles scraping for traction as she threw her full weight backward. Her shoulders and back pressed tight against the door, muscles straining as she forced it shut with everything she had. Bang, bang! The frame rattled under the repeated blows, but she held her ground, jaw set, refusing to give even an inch. Then, with one final blow that shook the hinges, everything stopped. Bang! The force against the door vanished as abruptly as it had begun. The violent struggle on the other side dissolved into nothing. Joanna stayed braced in place, hardly daring to breathe as the silence rushed back in. Only the soft creaking of the wooden floor carried through the silence as the presence behind the door slowly retreated. Each strained groan echoed faintly, signaling its gradual movement away from her. Is it leaving? But why is it leaving? Or is it trying to gather momentum to smash the door? What is it trying to do? Joanna's mind filled with all sorts of thoughts, the silence feeling so loud in her mind. What should I do? What should? Diarar, diararar. The shrill sound of her ringtone cut sharply through the silence, echoing off the walls and shattering the fragile silence. Joanna's breath hitched in her throat as she slowly lowered her gaze to her phone, swallowing quietly. Then, click, she switched off her phone. The noise died there, but only temporarily, as not long after another chime rang. Diarar, diararar. This time the noise came from downstairs, dulled by distance and walls, yet still sharp enough to slice through her thoughts. The sound was more muffled than before, but still felt so loud in her ears. Joanna's stomach tightened as realization crept in. The landline. What is it trying to do this time? No, I can't continue like this. I need to take the initiative. At this rate, I'll just be playing along with its games. Biting her lips, Joanna's expression changed. She turned slowly to face the door, her hand hovering near the handle as hesitation rooted her in place for a brief moment. Her nerves churned violently, but her thoughts began to sharpen. If she opened the door and waited for the anomaly to go out while jumping from above, would that be enough? No, maybe. She drew in a slow breath, steadying herself as she began to piece together a plan, considering how she might catch the anomaly off guard instead of waiting to be cornered again. But just as she was about to move... Wait! A cold hand pressed against hers, freezing her in place. Chapter 548, the strangeness of point Z7. Duh. Joanna nearly leapt from her spot, her body reacting before her mind could catch up. Instinct took over. Steel flashed in the dim light as her dagger cut through the air in a sharp arc, aimed directly at the reaching hand. Her movement was incredibly quick, so fast that the figure before her wasn't even able to react. If not for Joanna suddenly stopping mid-motion, it was very likely that her head would have come flying away. Hog, Sarah. Recognizing the figure standing before her, Joanna's jaw clenched as she placed the tip of her dagger on Sarah's neck, pressing it slightly. It's you, right? Joanna's teeth clenched tightly as she stared at Sarah. Seeing the familiar pair of dark eyes and hair, Joanna truly wanted to believe that the person standing before her was Sarah. But after everything that had happened to her so far, she started to second-guess herself. Was this really Sarah? But what if it was? It could be a trap again. Damn it. The more Joanna looked at Sarah, the more her mind seemed to struggle as she continued to press her dagger against her neck. But eventually, "Don't open the door." Sarah's voice echoed once more, sounding strangely calm. Joanna looked at the door, her chest rising and falling. She couldn't feel the presence like before. Then Sarah showed up. Coincidence. "How did you find me?" Joanna asked, her expression sharp. "We're all connected," Sarah replied, not looking away from Joanna. "I know that, but how were you able to enter the house?" "My node," Sarah replied, pointing at her temple. "You should be aware of my abilities." Joanna hesitated. This was true. In terms of abilities, Sarah was the best at infiltration and scouting. If it were her, then it would be possible to enter. But, no, this isn't enough. I can't trust her just yet. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Thankfully, Sarah wasn't completely helpless. They hadn't spent the week prior to the World Congress doing nothing. They had gone over all sorts of scenarios, such as what they needed to do in case someone was pretending to be them. I didn't do it before with Ariel because she was talking inside my mind, but since I can no longer trust that, I can do it now. This will. Bang! All of a sudden, a thunderous and sharp bang reverberated throughout the entire house, echoing up the walls as if the structure itself were splitting apart. What? The entire building shuddered in response. The floor trembled under her boots, dust drifting from the ceiling as the walls groaned in protest. Joanna staggered slightly, caught off guard by the sudden force, her pulse spiking all over again as the house continued to shake around her. Despite this, she still kept her dagger pressed against Sarah's neck. "What's going on?" "It's Min," Sarah replied a few seconds later, her gaze shifting towards the lower floor. "He's breaking into the house." Bang, bang. Subsequently, the house shook once more, the entire place groaning as Joanna's eyes widened. "Breaking? Why would he?" "Since we can't enter, we're breaking everything apart. You might not be able to break the door apart, but he is. This is what we learned from the squad leader." Enough. Whatever words had been forming on Joanna's tongue died instantly. Her breath faltered as her eyes locked onto Sarah. For a split second, she could only stare. Then the tension drained from her fingers. Her grip on the dagger loosened, the blade trembling slightly before she pulled it back, carefully easing it away from Sarah's neck. A smile soon tugged at her lips. Yeah, he did. All doubts about their identities vanished like this. This was true. The squad leader had indeed mentioned something like this to them. Back then, Joanna didn't say anything, but she truly found it laughable in this situation. Then, banged. A deafening crash erupted from below, the sound of the front door splintering under immense force. Then came the footsteps. One heavy and one light. The footsteps calmly walked past the stairs and eventually reached the second floor as two familiar figures appeared in Joanna's view, their steps pausing as Ariel eventually nodded. "You're here." "I am." Joanna's shoulders relaxed, but not for long, as her gaze moved back towards the door and the tension in her chest returned. She pointed at it. "Something is hiding behind the door. It was trying to get me to enter the door, but I felt that it was a trap. It also played several tricks on me. It can mimic voices and even speak inside the mind. We should be careful, whatever is inside the do." Bang! Joanna had barely begun to speak when Min moved. Without warning, he lunged forward and drove his shoulders straight into the door. The impact slammed through the hallway, wood cracking under the force. Joanna flinched at the sudden violence, her eyes widening as the door shuddered on its hinges. "What are you doing? Did you not hear what I said?" We did, Ariel answered as Min suddenly smashed his shoulder against the door again. Banged. And it's for this reason that we're smashing the door open. Since it hasn't attacked you yet, it means that it's weak. No, but... Joanna's words died in her throat as a strange sensation surged through her mind, sharp and invasive, forcing her to freeze mid-motion. Her eyes widened yet again. A faint tingling spread from her chest outward, threading through her body, and onto her mind as she looked at Ariel, whose lips curled slightly. What have you done? Nothing in particular. Ariel answered, her expression calm. I am just giving you some courage. Bang! The door burst open with a violent crack, the wood splintering inward under the force. Joanna's gaze flicked to Ariel, then back to the broken door. She wanted to continue shouting at Ariel and Min, telling them to stop, telling them that they needed to be more cautious, but when she opened her mouth, she found herself unable to say those words. Instead, make sure to deal with it quickly. The words that came out of her mouth were completely different than her previous thoughts, as the tingle in her chest grew, and her body started to tremble. But not out of fear. No, more like excitement. Ah, fuck. Joanna realized rather quickly what had happened. Ariel had used her skill to alter her mind. The fear that had been coiled tightly in her chest only seconds ago dissolved as if it had never existed. The tension left her muscles, the dread evaporating from her thoughts with unnatural ease. Suddenly, the entire situation didn't feel so scary, but rather annoying. Did I seriously get toyed around like that? Ah, no, I need to fix this. Without another word, she reached down and retrieved her daggers. Min, wait for me. Walking into the room, her voice trembled slightly as she suppressed a soft giggle. All of a sudden, I feel like I want to cut the bastard who was playing with me. You'll allow me to do that, right? Walking past Min, Joanna looked around. Dear caller, where are you? Chapter 549, Temptation 1. Creak. The floor creaked under Joanna's feet as she stepped into the room. Instantly, her gaze swept across the room, her body alert as she held tightly onto her daggers. Her eyes continued to scan the place in hopes of finding the anomaly or whatever had been causing trouble for her. See what happens once I find you. Joanna didn't quite know what Ariel had done to her, but at this very moment, the only thing she wanted to do was find the anomaly and tear it to pieces. For everything that you put me through, I'll make sure to tear you apart. But, scanning the room, the first thing that Joanna noticed was the open window by the far end, the curtains billowing slightly under the cold breeze. Instantly, her steps paused as Ariel entered the room right after. It ran away. Joanna continued to stare at the window, her face blank. Then, scanning the place once more, she clenched her teeth. It seems that way. Disappointment lingered in Joanna's voice as she continued to look around. Alongside the disappointment, there was also quite a lot of resentment. I was really scared of this crap. What's fucking wrong with me? At this rate, I'm really starting to prove the people right. But I'm curious. I'm rather interested in finding out why it led you into this room. Ariel looked around the room. No matter how she looked at it, the room was quite normal. It was a simple bedroom with one bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a bookshelf. There were a couple of worn-down paintings, and the books on the bookshelf were similarly worn, but aside from that, there was nothing particularly eye-catching about the place. Are you sure that it was trying to lead you here? Ariel asked as she looked at Joanna. Looking back at Ariel, Joanna nodded her head, looking a lot more calm than before. Yes. The effects of whatever Ariel had done to her had started to wear down, and she felt a lot more clear-headed. At the same time, however, the feeling of anger and resentment towards the anomaly still existed. If she were thrown in the same scenario again, she was most likely going to start chasing down the anomaly. But there was no use dwelling on the what-ifs. Let's check the room to see if there's anything that might be dangerous, anything that we can bring back to the squad leader. With a cooler mind, Joanna was able to quickly initiate orders once more as she started to scan every item. Of course, she also had to remind them, scan the items before touching them. In case they are anomalous objects, we have to be careful. She merely said the words as a precaution. Looking back, everyone was busy scanning the items without touching them. Joanna did the same, scanning the items carefully before eventually stopping at the wardrobe. It was made out of wood and stood rather tall, with several cracks appearing, likely from the age of the item. Reaching for the knob, she pulled the drawer open as a figure appeared next to her a moment after. Then, as she pulled onto the door, Joanna froze while Ariel's voice echoed a moment after. "Looks like we finally know why it was trying to lead you up here." Joanna opened her mouth, but soon closed it, nodding softly. "This space, it's closed." I looked up at the trapdoor, flashing the light of my torch in its direction as I pursed my lips together. It all happened so fast and abruptly that I was completely caught off guard. Mia's voice echoed a moment after. Does that mean that we're trapped? What are we supposed to do now? Should I contact Ariel? She might." "No, there's no need to panic." I cut Mia off, reassuring her that everything was fine. Indeed, everything was fine. The situation did look quite dire, but I wasn't worried at all. The trapdoor wasn't enough to stop me. If I wanted to leave the place, I could leave when I wanted. With trait transfer and the Realmwalker's abilities, escaping was a piece of cake. But the real question was whether I should leave or not. Would it be better for me to go up and catch whoever closed the trapdoor on us, or stay here and figure out more about the place? I tapped my foot against the floor for a few seconds before coming to a conclusion. I'll send the Realmwalker up. For now, I planned on staying here longer. I wanted to understand this place better. Looking at my group and seeing them all look at me, I was glad to see that none of them were panicking, but just looking at me in silence. Even the usually loud Mia looked calmer than I expected. But this didn't take me by surprise. Although Mia was a little bit silly, in serious situations, she knew how to be serious. Furthermore, with all of the games that I had subjected them to, she was probably the last person to be scared of death. She's died the most after all. I can go out any time that I want. Going out is not a problem. What's important is that we stay here longer and figure out what is going on with this place. I am rather curious to figure out more about this research facility. By now it was clear to me. This place was no regular research facility. The BUA had clearly not disclosed all of the information to all of us. In fact, the main reason why the previous squads were even sent to this place in the first place was that they wanted to research this place, or to be more precise, town. There had to be some sort of secret that was linked to the appearance of the gate. Perhaps the missing squads had found something related to the mist before their disappearance. That's why they sent us. After all, we're the most elite members in the world. There was no better pretext than this. They just kept the idea a secret and pretended it was a trial for the World Congress. I let out a slow sigh, dragging a hand down my face as I tried to push the thoughts aside. Right, I might be overthinking. No need to jump to conclusions. But the harder I tried to dismiss it, the clearer it became. If it's true, then every guild is being used by the BUA to do their dirty work. I don't know how to feel about this. Should I just quit? No. I inwardly shook my head while continuing to walk down the corridors. There was no guarantee that I was right, and above all, I was also curious about this place. Just what sort of secret was hiding here? Let's go. I walked down the long corridor, passing one door after another as my boots clicked against the wet floor. Each step sent faint ripples across the thin layer of water, distorting the reflection of the narrow beam of light stretching ahead of us. No one spoke behind me. They followed in complete silence, their presence felt only through the steady rhythm of their footsteps and breaths. The air felt heavier the further we went, and as I moved past another door, I paused and looked behind me. Making sure that everyone was present, I continued ahead. Make sure to keep an eye on each other, I said quietly, my voice carrying just enough to reach them all. We don't want a repeat of what happened to Mia. This place had some sort of effect on the mind. I didn't know what it was, but it was certainly dangerous, hence why everyone had to be extremely careful. Make sure that the four of you follow quietly and keep an eye on each other. This is so that we... Suddenly my steps came to a complete stop, and the others halted with me. In an instant, it felt as though the air itself had frozen. The faint echoes of our movements vanished, leaving only the fragile sound of our breathing. Then even that seemed to fade, swallowed by a silence so complete it felt unnatural. Min Mia Sarah. I swallowed quietly, my throat dry. The beam of my torch trembled in my grasp as the realization settled in. Something began to tighten around my chest as the air seemed to have thinned without warning. 3. There were only 3 of them. So why did I say 4? Chapter 550, Temptation 2. The hum of the flashlight reverberated through the narrow tunnel, every hair on my body standing on end, as the darkness around us seemed to shift. Once again, I counted the number of people in my team in my mind. There's Nora, there's Neil, and there's Mia. Then, my head snapped back, the torch beam swinging toward the others in a sharp arc. Light washed over their faces one by one as I scanned them quickly, searching for anything out of place. But I looked around carefully. There were only 3 people. Mia stood off to the side, with Neil and Nora close beside her. The beam of my flashlight moved across their faces one at a time, lingering just long enough to confirm what I was seeing. Their expressions were tense and confused, but it was no doubt them. I shifted the light behind them, sweeping it across the damp walls and the empty stretch of tunnel beyond. I swallowed slowly, my mouth dry as unease settled deeper in my chest. Was I seeing this? A squad leader. Neil's voice echoed a moment later, his expression tense. Did you? I did. I answered before he could finish speaking, cutting in as my expression tightened. My eyes never stopped moving, continuing to sweep across the narrow tunnel we were trapped in. Broken wires dangled from the ceiling and along the walls, their ends looping down like snakes. Moisture clung to the concrete, the damp surface catching the light and reflecting it in uneven patches. The beam traced every crack, every shadow, every place something could be hiding, while the weight of the silence pressed in around us. Taking a deep breath, I muttered, "I don't know why I said that. I thought there were 4 people, but that can't be possible. There are only 3 of us, 4 if you count me. Why did I even say 4 in the first place?" It was maybe in the moment I turned back to check on them and gave them a quick look that I thought there were 4 of us. Even as I held onto the knife in my pocket, I didn't feel any sign of life. In that case, was I imagining things? "Maybe you're tired," Nora suddenly suggested, looking surprisingly calm as she looked around. "You didn't get much sleep today, so you might be more sensitive to things." Maybe. This much was true. I hadn't slept at all, but I doubted this was the truth. This wasn't the first time I had gone without sleep. Hell, even recently, I had given up on sleep for a couple of days in order to finish the update of the game. I could still function without sleep. I doubted sleep. Mia suddenly spoke, her hands reaching for her arms as she rubbed them. After what I saw, I doubt it was just an illusion. I think that someone was really with us. My arms tingled the moment she spoke, my lips parting to say otherwise, but after everything that had happened, there was no denying it. There really. But how did it suddenly disappear? Nora asked, looking around as her brows furrowed tightly. She then went on to say, taking into account that not everyone can see it, can we say that it only targets one person at a time? Yes, that seems to be it. Neil agreed on the side, taking off his glasses and wiping the again. I think whatever is here is trying to haunt us one at a time. It also looks like it's hard to detect, but since it's being so sneaky, it's likely that it's not very strong. Don't take that for granted. Nora rebuked. Just because it hasn't attacked, it doesn't mean that it's weak. We're not in a gate where we know the level of the entities that we're dealing with. We could very well be dealing with a high-class anomaly. High class? For some reason, I had the sudden urge to lick my lips at the mention of the possibility of there being a high-class anomaly. The conductor's words reverberated in my mind once more as I tightened my grip on the flashlight. No, don't let your thoughts wander. Focus on the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the others. This time there truly were only 3. Since everyone is aware of the situation, I need you all to pay extreme attention to the surroundings. We've already trained for this as well. Always make sure to use the methods that we practiced if you're unsure of the identity of the person before you. I secretly patted myself on the back while speaking. I'm glad we thought of this scenario beforehand and trained around it. I knew that something like this was bound to come. Of course, all of the other guilds were no different. They probably had their own means. But that wasn't important. What was important was getting to the bottom of this situation and also learn more about this place. Let's not waste any more time. Tightening my grip over the flashlight, I continued to move head deeper into the tunnel. At the same time, I took out the familiar compass while mumbling inside of my mind. Lead me to the path where I can find clues about this place. The compass spun rapidly. It continued to spin for a few seconds before eventually settling ahead. The tunnel stretched for what felt like an eternity, but eventually I found myself standing before a metallic door. Its surface was dull and worn, faint scratches and rust lining its edges as it loomed quietly in front of me. The compass is leading here. I reached for the handle and pulled. The metal groaned under the strain, the sound grating in the silence. Rust cracked and flaked away from the hinges, sprinkling down onto the floor as the door slowly gave in. Beyond it was a dim stairwell. A narrow flight of spiraling stairs curved downward into darkness, the steps faintly illuminated by the edge of my torchlight. This should lead to the lower floor. I turned to look behind me. The beam of my torch swept across their faces, catching in their eyes and making them gleam faintly in the dimness. They stood close together, waiting for a decision. "I'll check out the lower floor first," I said quietly, keeping my voice steady. "Once it's clear you come down, make sure nothing gets past you, all right?" My gaze lingered on each of them for a second longer, making sure they understood. Then I tightened my grip on the torch and turned back toward the spiraling stairs. Step, step. Moving down the stairs, the darkness embraced me from all directions as the sound of my steps bounced off from all sides, echoing loudly as I continued to move down in silence. I kept going until the faint glow from above disappeared completely, and the others were no longer visible. Only then did I stop. I pressed my foot firmly against the step beneath me, the dull clang resounding through the hollow space. Tilting my head slightly, I tapped on the camera in my chest before speaking. "Come out." A long shadow stretched out beside me, cast against the curved wall of the stairwell. Its presence pressed in immediately, the air shifting under its appearance. Slowly, it shifted closer, and under the faint beam of my torch I caught the outline of a face. Its lips curled upward in quiet amusement. Thin stitches lined the corners of its mouth, barely visible in the dim light, tugging at the skin as it smiled wider. "What do you think?" I spoke, my expression calm as I quietly took out a white mask and stared at it. "From the start, it's like it's been toying with me. It's like I'm making every decision it wants while I can't do anything about it, left only to helplessly hope that it's weak. I don't really like this. No, I don't." Something tingled in my chest as I stared at it. Ha. A quiet laughter rang inside my ears. My head twitched slightly as my vision started to turn red at the same time. Spurred. The sound of blood spilling echoed inside my mind. "If I turn, I can go all out. I can hunt it down, but there will be consequences." Holding the mask, I looked at the conductor and muttered, "It's already started." I clenched my teeth. The temptation. It was gnawing at my chest. What should I do? Chapter 551, Temptation 3. A soft chuckle reverberated across the walls of the stairs as the conductor looked at me in amusement. Taking my eyes away from the mask in my grasp, and in its direction, I could feel that it found this situation to be rather entertaining. Eventually, its voice reached my ears. "That's a really good question." The conductor tucked its chin under its long and slender fingers. "Which one should you choose? What a difficult question." The conductor tapped its foot against the ground, as if weighing its options. The conductor looked incredibly torn by the decision, and I understood rather quickly that I wouldn't get the answer that I wanted. Between the two, I don't know which would create more chaos. If you become the jester, you might make the people above panic. You might even give the ones here a heart attack. Keck. Covering its face, the conductor trembled. The mere thought of what would happen if I became the jester sending it into a spiral of excitement and euphoria. There's also that butcher. If you turn into that and slaughter endlessly, you might truly send the world into a spiral. Both would create chaos and keck. I shouldn't have asked. Looking away from the conductor, I regretted summoning it. I shouldn't have expected an answer to begin with. The conductor loves chaos and will always choose the most chaotic path. As the conductor wavered between the two choices, my gaze drifted back to the mask. The longer I stared at it, the more conflicted I became. The temptation still lingered at the back of my mind, whispering to choose one of the two. If I simply chose either option then. No, not yet. I can't be careless yet. This is a double-edged sword. I can't fall for the temptation. I took a silent breath, trying my best to push away the temptation. But it was hard. The laugh still lingered at the back of my mind, alongside the sudden impulse to shred everything that was in my path. The hand holding onto the mask trembled as I struggled to put it away. But what if? Although I would like to see chaos, I would advise against it. Reaching for the mask, the conductor pulled it away from my grasp and placed it on its face, eventually making a face as it did nothing to it. Shifting the white mask slightly to the left so half its face was visible, the conductor's strings pulled taut as it whispered, "Chaos breeds fun, but it also breeds misfortune. I care nothing for my life or whatever happens to me, but it would be a pity to let it all go to waste like this, especially when you have so much potential yourself." Lowering the mask completely, the conductor handed it back to me. "The jester might sow chaos, the butcher might spill blood, but they're both you. If I had to choose which one I'd invest in, it would be you." Pressing its slender finger against my chest, the conductor's lips stretched into a wide grin as the strings drew even tighter, and its eyes twisted with ecstasy. "You'll be the most devastating of them all at the end of it all. I wouldn't want you to waste your life like this, especially in a situation that you can resolve yourself. So, do you have an idea of the anomaly that I'm dealing with?" The conductor paused, its smile fading slightly as it looked at me with a wide look. Tilting its head slightly, it asked, "Anomaly?" I frowned. "I'm talking about the current situation that I'm dealing with. Do you have any idea as to what sort of anomaly I'm dealing with?" "Anomaly?" The conductor repeated the same word, looking even more confused. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, it smiled once more. "Oh, so that's what you were talking about." Chuckling, the conductor's smile faded after a brief second. "I'm not quite sure myself. It could be an anomaly, or it could not be." "What?" My eyes widened slightly, feeling a little taken aback by the sudden seriousness in its expression. "Above all, if it's not an anomaly, then what the hell is it? I've been trying to figure out since you've come here, but I am not quite sure myself. This is the first time I've experienced something like this. This strange mist, too. Something about it is quite weird. I'm not sure how to put it, but let me tell you this." The conductor suddenly leaned closer to me, its head next to my ears as it whispered into my ears, the seriousness fading from its face as it chuckled once more. "Even I am feeling the tingles. I recommend you get out of here as fast as possible. This might very well be an entity that you can't deal with." A knot formed in my throat as I absorbed its words, the meaning settling deep and unwelcome in my chest. It felt as though the space around me tightened without warning. The walls seemed closer, the air turning stale and heavy in my lungs. I stared at the conductor as it tilted its head back slowly, then drifted toward the wall as though it found the entire situation to be amusing. Its stitched smile never faded. For even the conductor to feel chills. What the hell was I dealing with? "What? Oh." Suddenly, with one shoulder resting casually against the wall and its arms folded across its chest, the conductor shifted its gaze past me. Snap, snap. The sound was small but sharp in the confined stairwell. One by one, the stitches lining its mouth split apart. The threads gave way and curled down loosely around its lips, the tension within the room rising as its lips slowly stretched wider. Its smile deepened into something far more exaggerated, far more sinister. What had once been restrained amusement twisted into open, extreme delight. Every hair on my body immediately rose. And soon, "It's looking at us." Its voice reached my ears, its hand raising as it waved. "Hello?" My head immediately snapped back without warning, every node inside of my body churning as I prepared to deal with whatever was behind me. But the moment I turned my head, it was gone. "A pity." The conductor's laugh echoed all of a sudden, patting me on the shoulder. "It looks like it's a shy one." The chills didn't stop. "But you'd better hurry. Although I don't quite understand what you're dealing with, I do know something." Pausing long enough for a tense silence to settle in, the conductor brought his hand away from my shoulder and muttered, "There's not much time left." No, that wasn't what it wanted to say. "You all don't have much time left." Space. The darkness pressed in on them from every direction, swallowing the edges of the corridor beyond the reach of their light. Mia, Nora, and Neil stood back to back, forming a tight circle. Their shoulders brushed as they slowly turned in place, the beams of their torches slicing through the black in sharp, trembling lines. Dust drifted through the light, catching briefly before vanishing again. Neil kept his gaze fixed on the door where the squad leader had disappeared. The silence between them felt suffocating, but it was soon shattered by Mia's voice. "The squad leader has been inside for quite a bit. When will he come back up?" "It shouldn't be long." Neil did his best to stay calm as he answered, but the grim edge in his voice made it hard to hide his worry. The squad leader had been gone for a bit, and they had yet to hear anything from him. Above all, something about their surroundings felt unsettling. As if they were being watched. How long do you think it'll take for him to come back? I don't know. But what if it's not him when he returns? Then we can just use the keyword and make sure that it's truly him. There was a subtle pause between the three before Mia continued. What if he never comes back? He will come back. But what if? If he doesn't, we look for him. Nora suddenly cut off the conversation, seemingly annoyed by Mia's persistent cries as she mumbled under her breath. Just how long are you going to keep this nonsense up for? If he doesn't come back, it'll mean that something has happened to him and that it's our job to rescue him. We're a team. Nora emphasized the last part, bringing Mia to a quiet. Nobody said a word from that point forward. The silence felt even more unbearable, so suffocating that the soft hum of their torches was the only source of comfort. But as time passed, and they heard no news of their squad leader, they all started to become more and more unsettled. So much that Mia started to become fidgety, while Neil wiped his glasses more times than he could count. And just as the tension reached an all-time peak, clank, the door opened, revealing a familiar figure as a pair of dark eyes fell on the group. But just before anyone could get a word out, his voice echoed sharply across the walls. We don't have much time. Let's find what we're looking for and leave as fast as possible. It was only then, beneath the steady beams of their torches, that they truly saw him. His face was unnaturally pale, his expression marked by a strange seriousness that made everyone hold their breath. Hurry up. Chapter 552, Bits and Pieces 1. The second sublevel felt different from the one above. The air was heavier here, colder in a way that settled deeper into the bones. The walls seemed narrower, the ceiling lower, and the air felt even more moist. We moved quickly, our steps splashing against the shallow water that covered the floor. Each stride sent ripples racing outward, the sound echoing sharply through the submerged corridor. I kept my eyes on the compass in my hand, its needle steady now as I followed its direction without hesitation. Unlike the upper floor, every door along this sublevel stood open. From time to time, I'd stop to take a look at the insides of each room. This came as a result of the compass's occasional glitches, which would spin it toward the rooms, forcing me to go in with bated breath. There's nothing here. The room was large, yet it was in complete disarray. Tables and chairs lay overturned, some snapped at the legs, others shoved aside as if something had torn through in a frenzy. Picture frames were scattered across the floor, their glass shattered and glittering faintly under the light. Shards crunched beneath our boots as we stepped forward. Research papers were plastered against the wet pavement, soaked through and clinging to the ground. The ink had bled and faded, words reduced to blurred streaks, making it hard to read what was written. It doesn't seem to be anything important. The ones that were in a better state revealed almost nothing. It matches what we already know, Neil said, his voice low as I glanced at the ruined documents scattered across the floor. They were researching a method to produce renewable energy without generating greenhouse gases. I nudged a soaked stack of papers with my boot, watching the pages peel apart and fall back into the water. That was when something caught my eye. Amid the smeared ink and waterlogged pages, a section of text remained untouched. Several large words had been printed in bold. Project Gate is what it was called. Neil's words lingered in the air, hanging between us even after he fell silent. I kept my eyes on the paper for a moment longer, committing the bold lettering to memory, before finally tearing my gaze away and looking back at the compass. Without another word, I stepped out of the room. Water splashed softly beneath my boots as I followed the direction it pointed, intent on seeing where it would lead next. Let's continue. The other rooms were no different from the first. Each one had once been a research space, now reduced to ruin. Papers lay scattered across the floors in damp clusters, some trampled into the water, others clinging to walls and furniture. Tables were overturned, chairs thrown aside as though abandoned in a panic. There were no corpses or anything else. Just papers and what remained of the old research facility. From the way everything is overturned, it's clear that the people here ran out of this place in panic. This might likely be due to the appearance of the mist, or could it have been something else? I was honestly unsure. However, I hoped it was the former. We shouldn't be too far. I glanced at the compass again and quickened my pace. The needle was trembling now, no longer steady. It quivered in tight, frantic motions, pulling slightly to one side before correcting itself. The closer I moved, the more unstable it became. It was reacting. which meant I was close. I was almost running now, my boots pounding against the wet floor as the sound bounced wildly through the corridor. The noise wobbled and echoed off the walls, distorted by the narrow space. The others hurried after me, their footsteps uneven but close. I could hear them, but I did not look back. My eyes were locked on the compass. The needle shook violently in my grasp, jerking with every step as if struggling to settle. I tightened my grip and pushed forward, rushing ahead without slowing. My heart felt heavy. A deep sense of suffocation settled over me after my conversation with the conductor. Hurry, I need to hurry. I didn't even know why I was hurrying, but for whatever reason, I knew that I had to hurry. I just had to. The sound of my breathing echoed harshly through the corridor, mixing with the distant drip of water. Slowly, I came to a stop. In front of me stood a familiar-looking door. Its surface was worn, scratched in several places, and covered in rust. The compass in my hand began to rattle violently. The needle jerked, then snapped into place. It was pointing directly at the door. This is the place. I looked behind, seeing Neil, Mia, and Nora catching up with me, their breath heavy. Where are we? What is this place? I am not quite sure myself. In fact, I didn't even know if this was the correct door. The compass led me here, but what if it was the wrong path? What if waiting behind the door was the very thing that had been haunting us since the start? I clenched my teeth, every muscle in my body tightening as I reached for the handle. For a brief second, my hand hovered there. Then I pulled. Kriaek. The old hinges let out a long, aching groan that echoed down the corridor, the sound reverberating in every direction. Rust flaked loose as the door slowly swung inward. Beyond it, a room began to reveal itself before our eyes, shadows retreating inch by inch as the light from my torch pushed its way inside. For a brief moment, as I pushed the door wider, I thought I saw it. A small shadow stood in the corner of the room, shaped like a boy, silent and watching as its features were blurred. My hand trembled around the handle, the beam of my torch wavering as my pulse spiked. But as the beam of light continued to tremble, the shadow thinned and vanished completely, leaving behind nothing more than an abandoned office space. A large desk sat at the center of the room, its surface buried beneath a layer of dust. Cabinets along the walls stood half open, the insides empty, as I remained completely still, staring in the direction of where I thought I saw the shadow. Did you guys? No, I pressed my lips together. Looking back and seeing their looks of confusion, I knew that they hadn't seen the shadow. I pressed my lips together once more, forcing myself to walk into the room as the others followed. This place is different. Nora was the first one to speak, looking all over the place as she traced her finger over the desk. There's no leakage here, and even though it's messy, it's not nearly as wrecked as the other places. Here. Nora stopped before a frame, picking it up and looking at it. It's slightly damaged, but it's still in pretty good shape. I can still more or less make out the pictures inside. Nora turned and showed the frame to us. Look here. Alongside the others, I looked at the frame. The glass was cracked, a thin fracture running across the surface, but it was merely in the corner. Beneath it, the photograph remained mostly intact. The colors were faded, but the figures were still recognizable. Looking at how they're wearing lab coats, they seem to be people from this place. But I can't really make out their faces. Nora brushed her finger across the cracked glass, trying to clear away the dust and grime for a better look. It made no difference. No matter how she adjusted the angle or how carefully she cleaned the surface, the faces in the photograph remained blurred. Og damn it. After a moment of frustration, she flipped the frame over. With careful movements, she slid the backing loose and gently retrieved the picture from inside, holding it up directly beneath the light. Let's see if this does something. Nora raised the flashlight closer, angling the beam carefully over the surface of the photograph. She tilted it slightly, then shifted the light again, hoping the glare would reveal something hidden beneath the fading. I stepped closer as well, curiosity pulling me in despite myself. Together, we examined it in silence. But the image was simply too old. No matter how closely we looked, no matter how we adjusted the light, the faces remained blurred. Oh, damn it. Nora sighed, shaking her head as she brought the flashlight away. There's no helping it, I guess. We should let. Wait. Mia suddenly reached for the photograph, her fingers trembling slightly as she took it from Nora. She lifted her own torch, the beam steady despite the faint shake in her hand, and angled it toward the surface. My expression shifted the moment she turned the image, several words appearing at once. Words that Neil quietly read. It's a game, it's just one big game. Buy sump, buy sump. My heart pounded loudly in my ears as I stared at the words scrawled across the back of the photograph. The handwriting was rushed and uneven, the ink pressed deep in some places and faint in others, as if whoever had written it had not had steady hands. I could almost feel the urgency and sense of desperation in the words. But what could they mean? A game? What game? Don't tell me. Clank. My thoughts shattered at the thunderous slam of the door. The sound exploded through the room, making my heart jolt violently in my chest. I spun toward it at once, dread pooling heavily in my stomach as I stared at the now closed entrance. My heart sank, but before any of us could react, it happened. Flick, flick. One by one, the torches in our hands sputtered and died. The light blinked out in quick succession, each small click sounding far louder than it should have. Then there was nothing. The four of us were swallowed whole by darkness. But within the darkness, I heard it. The sound of the extra breath in the room. Chapter 553, Bits and Pieces 2. Don't move, Philantra. There was no time to hesitate. The moment everything turned dark, I knew that there was no time for me to hesitate as I reached my hand forward, and a pair of sunglasses appeared in my grasp. I slid them on. The darkness peeled away instantly. The world shifted into shades of deep blue, outlines sharpening as hidden details surfaced. After which, I reached for the knife in my pocket as I looked around, my breath colder as my entire body started to shiver. Where were you? Where the hell are you? I scanned the room hastily, hoping to find whatever had been responsible for all of this, but regardless of how much I looked, there didn't seem to be anything around. My heart sank. I can't feel anything. What the hell is this thing? Regardless of where I looked, I couldn't see it all. And yet, I could still feel its breath lurking within the room, watching. Staring. No, I can't stay here any longer. I'd be playing under its rules. I tore my attention away from the room and fixed it on the door. There was no room for hesitation. I activated trait transfer, and a dark film crept over my arm, spreading from my wrist to my shoulder rapidly. It clung tightly to my skin, pulsing faintly as strength gathered beneath it. I tightened my grip around the knife, feeling the subtle shift in weight and balance as the ability settled into place. Then, clank, I drove the blade straight into the hinges of the worn-out door. What's going on? Hey, what's happening? It's me, I'm smashing the door open, Philantra. Metal shrieked against metal as I forced it in deeper, twisting hard. The old fittings cracked under the pressure, the metal groaning even harder. Clank, clank. I struck again without pause, the reinforced strength in my arm creating deeper and deeper dents into the door. Then with a final wrenching smash, the hinges gave out completely. Bang! The door tore free and collapsed inward, crashing to the floor. Follow me, Philantra. I tried the torch again, pressing the switch with more force this time. Still nothing. I exhaled slowly and relied on my voice instead, calling out directions as I moved. The others followed the sound without hesitation, their footsteps splashing against the water beneath. Thankfully, the darkness did not hinder them. They moved smoothly, trusting my commands without question. But I wasn't surprised. This wasn't the first time we had encountered a scenario like this during the time that we had tried together. Philantra was also the code that we used to let each other know that we weren't impersonating anyone. And of course, we're close to the stairs, ready to go up, be as fast as possible, Sifim. Every 3 codes there, D be a new one. This was to prevent the anomaly from copying our words and tricking the team. Clank. I smashed through the door at the base of the stairs and began climbing the twisting steps 2 at a time. The metal rang beneath my boots as I ascended, one hand trailing along the railing while I listened carefully for the others behind me. Surprisingly, nothing followed us as we moved. Even as I looked behind, there didn't seem to be anything abnormal, but it was such normalness that made my heart feel heavy. What is it trying to do? Why is it not acting? Is it possible that it can't act? No, if that was the case, it wouldn't try to keep us in the room like that. There was little to no information. Still, since it wasn't doing anything, I took full advantage of it, pushing the door to the upper floor and rushing out, entering a familiar corridor. "Everything is clear. Keep following me, Ilse." The collective sound of our boots striking the water beneath us echoed down the corridor, each step sending shallow splashes outward. The noise overlapped and bounced off the walls, turning into a steady rhythm that followed us as we passed door after door. The hallway ahead seemed endless, stretching into dimness no matter how far we advanced. My eyes moved constantly, scanning every doorway, every corner, every single thing that could give away to anything. But despite this, nothing. The entire place was silent. Not a single flicker of anything appeared in our view, as we continued to move up ahead towards where the trapdoor was located. The Realm Walker is waiting right outside the trapdoor. I can open it at any given moment. I'm not worried about leaving this place, but for some reason I can't get rid of the sense of danger that lurks around. The sensation was hard to describe, but it felt as though I was swimming through the darkest part of the ocean, far below where any light could reach. And somewhere behind me, just out of sight, an open maw lingered in the abyss, silent, teeth bared in the dark, waiting for the exact moment I slowed down. Waiting to devour me at any given second. I didn't like this. I really didn't like this feeling. Let's go, let's. It came. What I dreaded came. Huika. Clank. Abruptly, a shriek echoed from behind me as one of the doors burst open, and Neil's expression changed drastically, his entire body slamming towards the open door. Shit. I hastily stopped, extending my hand as I used trait transfer, and a dark wire extended from my hand, latching onto Neil's body and yanking him back. Hook. Thankfully, I reacted just in time and was able to pull him away. But it wasn't over. Clank, clank. The doors around us burst open one by one. The crashes overlapped and ricocheted through the darkened hall, heavy metal slamming against walls as the noise scattered in every direction. My expression tightened immediately, every instinct bracing for something to rush out. But nothing came. The open doorways revealed only darkness. A darkness so deep that it felt unnatural. Quick, quick, quick. Dread pooled inside me, the instant I caught sight of the darkness beyond those doorframes. Every hair on my body stood on end, a sharp chill racing along my spine. The air seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, turning thin and frigid as it brushed against my skin. Quickly get out. I didn't even wait for the others to reply or do anything. There was no time. There was no time at all. I thrust my hand outward. At once, several dark threads shot from my palm, thin and fluid like strands of living shadow. They whipped through the air and latched onto the others, wrapping tightly around their waists before they could even process what was happening. There was no time to explain. The same dark coating spread over my legs, sealing around muscle and bone. Power surged through me, compressing and then releasing in a violent burst. Hyuka. What? Hyuka. I moved. The corridor blurred as my speed multiplied several times over, dragging them with me as the threads pulled tight, and we tore forward through the darkness. The distance between where we were and the trapdoor wasn't very far. I knew that I'd be able to cover the distance in just a few minutes. But, bang, Hyuka. It became painfully clear the moment something yanked me sideways that things wouldn't be so easy. 1 second I was moving forward, the next, an overwhelming force tore me off balance. My body slammed violently into the nearby wall, the impact knocking the air from my lungs and sending cracks spidering across the concrete. Shit. Chapter 554, Bits and Pieces 3. My body screamed with pain. I wasn't even able to react before I was suddenly thrown to the side of the wall. The impact left my shoulder aching, and for a moment I lost concentration, resulting in the others similarly falling. What the hell is happening? What grabbed onto me. I could understand their confusion. With the surroundings being dark, they couldn't see a single thing. They were also not aware of my powers and as such were thrown off by how I had grabbed them and made them rush ahead. To make matters worse, nobody knew exactly what we were dealing with. I don't know either, but we have to get out of this place as fast as possible, Indigo. I forced myself up, palms scraping against the damp floor as I pushed through the ache in my shoulder. I reached out again, shadows gathering at my fingertips, ready to latch onto the others so we could keep moving. But I was too late. Nora's body jerked upward without warning as if seized by something. She was ripped off the ground and hurled into the air, slamming hard against the ceiling above. The impact echoed brutally through the corridor before she dropped back down. Bang! Eck! Her scream tore through the surroundings as Mia hurriedly rushed in her direction. Nora! She lunged forward without hesitation, water splashing wildly beneath her boots as she rushed toward her. But she barely made it halfway. Something caught onto her mid-stride. Her body snapped backward as if hooked by something invisible. At the same time, another door along the corridor burst open with a brutal crash. Clank! The darkness inside surged outward. No. Mia was dragged toward it, boots scraping helplessly against the flooded floor as whatever held her tried to force her into the gaping black. The situation was dire. The moment I saw Mia being dragged, I reacted without thinking. I lunged toward her, arm outstretched, shadows already gathering at my fingertips. But just as I was about to reach her, something clamped down on my shoulder. The grip was incredibly strong as it yanked me backward. My body jerked violently as I was pulled away from her, boots scraping uselessly across the waterlogged floor as Mia's body got dragged into the door. No, but just as Mia's body was about to disappear into the doorway, Nora reacted. With a desperate burst of strength, she twisted mid-drag and drove her shoulder hard against the door. The impact echoed sharply through the corridor. The door slammed shut with a violent bang, cutting off the darkness that had been pulling Mia inside. Bang! The force holding Mia vanished instantly. Thud! Her body dropped to the flooded floor, water splashing outward as she hit. She lay there for a second, breathing hard, chest rising and falling rapidly as she struggled to steady herself. The doors, Nora muttered, her voice hoarse as she looked around the darkness, struggling to see properly. We need to close the doors. Clank, clank. Not even a second after she spoke, the muffled sound of doors bursting open echoed from the distance as an invisible pressure seemed to rush towards us. Oh fuck. There was no time for me to think. My body reacted before my thoughts could catch up. My node churned violently within me as I adjusted my glasses with a quick motion, forcing my focus to sharpen. My gaze locked onto every open doorway lining the corridor. Then I moved. Dark wires burst from my hands, snapping outward like living tendrils. They streaked through the air in multiple directions at once, racing toward each door with precision, slicing through the darkness as they shot forward. Bang, bang, bang. I did not know if the force in each wire would be enough to slam the doors shut. I did not know if they would even hold. And I did not care. There was no time to calculate, no room for doubt. I poured everything I could into them and shouted urgently, my voice cutting through the chaos as my feet started to move. Let's go, the trapdoor is closed. We should be fine once we reach the exit. I had already ordered the Realm Walker to open the trapdoor. The only thing that we needed to do was leave this place. As long as we left, I was certain that we'd be safe. Therefore, run! I shouted, my legs moving as I looked behind me, making sure everyone was following my voice. Run! I shouted again, my voice echoing harshly through the corridor. Water splashed wildly beneath my boots as I braced myself. My node churned violently as I felt something pull at the wires. It was overwhelming. Enough to make my mind go blank for just a moment, only to be brought back by the pain. The dark threads quivered and strained, pulled tight, as a brutal force slammed against them from the other side. I felt the backlash directly, like something massive was trying to tear my control apart piece by piece. The wires trembled violently, on the verge of snapping, as I forced more power into them and held my ground. Not yet, almost there, almost there, almost there. Through the blue hue of my vision, the darkness wasn't a problem as I saw everything clearly. I moved without hesitation, sidestepping debris and the loose metal wires. Then I saw it. Metal rungs embedded into the wall, climbing straight toward a trapdoor above. My eyes lit up instantly. We're here, hurry, her, UK. A sickly sweet sensation rose at the back of my throat, the instant the wires snapped. The recoil hit me violently, but above all I also heard it, the faint but unmistakable cracking from deep within my node. Shit. Pain flared sharply through my chest as I stumbled forward, barely catching myself before falling. Then the temperature dropped. The air turned frigid in a heartbeat, and an overwhelming pressure surged from behind us. It barreled down the corridor at terrifying speed, crushing the space in its path as it rushed toward us. Squad leader, are you okay? I'm fine. By now, light poured down from above. The trapdoor had been forced open by the Realm Walker, and pale illumination spilled into the corridor, cutting through the darkness at last. The others could see clearly now. Go, I barked, waving them past me. They did not hesitate. Although their faces were hesitant, they knew me well by now. They understood not to question my orders and just follow. One by one, they rushed toward the ladder as I turned back to face the oncoming pressure. I forced my node to keep functioning despite the cracks I could feel within it. The strain intensified immediately. A black film spiraled around my arm, thickening as it rotated faster and faster before surging outward. It expanded in front of us, spreading wide and solidifying into a massive black wall just as the rushing force closed in. Quickly go, Uck. Bang! The wall shook, nearly sending me back as I glanced over my shoulder. The others were already on the ladder, hands gripping the metal rungs as they climbed quickly toward the open trapdoor above. Light from the surface framed their silhouettes, casting long shadows down the wall. Thankfully, all three of them moved with no issues, reaching the top rather quickly as they climbed up. At the same time, they extended a rope down for me to grab. Squad leader. Okay. Bang. The wall trembled violently. Then it shattered. The impact tore through me at the same time. A metallic taste flooded my mouth, and for a split second I thought I was going to vomit blood. My vision wavered as the backlash rippled through my already fractured node. But I did not stop. I forced my legs to move and sprinted forward, reaching for the rope hanging from above. Behind me, the pressure roared closer, tearing through the corridor with unstoppable momentum. The air screamed in my ears as every hair on my body stood up. It was right behind me. My head dashed forward, reaching for the rope. But just as I was about to grab it, something grabbed onto my shoulder. A voice followed. On second thought, I think you should stay here. Don't blame me. I think it'll be really interesting. The force pulled me back as the darkness closed in on me, grabbing me from all directions. Squad leader. Squad leader. As the muffled screams of my team echoed, the last thing I managed to see was the twisted smile on the conductor's face as it waved at me. This motherfuck. Chapter 555, Limbo 1. Squad leader, squad leader. Oh shit. Fuck, what the hell happened? It all happened so fast that none of them was able to react. In one moment they had finally managed to get out, and in the next moment when they were about to pull the squad leader up, something grabbed him and pulled him back. Damn it, I'll go. Nora reached down and prepared to go down, but right before she could do that, a hand grabbed her by the shoulder and stopped her. Fuck, damn it, what are you doing? It was Neil. His expression was just as serious as hers, but looking down beneath and spotting only darkness, Neil pursed his lips together. Oh, wait. What do you mean, wait? Nora shouted. The squad leader just got taken away because he was trying to buy time for us. You saw it, I saw it, she saw it. Stopping, Nora pointed at the camera strapped to her chest. The entire world saw it. Her words bellowed throughout the surroundings. He sacrificed himself to buy us time, to buy us the team that everyone called useless time. If we don't do anything, then we'll just prove everyone right, and above all, we'll be. I know, Neil calmly replied, taking a deep breath while taking off his glasses and brushing his hair back. Trust me, I also want to go down there to look for the squad leader, but don't lose your cool just yet. If we go down there, then there's no guarantee that we might be able to come back. In fact, we might even hold the squad leader back. What are you even saying? Nora frowned while looking at Neil. Feeling her glare, Neil put his glasses back on as he looked back down. The squad leader isn't dead. If you take a moment to calm yourself, you can feel that our connection is still there. Nora's lips parted, but nothing came out. She wanted to refute him, but Neil was right. She could still feel the connection that she had with him due to Ariel's abilities. In that case, that's even more reason for why we should go. If he's still fine, then. As I said, we might hold the squad leader back if we all go. Let's wait for Ariel and the others to come back before going all in. We'll be less of a liability, and we'll be able to actually be of help to him instead of carelessly going there with no plan. That's granted that he'll make it. What if? What if what? Mia suddenly spoke, her face looking rather serious as she looked at Nora. What? Such a gaze caused Nora to be at a loss. Mia continued, the squad leader is someone who managed to defeat the Malavia Gate and rank first in the first trial. If there's anybody who needs to be worried about him, it isn't us. I agree with Neil, we should go back and wait for Ariel and the others to come to us before looking for him. Ariel might be able to communicate with him. Nora's face changed several times, her hands reaching for her hair as she shouted, fine. Alternating her gaze between the two, and then the darkness within the trapdoor, she glared at the two. I'll trust the two of you once, but if something happens to... It won't. Mia cut Nora off before she could finish her sentence, already turning to head to the main building. Nothing will happen to him. Mia continued to walk, not looking back as Neil followed her from behind. I'm sure of it. Space. The darkness came first. It embraced me from all sides, brushing against my skin and making every hair on my body rise from the cold. Then I was pulled, dragged into the darkness as I tried to fight against it. But it was no use. The more I struggled, the more the darkness pulled. It felt as if I had been dropped into the ocean. Not the surface, not where light still touched the water, but somewhere far below, somewhere incredibly dark. The pressure built around my body, squeezing tighter and tighter, making it harder to breathe, harder to think. The surface felt impossibly far away. And I was still sinking. And soon... Thump. Okay. My back hit the floor hard. Pain shot up my spine as the impact rattled through me, forcing a sharp gasp from my throat. The air was knocked clean out of my lungs, leaving me momentarily stunned, vision flashing as I struggled to draw breath. Cough, cough. I coughed violently, dragging in rough breaths as I clutched at my chest. My other hand scraped against the ground, fingers digging into the coarse surface beneath me, causing me to momentarily pause. Soil, is this soil? Slowly, my vision began to clear. The darkness faded, replaced by towering silhouettes all around me. Dark trees. They rose high and uneven, their trunks thick and twisted, branches tangling together above me. A dense fog wrapped around the forest, swallowing everything in the vicinity as the air felt especially dense. Where the hell am I? This was too different compared to the research facility that I had just been in a moment prior. Taking several deep breaths to calm myself down, I eventually turned my head to stare at the figure standing by one of the trees, looking at me with a smile. I clenched my teeth. This place is interesting, don't you think? The conductor looked completely unfazed by my anger as it looked around, seemingly intrigued by everything that was around us. I really felt like giving it a beating at the moment, but held back when I knew that I was not its match. Why did you do that? Instead, I asked the obvious. Why did you drag me here? What if I had died? Our lives are tied together. If I die, then you. What? The conductor tilted his head, looking at me with the same smile. Whether I live or die, it matters little to me. My ambitions lie elsewhere, and if you die, while it might be a pity, it just means that I was never meant to fulfill my ambitions. Of course, since you're alive, it's all good, no. I really felt like beating the conductor. Still, this place is quite interesting. The conductor brought this place up again, its hand remaining crossed as it looked around. I did too, trying my best to figure out where I was. Did I get kicked out of the research facility and back to the eastern side of Point Z? No, the threes feel different. In fact, even the air feels different. Something about this place felt extremely unsettling, especially when I looked at the trees. Just what sort of place? Limbo. The conductor eventually spoke, clapping his hands in understanding. We're in the limbo. Blinking slowly, I looked back at the conductor. Limbo? What the hell was he talking about? What was this limbo? As if understanding my confusion, the conductor's lips twisted sinisterly, as its voice reached my ears. It's no surprise that you're not aware, but we're in the limbo. With a pause, its voice turned into a soft whisper. The first layer of hell. Chapter 556, Limbo 2. What? My heart skipped a beat, my expression changing as I looked at the conductor. What did it just say? First layer of hell. Hell exists. Why wouldn't it? The conductor tilted its head, looking at me as though it was looking at an idiot. You met one of the Dukes of Hell not too long ago. Why would hell not exist? Because... My words stopped there, There was nothing else for me to argue with. Indeed, the idea of hell existing wasn't an out-of-reach concept. In fact, it made sense, especially with the appearance of Dantalion. But that made things even more grim for him. Fuck. I covered my face, trying my best to remain calm. What the hell have you dragged me into? How the hell am I supposed to get out of this place? Well, honestly, it's not that hard. The conductor replied, looking at me cheerfully. His words reignited some hope for me. This place isn't meant for the living. You will naturally go out once you find the exit or the place rejects you. My eyes lit up. In that case. But I can't quite tell how long it'll take for this place to reject you. Maybe a day, 2 days, a month, a year. Well, it might take a long time. It was as if cold water had been poured all over me, washing away all the lingering hope that had built up a moment prior. This sadistic bastard. Your best bet would be to find the exit. That should be the easiest way out of this place. I took a deep breath, once again trying my best to remain calm. My patience was really starting to get tested. Don't be too mad. The conductor chuckled. This might be hell, but it doesn't mean that it's all bad. Remember what I said about finding an anomaly that might be useful to you. There's no better place than hell to find it. That's the last thing I want to do at this moment. The idea felt tempting, but in this unfamiliar place, I would rather not engage with such a powerful anomaly. Well, a pity. The conductor didn't seem to be disappointed at all. Still, this isn't all too bad. At least you solved the mystery behind the disappearances. My body froze, my eyes slowly widening as I looked at the conductor. The people, the squad members who were sent here, the conductor mumbled, looking straight at me. Their disappearance. My gaze swept across the fog-choked forest, the conductor's voice whispering in the air. It's because they were sent here. I held my breath, taking out a familiar compass and looking at it. Not such a wasted trip, right? Space. Let's hurry, we need to show this to the squad leader immediately. This might be a clue to figuring out the disappearance of the squads sent here previously. We might be able to jump ahead in the rankings. Joanna and the others all rushed back towards the research facility, moving past the fog and rushing with all their might. Joanna's chest rose and fell with excitement as she saw the outline of the building in the distance. Yes, we're almost there. With this, we might be able to jump ahead of the other teams. We'll be able to prove that we're not useless. The group arrived at the front of the building in no time, moving up to where their team was supposed to stay. And as they reached their area, they immediately spotted 3 other people. Nora, Mia, Neil. Joanna cried out as she rushed in, looking around. Where is the squad leader? I just got something incredibly important. I think we might be able to... Joanna's words stopped halfway, her expression changing when she noticed the grim looks on their faces. Why are you looking like this? Did something happen? And where is the squad leader? Joanna's words were met with silence as Nora's expression darkened. She seemed to want to speak, but merely lowered her head and shook her head. Joanna's eyes widened. Don't tell me. He's not dead. It was Neil who clarified. We lost track of him. We don't know where he is at the moment. Although he isn't dead, we were waiting for you guys to come here before rescuing him. That's... Joanna's heart sank, all her previous excitement fading as she looked at the others. There were so many things that she wanted to say at the moment, but after looking at the others and seeing their expressions, she stopped, her expression falling. But right then, the soft click of a heel echoed. All heads turned as Ariel calmly walked into the room. I heard what happened. Her voice was calm. He's fine. She added, not looking at all concerned. I can still feel my connection with him. He doesn't seem to be in any danger, and even if he is, it doesn't matter. What? Joanna's voice rose. What do you mean it doesn't matter? He's strong. That was all Ariel said before leaning against the nearby wall and crossing her arms. Then, as her gaze swept over the group, her lips pulled into a thin smile. But I can't say the same about us. Now that the squad leader is gone, we're pretty much on our own. There's no doubt about it. We're by far the weakest group in the entire Congress. At the rate things will progress, we'll fall behind even more and possibly die. That's not... Joanna tried to rebuke, but she choked on her own words as she struggled to think of anything to reply to her with. Her mind scrambled for something, anything, to refute her, yet every thought she grasped at slipped away just as quickly. In the end, she stood there in silence, lips parted slightly, unable to find a single convincing reply. Ariel's lips curled further as she looked at her. At the rate that we're going, this is how things will be, but if you let me. Ariel's words cut off mid-sentence. Her head turned sharply toward the entrance, attention snapping away from the conversation. That was when she caught sight of a certain group making their way towards them, Patrick leading them as he entered. Is everything all right? He looked friendly, but his expression paused the moment he didn't notice their squad leader. And where is your squad leader? He's away at the moment. Joanna replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Gone. Patrick frowned, his expression not looking as kind. Then, as if something crossed his mind, he spoke up. Don't tell me that something happened to him. No. I can't sense him at all. It seems like something did happen to him. One of the members of Evening Sun spoke up, their expression turning into a smirk as they looked at Patrick. What did I tell you, squad leader? He's a fraud. We shouldn't have paired up with him. Now all that's left is his team, which will act like baggage. Let's get rid of them. Everyone's expression changed, a sudden tension rising in the room. Stop. Patrick raised his hand, stopping his team member from speaking any further. Once the silence settled, he looked back at Joanna and the others. He carefully looked at their faces before speaking again. Can you tell me where he is? That is, Joanna pursed her lips looking back at Mia and the others, but eventually she straightened her expression and frowned. He's currently dealing with something important. He'll be back soon. We can't disclose it just yet. Is that so? Yes. Patrick nodded. Pack up your stuff. What? What are you? Don't blame us. Patrick calmly looked at them. Since something has happened to your squad leader, you are no longer of any use to us. As my member has said, you'll just be baggage for us. In that case, it's best if we part ways amicably. You? All right. Ariel cut everyone off before they could argue. Wearing a smile that was unlike her, she reached for her stuff and started to walk away. Joanna looked at her in shock, finding the current Ariel to be so different than the one she was used to. The same went for the others, at a complete loss because of her attitude. But Ariel remained completely unfazed, walking past the Evening Sun Guild. Patrick nodded at the sight, watching her pass by him. Looks like you're not unreasonable. But right as Ariel was about to pass him, she stopped. Then her lips twisted into a sadistic smile as she looked at him straight in the eyes and grabbed his head with both hands. Kidding. She smashed her head against his. Bang. Luck. Patrick immediately stumbled back, completely caught off guard by Ariel's sudden actions. You? What did you do? Immediately, the members of the Evening Sun Guild sprang into action as they surrounded her. But as blood leaked down from her forehead, Ariel looked at their group and began laughing. Her laugh seemed almost deranged as she held onto her forehead. What a thick head. Her head tilted back as her eyes gleamed with a certain shine. And well, it's still enough. Then looking at those surrounding her, blood still dripping down her forehead, Ariel got into a stance and threw a slow fist forward. Her actions confused everyone present, including those from her group. But the next moment, everyone's expression froze as Patrick mimicked her exact movement. Good, good. Ariel loosened her shoulders. Patrick did too. She jumped on the spot a couple of times. Patrick did too. The action shook everyone to the core as Ariel's lips twisted further and further. Attention back to me, please. All eyes shifted toward her. Ariel slowly turned to face the members of the Evening Sun Guild. Blood streaked across her face, tracing along her cheek and down her jaw, the red stark against her pale skin. The sight alone sent a chill crawling down everyone's spine. Brushing some of the blood from her face, Ariel's eyes gleamed. Hey, guys. She quietly called out to Joanna and the rest, her expression twisting into sadistic pleasure. Have you ever seen a team get beaten up by their own squad leader? Laughing, Ariel threw a couple of random punches, while Patrick followed her movements perfectly. I'll show you. Chapter 557, Limbo 3. Heh. Throwing a couple of fists in the air, with Patrick mimicking her movements, Ariel looked at the members of Evening Sun as she brought her hand forward. What are you standing there in a daze for? Come. Her words started a chain reaction. Or at least, it managed to trigger at least one person. You fucking bitch, what have you done to the squad leader? Wait. One of the more hot-blooded members of the Evening Sun Guild charged toward Ariel, his large frame swelling as he began to radiate power. His momentum was overwhelming, but Ariel stood still, a smile on her face as blood continued to trickle down her cheek. He crossed the distance in less than half a breath. His fist came down without hesitation, cutting through the air with brutal speed. The force behind it was unmistakable, aimed to crush Ariel into a pulp. Or at least that was the initial plan. The fist did hit, but it didn't hit the right person. Shit. Merlin's expression changed drastically as a figure leaped before his fist, taking the attack head-on. Banged. A soft crunching sound reverberated across the surroundings as Patrick's nose caved in, and his entire body shot back, crashing against the nearby wall. Squad leader. Oh no, squad leader. Merlin. No, I. The members of the Evening Sun Guild stood frozen in shock. None of them had expected the fight to turn so abruptly. The squad leader's body hit the ground hard, blood spreading beneath him as the sound echoed across the room. Merlin's gaze dropped to him, disbelief flashing across his face. What? And in that single moment of distraction, it happened. Swoosh! A presence materialized behind him without warning. An arm slipped around his neck, locking into place. The hold tightened instantly, cutting off his balance before he could react. Hyuka! Sarah coldly stared at Merlin's face while tightening her grip on his neck. Instantly, Merlin tried to fight back, his large hands reaching for Sarah's arms. Those from his squad also rushed ahead, trying to free him, but before they could move, Min rushed ahead alongside the others. You fucking bastards, get rid of them, they're all weak anyway. The group charged at Min and the others. Another fight broke out. Get off of me. In the meantime, Merlin's body flayed as he tried to get rid of Sarah. However, her grip was strong. Regardless of what he tried, she refused to let go of him. His face turned redder and redder by the second, and as he looked around, his gaze eventually fell onto the nearby wall as he charged towards it. His intention was clear. He wanted to smash Sarah against the wall. And that's what he did. Bang! The room shook as his back crashed against the wall. The impact caused everything to rattle, but to Merlin's dismay, Sarah's body was long gone. Damn it! He looked around, trying to find her. And as his head flicked in all directions, a figure jumped in. Found you! His node churned as he smashed towards the figure lunging in his direction. Banged! The impact was devastating. The moment Merlin's fist came into contact with the shadow, he heard another powerful crunching sound. Oh my God! But his joy was short-lived as he quickly realized what had happened. Squad! His eyes widened in horror at the sight of his squad leader. His nodes stopped churning as his mind scrambled to process what was happening, but right as it did, Sarah's figure appeared once more, hooking against his neck once more. Merlin's expression changed once more, his legs tensing as he tried to smash his back against the wall again. But right as he was about to do that, a soft laughter echoed in his ears. My. From the corner of his vision, silver hair fluttered as a figure approached, her expression looking thoroughly entertained. All brawn and no brains. I can see that's what you are to the group. I mean, had you not jumped in, you probably would have made our life harder. However, because of your actions, your entire team was sent into scrambles. Giggling, Ariel arrived before Meryl as she tapped her finger against his forehead. I like it like that. Makes it much, much easier to control, you know. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at him. Staring back at her, Merlin's expression twisted as his eyes shook. He already had a vague idea before, but it was all too clear now. This woman. She was. See crazy by. SHHH. Ariel pressed her finger against his mouth, shutting him up. I'm not crazy. Her smile faded. That's the last thing that I am, however. Ariel's smile returned. The squad leader is, that bastard is the crazy one. Merlin's eyes shook even more, but that merely lasted for a few more seconds as his eyes turned hazy a moment after, and his body turned limp. Sarah jumped off his back a moment after, her gaze alternating between Ariel and him. Well, Ariel ruffled her hair as she looked in the direction of the other fight. Things didn't seem to be too good on that side. Bang! Get past him quickly. Attack from both sides. Make this quick. The more this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for us. Min was desperately shielding the others with his body, but the members of the Evening Sun Guild were well trained. Their movements were not only perfectly coordinated, but they also seemed to completely suppress the others in terms of abilities. Although Min and the others were also good, the difference in abilities was clear. I guess we should help them. Taking out a tissue, Ariel wiped the blood from her face, her expression calm. You two go and help. Patrick and Merlin sprang into action, rushing toward the other team without hesitation. The scene that followed wasn't a pretty one. Kaya, squad leader, M. Merlin. Damn it. Spurred. Screams tore through the space as chaos erupted all at once. Patrick lunged in without warning, and Merlin followed next to him. Their sudden aggression caught the opposing group completely off guard, shattering their momentum. Min did not hesitate. He and the others surged forward in perfect sync, exploiting every opening that appeared. Blows landed one after another, taking full advantage of the chaos. Within moments, the tide had fully turned. Ariel watched all of this in silence, graciously wiping the blood away before eventually putting her handkerchief away. That also marked the end of the fight. Step, step. The gentle click of Ariel's heels echoed through the room as she moved toward the other groups. With them being suppressed, and Sarah appearing to help, they weren't able to deal with her as she swiftly tapped onto their foreheads, rendering their bodies completely immobile. That's good. She then turned her gaze to the heavily breathing Joanna and the others, her expression unreadable. I've been thinking. Ariel's soft voice carried throughout the room as she joined them. What even is the point of working with others if they're going to treat us like this? They don't look favorably upon us. Neither does the world. In that case, why should we care about how others look at us? Ariel's steps stopped, her gaze lowering to stare at the members of the Evening Sun Guild. I might not be as strong as they are when dealing with anomalies, but when it comes to dealing with people, I don't think there's anyone better than me. Her lips curled all the way to the end, as she brought her hand down to touch the heads of the members of the Evening Sun Guild. They're also not aware of my powers yet. In that case, why not make them work for us? Pulling her hand away, Ariel's gaze flickered as the members of the Evening Sun Guild stood up one by one. We will still follow what we were doing before, but let's do it on our own terms, with people who won't look down on us. Let's. Turning her head to look in Joanna's direction, Ariel licked her lips. Let's give the squad leader a surprise for when he gets back. What do you say? Joanna stared blankly in Ariel's direction for a moment, her gaze distant. Then, without a word, she turned to look at the team she had just been fighting alongside. They all stared at Ariel with the same dumb look she wore. Even now, Joanna was struggling to make sense of what had happened. In one moment, they were getting kicked out, and in the next moment, Ariel decided to turn into a completely different person as she took over the mind of their squad leader and helped them take down one of the strongest teams in the entire Congress. They weren't just any regular team, but one of the strongest. Joanna's mind struggled to make sense of everything. But as she lifted her gaze and saw the dazed expressions on the faces of those who had been looking down on them only moments ago, Joanna froze. Joanna slowly raised a hand to her lips. Why was she smiling? It'll be fun. Ariel continued, making every team crawl at our feet as the world watches. Her giggle echoed across the room. Wouldn't you guys say so? Chapter 558, Limbo 4. There were no words that I could use to describe my current situation. Staring at the compass in my hand as it spun wildly in all directions, I closed my eyes and put it away. I should have seen this coming. This is hell after all. Even now, I was struggling to come to terms with my current situation. This place was different. Not just the air, but the very atmosphere of this place felt different. I could feel a sense of rejection coming from my surroundings as the long and skinny branches of the trees pierced through the thick fog. This makes things difficult. With the compass not working, I didn't know how to proceed. If it's like the conductor suggested, and the people from the teams have all fallen into the first layer of hell as I have, then my goal should be to look for them. Granted, they are still alive. This place, I could tell that it wasn't one that just anyone could survive in. Fuck. I glared at the conductor once more. The more I thought about my situation, the more I felt like cursing at it. Don't be so angry. This is a good opportunity for you. The conductor chuckled. In this place, nobody is going to watch you. Nobody will be able to see your abilities. You can go all out without any issues. Isn't it about time that you start learning how to manage your skills properly? What? Moving forward, the conductor pressed its long finger against my chest. Didn't we say this before? You can't rely too much on the knife. Although the power you'll gain will be immense, the mental toll on your mind will be great. You also can't rely on breaking your note again since there's no chance you'll ever make it out alive sane like you did in the past. Isn't it about time you focus on what you already have? The conductor moved its finger away from my chest, interlocking its hands behind its back as it leaned forward and whispered next to my ear. Of course, if you don't like that, then you can just focus on your abilities with the piano and form a band with me. With everyone else we can. All right, I think I've heard enough. I cut the conductor off before it could spiral again into its usual nonsense about starting a band. I'd heard it far too many times by now. A pity. But the conductor isn't quite wrong about what it said. While I shouldn't give up on the knife, I shouldn't be overly reliant on it. I also can't replicate what I did back in Malavia. I guess I should start focusing on developing the skills that I already have. But which one should I develop? Which? Swoosh. My thoughts were shattered by a sudden gust of cold wind as it brushed past my body, sending chills running down my entire back. Even the conductor's face changed subtly as it looked around. But I can't see or detect anything. By now it was clear to me that the knife wasn't omnipotent. It couldn't detect everything like I had expected it to. However, despite knowing this, I still touched it. And it was in that very moment that I saw it. The numerous red dots that circled me from every direction. No, more than that. The more I looked around, the more red dots appeared in my vision. So many that I instantly gave up any idea of using my newest node. My heart sank whilst the conductor burst out laughing. What a fantastic greeting, don't you think? I couldn't even bother responding to the conductor as I felt something invisible grasp me from the back, pulling me deeper into the mist. Without second thought, I activated trait transfer and coated my entire body in darkness. Or at least I tried. The moment the darkness began to coat my body, I lost my balance as something grasped me from beneath, clawing at my ankle as it tried to pull me down. Not fast enough. The conductor's words echoed from the distance as it stared at me without doing a single thing. But that wasn't all. Sitting on top of one of the branches, Meyer looked down at me while chewing on some gum. She also looked to be enjoying my current predicament. This. I suddenly started regretting making them my anomalies. KH. Unfortunately, there was no time to think about this as even more hands emerged from beneath me, clawing at my ankles and pulling me down. The fog around me thickened as I started to struggle to breathe. At the same time, my heart sped up as dread began to crawl up my body. No, I can't get dragged down. Remain calm, I must remain calm. I had a vague idea of what was going to happen if I were to be dragged down, and as such, became even more frantic. Struggling with all my might, I had no choice but to use the knife as I cut down at the hands that were clawing at me. Swoosh! That seemed to do the trick, and I managed to free myself from whatever was dragging me down. But it wasn't over. My legs were still nearly knee-deep in the ground. To make matters worse, I could feel the number of entities around me beginning to increase. Shit. The situation was turning worse and worse for me. Looking around, I frantically searched for a solution, my knife slicing through whatever tried to cling to me. My power grew with each cut, but so did the pressure in my mind, as faint whispers began to slip inside. More. Deeper. Stay. That's it. I tore myself free from several of the invisible hands and heaved upward. For a brief second, I broke their hold. But it wasn't over. My legs were still in the ground. Worse still, I could feel it. The number of people around me was growing. The most infuriating part was that even now, I still couldn't tell what I was dealing with. I could feel the hands, yet I couldn't truly see them. Even with the knife clenched in my hand, I could barely tell where the attacks were coming from. They struck from every direction at once, as if the fog itself had grown hands and decided to close in on me. Wait. The fog. It finally hit me as I glanced at my right shoulder, where something tugged insistently, trying to drag me down. Another grip tightened around my waist, adding to the strain on my body, but this time I didn't resist. If I'm not dealing with multiple entities, but just one then. I let whatever was trying to pull me down do its thing. The ground beneath me split apart as my body sank further and further, the pressure in my chest increasing. This continued until half of my body was submerged in the soil. That was also the moment I did it. I activated my fourth node. Hurting. Stop. In an instant, a terrifying pain tore through my mind, so sharp it stole the air from my lungs. I winced, almost collapsing back as I just barely kept myself from falling back while holding onto the ground beneath me. But everything seemed to freeze at once. For a brief moment, everything turned silent, so silent it felt unsettling. But soon I broke the very same silence. It's gone. I could feel it. The hands, or whatever those invisible things were that had been trying to drag me back, had stopped. I waited for the next several seconds, waiting for the pain inside of my mind to calm as I held my hand forward and mumbled, "Come." Swoosh. The fog around me trembled. But not for long, as it soon began to follow my order, and the surroundings started to clear up. In the distance, I could feel the conductor's lips pull into a smile. Not bad. It clapped, looking satisfied. But this is just the start. Things will get quite a bit more interesting. I can't wait. Chapter 559, Limbo 5. Herder was a skill that was similar to Containment Vessel, to some extent, but also differed in many ways. Both skills allowed me to control anomalies, but unlike Containment Vessel, which was permanent, Herder wasn't permanent. There was a limit to how long I could control an anomaly, but I could also control a lot more anomalies than with Containment Vessel. The more powerful I was, the more anomalies I could control. Come to me. The fog condensed into my palm as I created a connection with it. My fourth node churned as I controlled the fog, but I paid no attention to it as I stared at my surroundings. Without the fog, I was now able to get a better look at everything around me. Yeah, it seems like I'm in some sort of forest. This much had already been clear to me before. However, it was still good that I could see far ahead now. This made things a lot less tense for me. With that being said, the surroundings were still dark. Looking up, I could see no sky. Just darkness. Where could the others be? I looked around me, unsure of where to go. The conductor stood close to Myrle as she remained where she was, her legs wiggling on top of the branch while she took out another gum and shoved it down her mouth. After which she said, "I can't see anything from here." I figured that much. There was no use calling for Mr. Jingles, as the clown would be of no use to me at the moment. Perhaps the Realm Walker could offer something, but that wasn't my immediate concern. Right now, my real problem was far simpler and far worse. Where exactly was I within the limbo, and how was I supposed to get out of this place? With the compass not working, things have become so much harder for me. Still, not everything was bad. I looked at the mist hovering above my palm and clenched my hand into a fist. The mist dispersed, moving in all directions. With this, I should be able to move without any problems. Now that I was in control of the fog, I was able to sense anything that entered its domain. I could also now hide my figure within the fog, making it harder for anomalies to spot me. The unfortunate thing was that the mist couldn't spread very far. There was a limit to how much I could spread it. But just because it couldn't spread far, it didn't mean that the distance was short. I should be able to scout the area ahead of me better. The range was about 1 kilometer in every direction. There's no use spending time over here doing nothing. I might as well go ahead and try to scout my surroundings. Without any further ado, I began walking ahead. The number of anomalies that I met on the way was a lot less than I originally expected. In fact, there weren't many to begin with. The most concerning thing about this place was the absolute silence of everything. It was as if no soul existed. Sigh, how long have I been walking for? The more I walked, the more endless this forest felt. The fog spanned 1 kilometer in all directions, and it felt as though I had walked for several kilometers by now, and even then I had yet to find a way out of the forest. Not even anything related to the teams that had disappeared. Could they have been dragged to the layers beneath? The thought surfaced in my mind. My heart sank at the idea. I had learned a little bit about the 9 layers of hell, and amongst all of the layers, the limbo was supposed to be the most forgiving of the layers. Sigh. I sighed as I walked. At this rate, I'll be stuck here for a very long time. I hope that time here flows the same as it does on the outside. I continued to walk. But why can't I find anything? Sigh. My legs started to hurt. Maybe I should rest up a little bit. Sigh. I was sighing a lot, was I? My steps paused. Bringing my hand to my face, I ruffled my face. As expected, this place is trying to mess with my mind. The more I walked, the more depressed I felt. It was as if my very energy was getting sucked out of me. At the same time, I started to worry. The more time I spent here, the more disadvantageous things would be for my team above. I trusted them, but could they handle the situation without me? No, they can't. My chest tightened. I need to get to them quickly. I need to, I stopped abruptly, my head spinning towards a certain direction as I felt a disturbance in the fog. I focused all of my attention in the direction of where I felt the disturbance, and my heart skipped a beat. Something. 1, 2, 3. I could feel the presence of 4 people. And they weren't anomalies. In that case, swoosh. I didn't waste a single second and rushed in the direction of the presence. Space. Squad leader, where the hell are we? Do you still not have any signal? I don't. Esteban replied, looking back at his own team members. Everyone present was an elite member of the Melson Sanders Guild. They were all adept at handling situations that would catch one off guard. But before they knew it, they found themselves lost. There had been no signal to begin with in Point Z, but at this moment, it felt as though all electronics had stopped functioning. They had also shot a flare, but nothing came out of it. I'm not sure about this situation. Esteban continued, taking out a map and looking at it. Are we even in Point Z? His words brought a sudden tension to the surroundings as they all looked at the squad leader with worry. But as if things were already not bad enough, a sudden fog began to appear, consuming all of them at once. Tensions rose as everyone looked at one another, unsure of how to react. Everyone stay close. Esteban looked at his squad members once more. With him, there were a total of 4. They were all trained elites with a lot of years of experience, and under Esteban's orders, they all moved closer. Let's go back this way. As Esteban pointed in a certain direction, everyone followed without a word, moving carefully in hopes of escaping the fog. But the farther they walked, the thicker it became. The mist swallowed the path ahead, curling around their legs and climbing higher with every step. The world around them smeared into shifting shades of gray until even the nearest shapes began to dissolve into formless shadows. Only the sharp tips of the surrounding trees remained visible, their sharp crowns piercing through the fog like dark spears. Silence pressed in all directions besides the soft crunch of their steps. No one spoke. They scanned their surroundings in silence, every step measured. Muscles stayed tight, breath shallow, each of them braced and ready for whatever might lunge from the fog. As they walked, however, it wasn't long before the group noticed a silhouette in the distance. Esteban raised his hand, stopping everyone at once. Their bodies turned incredibly dense, as their nodes churned at once. But the figure in the distance remained still. Hidden within the fog, the figure looked to be levitating in the air. Esteban's eyes narrowed. He gave a subtle nudge to his team, signaling for them to spread out and encircle the entity as they advanced in silence. The closer they moved, the clearer the silhouette became. At the same time, a sound reached them. Faint at first, easy to mistake for wind brushing against bark. A slow, uneven swaying. Then a soft creak. One resembling the pull of a rope. Kriak. Accompanying the sound, the figure became even more clear, distorting into a humanoid shape. But as the group drew closer, their steps slowed as their eyes caught a better look at what was ahead. And then, thump, one of the members stumbled back, their expression turning white as paper as they pointed at the silhouette. That. What's wrong with you? Esteban frowned, taking a close look at the silhouette. But as he did, his expression changed drastically too, for the silhouette was not an anomaly. No, it was. Jordan. Kriak. The faint creak of rope swaying echoed through the forest, the sound stretching thin against the suffocating quiet. How is this possible? This makes no sense. This was none other than his squad member. But wasn't he with them just now? If he was, then how could? He seems to have killed himself a while ago. A voice shattered the silence, startling everyone present as a figure appeared next to the corpse, looking at it closely before looking back at them. At least an hour ago. Chapter 560, Swaying Bodies 1. You. The unexpected appearance took everyone in the group aback. However, they were also just as quick to get ready as they surrounded the figure, their nodes churning and their bodies ready to deal with what was before them. But contrary to their expectations, the figure remained nonchalant as he analyzed the hanging body. He's certainly been dead for at least an hour. As if confirming his thoughts, he turned to face their direction. The moment he did, Esteban's expression underwent a subtle shift as his entire body chilled at the sight of the dark eyes that greeted him. However, he was quick to shake himself out of that state, as he recognized the figure immediately. "It's you." There was simply no way Esteban wouldn't be able to recognize him. In fact, everyone recognized him. How could they not when he was the man of the hour, the most popular person in Congress? But there was an issue. "Who would have thought I'd see you here?" A voice echoed from behind Esteban as a tall figure stepped forward, his frame even larger than Esteban's. As his bushy brows furrowed tightly, Drake pushed Esteban aside and stood before Seth. In Drake's presence, Seth looked tiny. "Oh, it's you." Seth also appeared to recognize him. How could he not? "You're the guy who ranked behind me." "You work hard." Seth pulled his gaze away from Drake, not looking at all interested in having a war of words. In fact, he seemed more interested in the body that was next to them. Drake's expression changed slightly, his lips parting, but before he could get any words out, Esteban walked forward and pressed his hand over Drake's shoulder. "Now is not the time. Jordan is dead." Drake's lips closed immediately, but his glare grew more intense. Esteban sighed in relief. While it was true that he was the squad leader of the team, the strongest person in the group was Drake. There was a clear difference in their ability, but the issue with Drake was his attitude. He was rather hot-headed. "Let's figure out what happened." "There's no need to figure it out." Seth suddenly spoke, pointing at the rope tied over Jordan's neck. "He killed himself." "What sort of nonsense are you spouting?" Drake blurted out, unable to hold back as he took a step closer to Seth. "We're all trained professionals over here. We all take the most advanced mental examinations. Jordan is also one of the most elite members of our guild. Someone like him would never commit suicide." "Well, he did." Seth shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Drake's pressuring gaze. He was, in fact, unfazed. He had seen too many things. There was also the fact that they were in hell. "Huh?" Drake took a deep breath, closing his eyes to keep his cool. At the same time, he turned to look at Esteban. "I'll look for whoever is responsible. The body is still warm, so it can't have happened long ago. I don't know how this happened right under our noses, but I'll get to the bottom of it." "You won't find anything." Seth's voice echoed once more, causing Drake's expression to turn even more. But just before he could say something, Esteban spoke. "Why do you think so?" Unlike Drake, he actually wanted to hear his opinion. Not only was Seth ranked higher than Drake, but he had also ranked at the very top in the first trial. There was no way the input of someone like him wouldn't be of any use. "Perhaps he might even know where we are." "This place is affecting your minds. I'm sure you've noticed it. The longer you stay, the heavier your thoughts become. Your chest starts to feel empty, and thoughts you'd never once considered begin creeping in." Seth's words caused the expression of the group to change subtly. "What bullshit?" Drake suddenly spat, his eyes narrowing as he turned around to look at Seth. "I've been trying to hold myself back. From the moment I saw you, I wasn't exactly pleased, but I kept quiet for the group's sake. But you're making that difficult. What would someone at the Second Order really understand about this? How can you spout such nonsense? What thoughts? My mind is completely clear." "That's because you need a mind for you to hear anything. I'm also not talking to you, am I?" Seth looked in Esteban's direction. From the start, he was clear with the group's hierarchy. "You stop." Esteban raised his hand to stop Drake from saying another word. Narrowing his eyes, he alternated his gaze between Jordan's body and Seth. He appeared to be lost in his own thoughts, the silence around them dragging on before he eventually nodded his head. "I believe what you said is true. Squad leader, why would you? Stop letting your prejudices affect your mind. It's because you're like this that I'm stuck being the squad leader when you're far more qualified than me." Sighing, Esteban moved towards Jordan's body. Stopping right before it, he analyzed it carefully before speaking again. "Not long before we spotted the body, Jordan was with us. That's why we never took notice of his disappearance. Since he probably killed himself an hour ago, someone or something pretended to be in our group. Likely. However, the moment we arrived here, there was no longer a fourth member with us. Then you suddenly show up out of nowhere, and you explain all of this. Esteban calmly looked in Seth's direction. He didn't attack or do anything. Instead, he calmly looked into Seth's dark eyes. For some reason, they seemed even darker than before as he stared back at Esteban. I'm sure you understand where I'm getting at, right? I can see your point, yes. But surprisingly, Seth was still relatively calm. He didn't look at all fazed by the suspicion directed at him. I certainly do look suspicious if you put it that way. I'm glad you know. Esteban nodded. At the same time, Drake's figure appeared right behind Seth. We're not going to harm you. However, until we figure out what's going on and whether you're truly with us, I'd like you to cooperate. Seth looked around, feeling the not-so-friendly gazes from those around him. He had the ability to escape or even fight them. But, sure, he smiled. I'll cooperate with you. Space. I wasn't tied up or anything of the sort. However, it felt as though something was locked with me as the group before me closely analyzed the dead body. They asked me questions from time to time, and I answered to the best of my abilities. Of course. You really don't like me, do you? I looked at the big guy in front of me. His attitude since the ranking announcement hadn't changed one bit. I do not like you. He was also rather straightforward with his replies. I still do not believe that you deserve the spot that you've achieved. I've worked tirelessly throughout my entire life to crack the top 100, and yet out of nowhere you come and take over the rankings with minimal work. I do not like it. Is that so? That certainly made sense. But I wonder if there are more people here. If so, should I try looking for them too? As I sat next to one of the trees, I continued to monitor the surroundings. I made sure to check if there were any anomalies in the surroundings, and as the minutes passed, I eventually spotted something. There's an anomaly coming not far from here, north. The group paused, all eyes turning toward me as Esteban looked at a skinny man with an extremely pale face. The moment Esteban glanced at him, he closed his eyes. Judging by that reaction, he was probably the team's hunter. Lines formed on his forehead as he tried to look for anything, but I can't feel anything. As he opened his eyes, he shook his head. There's nothing. Drake's lips twisted with scorn. But before he could say a word, I extended my hand and activated trait transfer. He reacted almost immediately, but I laughed. Hello. Whatever he was trying to do stopped at once, causing his expression to change as a dark film spread across my skin, writhing as it reshaped itself into the form of a gun. Without waiting for anyone to say a thing, I pressed the trigger and... bang! I shot right at Drake's head. Chapter 561, Swaying Bodies 2. Thump. The expression on Drake's face was a sight to see. Staring back at me with wide eyes, his eyes trembled. On the other hand, I looked at the gun in my hand. Not bad at all. It was the conductor's words that made me think more about my abilities. In particular, the Realmwalker's first ability, body morphosis. There was no real limit to the skill. It enabled the Realmwalker to manipulate its body in any way that it wanted. A sword, a shield, it could turn into anything. And if that were the case, then why wouldn't it be able to turn into a gun? I thought guns wouldn't be effective in this world, and while they don't, I do know that the girl from Obsidian Bastion specializes in them. Having studied them quite a bit due to the sudden sponsorship, and the fact that they were one of the strongest guilds around, I had a sudden bout of inspiration. That was when trait transfer came to play, and I tried it. Safe to say that it isn't too bad, but still far from what I want. The power was not quite there yet. It's not D. Bang! A foot pressed down on the anomaly, squashing its frame into a pulp as Drake's expression darkened. He seemed to have a lot that he wanted to say to me, but after opening his mouth, he decided to close it. Esteban, their squad leader, moved towards the body. I'm not quite familiar with this anomaly. I wouldn't be surprised considering its current condition. I pointed at the pulp that was on the ground. Esteban smiled. I had gotten a good look at it before Drake stepped on it. I am certain that it isn't an anomaly that we're accustomed to. But other than that, he didn't say anything else. In fact, the way he and the others looked at me was filled with even more suspicion. I couldn't blame them. After all, somehow, I was able to detect the anomaly that even the hunter in the team couldn't. Me, a second order. Squad leader, what do you think we should do? Drake looked at Esteban, who seemed lost in his own thoughts. After a while, he looked in the direction of their dead squad member and took a deep breath. There's no point in staying here. We'll just be wasting time. For now, we don't even know where we are, so it's best to proceed. Since we've met him here, there might be a chance that more people are here. By him, they were talking about me. Of course, Drake had to add his own quip after Esteban's words. That's assuming it's really him, he said, his gaze fixed ahead, or that he isn't the one responsible for all of this. I didn't even entertain him, fixing my attention on the dead anomaly. Tapping my foot against the ground, I watched as the others removed several items from their dead member's body and bowed slightly to him before leaving. I followed them in the middle, sandwiched by Esteban and Drake. They really don't seem to trust me, huh? Honestly, if I wanted to, I probably could have left on my own already. But truthfully, I wanted to stay for several reasons. Mainly, I felt that with more people around, I could get a better picture of what was going on. Secondly, I didn't want to hear any more of the conductor's nonsense. Sam, tell me if you feel anything. As Esteban referred to the hunter in the group, we continued to walk ahead. The fog remained thick as I kept it that way, the long and skinny branches of the trees stabbing through the fog as I tried to sense any presence. But be it an anomaly or people, there wasn't anything else within our proximity. This carried on for several hours until... Kriak! A soft creaking sound echoed in the distance, causing everyone to pause as Elbert looked back at us, making sure everyone was present. Once he was certain that everyone was next to him, he moved towards the source of the sound. Kriak, Kriak. That was also when it became clearer that the creaking sound didn't just come from one source, but multiple. And as we moved past the trees, several silhouettes swayed within the fog. The air around us significantly tightened as Esteban walked forward, his expression changing as he stopped before the silhouettes, his hand moving forward to stop one of the bodies hanging by the trees from swaying. His gaze eventually turned to me. Suicide. I now, if he had any doubts about my previous words, there were none anymore. I had been with the group the entire time, with Drake and him keeping a close check on me. If I really had been the one responsible for this, the two would have noticed. I spoke up. They were most likely affected by the surroundings. Just like I mentioned before, this place feeds on your darker thoughts. The longer you stay here, the heavier they become, creeping deeper into your mind until eventually you kill yourself. Tensions rose as I said those words. However, that wasn't what I cared about the most at the moment. Although this is what I said, I have a feeling there's more than that. I have a feeling there's something else more sinister playing, but I can't quite explain it. Looking down at my hand, I watched as all of the hair stood on end as I rubbed it down and tried my best to keep the goosebumps down. But right as I was about to say something else, the fog stirred. No, it didn't just stir. Something was attacking it. My head flicked in the direction of where the attack was coming from, and without wasting a single second, I pointed in that direction. I feel multiple presences coming from there. Esteban looked at me, his brows furrowing tightly. I wanted to say something more, but my expression changed as I clenched my hand and quickly recalled the mist. However, to my absolute shock, the figure jumped into the mist and instead of attacking it, seemed to be headed right for us. Shit! My heart leaped out of my chest as my fourth node trembled. In that split second, I stopped using the fourth node at once, releasing the fog from my control. The air grew thicker the moment I did so, but right as I released the fog, a blinding light shot from ahead of me, heading right for me. I wasn't even able to react in time before my vision was blinded. I didn't react, didn't have the time to blink. By the time I realized what had happened, a blade stopped right next to my throat as a familiar figure stopped in front of me. Hello? His golden hair fluttered softly as he turned to look at me. After a brief moment, his lips slowly curved into a calm, serene smile. It's you. I didn't expect you to be here. His sword remained close to my throat. No. Rather, it seemed to pull closer to it, almost to the point it was touching it. Were you the one responsible for the fog? Chapter 562, Swaying Bodies 3. The blade continued to press over my neck. Everything happened so fast that I hardly had the time to react, but I was quick to snap out of it as I stared at the figure standing before me. I recognized him with a glance. How could I not when he was one of the highest-ranked paragons participating in the Congress, and the person who ranked right after me during the first trial. Are you not speaking? That's not it. The words flowed out of my mouth with unexpected ease. I'm just trying to process why you put your sword over to my neck. Didn't I say why? Leon smiled, staring at the fog around us, after which he returned his attention to me as his eyes gleamed. I felt a strange connection between the fog and you. Wait. He suddenly frowned, looking around. How strange. I no longer feel that connection, but I'm almost certain that I did feel it. My heart sank. Something like this can be felt. What sort of monster was this guy? Thankfully, I had already severed my connection with it. Otherwise, did you sever your connection with the fog? This guy. I didn't. I continued to deny it. Despite the sharp tip of his sword still resting over my neck, I maintained a strange cool as I continued to make eye contact with him. He looked back at me, and for just the briefest of moments, neither of us said a thing. That was until a certain voice shattered the silence. Are you saying this bastard was the one controlling the fog? Oh, great. I didn't even look back. That would make sense. Things have been rather strange ever since he's come. Oh. Leon raised his brow, shifting his attention towards Drake. Tell me more about it. What happened while he was with you? One of our team members killed themselves. Or at least that was how it appears to be, but I've got a nagging feeling that this guy is involved. There are just too many things that are suspicious about him. Is that so? Leon shifted his attention back to me, his lips pulling upwards slightly. Is there more? He said that the reason for our team member killing themselves is because of this place, that it slowly eats at your mind. Even now, I've not felt a single thing. I think he's full of shit. Well, I guess he's cleared for now. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Leon removed the tip of his sword from my neck, putting it away as he looked around. His sudden actions caused Drake's face to stiffen slightly. But before he could get any words out, Leon turned his attention towards me. I've noticed this as well. There's something about this place that drives someone to commit things that they normally wouldn't do. I'm not surprised that you've managed to figure this part out, considering your performance in the first trial. It wasn't much. I glanced to the side while answering. Without much needing to be said, Drake's face was a piece of work at the moment. It looked like he had eaten a pile of shit. I wanted to smile, but Leon's next words prevented me from doing so. But that's not all. His words brought the attention of all back to him. While it is true that this place drives someone to kill themselves, the most troublesome aspect of it all is that even if you kill yourself, you probably won't realize it. What? Leon's words made everyone pause, including me. As if sensing my shock, Leon smiled as he mumbled, So you weren't able to notice this part, huh? He proceeded. It's just like I said. Even if you end up dying, you'll probably never notice it. You'll keep following the group like nothing has happened, not even realizing that you're already dead. You and your group will only realize this once you find your body, and by then, you'll eventually disappear. How is that possible? Drake's words came out rather loud as he found himself unable to hide his shock. I didn't even blame him, for I was just as shocked as he was. If what he said was true, then... Leon nodded. There's a good chance that either one of us is already dead, and we don't know it yet. The silence that followed the statement felt incredibly heavy. I wanted to deny his words. I could feel my nodes and my connection with the conductor and the other anomalies. I was almost certain that I wasn't dead. But what if? What if I had truly? There's no need to be too shocked. This is merely something that I found out through some observation. I've experienced it myself, and what's most surprising is that the person who is dead will have all of their abilities working without any issues. But if that's the case, maybe they weren't dead. Maybe. No, they were dead. Leon spoke over Drake. Pausing for a moment, he tapped on his temple. You see, I rarely get these things wrong. I'm certain about what I saw. His words were met with silence. Drake wanted to argue further, but stopped himself. For some reason, it felt hard to argue with him. His words sounded a little arrogant, but when taking into account just who was saying it, then he had the reputation to back up his statement. And I have a feeling that he's not wrong, especially after what I heard coming from the group from Melson Sanders. They did mention something about their group member being with them until they found the body. But that begged the question. How would one know if they were dead or alive? Oh. Suddenly, Leon's head turned. Not long after, several figures began to appear through the mist, eventually arriving before Leon. Wearing the same crisp uniform as him, they all lined up in front of him without making a single sound. Looks like his team members are here. Leon looked at his team. Have you found anything? Nothing. A man stepped forward. He had a rather long nose while his dark hair was neatly parted to the side. Although he wasn't a paragon, I had an idea of who the man was. He was rather famous. Leon looked at the group. Then, swoosh. An emotion my eyes couldn't follow, he slashed in the direction of the one who had spoken, severing their neck at once. The expressions on everyone's faces changed drastically, everyone's body tensing at once. What? Squad leader? Why you? But not me. Looking at him and then the severed head, I noticed something. His calmness. It was a little too strange. And sure enough. I guess that proves it, huh? He smiled, lifting his head to look at me while my gaze remained fixed on the head as it slowly merged with the fog, gradually disappearing. Would have been really embarrassing if I got that wrong. He laughed, but his laugh didn't make me or anyone smile. All I felt were chills. You really can't tell the difference between someone who is dead or who is alive. They're almost identical. I'm glad that I was right. But as his laughter died down, his gaze scanned over our group. The chills that I felt intensified. I wonder just how many of you are truly alive. Chapter 563, Sacrifice 1. The question made everyone turn silent. Staring in Leon's direction, I didn't know how to respond or react. Was what he was saying true? I did see it with my own eyes, but I still have my connection with the conductor and the others. I doubt that I'm actually dead. Looking around, my heart sank when I saw the others show similar expressions to mine. They were probably thinking the same thing. That's two from my group. Hovering over the spot where the severed head of his group member was, Leon shook his head in disappointment. His name was Michael. He was quite talented. It's a pity to see him go like this, but at the end of the day, since he's dead, it only means that he wasn't good enough to be in my group. Those from Leon's group stiffened, but said nothing while Leon put his sword away and looked around, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Eventually, he moved towards one of the trees and sat down, leaning back against the dark bark. Staring at him, I didn't know what he was planning on doing. But right then, his lips parted. That's annoying. His gaze was fixed on the fog around us. It's been bothering me for quite a bit. Hey, you. Leon looked in Drake's direction as he nudged his head. Get rid of it. What? Drake's face stiffened at the sudden command. Leon cocked his head. Did you not hear me? The corner of Leon's eyes curled, almost as if they were smiling. I said get rid of it. I know you. You're more than capable of doing so. Drake's face darkened at the command, but before he could say anything, a hand reached for his shoulder as his squad leader shook his head. Drake's face twisted further, his jaw tightening before he eventually agreed. Fine. Turning his attention toward the surrounding fog, I felt something shift in the air as a soft popping sound reverberated through the area. At the same time, I could feel Drake's nodes beginning to churn as his fist clenched tightly. I stood by the side, observing in silence. I wonder what his decree is. I did study the decrees of all the top people, but he wasn't one of the ones that I'd studied. Then, bang, he punched the fog with one swift motion. The pressure behind that single punch was enough to send my hair and clothes fluttering wildly, as the fog writhed intensely before compressing into the spot where he punched, fading completely. By the time he was done, Drake was breathing heavily as he looked in Leon's direction. The only thing Leon offered was a smile. Good, I'm glad I could count on you. From the way he acted, it seemed like he had known all along that he would have been capable of doing that. On the other hand, I was struggling to come to terms with what I had seen, my lips pursing together as I tried to hide the shock from my face. He was that strong. No, this shouldn't have come as a surprise. There was no way someone ranked in the top 100 would not be this strong. I guess his arrogance makes sense. Nevertheless, it's also clear that he's in the top rankings because of his strength and not his other qualities. I'm also surprised he didn't do this earlier, but considering how heavily he's breathing, I guess that might be it. He had the power but not the brains. Feeling Drake's glare as I pulled my gaze away from him, I looked around before settling my attention towards one of the trees. Taking in everything that I had just learned, there was a lot that I needed to process. I wanted to sit down and process everything. But, I think I've got it figured out. Leon suddenly stood up. My eyes widened slightly as I looked up. What, he's already figured it out. This guy. This place feeds on your negative emotions. From the moment you enter this place, it'll enhance every negative emotion that you feel in your body, eventually leading to you killing yourself. That's the goal of this forest or place. Yes, this much everyone already knows. So what did he figure out? The way to get out is simple. Suddenly, Leon raised his finger and stabbed his right eye with it. Spurred. As blood spurted in all directions, everyone's expression changed. Despite this, Leon remained completely unbothered as blood dripped down his eye, his finger pulling out a short moment later as he wiped his blood-stained finger over his clothes. Looks like I was right. He suddenly smiled. One has to sacrifice something important to them to see the way. Only through such a way can you show that you can let go and not cling to the thing holding you down. The more you cling to the thing that you can't let go of, the stronger the dark thoughts become. This will continue until you eventually kill yourself. Hearing his explanation, my heart skipped a beat. When I take into account that this is the limbo and what it signifies, his explanation makes sense. But how did he figure out so quickly? Does he know that we're in hell? Just what sort of monster is this? As expected, the path is clear. Leon looked towards the distance. At the same time, one of his team members moved next to him. Your eye. It's nothing important. I'll have a mender heal it later. He then turned. Well, you're all in luck. Considering how I am the one to have sacrificed something, you all won't need to do that. In that case, just follow me. I'll bring you all out of this place. He smiled as he spoke, his expression looking sunny. But amidst the shine I could feel something else, something more perverse and broken. So this was how a top paragon operated. Space. It had been almost 2 days since the World Congress had begun. The popularity of the event was through the roof, with TV ratings reaching an all-time high. But not all was good. We need to stop this at once. Several teams have already disappeared with no idea of whether they are dead or alive. At this rate, we'll lose a major force. There was a meeting between the guild masters of several large guilds and the event organizers. However, despite the protest, the event organizers remained indifferent. Vice Director Vale, the main spokesperson, looked at all the gathered guild masters and spoke. Every year the situation is the same. We have already mentioned to all of you the risks of the event. Although we've indeed lost connection with several groups, there is nothing that states that they are dead. Please believe in your own members. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who is at risk of losing one of their major forces. This is bullshit. Several guild masters began shouting, but the vice director remained indifferent to it all. He just looked around lazily. Let's set the situation with the disappearances aside. A certain guild master spoke. With long black hair, clear blue eyes, and an appearance that didn't match his age, the surroundings fell silent the moment he spoke. He was Ian Rashmold, the guild master of the Evening Sun Guild, one of the top guilds in the world. I'm here to bring up a different matter. Tapping onto the desk in front of him, a projection appeared. The projection displayed a certain group, one that many of them were somewhat familiar with, but in particular, the Evening Sun Guild master's gaze fell on a silver-haired woman. His finger tapped against the table for a moment before he turned his attention to another person sitting not far from him, a metal plaque reading Severed Stars Guild, resting before him. Their gazes met as the guild master from the Severed Stars Guild smiled. I'm sure all of you are aware of why I'm bringing this up, correct? The Evening Sun Guild master didn't return the smile. This group. In fact, his face turned colder. I demand they get eliminated from the competition. This goes beyond the realm of what should be acceptable in this competition. This is downright unacceptable. Chapter 564, Sacrifice 2. Not everyone was caught up on the matter. Hence, there was slight confusion in the room after the guild master from the Evening Sun Guild spoke. But that confusion faded rather quickly as images and videos of the situation started to spread amongst the guild masters. What is this? This is... Whisper a decree. Nobody knew who muttered it, but it didn't matter as the room grew restless. No wonder. How did this pass? This shouldn't be acceptable. And why not? There's nothing wrong with it. You're saying that because she hasn't taken over your members. This is dangerous. The place turned into a frenzy. All of the guild masters started to talk over one another, arguing over the matter. It was getting so noisy that the vice director had no choice but to bang his hand against the table to stop everyone from speaking. Stop. At once the noise ceased. Although many of the guild masters still had things to say, the vice director's gaze felt pressuring enough for many of the guild masters. Hey, with a long breath, the vice director massaged his face while turning his attention towards the guild master of the Severed Stars Guild. Is this true? The guild master tilted his head, feigning confusion. What is true? The fact that she's from the Whisper Decree. Yes. Oh yes, she is. The guild master smiled, but the moment he did, the entire room grew restless again. Nobody here was stupid. They all knew what the Whisperer Decree was and just how dangerous it was. This was why a lot of them were alarmed by the presence of such a figure. Being the one to bring this matter up, the guild master of the Evening Sun Guild spoke up. If you knew then, why did you bring her here? Are you aware of just how dangerous someone like her can be? She, alongside her group, has already taken over several groups. This is unacceptable. It goes against everything that we're trying to do here. Is it? The guild master tilted his head. I've never been made aware of such a rule existing. Is that true? He looked at the vice director, who sighed once more, feeling the restlessness in the room. Yes, there's no such rule. Vice director. The Evening Sun Guild master abruptly stood up. This is a competition that is meant to challenge groups against anomalies. A lot of them, as strong as they are not made to handle other humans. This ruins the entire purpose of this competition. That's right. This goes against everything the competition is designed for. Eliminate them. Several guild masters joined the protest, but the vice director remained indifferent. Instead, he yawned and looked around. Anything else? If there's nothing else, let's proceed. I'll have a team go down to check on the situation. If you have any other complaints, please reach out to my secretary. Vice Director, how could you be like this? Standing up under the protests, the vice director walked away from the room. At the same time he left, another figure stood up, bringing the place to a silence. He was an older gentleman, probably the most senior member in attendance, but the moment he stood up, he commanded immediate attention. The man's gaze swept over the entire room before eventually leaving the meeting room and walking down a long and narrow corridor. Step, step. As the soft echo of his steps reverberated through the corridor, he eventually stopped and looked around, taking out a small flip phone. His aged features grew more pronounced as he stared at the flip phone. He couldn't use it carelessly since each use was extremely costly, but the situation called for it as he pressed onto a certain contact. The phone rang a couple of times before a voice echoed a moment after. Grandfather. There was a mix of confusion in the voice. Has an emergency occurred? You've told me you wouldn't contact me unless it's important. I'm aware of the cost that comes with a call like this. Is something the matter? Oh, yes. Kaelric replied after a short moment, his voice calm. Initially, he hadn't planned on telling her. He planned on keeping this quiet until the end of the Congress. But as things stood, he had no choice but to tell her, for she was the only one he could rely on to find him. I need you to find someone for me. Find someone who? Seth Thorne. The line fell silent. Though she didn't say anything, the confusion in her silence was obvious, and eventually that silence was shattered by her voice. I'm curious, grandfather. There was a pause, most likely from her chewing on her words, as she tried to articulate herself in the best way possible. Why are you so interested in him? I saw him before and he looked promising, but nothing mind-blowing. Why are you? Because he's your brother. Kaelric replied, cutting her off. He is your biological brother. Space. The group continued to march ahead, nobody making a single noise as we followed Leon from behind. Honestly, there were a lot of things that I wanted to say and do, but I remained quiet as I stared at the man in front of me. How did he figure out the situation so quickly? He says that he's now got the path clear, but can I trust him? He seemed to have a clear idea of what he was doing, but I still kept my guard up. Suddenly, Leon's steps paused. Everyone else stopped at the same time. I looked around. Aside from the long, sickly trees that loomed around us and the dull gray sky hanging above, dimming the surroundings, there was nothing else of note in this desolate place. Without the fog, it also became harder for me to detect anything. But soon, Leon's lips curled into a smile. "This way." I looked around, finding myself just as lost as the others were. Nevertheless, we followed his lead without question. One by one, we turned and moved in the direction he indicated, our boots crunching softly against the dry ground as the group marched forward in uneasy silence. For a while, the only sounds were our footsteps and the faint rustling of dead leaves beneath them. Then it came. A faint creaking echoed somewhere in the distance. The sound was slow, drawn out, like a rope being pulled tight. It reverberated through the forest, slipping between the crooked trees and reaching us clearly. Everyone heard it. Everyone recognized it. Don't tell me. I drew a deep breath as I looked around, taking note of everyone present. Besides the 3 members from Leon's group, there were the 3 others from the Melson Sanders Guild. I wasn't the only one. The others did the same, sharing the same thoughts as me. And soon, creak. The creaking grew louder as a silhouette appeared in the distance, and my heart pressed tightly against my throat. Bah thump, bah thump. For whatever reason, a certain thought crossed my mind. One that I wanted to deny. That I wanted to believe it wasn't real. And the closer we came to the silhouette, the faster my heart pounded, so loudly it almost felt as though everyone could hear it. And soon we were upon the figure. Bang, bang, bang. Silence swept our group as the figure swayed back and forth in the silence. Sure enough, he's gone. Leon's voice broke the silence as he looked back at the hanging corpse. He then shook his head and continued ahead, completely unbothered by the hanging corpse. But as I stared at the corpse and then toward Drake and Esteban, I could see that their bodies were extremely stiff. I couldn't even blame them. After all, from their original group of 4, they were the only ones that remained. "Let's go, don't get too far from me." Leon's words reached from a distance, his steps moving at the same pace as before. Staring at him and then the corpse, I secretly sighed in relief. Yeah, there's no way it could have been me. For whatever reason, doubt had begun to creep into my mind. Of all the people present, my mind was probably the weakest. I knew myself well enough to know this. There had been improvements, but I was still haunted by a lot of things. No, let's not think about it. I shook my mind out of the thoughts, following Leon and his group from behind. He didn't wait for us. Without a word, he continued forward at the same steady pace, weaving past the countless twisted trees as if he knew this place like the back of his hand. We had no choice but to follow. The group moved carefully between the crooked trunks, our boots pressing softly against the brittle ground. Every pair of eyes scanned the surroundings, sweeping across the shadows between the trees with held breaths. The forest was too quiet. Each step felt heavier than the last as we advanced, the silence stretching uncomfortably around us. All of us were hoping for the same thing, that there wouldn't be another body waiting for us deeper in the woods. Thankfully, no such thing occurred. The trees thinned slowly. Not all at once. First, the branches above began to break apart, allowing strips of the dull gray sky to seep through. Then the crooked trunks that had crowded around us for so long began to space themselves out, their gnarled shapes retreating deeper into the mist behind us. With every step forward, the forest seemed to loosen its grip over us. Yet the unease never faded. If anything, it only grew stronger. Our footsteps slowed. No one said anything, but the tension among us thickened as the last row of twisted trees finally fell behind. And then, we saw it. The air seemed to turn completely still. Before us, beyond the dying edge of the forest, stood something enormous. At first, it appeared only as a dark mass rising from the pale haze. From a distance, it was nothing more than a vast silhouette looming over the clearing, its shape indistinct and unnatural against the dull gray sky. The shadow it cast stretched across the empty ground, swallowing the thin light that reached the clearing. But as we drew closer, the shape slowly became clearer. A castle. It stood alone in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by open land where nothing else remained. 7 massive walls encircled it, rising one behind another in wide, circular rings. Each wall stood higher than the last, forming layers of stone that concealed whatever lay deeper within. The stone itself looked old, its surface worn by time. Yet the cracks running along the blocks didn't look natural. It was almost as if they had been carved there. Dark ivy spread across the outer walls, its black leaves clinging to the stone and winding through the cracks. The vines crawled along the structure in thick strands, reaching upward as though trying to claim the castle for themselves. Beyond the final ring of walls, several tall towers rose into the gray sky. Their narrow windows were dark and empty, giving no sign that anyone or anything lived inside. The entire structure stood in complete silence, dominating the clearing while the forest remained far behind us. Staring at the castle ahead, I stood completely still. What in the world was this place? Chapter 565, Sacrifice 3. The castle loomed before us imposingly. It was a sight that left many of us breathless, its mere presence feeling eternal. At least, this was how it seemed to me. I knew it. Leon smiled, staring at the imposing castle in the distance. My guess was correct. If I'm not wrong, we must also enter that place if we want to leave this place. I believe that the exit is there. Why would the exit be there? Drake asked, alternating his gaze between Leon and the castle. Leon merely glanced in Drake's direction before smiling again. Sacrifice something and you'll get it. Drake's face contorted, but he didn't say anything else. The more I looked at him, the more disappointed I felt. The difference between him and Leon was quite massive. Although Leon was insane, he wasn't an idiot like Drake was. He had both brains and power. What should we do, squad leader? If the exit is inside, do we have to infiltrate the place? No, there's no need for that. Leon chuckled while pointing at the entrance. We just walk in. But that's... If you don't believe me, sacrifice something. An eye, an arm, anything of importance. It'll all become clear then. He proceeded to walk ahead. Nobody knew what to make of his words. However, his team followed him without hesitation. They looked confused, but more so regarding the situation. There was no confusion in their eyes as they followed Leon from behind. It was as if in their minds, there was no way he was wrong. Well, I also don't believe that he's lying. I followed after them. Nothing obstructed us on the way to the castle. The path was clear, with no anomaly in sight. In fact, from the very start of our journey in the forest, there had hardly been any anomalies, with just the occasional one showing up. The path was clean, with the bushes and vegetation nicely trimmed. Everything led to the gate. The open gate seemed to welcome us. Leon walked through first without breaking stride. The rest followed. I was the only one who paused, taking a moment to observe the outside of the castle alongside the insides that seemed to carry a certain warmth that served as a stark contrast to the cold outside. From the outside, the place looked completely deserted, but as I looked through the gate, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. And considering how polished the outside of the castle was, I knew my hunch was correct. Still, there's no use staying here. I also have a feeling that the exit is located inside. I'm just curious to see if finding it is hard. I walked past the gate. The moment I did, my scenery completely changed. The gray sky faded, replaced by a bright blue one as grass and thick vegetation spread in all directions. The dry ground and sickly-looking trees were gone, replaced by warm sunlight and the gentle rustling of leaves. Laughter and chatter echoed through the air as I suddenly found myself in a large courtyard. Fine tables covered in white cloths were arranged neatly across the grounds, stretching across the open space. Plates, silver trays, and tall glasses covered the tables, each one filled with all sorts of delicious-looking food that gave off a rich, inviting aroma. What is this place? I had expected many things upon entering the castle, but this was the last thing I thought I'd see. I looked around, taking in everything before finally turning my gaze toward the others who looked just as confused. What is this place? Are we back outside? What is going on? Their confusion was evident. I joined the group, my gaze settling on Leon as he looked around. His face showed nothing, but judging by the way his eyes swept across the courtyard, it was clear he was just as confused. But eventually, his lips parted. Don't touch the food or anything. His voice carried an unusual seriousness. I can no longer see as clearly as before. I can't tell you if this place is real or fake. However, it would be in our best interest if none of us touch anything. That's a good decision. A warm voice suddenly echoed through the air, a man dressed in dark clothes. They were well made, but with no ornamentation. No rings, jewelry, or anything fancy. The fabric of his clothes also looked to be of good quality as he warmly approached. It's always great to be cautious when entering new places. Although everyone here is free to eat and drink as much as they want, I wouldn't blame them for not touching the food. After all, nothing comes free. The man laughed warmly. For whatever reason, hearing his laugh, I felt like laughing alongside him. It didn't seem like I was the only one. Everyone else around also seemed to relax to some extent. Well, why don't you all take a seat for now? Don't eat, but at least relax a bit. I can see that you are all exhausted. The man pointed towards the many seats. If you are all too tired, then you can all also take a room and get some sleep. There are showers and everything that you might need to feel refreshed. And please, the man stopped, pressing his hand over his chest. If you have any questions, please feel free to tell me. I'll gladly answer to my best ability. Where's the exit? Leon asked immediately, without wasting a single second. The air stiffened for a moment, but only for a moment. The man soon laughed again, his warm laughter reverberating across the courtyard as he looked at Leon. He then pointed at the cattle. It's inside the castle. Just go all the way straight and turn right. You should be able to find the exit, Leon. If you wish to leave, I won't hold you back. However, I do hope that you stay here a little longer. Leon didn't answer, his eyes narrowing. I realized rather quickly the reason behind his expression. He probably wanted to leave quickly, but was struggling to see through the man before us. Eventually, sure, he agreed, his face easing as he moved towards one of the seats and sat down. The man smiled happily, turning his attention towards us. What about you all? Do you wish to stay or leave? As I said, I won't force you to stay here. If you wish to stay, then you can try to enjoy the food and have a nice chat with everyone who is present. How about it? He turned his attention towards me. You look especially tired, Seth. Haven't slept in a while? Why don't you get some rest and enjoy yourself? I assure you that nothing will happen to you. Yeah, as if I'd believe you. Keeping my expression straight, I eventually followed Leon's example and sat down. This might be a trap. It's best to calmly observe the situation first. But looking around, this place really did look warm and calming. So much so that I didn't even realize that I had taken a sip of the glass of wine before me. Chapter 566, Sacrifice 4. The sour, zesty taste of the wine lingered on my tongue, before sliding down my throat as I took a sip. My eyes widened the moment I realized what I had done. My hand shot down as I set the glass back onto the table, the aftertaste of the wine still lingering at the back of my throat. Tea that? Don't worry, there's no poison in it. Leon's calm voice reached me from next to me as he similarly placed his cup down. He smacked his lips before muttering, "It's actually amazing wine." My lips parted slightly as I stared at him. He looked back at me from the corner of his eye. It looked nice, so I had a taste. I'm sure you were also the same. No, I was. I didn't even like wine to begin with. But, yeah, it was quite good. Massaging his throat, Leon continued. I'm quite well versed with poisons or any tricks. There's nothing wrong with the wine. In fact, the fact that it's such good wine is what worries me. Not even on the islands is the wine this good. Is that so? I looked at the cup in front of me. The wine was blood red, its surface glistening under the bright light of the sun above. When I looked around me, the others had also appeared, sitting around the table and taking a sip of the wine as well. They showed similar expressions of surprise as they had a taste of the wine. I felt that something was wrong with the action, but I also didn't detect anything wrong with the wine. Is the wine really just wine? I didn't want to believe it. Are you all enjoying the wine? The man approached us as he smiled at us. Although he wasn't very handsome, he still had a certain charm to him, one that felt warm and friendly. But he knows our names. None of us had ever met him, and yet for him to know our names, I knew that he was no regular being. Let's see where this is going before deciding what to do. I'll wait for him to leave before exploring the castle to see if he's lying about the exit. So, how was your journey through the forest? He started to make small talk with us. Strangely, he seemed to blend in quite seamlessly with all of us, as if we had known him for a very long time. He turned to look in Drake's and Esteban's direction. I heard about your loss. Sam and Jordan were good people. Unfortunately, they left so early. The forest is not for the faint-minded. Drake's and Esteban's expressions darkened slightly. Perhaps because of it, they started to eat the food. Their eyes lit up the moment they did. I grew curious too, reaching for one of the snacks and having a taste myself. This. My tonsils danced with joy the moment I had a taste. This was beyond good. You see, the forest is rather special in the sense that it amplifies a person's thoughts. However, for such thoughts to appear, one must already feel them in the first place. So while it is unfortunate that they chose to go that way, in the end, they found liberation in their own way. For some strange reason, I found myself agreeing. I know that your line of work isn't easy. You've all probably seen all sorts of things. Some of you have worked yourselves to the bone in order to escape poverty. The man turned his attention to Drake, who paused as he reached for his glass and clinked it with his. Some of you, on the other hand, do it for survival, to cure yourself of the terrifying disease that has plagued you since childhood. I felt a gaze directed my way, and subconsciously I raised my hand, clicking my glass with his as I felt a certain warmth run down my chest. I felt watched, acknowledged, as if I were talking to someone who understood my struggles. Some of you, on the other hand, do it because you're good at it. You don't really find much pleasure in your line of work, but you do enjoy being the center of attention. You like showing your abilities and receiving all the praise from the media and your fans. Clink. Leon clinked his glass. I understand all of your woes and can sympathize with all of you. The pressure that comes with your job and all the expectations. I really do feel for you all. Placing his glass down, the man smiled once more, his warm expression gentle like a soft breeze. I do hope that all of you enjoy your time over here. In the meantime, I will go and tend to the other guests who are present. Standing up, he was just about to leave when he paused. Oh, right. He turned his attention back to us. As he did, he pointed in a certain direction, where a certain group appeared. Those guys over there should be the ones that you're looking for. They got lost on their way, eventually reaching this place too. I suggest you talk to them, especially since it was your goal to find them, after which you all can enjoy this place or leave at your own will. Nobody here will stop you. Warmly laughing, he shifted his attention elsewhere, walking towards another group to make small talk with them. Wherever he walked, laughter and smiles followed. I traced his back with my eyes, following his every movement. He didn't feel like the main character of the place, but rather an extremely competent and friendly host who tried to make everyone feel welcome. This place, it felt warm and nice. At least compared to the forest outside, this place is quite nice. It almost feels like a luxurious resort, kind of makes me want to stay here longer. But I couldn't. I shook my head. There are things I need to do. My thoughts were broken by the scrape of a chair as Leon stood up, heading towards the distant group the man had pointed towards. I hesitated for a moment before standing up. As I did, I took one last bite of the food. It's really good. Though it seemed like I was the only one who followed Leon as the others remained where they were, savoring the food and drinks. I couldn't even blame them as I walked behind Leon. Eventually, the two of us arrived before the group in question. They looked exactly like in the profiles that were given to us, but as opposed to the profiles, they were all wearing different clothes. The clothes were white, and as they stood together, they appeared to be enjoying the food and wine while talking with one another, only stopping when they took notice of us. Hello. Leon was the first to greet them, as he bowed his head slightly. The group paused, tilting their heads as they looked at Leon. But eventually they smiled. Ha, if it is Leon, I recognize you. They looked at him warmly as they placed their cups down and extended their hands, almost as if trying to embrace him. You're one of those famous paragons from a decade ago, the one who was ranked really high. Top 10, right? Did you manage to reach the top rank? Leon blinked his eyes slowly before he answered. I've only recently made it in the top rankings. Recently? The group paused, looking at each other before bursting into laughter. How could that be? That's a good one, ha. Taking a step forward, one of the group members patted Leon on the shoulder as he laughed along with the others. It's been almost a decade since we've been here. There's no way you've only recently joined the ranks. I guess that memory must mean a lot to you for you to cling to it so much. He continued to pat him. Come on, what rank are you now? Chapter 567, Comfort 1. A decade. I sucked in a cold breath, trying my best to maintain my expression. It was already obvious from the start that something was wrong, but I didn't expect things to be this alarming. But what is going on? It hasn't been long since they disappeared. How can they say that they've been stuck here for a decade? Is time here slower, or is there more to it that I don't know? Unfortunately, I'm still the same rank. I wasn't able to get much higher. Leon looked completely unfazed by the revelation. In fact, he played along with it. Is that so? That's unfortunate. I guess your talent got squeezed dry in the end. That's normal. I've seen many hit their limit. But still, you've ranked very high. There's no shame in what you've achieved. Patting Leon's shoulder, the man adjusted his thin, circular frames. Just be glad that you've even ranked so high. At least, because you got such a high ranking, you weren't forced to take over missions for the BUA that you didn't want to take. Just like us. Chuckling, he looked back at the group, who raised their glasses and each had a drink. Huh? Wiping his chin, the man turned his attention towards me. Who might you be? I don't think I'm familiar with you. Are you a squad member of Leon's group? Something like that. I too played along. There was no need to reveal too much. Is that so? You don't look very strong. I just smiled. Leon glanced at me before looking back at them. Tell me more about how you got here. Oh, it's really not that big of a story. The leader of the group, whom I presumed was the leader, answered, took another sip of his drink. We were all carrying out orders from the Bureau. You know, the usual. There's been a recent report regarding a certain point. What was it again? Point Alpha? No, it's been a while. Point Z. Leon calmly answered, prompting the man to snap his finger. Oh, that's right. He took another sip. Yes, Point Z, that's the place. We were ordered to investigate the place by the Bureau and sent down there. It was recently found information, but apparently, Point Z had some sort of involvement in the appearance of the mist. We were all sent down there to investigate the validity of the report. And, I don't quite remember after that. Taking another sip of his drink, the man scratched the side of his cheek. It's been so long. From what I remember, we did find something. I think I have it in my pocket. Let me check. Patting his clothes, the group leader tried to look for something. But then, as if recalling something, he smacked his forehead. Ah, right, I think it's in my room. Yeah, it's in my room. I'll go get it later for you guys. I presume that you've come to look for us for that information, right? Yes, but we were also asked to bring you guys back. The smiles on the group's faces froze at once. For just a moment, something darker flashed across their visions as their smiles faded. Do not do that. The group leader's voice deepened, his grip over the drink tightening. Do not send us back. We are happy over here. The air seemed to chill as his eyes trembled. For a moment, I nearly forgot how to breathe. But then, well, all right. Leon shrugged his shoulders. Since you guys don't want to return, I won't force you. So long as you share the information with us, I won't cause you guys any more trouble. Is that okay? The tense silence continued as the group all looked at Leon rigidly. But eventually, their smiles returned. That's perfectly fine. Haha, for a moment I thought we'd have to fight. That's great. It's great that you understand. This place is great. They cheered. We're not treated like trash over here. We can drink, sleep, and have fun every day. Nobody forces us to do anything. It's practically paradise. And you know what's the best part about this place? We can all leave at any time we want. Nobody forces us to be here, haha. The group laughed once more. Leon laughed alongside them, and I too tried my best to laugh, to merge with the group. But the more I pretended to laugh, the sicker I felt. This place, it's trying to keep us here. I sucked in a cold breath, shifting my attention towards Leon. He continued to chat with the group until he eventually thought of something. In that case, how about you hand me the keys to your room so my squad member can go to your room and pick up the information that you've found. After that, we'll get out of your way so that you can all enjoy your party. Hello. The group leader laughed, his laugh loud enough to echo everywhere. But of course, there's no problem with that. He turned his attention towards me, taking out a set of keys. My room is located on the 3rd floor. My room number is 77. You should be able to find it easily. He tossed me the keys with no reservation as he reached back for another drink. At the same time, Leon looked at me with a smile. I'll stay here with them. You go ahead and look for the information. We'll meet up down here. All right. Looking at the keys and then Leon, I turned around and moved away from the group. In all honesty, I had mixed feelings about the situation. On one hand, I felt Leon's attitude to be strange. Was he really handing me the keys like that? Did he not know that this was a competition? Whoever found the information would most likely get the highest points in the Congress. While on the other hand, I felt that perhaps I may have misjudged Leon. He was a paragon. Not just any paragon, but someone who had reached the very top. He probably knew when to put his pride aside and do the best thing for the mission. Or maybe he was just using me to find the information before snatching it from me. I don't know. I'm starting to feel really confused about his attitude. Whatever the case was, there was no use dwelling on it at the moment. For now, the most important thing was to find out the information the group leader had mentioned. At the very least, finding the information would help me with my current ongoing quest. Even if something did happen to the information, I wouldn't lose out too much. Thus, without wasting any more time, I headed towards the main part of the castle. At the same time, however, I glanced back in the direction of the man who had greeted us at the start and stared at him. I didn't know why, but I felt like staring at him. And as he sensed my gaze, he raised his head to look at me, smiling as he waved. I nodded back. Then, tightly holding onto the keys in my hand, I entered the main castle. Chapter 568, Comfort 2. Step, step. The hollow yet loud echo of my steps reverberated through the surroundings the moment I stepped into the castle. Coming into the castle, I paused for a moment, taking in my surroundings. The place was enormous. A long red carpet spread across the floor, and tall chandeliers lit the room, their crystal-clear lamps reflecting off the polished marble beneath. Numerous paintings adorned the walls, their ornate frames adding to the hall's grandeur. But contrary to the outside, there was no one inside. The place was completely deserted. In such a grand place, I was the only one standing. I felt minuscule. Now, where am I supposed to go to reach the third floor? I looked around before eventually following the red carpet. The carpet muffled my steps as I walked forward, glancing around in every direction as I took in the paintings lining the walls. Although I wasn't someone who appreciated art, I had to admit that the paintings that were all over the walls were extremely nice to look at. They depicted all sorts of things, from pictures of sceneries to individuals and large dinners. It was a sight that almost made me want to pause for a moment to take a look. But, no, don't get distracted. I pinched my hand, feeling a shiver run down my heart. Although I didn't know what was going on, for just the briefest of moments, I had almost forgotten about my mission. For a moment, I thought about spending my time admiring paintings that I had never cared for in my life. Yes, it's best that I get this done quickly. The more I stay here, the more dangerous it feels. My steps hurried. Without even knowing where I was going, I just continued to walk ahead. The path felt endless. Paintings continued to dot the surroundings, each looking more grand and majestic as the sound of my muffled steps reverberated throughout. I tried to ignore all of it, keeping my thoughts to myself as I lowered my head to avoid looking at anything. Find the room, find the room, find the room, find the room, find the room. Through repeated reminders, I managed to keep my goal in mind, and after walking for several more minutes, I eventually found them. The stairs. Yes, this way. Reaching for the handrail, I hurried up the stairs. The carpet stopped at some point, and my steps now echoed off the tall walls as I held tightly onto the marble handrail and continued upward. Third floor, third floor, third floor. I tried to shake away any excess thought, only reminding myself of my goal as my steps hurried further. Holding the keys in tightly with the other hand, I eventually reached the third floor. Step. My steps echoed louder than ever. The moment I stepped in, it felt as though all sound had amplified. A large corridor that stretched in both directions greeted my sight, the sheer size of the place enough to make me small. But above all, like every other part of the castle, the place was completely deserted. I felt minuscule as I looked at both sides of the hall, checking the keys in my hand. Room 77. I need to go to room 77. I decided to turn right. Step. Once more, my step bounced off in all directions as I continued ahead. Paintings lined the walls on each side, but this time, something about the paintings felt different. They no longer displayed scenes like in the lower floor, but instead, they displayed portraits of different people. Why does it feel like they're looking at me? I took a moment to look at the paintings. Silence fell across the large corridor the moment I stopped, but I quickly regretted my decision, not because of the paintings, but because of the silence. It felt suffocating. In such a large corridor, the silence stung as I subconsciously took a step forward, moving towards the paintings. But, no, I'm not here for the paintings. Clenching my teeth, I quickly turned my attention away, shifting it towards the numbers on the wooden door by the side of the corridor. 56. I wasn't far away from the room I was supposed to go to. Step, step. Once more the echo of my steps bounced off in every direction. But unlike before, I felt a certain solace in the sound as I looked on both sides of the corridor, checking the number of each room quietly. The lack of people really makes this place feel weird. It just felt so empty. Thankfully, I found the room not long after, as I stopped before room 77. The silence that I felt suffocating a moment prior returned. Keys in hand, I placed them in the keyhole and turned the key. Click. There was no struggle. Inserting the keys, I turned once and the door unlocked. Creak. The door creaked open as I stepped in. A faint breeze hit me the moment I entered the room, as the curtains at the far end of the room ballooned, almost as if they were alive. I walked past the breeze and looked around the room. In all honesty, the room was quite nice. It looked fancy, containing all one might need. A large bed, table, wardrobe, and a nice chandelier. And as I stared at the large bed at the center of the room, my eyes suddenly felt heavier. Oh shit. I took a step forward, my gaze fixed on the bed. Massaging my eyes, I tried to keep them open, but the mere sight of the bed made it impossible for me to do so as I felt a wave of sleepiness wash over me. Should I? I hadn't slept in so long, and I was both mentally and physically exhausted. I knew that this was all probably a trap, but the sense of temptation remained in my heart. I really wanted to lie down on the bed and get some good sleep. Shit. Covering my face, I snapped my fingers. A dark figure appeared next to me. Slap him. Slap. No hesitation. I felt a powerful sting next to my face as my eyes widened. Then looking up, I saw a dark hand move towards my face once more. Swoosh. I ducked, dodging the hand while looking at the Realmwalker who stepped. You, I said once. The Realmwalker turned its head. This bastard. No, this isn't the time. I clenched my teeth, trying my best to keep it together. Although I was angry, it did help as I no longer felt as sleepy as I took my eyes away from the bed and looked elsewhere. But, where could his stuff be? The place was extremely clean. There was nothing out of order, and there didn't appear to be any item that belonged to the group leader. In a way, this felt strange as I moved towards the nearby desk and checked the drawers. Nothing. But even that contained nothing. Strange was he lying. I felt that this was possible. But at the same time, my head flicked towards the door entrance. Nothing stood there. Just the empty corridor behind it, as the door remained open. I bit my lips, my eyes narrowing as I moved my attention towards the wardrobe. That was when I finally took notice of it. The slow, creeping sound of something being pulled. One that I felt was vaguely familiar. My heart pressed tightly against my chest. With my attention on the door, I slowly moved towards it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I was now in front of it. The sound was louder now. Then, clank, I opened it. A silhouette swayed, its body moving back and forth as I raised my head to stare at the familiar face greeting me. Aside from the smile on its face, it was extremely pale, lacking any semblance of life as it continued to sway. I knew then. Staring at the swaying body, I understood everything. Ah shit. Chapter 569, Comfort 3. Kriuk. The body swayed in front of me, its breath completely gone. My heart swayed in the same rhythm as the body. There's no breath, he's dead. I looked at the body's features and was even more certain of it. This was the same group leader that I had been speaking to moments prior. In that case, everyone outside is dead. Or were they? I couldn't tell for sure since they had all felt so alive. Ah fuck. Ruffling my face, I tried to push the unease down and moved towards the swaying body. It might have been a trap or maybe not. Nevertheless, I'll still try to see if the evidence that they've found is in here. The body was dressed in different clothing from the one below. He was wearing a military-like uniform with pockets running down his jacket and pants. Patting the body, I tried to feel for anything inside the pockets. A pocket knife. I tossed it to the side. For some reason, my movements became rushed as I searched through the pockets. It almost felt as though my presence was unwanted, that I was seeing something that I shouldn't have been seeing as my heart pressed tightly against my chest, and my movements hurried further. Nothing here too, what about here? Taking another item out, I paused. It was a picture. One depicted a certain woman and a young girl. His family. I took a deep breath, looking back at the body in front of me before putting the picture away and continuing my search. The silence around me felt even more suffocating as every sound around me felt heightened. Reaching toward his breast pocket, I felt something solid and unbuttoned it, reaching for whatever was inside. But as I did, my head subconsciously lifted. A pair of hollow eyes met mine, staring straight at me. My entire body froze, my expression tightening completely as I subconsciously took a step back. However, the eyes didn't seem focused. They simply swayed with the body, rocking back and forth atop the wardrobe. My hand tightened considerably as I looked away from the eyes and towards my hand, where I saw a small black box. It's a data transmitter. The item served as a USB stick, but was much more advanced. This is what I came here for. I felt a lot more relieved after seeing it, and unable to stare at the body any longer. I closed the wardrobe while moving towards the table to connect the transmitter to the phone. Black circle. Data transfer. 0%. Black circle. The bar moved up rather quickly as I connected it with my phone. Waiting for the files to transfer, I grabbed my phone and placed it in my pocket, after which I moved slowly out of the room and back towards the corridor. Step. The echo of my step reverberated across the surroundings once more. But this time, the sound was louder than before. It almost felt as though the very floor was trying to announce my presence to every other door within the corridor. I subconsciously swallowed, my gaze wandering in all directions before settling on the room next to the one that I was in. Realistically speaking, my goal was over. I could go downstairs and inform Leon and the others about the situation. But, no, I'm sure things aren't that easy. I needed to get a proper idea of where the exit was. Not only that, but I needed to confirm if my previous observation was correct and that everyone who was downstairs had killed themselves. With the shadow of the Realmwalker trailing behind me, I moved towards the next room as the Realmwalker moved past the door and unlocked it from within. Click. Entering the room, a faint breeze brushed past me once more. This time the air felt colder. I moved quietly, taking in the layout of the room. It was no different from the previous one, but the moment I stepped inside, the situation became much clearer as a tightening sound reached my ears immediately. Staring at the overturned chair and the swaying body, my heart froze. Dead suicide too. Strangely, the sensation of dread lasted only a few seconds before it stopped affecting me. Instead, as I stared at the swaying body, a certain thought crossed my mind. That it looked strangely comforting. I thought about my current situation. My body subconsciously relaxed. What was I even doing all of this for? At the end of the day, I was in such a mess because I wanted to cure myself of the disease that had been plaguing me since young, but it was really hard. The disease I had turned out to be a lot more complicated than I had initially expected. I had to be put through so many situations that had almost killed me on many occasions, pushing me to the brink of madness. Was it all worth it? Thump. I felt something thug at my clothes. But I resisted. Thump. It put even more power. I swiped my hand and the resistance stopped. My mind drifted towards the people downstairs, towards their happy faces and shared laughter. What if... Snapping out of my thoughts, I found a pair of eyes staring right at me, their hollow, unfocused gaze fixed in my direction as the body swayed faintly in the still air. What? Looking down, I realized I was standing on the toppled chair, my hand reaching up toward the rope that held the body suspended above. Bah thump. Clank. Stumbling back, I nearly fell off the chair as I looked around. That's... Shit. Ruffling my face, I forced myself to calm down. Cold sweat trickled down my back as the reality of the situation sank into my mind. In that very moment, for just the briefest of moments, I almost found myself falling for the temptation. All it took was that brief moment of distraction for my body to move on its own. Had I not snapped out of it when I had, No, let's not think about it. I wiped the sweat on my forehead while looking around for the realm walker. Where was that fucker? Why didn't it do something? I had it come out for a reason. No, never mind that. I need to get out of this place. It was clear. The more I stayed in this place, the stronger the temptation would become. I needed to find the exit as soon as possible. Let me go quickly to the others. Step, step. Moving out of the room, I didn't even bother trying to hide the sound of my steps as I rushed down as fast as possible. There was no time for me to bother about anything else. Moving down the long flight of stairs, I eventually reached the lower floor as the sound of laughter started to echo in the background once more. My heart eased for a moment, but not for long, as I collected myself and stepped out. Hello. So as I was saying, last week I tried this, but I had gotten so drunk that I had nearly forgotten about what had happened. You should try this, it's really good. Conversations filled my ears from all directions as I continued to look around. Eventually, I spotted Esteban and the others. But where was Leon? Oh, you're back. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest as I spun around to look at the figure standing behind me. When did? No, never mind. I calmed myself down while nodding. I found what I was looking for. That's good. Leon nodded, extending his hand. Give it to me. I stopped while looking at him, my brows furrowing. He continued to stare straight at me, his expression extremely serious. Did you not hear me? Give it to me. My heart sank. This goo. There's no point in you keeping it anyway. Suddenly, his lips curled upward as he pressed his hand against my shoulder and leaned closer, whispering into my ear. After all, what can someone who's already died do with that? Chapter 570, Death 1. What? Staring at Leon as he pulled his head back, the frown on my face deepened. What are you talking about? But even as I asked again, he wouldn't answer. Instead, he kept his hand extended. Are you not going to give it? Explain yourself first. Are you threatening me? Initially, I had some expectations. I expected him to have some sort of dignity and to some extent be reliable. However, it was clear that I had been mistaken. No, I'm not. I knew from the start he was going to be like this. I suddenly recalled the words the man who had greeted us at the start had said about him. Some of you, on the other hand, do it because you're good at it. You don't really find much pleasure in your line of work, but you do enjoy being the center of attention. You like showing your abilities and receiving all the praise from the media and your fans. I didn't know why I was suddenly reminded of such words. In fact, I was even more confused about how they flew over my head, and only now I recalled them. No, now that I think about it, the man seemed to know quite a lot about us. Why did I never notice? Am I threatening you? Suddenly, Leon burst out laughing. His laugh echoed throughout as he looked at me as though I were an idiot. Did you hear what I said to you? Why would I be threatening you? What? I became even more confused. No, more than confusion, I was just trying to deny any sort of other thought. I clenched and released my fists. Yeah, it's not possible. So it seems like you're still unaware. Leon stopped smiling, his eye flickering for a brief moment as he looked at me. Take a look around you, in particular look over there. He pointed towards where Drake, Esteban, and the others were, including the members of his own group. They were all laughing and chatting together, seemingly talking about something extremely funny. They don't realize it, but they've already been affected. Their minds are weak, and they've succumbed to the comfort that is presented around them. Leon's voice echoed quietly next to me. It's pitiful, really. A lot of them are paragons carrying the dreams of many guilds and people. They are some of the best within our world, and yet, they've succumbed to the temptation of this place. But what does that? You're not that much different yourself. Leon continued, his voice growing softer, almost amused in some regards. You've fallen for the temptation. No, I haven't, But you have. I've seen you fall for the temptation. I saw everything and I didn't stop it when I could have. My heart suddenly squeezed, my expression changing as I turned my head slowly, meeting Leon's line of sight as his smile widened, almost twisted. From the start, I never trusted you. I didn't let you go up there because I wanted you to find the information. I let you go up there because I knew something was going to happen. From the moment you were in the forest, I could see it. He pressed his finger onto my forehead, There's a gap in your mind. That's not that's. I was shocked when you managed to rank ahead of me during the first trial. Honestly, I was really having a hard time keeping it together. If not for the fact that I knew that we were being watched, I wouldn't have been trying so hard to look friendly. Scratching the side of his face, Leon's face turned disgusted for a brief moment. Still feel sick about that, but... He turned his attention back to me, his smile widening. Seeing the current state that you're in, all is good. My competition is now gone, and I can just claim credit for everything. There's no doubt about it that I'll now rank first. He reached his hand towards me once more. But this time he didn't ask. Instead, he pressed his hand over my shoulder. I wanted to struggle or do something, but I felt powerless. Realmwalker, Conductor, Myrle, Mr. Jingles. My nodes weren't working. My connection with the anomalies was similarly gone. No. So this is the data transmitter. Before I knew it, Leon held onto the data transmitter. He had taken it from me without me even realizing. No, but it didn't matter. None of it mattered as I pushed past Leon, heading back into the castle. No, it's not possible. It makes no sense at all. I'm sure he's just messing with me. I feel alive. There's no way that I'm dead. It can't be. Walking up the stairs, my steps no longer felt as loud. If anything, I couldn't even hear them. That didn't matter to me. It was irrelevant. Walking all the way to the same floor as before, I retraced my steps, going back to the rooms that I had visited. Soon I came to a stop. I stared at the room, the door still open as if inviting me in. Before I realized it, my feet began to move on their own, carrying me toward the doorway ahead. By thump. It almost felt as though I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat. No, it was clear to me. It was loud, so loud. But, as if it had been an illusion from the start, it stopped at once. Creak. Along with the creaking, I stared at the body hanging from the ceiling. My lips trembled. I stumbled back. Thump. Space. Let's drink more. This wine is so good. I've never had such good wine. Right, I wish I could stay longer. Leon, you're here. Smiling, Leon looked at the group in front of him. In particular, he paid attention to the remaining members of his team as he placed his hand over their shoulders. May I have a word with my team for a moment? It won't take long. Of course. Drake shouted, downing the wine in his cup. Take as much time as you want while I enjoy this. It's so good. Laughter erupted, and Leon joined in too as he pulled his team members aside, despite their protests. What is it, squad leader? I wanted to enjoy the wine a bit more. Yeah, the good is so good. Why don't you try it? We'll be leaving now. The faces of his members changed immediately. However, before any of them could say a word, Leon held onto the data transmitter. I've got what we came for. Let's go. But, follow. His words poured cold water on their minds. In that instant, it was as if whatever had been affecting their minds had stopped. They quickly snapped out of whatever state they were in and started following him from behind as Leon tossed the data transmitter in his grasp. He wasn't lying. He really could have saved Seth if he wanted to. He had followed him from behind and watched as everything unfolded. It wouldn't have cost him anything to stop him. But, why? Why would he save him? It's a competition after all. Really, what a pity. Chapter 571, Death 2. Kriak. The body continued to sway in front of my eyes. From its dark hair to the dark circles beneath its eyes, there was no doubt about it, that was my own body. No, but holding onto my mouth, I tried my best to calm my emotions. This is my mind playing tricks on me. It has to be. Yeah, there was no way. I still felt alive. I could breathe, move my hands, think and feel. There was no way that I wasn't alive. A trick, yeah, it must be a trick. Just like I couldn't feel the Realmwalker, and the others, that was also probably a trick. This is all to make my mind unstable and make me give up. I won't give up. Yeah, there was no way. I won't die, I will not die. I went through so much just so that I wouldn't die. How could I kill myself? There's absolutely no way. My hands smacked against the floor as I pushed myself up. My chest rose and fell in quick, uneven breaths as I looked back toward the doorway. It was empty. However, I kept my gaze directed the way. The silence around me thinned as I continued to look at the door, the corridor past it feeling even bigger than before. Then, I decided to move out of the room, heading straight to the lower floor like before. My mind was clear. I wasn't dead, I was being tricked. Yes, it had to be that way. Step. Reaching the stairs, I went back to the main area where laughter rang throughout. A soft tune played in the background as the people continued to enjoy the party, taking a sip of their drinks while eating and chatting with one another. For just the briefest of moments, I felt tempted. I felt like joining them. No, but I was quick to shake those thoughts away as I continued to look around. Eventually, my gaze settled on a couple of familiar figures. They've been left behind. Drake and Esteban. The two from the Melson Sanders Guild were chatting with the others nearby, casually enjoying their drinks and snacks. Seeing them like that, I couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. One of them was supposed to be a powerful paragon, while the other was supposed to be someone smart enough to reign over such a paragon. For them to fall this easily. No, I am the last person who can think this way. Shaking my head, I continued to look around before eventually finding him. Yes, him. Even now, I didn't know their name or identity. They had never mentioned it. In fact, I didn't even know what he truly looked like. All I knew was that he seemed moderately handsome, but whenever I tried to recall his features, they simply wouldn't stick in my mind. It was almost as if my thoughts refused to imprint them. Just who in the world was he? Honestly, Selin, I'm really glad that you were able to push your hatred aside and enjoy yourself. It brings me great joy to see that you're starting to heal. All of this was thanks to you and the people around you. This place, it's like heaven. Heaven? His laugh was warm. I'm glad you think that's the case. But to me, it felt extremely cold. Stopping right behind him, I saw him turn toward me as if he had been expecting my arrival, his lips curling into a half-smile. Zeth. He greeted me as though he were an old friend of mine. It seems like you were left behind by Leon and his team. They've already left this place. It's honestly quite unfortunate that they've left you behind. There's no need to look that way. I understand your concerns, and I am here to ease them for you. Taking a step towards me, he smiled warmly. But that was all I was able to pick up, the warm smile on his face. However, when I tried studying his face, I realized that I couldn't memorize anything at all. You've indeed died. His soft voice whispered into my mind. My heart shook. You're trying to deny the idea that you've succumbed to your inner demons, but is there really a need to be so hung up about your own death? Have a look around you. He looked around. I did too, my head scanning the surroundings as if acting on its own. I watched all the people around, their joy, their laughter. Everything. You've endured a lot, more than you can imagine. Your childhood has been a lie. From the moment you were born, you were nothing but a test subject for some weird cult. You were just a lab rat meant to be used as a vessel for Dentalian. Dentalian. The mere mention of Dantalion sent shivers down my spine. His name echoed at the back of my mind again and again, whispering through my thoughts until they drowned out everything else. You've fought, you've struggled in the end. You sacrificed a lot and ended up sealing Dantalion away. Honestly, that's a feat that's worthy of applause. Clap, clap, clap. All of a sudden, a series of applause rang throughout the courtyard. I raised my head and looked around, feeling the numerous gazes of everyone present directed at me as they clapped with wide smiles on their faces. Congratulations. That's an amazing achievement, wow. We've got someone with great accomplishments, what an honor. Come have a toast with me later. Everyone congratulated me. This included Drake and Esteban. They smiled, cheered, and raised their glasses in the air. Clap, clap. The claps didn't stop. They just continued. Do you see this? The voice continued to whisper next to me. You're appreciated here. Everyone here knows about your struggles and acknowledges you for it. Aren't you tired? The whisper grew fainter. What do you even struggle so much for? Isn't it because you want to live a good life without the disease that has been plaguing you? In that case, you're free at the moment. The disease will no longer restrict you. You can eat, drink, laugh, and socialize as much as you want. Nobody will stop you. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Why be so upset over an unexpected blessing? Something within me stirred. I knew that I was being tempted. I knew that I was being manipulated. But, he's not wrong. The only reason why I struggled so much was that I wanted to live, because I wanted to get rid of the disease that was plaguing me and live a normal life. That was all that I really wanted and desired. Then, isn't the life that I've always wanted right before my very eyes? Eat, drink, sleep. Laugh. Party. Enjoy. My lips gradually parted as my chest felt less heavy than before. You're starting to open your eyes, Seth. I'm really happy that you're seeing the truth. The warm laughter returned. At the same time, I glanced down and saw a hand extended toward me, a chalice of wine held firmly in its grasp. Take it, the voice whispered, my heart stirring once more. Let yourself go. There's no need to struggle any longer. My breathing grew heavier. Have fun. And, okay. I soon took the chalice, staring at the reflection that stared back at me. In particular, those dead eyes that seemed to belong to someone who hadn't slept in a very long time. I'm tired. I know. I want to rest. You can do that. Can I? Yes, you can. Really? Drink. Okay. Bringing the chalice to my lips, I took my first sip. Woo. Congratulations. Congratulations on your freedom. Cheers erupted in all directions the moment I took a sip. Feeling the warm reception, I looked around me before my lips pulled into a smile. Thank you. I laughed. Thank you very much. Chapter 572, Death 3. I didn't know much about wine. In fact, I didn't even like wine that much. Try this. This is a Champarian from 1975. It's one of the finest wines that you can have. Honestly, the taste is neither too sweet nor too bitter. It's got the right amount of fruitiness and acidity. I took a sip. Wow. Right. More, give me more. Things were different now. I was now starting to enjoy the taste of wine. I was also learning a lot about the blends and the different tastes of them. But that wasn't all. The food was good and the people were really nice. But above all, the beds were really comfortable. Even though I had been sleeping a lot more than in the past, the number of times when I felt satisfied with my sleep could be counted on one hand. But here, it felt as though I would have the best sleep every single day that I woke up. This place was no different from paradise. Yeah, who cares if I'm dead and stuck here? At the end of the day, I no longer feel so tired and no longer have to struggle for some bullshit disease that has been eating away at my sanity each day. This right here was the life that I had always desired. Come, Seth, try this snack. What is this? This is a steak tartare with a drizzle of white truffle oil and toasted bread. This is good. Not only the wine, but even the food was spectacular. Mingling with the other people in the courtyard, I started to enjoy myself. So much so that I started to lose track of time. I didn't even know how much time had passed, but the days just seemed to zoom past me. Every day I would wake up, go down to the party, chat with the others, learn new things, and enjoy the food and the wine. This felt like paradise on earth. But at the same time, something stirred within my chest. The more time I spent in this place, the more I felt like I was losing something. But what? What was I losing? How are you feeling, Black? It looks like you've started to mingle well with the others. What was it that he said? I think I'm drunk. I looked at the wine glass in my hand. Can you say that again? I didn't hear you properly. That's all right. He smiled warmly. I'm asking how you're doing. Are you enjoying yourself here? Is there something that is not to your liking? If you want more food, I can get more. If you want better wine, I can provide you with better wine. Is that so? Of course, I can get anything that you want, Black. Just ask and I'll provide it for you. I blinked slowly. There it was again. In the midst of his sentence, there was something blank. Something that my mind couldn't quite perceive. But what was it? Black, is everything all right? Do you want to get some rest? It seems like you've had quite a lot to drink. Maybe. I smiled, twirling the wine in my cup before taking a sip. Maybe. Was I drunk? There was a good chance that I was drunk. Looking down at my cup, I stared at the blood-red liquid inside. Twirling the wine slowly, I watched it swirl along the glass, glinting under the harsh light of the sun above. As the liquid continued to circle, I suddenly stilled the glass, having noticed something. My reflection. Why was there no reflection? But above all, what do I even look like? I closed my eyes and tried to think. I think I had brown hair. Brown hair, correct. No, was it yellow? I was blonde, right? No, I don't think it's that either. But what about the color of my eyes? Were they green? No, they were blue. Gray, black, purple. What? Why is it so difficult to remember? Swirling my cup again, I raised my head and looked around. The world around me seemed to tilt and spin, my head growing lighter with each passing second. I couldn't understand what was happening. Above all, I couldn't remember. How did I even look like? No. What was my name? My name. I think I know that much. My name is Black, 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 Black. Huh? Black, 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 Black. That's Black, 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 Black. I touched my mouth. Why? Black, 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 Black. I couldn't hear a single thing. Every time I opened my lips to say my name, something appeared to block me. The name flowed out, but my mind refused to register what came out of my lips. It was as if it had been permanently removed from my memories. It couldn't be, right? No, it can't be. Taking another sip of the wine, I moved away from the spot I was in. Hey, Black, 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 come over here, I've got something new that you should try. Black, 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 Black. Oh, Black, 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 where are you going, Black, 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 Black? Come, try this. There's also someone that I wanted to introduce to you. Walking around, everyone tried to grab my attention. In a way, it felt strange. It almost felt as though everyone was targeting me at once. My usually calm heart started to beat faster as my steps hurried. Without even thinking, I moved toward the castle windows and stared at the reflection looking back at me. But what greeted me was just an outline. A faceless outline of what used to be a person. Bah thump, bah thump. Something started in my chest. It grew louder and louder as the noise around me ceased for a brief moment. And when I looked back, I saw several eyes directed my way. They were all smiling. Black, 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 what are you doing? You're acting strange. Have a drink with us, Black, 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 Black. Why are you acting so strange? Black, 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 Black. I opened my lips trying to say something. But I couldn't. Black, 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 Black. Who is Black, 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 Black? No, who was I? Huh. Subconsciously, my breathing grew heavier and heavier. I couldn't understand what was happening, but I felt that something was wrong. For just a split second, my mind seemed to clear as I tried to think back about my situation. About my life. My memories of the past. But it was blank. I couldn't remember anything at all. No, there were bits and pieces, but they were faint. I couldn't quite tell what was real and what was fake. Hooch, who am I? What is this? What am I even doing? What is happening? Why am I here? Questions flooded my mind every second. They echoed loudly inside my mind as I struggled to find an answer to each of them. Then, suddenly, a sharp pain began to build in my head. Black, 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 are you okay? Are you okay, Black, 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 Black? Stay back. I stumbled back, raising my hand to stop the people from approaching me. Holding onto my head, I looked around me. For just a moment, my mind felt clear. I started to recall things, but at the same time, the very things I recalled started to fade from my mind. I still couldn't recall my name, my features, or even my identity. But I did recall something. Certain words. One has to sacrifice something important to them to see the way. Only through such a way can you show that you can let go and not cling to the thing holding you down. I didn't even know who the voice belonged to or who said the words. But in that moment, something clicked inside my mind. And, smashing the cup in my hand against the wall beside me, the glass shattered into jagged pieces. Gripping one of the sharp fragments, I pressed it against my face and drove it into my right eye. Spurred. Chapter 573, Death 4. Spurred. The pain engulfed my mind, swallowing any semblance of thought. I struggled to keep myself from screaming as blood streamed down from my eye and onto the ground. All the noise around me seemed to stop in that moment, as I felt numerous gazes directed my way. Besides the steady dripping of my own blood, there was no other sound around me. The air hung still, the silence absolute. In that moment, I slowly raised my head to look around me. That was also the moment that I saw it. The numerous empty faces, devoid of any features, stared right at me. Suddenly, I realized the reason why Leon had never fallen for the situation. It wasn't that he wasn't affected, but it was because he could see the truth that lay bare before our very eyes. As I scanned the surroundings, only two figures still had their faces intact. Esteban and Drake. Oh my goodness. Seth, how are you doing? What has happened? Why did you do that to yourself? Should we get a medic? The noise returned a moment later as people began to approach me, their expressions filled with concern. But the moment I sensed them closing in, I instinctively stepped back. These people, no, these things, they weren't humans. They were something else entirely. Seth, are you okay? Seth. Yes, that was my name. Seth. I am fine. I tried to remain calm, my voice coming out rather hoarse. I'm just tired. I think I need to get some sleep. Is that so? Then you should have said so. Please go and have some rest. Yes, go rest. We'll be here. If you need anything, just let us know. They were all still nice, their voices comforting. So much that my heart started to ease for a brief moment. No. Holding onto the shard of glass, I cut my wrist. Seth, what are you doing? It's nothing. I forced a smile while looking at the empty faces around me. As I said, I'm tired. The pain helped clear my mind. Without saying anything else, I turned around and headed back toward the castle. As I walked, I could still feel the numerous stares following me, a lump forming in my throat. Even so, I ignored it and continued forward. Step. The castle was different. Now that I could see clearly, the interior was no longer as fancy or well-maintained as before. The corridor and entrance were still large, but everything was old and worn. Spiderwebs stretched in every corner, and the bright lights that once shone from above had long since faded, leaving the halls bathed in a dim glow that felt almost like darkness. I walked through the darkness, holding onto my eye as I tried to push the pain away. Even though everything looked different, the layout was the same. I knew exactly where I needed to go as I eventually found myself in the same room as before, stopping only to look at my hanging body. Staring at my hanging body, I remained silent. Why was it still there? I had sacrificed my eye. I should be able to see through all of the illusions, so why? Why was my body still there? And no, I can't fall for it. Don't let yourself fall for it. I sat down on the worn-down bed and tore a strip from the cloth, pressing it over my eye. The fabric quickly soaked through, staining red as it absorbed the blood. This place is dangerous. I need to quickly find a way out of this place, but... I bit my lips, my head still looking away from my body. Could I even... No, let's not think about it. I need to find the exit first. Yeah, that's what I need to do. That's what I... You're looking for the exit. My head snapped to the right, turning toward the figure standing by the window as the curtains billowed behind him. His features remained hidden behind the shifting fabric, but through a narrow gap in the curtains, I could still see the faint curl of his lips. Why do you want to leave? You were so comfortable a few moments ago. What is it that is pushing you to leave this place? Is it the very idea of dying bad for you? But what is wrong with that? So long as you eat, sleep, have fun, and do everything that you want, what's wrong with letting yourself die? His voice was like a whisper of temptation. The more I heard it, the more my chest began to tremble. In that very moment, the damp, worn-down surroundings started to shift, slowly giving way to the all-too-familiar, luxurious environment as his whisper reached my ears once more. What is the point in struggling? You're already dead anyway. You killed yourself. It's obvious that you've lived a life of struggle. You're tired. That's why you chose to rest. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with resting? You deserve it. Kriak. The creaking sound of the rip echoed faintly in the background as my heart thumped loudly in my head. At the same time, the voice whispered inside my mind once more. It's time to let go. Enjoy yourself. There's no need to cling to some meaningless life that will only lead to you being controlled by some strange entity. Be yourself. Don't let others control you. Be free. And Joe. Spurred. Alec. Pain engulfed my mind once more as I drove the blade into my leg. The sudden surge of agony nearly made me collapse as the surroundings began to shift again. The curtains billowed by the window once more, but the figure was long gone. I glared in the direction of the window. You talk too much. Space. Clank. An old metal door opened, and several people stepped out. Fiddling with a small device in his hand, Leon looked around with a smile. He appeared to be inside a small house. There didn't seem to be anything strange about the house, and as he looked back at where he came from, all he found was a small room. I guess it's gone. He began to walk out of the house, reaching the empty street of Point Z as he looked around. It seems like we've finally managed to get out of that place. He looked behind his squad. He felt a little disappointed by the fact that 2 of his members had died, but things were still good. With the data transmitter in his hand, the Congress was as good as his. Well, I did pay a hefty price for it. Leon touched his eye. Even now it was missing. However, he wasn't too worried. He knew that Menders could find a solution for him. Although they were a bit crazy, they were also very capable. Let's go look for some place to rest. There are still a few days until the Congress is over, and in the meantime, we should see if we can Click. Leon's expression froze as he felt something press against the back of his neck. Perhaps it was because he was slightly tired, but he didn't feel any presence behind him until it was too late. Blinking a couple of times, his lips soon pulled into a smile as he turned his head to stare at the pair of dark eyes that stared back at him. He raised both hands as he greeted her warmly. If it is Leora, what a nice way for you to greet me. Chapter 574, Death 5. You look like shit. Leora's words made Leon burst into warm laughter. You think, actually, I went through quite a lot. Even now it hurts quite a bit. What was it? Believe it or not, it was actually an anomaly, a pretty strong one at that. Did you kill it? No, I just barely managed to escape it. He wasn't lying, although he wasn't quite sure if what he had met was an anomaly. In any case, why are you pointing your weapon at me? Because I need to make sure you're not a fake. Oh. Leora pulled her gun down and retreated a few steps. At a glance, it did seem like she was no longer alert, but Leon knew. He knew and understood that if he made a single wrong step, she'd shoot him on the spot. Normally, Leon was confident in dealing with her, but with an eye missing, he didn't want to take any risks as he continued to smile. He made casual conversation. I take it that the reason you're so cautious is because of the strange anomaly that lingers in the mist, right? It can mess with a person's perception. I've noticed. Actually, Leon had an idea. The main reason he had gone to that place was because he was following the strange anomaly to get a better idea of the situation. In the end, things turned out the way they did, and he managed to acquire the data transmitter after a lot of effort. We should part ways. Leon smiled at Leora. As you can see, I'm rather injured at the moment. I need some time to properly heal from the situation. Although I would like to team up with you, I'm not in a condition to do so. I don't care about that. Leora coldly answered as her eyes narrowed. Looking around, she sniffed the air before looking back at Leon. Where is he? Where is who? Zeth. Leora's eyes narrowed. I can smell him from you. Space. Spurred. Eck. Pain engulfed me as I barely managed to suppress my scream. Looking around, I struggled to keep myself together. Blood leaked onto the floor, spreading across the already reddened surface, stained with layers of dried blood. How much time had passed? I couldn't remember. The days seemed to pass by in a flash as I left the room every single day to find the exit. I checked new rooms every single day, trying to see if there was any way for me to leave this place, but I'd just be met by the same scene over and over again. Kriak. I can't forget. I looked at my hand. Where there should have been 5 fingers, there was only one left. Every day, I'd sacrifice a new part. This was the price that I had to pay in order not to let myself forget. To not let myself forget about my identity. Breathing unevenly, I leaned my head back as I tried my best to suppress the pain. For just how long did I have to do this for? I was tired, so damn tired. The pain was real, and each day that passed, I'd have to sacrifice something new. What would happen once I had nothing else left to sacrifice? Why am I even struggling so much? The man's voice whispered inside my mind again. What is the point in struggling? You're already dead anyway. You killed yourself. It's obvious that you've lived a life of struggle. You're tired, that's why you chose to rest, and there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with resting? You deserve it. The voice grew stronger and stronger each passing day, taking over my consciousness as I struggled to deal with the pain. Yes. Why was I struggling so much? What even was the point of my doing all of this? From the start, all I wanted was to live a normal life without any disease taking over my life. However, it was clear that I had already died. Why was I still struggling despite knowing that I was dead? Why? What is it that is pushing you to leave this place? I don't know. Is it the very idea of dying bad for you? But what is wrong with that? So long as you eat, sleep, have fun, and do everything that you want, what's wrong with letting yourself die? I don't know. Holding my head with both hands, I mumbled, I don't know. But still, forcing myself up, I moved out of the room. Or at least I tried. The curtains behind me billowed as a soft breeze brushed into the room. You're going again to look for the exit. My steps came to a stop, but I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. Instead, I reached for the blade and tried to cut off a new finger. But, coward, my movements came to a stop. You're merely using pain to escape from the reality of your situation. Deep down, you know the real reason you don't want to accept this. It's not because you don't want it, but because you're afraid of leaving the people who rely on you alone. You're overrating yourself. The voice drew closer, whispering close to my ear as my heart shook. Kyle is already considered a paragon. Even without you, his life will be great. The same goes for everyone else in the guild. Now that the guild has reached the king grade, they will have a lot more resources and renown. Is it your squad that you're worried about? Yet again, I couldn't respond. There was something about the voice that made it impossible for me to reply. It felt hypnotizing. But I am worried. My voice soon flowed out on its own. What? That's not what I meant to say. Is that so? For some reason, even though I was looking away, it almost felt as if I could still see the figure standing behind me. It was smiling, so widely that it almost felt twisted. You're worried about them, but why? Because they rely on me. No, this isn't me speaking. No, it is you. This is your true thoughts. Impossible. Nothing is impossible, especially when you know it yourself. No. But are you sure they'll struggle without you? They won't. You know it, right? I know it. Know what? Ariel alone can do what you can't do. She's much more suited to leading the team than you are. With her, they can climb places that they'll never reach with you. In that case, what are you useful for? Will there be anyone who will miss you? No. So why do you keep struggling? The voice pressed closer into my ears. My body shook alongside the whisper. You're struggling for nothing. There will be no one who will miss you even if you were to leave. Is it the guild master? But you should be aware that he only cares about results. He'll just be disappointed in his failed investment. There's no one who will miss your death. Why do you cling so much to life when it's meaningless to stay alive? Just let go. The voice whispered once more, but this time the whisper felt stronger than ever, sending a deeper tremor through my body. Let yourself go and enjoy the things that you deserve. That's not it. I looked at the remaining fingers on my hand and sliced down, cutting them off. The voice stopped at once. I've never cared about what others do without me. Blood spurted all over the ground as I stared at my fingerless hand. The pain failed to register as I dazedly looked ahead. Shaking my head, I walked towards the exit. That's not it, that's just not it. Chapter 575, Identity 1. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Should I eat? I'm hungry, I'm really hungry. I blankly stared at the ceiling above me. Pain was all that I could feel. Looking down, I stared at my hands. Not one finger remained. The wounds had all closed up, but my clothes were still stained with all the blood that leaked. The surroundings were crude and worn, the walls lined with cracks and thick spiderwebs as a cold draft drifted through the air. My stomach grumbled as it protested against my mind. I wanted to eat, but I couldn't eat. That was the latest thing that I had sacrificed. In order not to lose myself, this was something that I had to sacrifice. Suddenly, a soft breeze drifted through the room, carrying a warm and pleasant scent that filled my nostrils. My stomach churned. "Seth, you look hungry. Why don't you eat?" A warm voice that I was all too familiar with entered my ears. At the same time, a plate of food entered my vision. For a brief moment, the surroundings seemed to shift into the familiar, luxurious environment, the meal glistening under the bright lights above. "It's been months since you last ate. You can't keep going like this. Why must you torture yourself like this? Just have something to eat." Months? Maybe it had been that long. Eyes won't die. Since I was already dead, there was no need for me to eat. But the smell of the food hit me, and my stomach churned furiously. A sharp wave of hunger clawed at my mind as my body began to tremble. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Eat it, eat it. Eat the food, it looks so good. Eat. You should listen to the voice inside your mind. You're clearly hungry. Just have something to eat. It won't do too much to you. Clenching my teeth, I closed my lips. No. You're really stubborn. The figure set the plate on the ground and sat down. He started to talk. "You're rather intriguing. It's the first time I've met someone like you in my tenure in the 9th layer." For the first time since I had known him, the man stopped trying to tempt me and instead brought up an entirely different topic. He smiled. "There's no point in hiding where we are since you're already aware of what is happening. However, just know that I don't force anyone. Just like Leon, you may leave whenever you want. All you need to do is find the exit." What bullshit. I tried. It was what I had been trying to do for the past several months. A warm laugh followed. "If you can't find the exit, then it just means that you don't want to leave." Bullshit. Is it? Bringing his face closer to mine, he began speaking again. But this time, something about his tone and voice seemed different. It no longer felt the same as before. It felt distant, as though it came from a being beyond my comprehension. "I have no reason to weave falsehoods for one such as you. From the moment our paths crossed, my tongue has known only the weight of truth. My mind holds the secrets of the stars and the crushing depths of the earth, knowledge far beyond your fragile comprehension." My body twitched as its voice whispered inside my mind. "It is for this brilliance that the Fallen One appointed me as the steward of this threshold. My charge is simple. I am the guardian of the abandoned. I keep those whom the ones above have cast out, yet whose souls lack the true malice required by the pits below. You're nothing but a lost soul looking for guidance." I have woven no lies in our conversation. The exit remains as open as the day you arrived. I am not the architect of your imprisonment, nor am I the hand that bars the way. It is you who anchors yourself to this place. You simply don't want to leave this place. I don't. But that's what's intriguing. Casually standing up, he began to move away from me, his hands interlocked behind his back as his voice drifted back in a quiet whisper. "Even the depths of your own heart are a shadowed mirror to you, it seems. You know not why you remain. And because the secret is hidden from your own sight, it remains veiled from mine, intriguing." My eyes struggled to keep up with its figure. Staring at his fading back, all I could do was watch blankly as my body refused to move. "Tell me, child, why do you wish to remain here? Has the sweet, heavy air of this limbo already tasted like a temptation you cannot quit? Or is there a deeper rot, or perhaps a deeper light holding you here, curious? It's been a long time since I felt so curious about something." The words lightly wove in the air before fading completely. By the time I found myself able to open my lips again, he was long gone. But despite this, his words continued to echo inside my mind. They whispered from all directions, consuming my thoughts as I struggled to keep focused. But of all the things he mentioned, one stood out in particular to me. "I can't find the exit because I want to stay. That's not." It was bullshit. Perhaps this was a trick that it was trying to play in order to fuck with my mind. Yes, it had to be that. He was playing games with me to confuse me about the truth. I want to leave this place. There's no doubt about it. I can't let myself fall for his tricks. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and tried to fight the hunger gnawing at my stomach with growing ferocity. The surroundings shifted back to the old, worn-down room. Remaining where I was, I slowly lowered my head and opened my breast pocket with my teeth, gripping my phone between them before carefully placing it on the ground. I stared at the numerous saved recordings before starting a new one. Observation Diary, Day 89. It's as I previously predicted. The subject comes to visit me every single day without fail. The hunger is eating at me, but I can resist it. I will most likely forego sleep in the coming days. I took a deep breath, taking a moment to collect my words as I struggled to speak due to exhaustion. Today, he's mentioned something about me not wanting to leave this place. However, I believe that to be a trick. Above all, he cannot read what I don't know. That appears to be the only way to escape his control. The less I think, the less he can read. I hadn't spent the days for nothing. Every day I'd create a new log. The goal was simple: to slowly and carefully learn more about the host. He was the key to everything. Another thing to note is that I'm now closer to understanding their identity. From the way he spoke, the words he said, several pieces had started to fall in place. He's a demon. Yes, this much I understood from the start. But he was not just a regular demon. He's likely a king. One of the 9 kings of hell. Chapter 576, Identity 2. There was something that I observed in the numerous days that I had stayed in the weird castle. This place didn't just give someone a sense of security. It didn't merely provide comfort to the point of consuming one's mind. It also slowly, gradually stripped away a person's identity and everything they once were. Tab. Observation Diary, Day 66. I've collected all relevant information about the bodies inside the room. I checked their phones and any data I could find about them. After that, I went out to the main courtyard to observe everyone. From what I've seen, the longer someone stays here, the more they lose track of their identity. It starts with their name. Then slowly, their unique features begin to fade. Piece by piece, they lose hold of everything they once were, until eventually they become nothing more than faceless dolls. Tab. Observation Diary, Day 49. Something has been happening to Drake and Esteban. I thought that they had fallen for the tricks, but they've lasted much longer than I expected. I guess one wasn't a paragon for nothing. I believe that Leon did something to them, hence why they weren't able to recover. I've got something in mind. Tab. Observation Diary, Day 94. I've sacrificed my sleep. I can't think properly. I'm starting to see things. Should I continue this? The bed feels tempting. Should I sleep? I need to sleep. I want to sleep. Let me sleep. Let me sleep. No, I can't sleep. I can't sleep, but I want to sleep. Tab. Day 107. I am adapting. I see things everywhere, but I'm dead. It doesn't matter anyway. Soon I will sacrifice my ability to drink. I'm still observing. I can't think well. I'm struggling to stay conscious. I'm struggling to stay walking. Tab. Day 143. I think I get it. I think I have gotten a grasp on what I need to do this place. It's what was I talking about? What am I doing? I'm thirsty. Tab. 165. Thirsty, hungry, sleepy, thirsty, hungry, sleepy, pain, hate it, I. Tab. 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 I'm going crazy. It's hard to fight the urges. The more I sacrifice, the crazier I become. I don't recall the last time I felt normal. How long can I keep my sanity for? How long can I keep my identity for? My hoarse voice whispered into the silence. I languidly stared at the ceiling above with my remaining eye. Everything felt like a blur inside my mind. I didn't even know how much time had passed. It felt like a day had gone by, but listening to the recordings, I knew that wasn't the case. The time that had passed was far longer than that. There's several hundred recordings, shit. The sense of clarity I had. How long would I be able to keep it? The more time passed, the more I felt like I was losing a sense of myself. No, I can't do that. I need to preserve. I could lose my everything but my identity. That be the moment I'd truly be dead. I stood up and paused. Looking to my right, I saw that my right arm was missing. Only my left remained, and when I touched my face, I realized I couldn't feel a thing. My nose, my ears, my lips. Ada. I staggered forward. Every breath felt intense, and as I walked ahead, the world spun around me. Voices began whispering inside my mind as I continued forward. I didn't even know where I was going. I only knew that I had to keep moving. The more I walked, the more I faded into my own consciousness. But at the same time, I knew what I had to do. I stumbled forward. With whatever clarity I had left in my mind, I stumbled toward another room. I couldn't think properly, but my body seemed to move on its own. That moment felt like a blur. I remember doing something, but whenever I tried to think about what it was, my memory would smear and dissolve. Ada. By the time my consciousness returned, I was standing in the corridor once more. Thump. At some point, my legs gave out. I collapsed onto the floor. And no. Clinging to the ground, I forced myself forward with the only arm I had. But I didn't get very far. At best, I managed to drag myself a few meters. Still, I persisted. I continued. I forced myself forward. Until, how pitiful, a warm voice reached my ears. When I looked up, a pair of clean shoes entered my line of sight. You look really pitiful at the moment. Is it really worth it, torturing yourself to this point? For what reason? At that moment, I stopped struggling. My entire body relaxed as the warm voice bathed me from above. You could have chosen the easy way out. You could have eaten all the food you wanted, drunk all the water you desired, and slept in the finest beds you'll ever lie on. Instead, you struggled for hundreds of days. For what? What exactly did you struggle for? Something about the voice felt soothing to the ears. Enough to make me feel more relaxed. But that sense of relaxation didn't last very long. You've achieved nothing. Something in the voice shifted. The air seemed to change along with it, a chilling cold spreading through the surroundings. Honestly, I let you do your thing because I thought you had something in mind. I believed that, after the countless years I've spent here, I might finally see something unique, something that would change the way I looked at humans. But in the end, you were just struggling out of stubbornness. The disappointment was clear. You struggled not because you didn't want to die or anything like that. The reason you refused to die was simply that you're stubborn. That's all. You're nothing special. You're just, like everyone else, a more pitiful version of them. The voice turned harsh. It thundered throughout the surroundings as I stopped moving. You're nothing but a shell of what you once were. Just let yourself go. There's no need to carry on further. Stop struggling for the sake of stubbornness. If you wanted to leave, you would have already been able to. For a moment, as if his voice had finally reached me, I felt like listening to his voice. He was right about everything. What even was the point of clinging to the pain? Kyle, my squad, and everyone else. They'd do just fine without me. I wasn't very important. Just a fleeting memory in their lives. But no. That's not it. My body began to tremble. In that brief moment, my mind felt clear. Sensing something, his head tilted a little. The more he looked at me, the more pitiful I must have seemed. My entire face was badly mutilated, the skin torn and misshapen as though it had been ravaged countless times over. What little remained of my expression was stiff and hollow, barely resembling a human face anymore. And with only one arm left, I looked like a cripple. In that moment, I looked less like a man, and more like something that had been dragged through endless suffering, and somehow kept moving anyway. And yet, I'm sensing a shift in your mind, still struggling. Why? This was what he couldn't understand. I've said it before. If you wanted to leave, you could have left. The fact that you're still here despite so long having passed means that you don't want to leave. You wish to stay here and enjoy everything, but are just too stubborn to. Suddenly he paused. At the same time, I slowly raised my head. The words disappeared from his mouth as he looked directly at me. He seemed to have understood something as he looked at me. In this moment of clarity, I understood something. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps, if I really wanted to find the exit, I would have found it. It was clear. I just didn't want to leave this place. Not because I was charmed by the drinks and party or any other idea. It was something else entirely. Something more degenerate. Twisted. Yes. Simply put, I want to. Without even knowing it, my lips twisted upwards. And for the first time, the man's face changed before my very eye. It make you bow. My voice scraped out like broken glass. I want to know how it feels. My eye locked onto him. To step on a king. He. He. My shoulders trembled. Ha. Laughter spilled out of me. But in my mind, everything had never been clearer. The more I lost, the more I sacrificed, the more pieces of myself I tore away. The clearer it became, who I really was beneath all the pointless masks that buried what lay beneath my mask. I was never the butcher, and I was never the jester. No, I was something much worse, something far more disgusting, something that found extreme joy in stepping over things. I was someone who would burn down everything, including myself, just to watch a king bow. A twisted existence. Chapter 577, Identity 3. I just laughed. That was all I could do. I hadn't gone mad or turned crazy. No, it was the opposite. My head was clear. It was clearer than ever as I stared at the man in front of me. I burst out laughing even harder. Staring at the face I still couldn't memorize, I continued to laugh. For the first time since I had seen him, he was no longer smiling. But I wasn't done. I was far from done. It's all clear to me. This place, it stripped someone of their identity. It fed them every joy and pleasure they could ever want, making them forget who they were, slowly stripping away their faces, their names, and their very identity. It broke someone to a fundamental level, turning them into blank puppets that drank, ate, and slept. I realized this long ago. From the moment I had ripped my eye, I knew what this was. What it was trying to do. That's why I sacrificed. I sacrificed everything to preserve what it was trying to take from me. I sacrificed to observe. I sacrificed to understand. With my eye clear I can see through the illusions. I can see through the fakery of this place. But despite that, I can't see you. I looked at the man in front of me. Though I was staring straight at him, his face still refused to imprint itself inside my mind. I can see everything but you. He stripped others of their identity, but what about him? His identity still existed. He was the only one with an identity. Hence, your name. I looked up, my eyes stinging from keeping it open for so long. Eyes know your name. Your identity. I laughed once again, especially when I took note of the seriousness in the face before me. After everything, I knew what I needed to do. To he who stripped identities, I had to be the one to give his one back. You are Uck. Reaching for my throat, my eyes widened as the words caught somewhere inside my mind. As if a heavy lump had formed there, blocking every thought before it could escape, I found myself unable to speak at all. I think you've said enough. A cold voice followed. You've overstepped your boundaries. Have I? A brittle, almost hoarse laugh slipped from my lips as I bit down on them, my eye turning bloodshot from the pain as I forced my voice back. Rattle, rattle. The surroundings trembled, the paintings on the walls rattling in their frames as the doors slammed shut all at once. My throat burned again, and my head slowly began to lower on its own, as if some invisible weight forced it down, submitting to the figure before me. Know your place. Rattle. My head was now pressed against the cold floor, the chill seeping into my skin. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't raise it. But despite this, silence. Booms. Doors smashed and the floor shook further. I felt something cool slip into my mind as my throat tightened, burning even more fiercely. The pain made it hard to open my mouth, as if my voice itself were being sealed away. But I cared nothing for it. I had already sacrificed everything, and for this moment I would sacrifice it all again. For this moment where I stepped on a king. I didn't mind at all. Boom. A force blasted me backward, my back slamming into something hard, as the wind was knocked out of me. Even so, I remained conscious, looking at the figure ahead of me with a faint smile. The more he acted like this, the more I felt like smiling. I opened my lips again. But, black. All of a sudden, my surroundings began to change. The place around me grew luxurious as a soft trumpet sounded through the air, and the once dilapidated hall slowly transformed, becoming grand and opulent once more. I opened my lips and spoke again. Black. Enough. At once, the rattling stopped, and everything regained its calm as Black stared back at me. His smile returned. Time is up. Your mind can no longer keep up. There's nothing else that you can sacrifice. This is your absolute limit. Now it is time for you to finally embrace what has been provided to you by me. He took a step forward, his calm gaze fixed on me. But right as he took a step, he stopped. I laughed. At the same time, several steps echoed in the distance as two figures approached me. Although I couldn't see them from where I was, I knew their bodies were badly mutilated. I had been the one to reduce them to such a state, and I knew that Black was aware of what I had done to them. I'm lost. Black alternated his gaze between what remained of Esteban and Drake. I knew you were doing something to them, and I let it go because I was curious to see what you would do. But I'm at a loss. What exactly are you planning? Perhaps you want them to buy some time for you, but it's too late. Suddenly he stopped. As if finally realizing, his expression changed. I turned toward Esteban and Drake, finding them staring back at me, their eyes bloodshot, something that looked like fear lingering in their gaze. I merely laughed. I had seen this coming. I had prepared. Do it. The two didn't hesitate, pulling out knives with their only remaining arm as they stabbed both of my legs. Spurred. Blood spurted in every direction as pain engulfed my mind. However, rather than screaming, I laughed. Stop. Black. S voice boomed throughout the surroundings as the luxurious surroundings faded once more. I didn't even open my lips. I didn't need to open my lips since he could still hear my thoughts. I know your name. I said stop it. Rattle. The surroundings shook once more as his voice twisted into something demonic. Yet Esteban and Drake paid it no mind. They cut off my legs, blood spurting across the ground. They weren't done yet. Drake soon turned toward my remaining arm, his hand shaking slightly as he looked at me. But the moment he noticed my gaze on him, he forced himself to reach for it anyway. As the pain invaded my mind, I continued to stare at the figure before me. That was also the moment I was reminded of something the conductor had once said to me. Hell rejects the living. Looking back, it was clear. Even a king could not touch the living in hell. That was why everyone here had to kill themselves first before he could do anything to them. He had no authority over the living, which was why he struggled to stop me physically. The only thing it could do was play games in order to trick people into killing themselves. For so long, I thought I had died. But that wasn't the case. I was still alive. But not for long. You do not understand what you are doing. Stop this at once. Boom. Cracks spread across the surroundings as the castle shook violently, but I didn't care. I simply stared at Drake and Esteban. Their mutilated faces stared back at me, the fear in their bloodshot eyes now unmistakable. But that fear wasn't directed at Black. It was directed at me. I just smiled twistedly. Do it. Stop. Drake's eye trembled, but only for a moment, before he brought his knife to my throat and cleanly sliced my head off. Swoosh. Space. All noise ceased in that moment. The rattling stopped, the shaking ended, everything fell into a perfect, unnatural stillness. Then Drake reached down and picked up the head. He began to walk toward the figure. Drip. Blood fell to the floor, slowly spreading across the stone in a dark, widening stain. Even now, the severed head continued to stare in the figure's direction. A human could remain conscious for only a few seconds after decapitation. And in that moment, Seth was still conscious. There was no sound, no voice, his vision dimmed at the edges. Yet he understood everything. Drake stepped forward and stopped before the figure, who stood completely still, its expression completely frozen as Drake knelt, raising the head with both hands as if presenting an offering. Drip. Blood continued to fall. Nothing was spoken aloud, but Seth heard the words clearly within his mind. I'd offer you my everything. My eyes, my arms, my legs, my heart, my body. And finally, my head. To you, who is King Payman? Chapter 578, Identity 4. Everything felt like a blur. However, I could still recall everything. The sequence of events that led to my final moments, and to the instant my head was severed from my body. I could still recall everything. In the end, I didn't even care about what happened to me. In the last moments, I understood something. That I couldn't have cared less about what had happened to me. All I cared about was defeating the demon, even at the expense of my own life. Everything felt meaningless to me in that moment. That was all that I could think of. And, opening my eyes, I stared at the figure seated on the single red sofa, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea before taking a quiet sip. You're awake. His warm voice reached my ears as I looked around. It appeared to be a luxurious study room. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with all sorts of books. I sat on a similar red sofa, a small wooden table before me, as a warm light bathed the room from above. Resting on the table was a small cup of tea, which I reached for, taking a sip myself. A rich, aromatic scent filled my nostrils as I closed my eyes, quietly savoring the taste before me. But eventually, "You're a lot more twisted than I anticipated." A certain voice brought me back. Opening my eyes, I looked back at him. Even now, his features were something my mind could not comprehend. Every time I tried to focus on them, they slipped away from my memory, vanishing the moment I grasped them. It has been quite a long time since a human has managed to defeat me. So I wasn't the first. I took a sip of the tea, curious about who that human was. But even back then, they were not as twisted as you. It's the first time that I've ever felt the shivers coming from a human. The more I look at you, the more interested I become. But at the same time, I can also tell that you're not quite human. My hand paused. But it doesn't seem like you're aware of what you truly are. Haha, that's interesting. You don't really belong to this world, do you? His warm laugh filled the room. Of course, I do wish to tell you, but that would ruin the fun, wouldn't it? Right, of course. But it's not like I can't tell you. I raised my head. Since you've managed to defeat me, you've earned the privilege of asking me one question. There isn't much that I don't know. If there is something you wish to understand, I will answer it for you. But choose carefully. As I said, you only have this privilege once. This offer, honestly, it was quite a good one. But strangely, I felt awfully calm when presented with such an offer. There were a lot of questions that I wanted to ask. Like, why was I sent to this world? What was the truth behind my transmigration? What was the truth behind the mist? What was the truth behind the system? There were a lot of questions that I wanted to ask. However, I'd like to hold on to the privilege for now. You're a greedy one. Reading my thoughts, Payman's lips twisted until the end. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I took a sip of the tea. As I savored the taste, I mumbled, knowledge is one of the most powerful things any human or entity can possess. It would be a waste to use it right now. There might come a time when I'm stuck in a situation that I can't escape. When the time comes, I'll ask for your help. In a way, I treated this as some sort of lifeline. But above all, I also don't dislike the idea of having a king who would heed my call when I need it. Right. Payman laughed alongside me. That was all he could do in this situation. Take this. Suddenly he tossed something toward me. I raised my hand and caught it, opening my palm to look at the object resting there. It was a silver ring, neatly carved, with a flat face at its center bearing a strange, intricate sigil. One that felt familiar to one that I had seen in the past, but not exactly. I presume this is Payman's sigil. With this, you should be able to enter limbo whenever you wish. It takes quite a bit for the portal to open, so be aware of that. Oh, this was pretty good. I'll take it. The moment I put the ring on, a cool sensation washed over my body. At the same time, I looked back at Payman before slowly standing up. At the same time, my head drifted towards a certain door. I could see it now. The exit. Leaving already. Yes. I had stayed here for long enough. That's a pity. But as I've always said, I will never stop anyone from leaving this place. And now that you have the ring, you may come and visit whenever you wish. I gave a faint nod and walked toward the door. Just as my hand closed around the knob, Payman's voice reached me from behind. Since you've thoroughly entertained me, I'll give you a little bonus. It's just like you've read before. This is all one big game. I stopped. A game that you're very much already a part of. Silence followed after those words. When I turned around to look back, he was sitting in his seat, calmly staring at me while taking a sip of his tea. Judging from his smile, it was clear that this was the bonus that he was talking about. I turned my attention away from him and reached for the knob, pulling the door open as I stepped outside. Payman's voice drifted after me one last time. I wish you the best of luck, you who has conquered the first layer of hell. Chapter 579, Return 1. Hey Mia, help me wipe the sweat from her forehead. Coming. Mia hurried over to where Joanna was, clutching a couple of wet towels in her hands. Joanna stepped aside, revealing Ariel's figure. She sat cross-legged, her brows tightly furrowed as sweat trickled down the side of her face, strands of her white hair sticking to her damp cheeks. "Quick!" "Yes, yes." Mia rushed ahead and tapped her face lightly with the towel. Joanna watched in silence, her lips pursed as she looked down through the window of the research facility. Her gaze eventually settled on the numerous people below, moving as though they were puppets, carrying equipment from place to place while guiding others inside. I can't believe she's capable of controlling this many people. The more Joanna got to know Ariel, the more shocked she became. Although she had been aware from the start that she was strong, she didn't know she was this strong. It's been several days since she started to control the other teams, and she still doesn't seem to have hit her limit. The fact that she can control them for so long is also incredibly impressive. Of course, Ariel still took some rest here and there. Joanna's gaze drifted toward a particular group below. Her eyes settled on the woman with soft blonde hair and green eyes, standing beside a girl with shoulder-length hair as the two of them carefully observed each group. At some point, their group was able to find the other group belonging to their guild. After explaining the situation to them, they quickly decided to help, alleviating the burden on Ariel's node by simply knocking out several teams at once so that Ariel could rest. I can already imagine the backlash that we're receiving above for what we've done, but does it really matter? No rule says we can't do this. Joanna. Bringing her out of her attention, Joanna turned around. Sarah appeared beside her without Joanna even noticing. Somewhat used to it by now, Joanna's eyes fluttered briefly as she responded. Yes. There's another group that we've spotted in the distance. What should we do? Joanna didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked toward Ariel. Seeing how pale her face had become and the sweat gathered along the side of it, she slowly shook her head. I think it's best if we leave. No. Ariel's voice suddenly cut through the room as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of bloodshot irises. Yet beneath them was a twisted smile as she stared straight ahead. I can take more, don't worry about it. It's dangerous. If you continue like this, then your node might. I know my limits. But it's not about your limits. It's about limiting the danger that you're in. We're already at a massive advantage with what we have. Why do you have to push yourself further if we... Because it's fun. Ariel laughed softly, never once looking at Joanna, her eyes fixed on something far in the distance. Towards her next prey. Cackling, her body hunched slightly as she spoke. It's just fun, I like this. It's been so long since I've been allowed to run loose. Don't you enjoy it? Seeing all these people the world calls the best, reduced to nothing but our servants, don't you find joy in standing above them? You're crazy. I know. Ariel's lips twisted upwards as she finally looked at Joanna. But you know I'm right, I can see it from your face. Joanna stood silently, touching her face. Eventually. Well, all right. She nudged in Sarah's direction. I guess it is pretty fun. Sarah nodded, fading from the spot as something in the air shifted. Joanna turned to look in Mia's direction, locking eyes with her, Min, Nora, and Neil as she commanded. Keep her safe. I'll go with Sarah to check on the situation. Joanna rushed forward a moment later, leaving the building and fading into the mist as she traced Sarah's presence through the connection she shared with Ariel. It didn't take long for her to catch up with Sarah, but the moment she did, she had no choice but to pause as she looked at the distant group. Wait, isn't that? Stepping out from where she had been hiding, Joanna moved toward the group, revealing herself at once. The group stopped immediately. Who? But their expressions changed when they took note of Joanna. It's a you. Joanna didn't reply and instead just looked at them. Their current state was, quite frankly, pitiful. Their faces were haggard, their hair disheveled, and dark circles hung heavily beneath their eyes. Staring at them, Joanna found herself heavily frowning. How was this possible? She knew the group very well. Especially the figure standing at the front, Rowan. He was one of the more talented members of the guild. More importantly, he belonged to the same group as Kyle, a team widely regarded as the most powerful within the guild. But as she looked, she couldn't find Kyle at all. What sort of? Have you perhaps seen Kyle? Rowan's whisper pulled Joanna out of her thoughts. When she looked back at him, she saw the clear worry in his eyes as he stared at her, his voice unsteady as he muttered. In one moment he was right beside us, and the next. He was gone, I can't find him at all. None of us can, have you seen him? Space. Something about the air felt different the moment I stepped outside. The heaviness was gone, and in its place drifted a familiar mist as I looked around me. Tree branches spiked through the fog like sharp spikes, cutting through the pale veil as the gray sky above cast a dim, lifeless glow over the silent surroundings. I took in the air, looking around before eventually spotting two figures standing not far from me. The moment I locked eyes with them, they seemed to flinch for a moment. I alternated my gaze between the two, before looking down at the camera on my body. Is it working? I couldn't quite tell. Regardless, it seems like you two made it out with no issues. I felt rather grateful to them. Although everything was a blur to me, I could still recall what had happened. None of this would have worked without them. Of course, they would have also have died without me. So aim. Surprisingly, the first one to speak was Drake. He scratched the back of his head, his eyes wandering everywhere except where I stood. He can't even look me in the eye. In a way, it was funny, but also pitiful. I get it. I also could tell what he wanted to say, as I waved my hand dismissively. Save your thanks for later. I took out my phone and checked the date. Now that it had adjusted back to the flow of time outside, I knew there was still 1 day remaining before this trial of the Congress ended. In that case, I'm going to reunite with my squad. If you wish, you may come with me or we can part ways. I started walking. As I did, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. In that moment, I knew the decision they had made. I continued walking ahead, my mind drifting back to the words I had heard from Payman. It's all a game. One that I was a big part of. I closed my eyes, the corners of my lips curling. That's a rather big hint. If I didn't understand this much, I'd be stupid. Chapter 580, Return to. Surprisingly, my connection with Ariel hadn't severed, even though I had been taken all the way to hell. That alone felt incredibly strange to me, and it also showed just how powerful Ariel truly was. Or was it something else? I wasn't quite sure. But at the same time, although the connection with her still exists, it's very weak. A lot weaker than it was in the past. I can't quite communicate with her just yet. Did she get hurt? Or, as a certain possibility emerged, my step slowed. However, I quickly shook my head. It shouldn't be possible. The guild master has placed a seal on her. Elah. I closed my eyes. Thinking back on everything that had happened, I started to get an idea of what could have happened. Right, considering the guild master's personality, he most likely removed the seal the moment I disappeared. With the seal gone, Ariel was like a completely different person. She wasn't something anyone could contain, and by now she had most likely already caused a great deal of chaos. Haha. For some reason, I laughed. Instead of feeling afraid of what she and the others might have done, I found the situation oddly amusing. If anything, I felt a sense of anticipation. What kind of sight would be waiting for me when I returned to the others? Sensing something, my laugh stopped as I looked behind me. Taking note of Drake and Esteban's faces, I touched my face. Is something the matter? No. All's good. Is that so? If so, why were they looking at me like that? It was almost as if they were looking at something scary. I shrugged my shoulders and turned away from them. Maybe they've lost it after what happened in the limbo. Can't blame them. Hey. Thinking back to the situation with Ariel and the others, I laughed again. The space behind me shifted once more, but I paid it no mind. Instead, I continued to chuckle to myself while walking ahead. But as I continued to walk, my steps gradually slowed as something else crossed my mind. Right now that I think about it, I don't have any points. Leon had ended up taking the data transmitter. Thinking about him, I didn't feel any anger or anything of the sort. I felt something else entirely. Something more twisted. Now that I think about it, something doesn't add up. I remember him saying he watched me hang myself, but the clearer my mind becomes, the more certain I am that it never happened. Was that some trick Payman used, knowing he couldn't contain him? Or something else entirely? I wasn't quite sure anymore. Regardless, as things stood, I wasn't able to acquire many points for my team. I did have a day, but was that going to be enough? The only hope that I had was in my team. Hopefully, they did acquire some points. SWOSH. All of a sudden, something shot into the air, tearing through the thick fog. A moment later, crimson bled into the mist above, slowly spreading through the pale gray like ink in water. For an instant, the drifting veil turned red, the color hanging in the air before it began to thin and scatter with the wind. I knew in an instant what it was as I started to walk in that direction, Drake and Esteban following from behind. I wonder if I'll be able to make it in time. The flare was one of the few ways that I could acquire points. However, sizzle. Staring at the sizzling pellet, I knew I had been a step too late. The ones who had called for rescue were already gone. I suddenly grew curious. Did they get sent to hell as I did, or is this the work of an anomaly? For a while now, whatever this thing was had been toying with me, and with everyone else here. Even now, I could barely understand how it did what it did, or what it truly was. Just what was I dealing with? Crunch. Lifting my head, I saw several figures appear in the distance, and my eyes narrowed. This scene, it felt like déjà vu. Was it just a coincidence? As I continued to stare in the direction the noise had come from, the silhouettes slowly grew clearer before my eyes. At the same time, they seemed to notice me as well. They began to approach, only to freeze the moment they properly caught sight of me too. Oh. For a split second her face contorted, but just as quickly it smoothed out and a genuine smile appeared on her lips. I'm really glad to see you here. No, you were. Did you come here to check the flare? What a coincidence that we both ended up here. No, probably was. And where is your squad and? Catherine paused, finally noticing the two people standing behind me. The moment she recognized them, her expression shifted ever so slightly. I explained the situation first. There with me, we both got separated from our groups, so we decided to work together. Isn't that right? I glanced at the two of them, and they nodded without hesitation. Their quick response caught me off guard for a moment, but I quickly brushed it aside and turned my attention back to Catherine. The words were about to leave my mouth when I suddenly sensed something, shifting my attention elsewhere. I wasn't the only one to notice the changes as Catherine and the others also turned their heads, several figures appearing to our right. More people. The silhouettes moved forward, and their figures soon became clear. The moment they stepped into view, it felt as though an invisible pressure spread through the air, pressing in from all directions as a young girl with dark hair appeared. Appearing next to her were her members, each one radiating a pressure that seemed to synergize with hers as she scanned our group, eventually pausing her attention towards me as her brows furrowed. My brow raised at the sight of her. Isn't she the one from Eclipse? What was her name again? Seraphine, yes, that was her name. As far as I was aware, she was extremely young and ranked 11th in the overall rankings. In other words, she was a monster. Scanning our group and then Catherine's, her eyes narrowed slightly before her gaze finally settled on me. You're him, right? Her voice was soft but clear in my ears. Strangely, I didn't feel much under her gaze. Perhaps it was because of everything that had happened to me recently. Even as I stared back at her, there was no pressure weighing down on me. If anything, I was intrigued. What exactly could she want from me? You're the one everyone is talking about. Likely. Seraphine nodded, her expression unchanged as she shifted her attention toward what remained of the flare, which slowly and gradually sizzled out. I watched her and her team with some interest, curious to see what she would do next. But the words that came out of her mouth were not what I had expected. I more or less understand what's going on. I've been studying this mist, and whatever it is that's been roaming around. I've memorized its pattern, and I've also smelled its scent. I should be able to figure out its location soon. She turned her attention towards me. Are you interested in joining my team?